This young man used to be a famous teacher in the modern world, renowned for being undefeated in school. However, for some unknown reason, the moment he woke up, Ning Fan realized he was in a bright classroom. At the back of the class, two rebellious students were loudly criticizing. Even during class, they were lying down nearby, sleeping. They said, "Teacher, we're in Class D, the worst class in the Academy of Precision. The school can't help us at all, so why bother coming to class?" Ning Fan felt extremely confused. "What is the Academy of Precision? Have I time traveled?" He looked down at his work ID, which read, "Academy of Precision, Ning Fan, Junior Instructor." Ning Fan was dumbfounded, unsure what to say. He realized that he was now a teacher and those rebellious students were his pupils. Before he could adjust to this situation, another group of students rushed into the classroom. They didn't even look at Ning Fan and shouted, "Zhang Tiancheng, you're out of medicine, go buy some for me. Pay up front." This group clearly wasn't from Ning Fan's class, but they entered to bully his students. Seeing this, Ning Fan was furious. He couldn't let these students keep bullying his class. Two students at the back of the class whispered to each other, "Our classmates are being bullied and the teacher doesn't dare do anything. It's really unlucky to be assigned to this class." This was a world different from his own Earth. People with special abilities existed here, and the country had established an academy to train them. The principal of the academy was the most powerful ability holder. Ning Fan was one of 6 grandsons of the director of the Academy of Precision. He was also engaged to the principal's daughter, but his family was harmed, everyone injured, and Ning Fan was gravely wounded. After that event, he became a drunkard, drowning himself in alcohol. At school, he was demoted to teach the worst class and had his engagement to the principal's daughter annulled. Falling from the top was truly bitter, so Ning Fan decided to give up on life and somehow he was transported to this world. Perhaps because of that, he decided to take revenge for the previous life. The first task was to deal with Zhang Tiancheng, the bullied kid. With a determination to avenge his past life, Ning Fan immediately took action. At this moment, the 3 thug students were still whispering by Ning Fan's ear. He shouted at them. Ning Fan yelled, "You must ask permission before entering the class. Don't you know even this little rule?" When one of them turned his head, Ning Fan immediately threw a punch that sent him flying out of the classroom. "Get out of this class," Ning Fan declared, shocking everyone around. This bold action activated a system called the Mad Master. Once the system was activated, Ning Fan felt as if he had been transported to a strange space. He stood dazed for a few seconds, unsure about the system. "Is this a perk for time traveling that I've received?" Ning Fan thought. As a newcomer, the system granted him a gift called the Eye of the Wise, allowing him to see through everything. To unlock other features, Ning Fan needed to accumulate credibility points from students and teachers. Credibility points could be earned through recognition from students and teachers. For example, punishing the thug just now earned Ning Fan some credibility points. Specifically, Li Qiang added 1 point, Sufang added 1 point, and Zhang Tiancheng added 3 credibility points. Ning Fan was surprised. "Just 1 punch and I got 5 credibility points." He smiled, seemingly discovering a way to gain more credibility points. Ning Fan began studying the students' profiles in his class to adapt to this world. For example, Zhang Tiancheng. Each student's organization level is reflected in their self-discipline. Class D students have less than 10% self-discipline, while the elite Class S is over 40%. Zhang Tiancheng was originally a Class S student, but for some reason his self-discipline dropped to 6.8%, so he was transferred to Class D. Ning Fan didn't understand why, but he was determined to find out. Suddenly Zhang Tiancheng approached and bowed, thanking Ning Fan for helping him. Ning Fan gently replied that it was nothing, just a small matter, while Zhang Tiancheng still lowered his head to apologize, and Li Nai said, "Sorry teacher, it's all my fault. What are you afraid of? If anything happens, I'll help you keep it a secret," Nin Pham said to Zhang Tiancheng. Then Nin Pham casually activated his newly learned skill, the teacher's eye, to check Zhang Tiancheng. It turned out that Zhang Tiancheng had a fairly balanced natural talent in many aspects, but his right hand had been injured, which caused him psychological barriers. This led to a decline in his ability. After changing classes, Zhang Tiancheng became the target of bullies, which made his situation worse. Upon closer inspection, Nin Pham noticed that Zhang Tiancheng was always cautious with his right hand, so he was confident that the information from teacher's eye was accurate and decided to get straight to the point. He asked, "Has your right hand injury gotten better?" Zhang Tiancheng was surprised. "How did you know my right hand was injured?" This was something he had never disclosed to anyone, and Nin Pham couldn't talk about his system, so he could only respond vaguely. "If I can't figure this out, how can I be your teacher?" Nin Pham said. Before Zhang Tiancheng could respond, both teacher and student were startled by a loud voice coming from outside the classroom. "Nin Pham, get out here," a domineering voice shouted. "You dare lay a hand on my student? Who do you think you are?" Sun Hong, the teacher of Class C, appeared. He was also the teacher of the bully that Nin Pham had just beat. Seeing the kid's sullen face made Sun Hong furious. Clearly, the kid had started bullying others first, and when he got beaten, he played the victim. What do you mean by haughty? Can't you see I'm teaching? Sun Hong yelled. Nin Pham covered his face with both hands, feeling uncomfortable. Clearly, Sun Hong wants to make a big deal out of this. Sun Hong immediately attacked Nin Pham's background, reminding him that he was no longer the young master of the Nin family, and gave him two choices. One was to bow his head and apologize to him and his student, and the other was to leave the Institute of Elite Skill. The students in the class just silently observed this commotion. Most of them thought that a timid person like Nin Pham would definitely apologize immediately in the face of such trouble with Sun Hong. But Nin Pham made a clear declaration. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. You want me, Nin Pham, to bow down and apologize? The person who can make me do that hasn't been born yet, he said. With this display of authority, Nin Pham's credibility among the students increased. As for Sun Hong, seeing Nin Pham's arrogance, he was furious and continued to curse. Nin Pham, you no longer have the right to act so arrogantly here, Sun Hong threatened. In this world, strength decides everything. Power is the truth, do you hear me? Sun Hong continued. Nin Pham sneered, threw his arm around Zhang Tiancheng's shoulder, pulled him closer, and calmly spoke. Power, in terms of strength, Zhang Tiancheng is much stronger than your students. So why should we apologize? Nin Pham said. Sun Hong then laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, you think he's still the top student of Class S. Nin Pham knew that Xuan wouldn't be able to convince the other party, so he suggested that Sun Hong let his student and Zhang Tiancheng have a duel. At first, Sun Hong hesitated, thinking that it would be like sending Zhang Tiancheng to his doom. But Nin Pham simply provoked him by saying, "Are you scared?" This immediately triggered Sun Hong's anger, and he agreed right away. "Fight if you want, I'm so scared of you. I've been waiting for this," Sun Hong said. Immediately, Nin Pham ordered Sufang and Li Qiang to lay out the practice mat. A female student in the class, observing from the start, expressed her disdain inside. She thought Nin Pham was shameless for letting his student take the blows. Meanwhile, Zhang Tiancheng was also very scared. He said to Nin Pham, "I can't beat that bully." But Nin Pham looked at Zhang Tiancheng with full confidence and replied, "It's okay, I can help." Then Nin Pham turned to Sufang and asked, "Take off your belt for me." Sufang, a troublemaker student, wasn't shy, but he was still a bit flustered at Nin Pham's unexpected request. "Just take it off if you're asked to. Stop being so indecent." Nin Pham forcibly took Sufang's belt. Sufang didn't resist and simply muttered, "You're so troublesome." Nin Pham used that method to secure the right arm of Zhang Tiancheng, because he knew the opponent was always worried about his right hand being attacked. This seemingly illogical action was actually very reasonable. Once finished, Nin Pham continued speaking. Seeing Zhang Tiancheng, a lowly person like him, could be defeated with just one hand. After the teacher finished speaking, they whispered to each other. Sun Hong burst into laughter, mocking the teacher's unconventional teaching style. His student was certain he would defeat Zhang Tiancheng, leaving him no place to hide. Ignoring the taunts, Zhang Tiancheng focused only on his own student. He sincerely encouraged his student. With the right arm secured, there was no need to worry about the psychology anymore. "Just go ahead, he's no match for you." "Teacher Nin, can I really do it?" Zhang Tiancheng asked, his eyes burning with determination. Nin Pham nodded confidently. Immediately, the bully charged forward. He swung his hand, intending to punch Zhang Tiancheng, but his left hand quickly blocked it. After blocking the punch, Zhang Tiancheng's mentality changed dramatically. "Your punch isn't even that strong." He responded with a punch that sent the opponent flying several meters. This scene greatly satisfied Nin Pham. Zhang Tiancheng had countered at the right moment, no longer needing to endure the daily hassle. With just one punch, Zhang Tiancheng knocked the bully out cold, foaming at the mouth. The classmates were amazed at how Zhang Tiancheng, despite having his hands tied, still exerted such power. Nin Pham's method proved effective. Sun Hong's face darkened, unable to accept what had just happened. Nin Pham reminded him, "Don't stand there wondering, hurry up and take this trash out. Otherwise, I'll invite other classes over." Sun Hong didn't dare wait for a second time and ordered two students to drag the useless man out. He walked towards the classroom door, warning, "Nin Pham, just wait and see." Once Sun Hong left, Li Qiang and Sufang began clapping. This moment broke the silence in Class D. The scene was quite satisfying, and Class D felt avenged thanks to Zhang Tiancheng and Nin Pham. Nin Pham's trust points increased again. He also felt happy to be recognized by his students. Zhang Tiancheng was probably the happiest, his eyes glistening with tears as he continuously thanked him. "Teacher Nin, thank you for the guidance." Nin Pham waved his hand, saying it was nothing, no need to thank him. "Once I pointed out to you, there's no need to thank me. Zhang Tiancheng will be stronger than he is now." "Teacher Nin, I have a psychological issue, please help me." "Right, do you think you should crack my arm bones at this moment?" Li Qiang and Sufang began to flatter him. Before Nin Pham could respond, the cold girl spoke up first. "You two, shut up. Zhang Tiancheng is strong, so of course that method worked. Do you think you can compare with him?" Also, Teacher Nin, are you sure you can cure everyone's ailments? Despite the girl's taunting words, Nin Pham realized she also wanted to be treated. Once again, he used his mystic master eyes to check. The girl had summoning abilities, but her bloodline energy was weak. Her hair concentrated more of the energy, explaining why her strength was lacking. Not knowing that Nin Pham used his mystic master eyes, the girl thought he was staring at her chest. She got angry. Shouting, "Hey, have you seen enough?" Nin Pham quickly looked away, saying he had figured out the problem. Instead of revealing the truth immediately, he told the girl to come with him to the training room. She was still skeptical but agreed to clarify her weaknesses. Nin Pham called all the students to the training room to witness a miracle. As they reached the door of the training room, two other people jumped out to interrupt. These two clearly arrived later, yet acted extremely arrogant, their tone full of condescension, making everyone very uncomfortable. "Stop right there, we need to use this training room now. Who did you think it was?" Turns out it's Li Feng, the teacher of Class C. Ning Fan felt very irritated. These people were truly troublemakers. He immediately retorted, "Do you even know how to wait in line? Didn't your parents teach you basic manners? Or are you orphans? How pitiful, what's so special about arriving first?" Li Feng replied full of contempt, "If you can't even master basic summoning, you don't qualify to use the training room." These words were aimed directly at the arrogant female student, severely wounding her pride. Meanwhile, Li Feng's students had all mastered basic summoning, with Song Yang being one of the top practitioners. This made Li Feng feel that his students were more deserving of the training room. "A top practitioner?" Ning Fan laughed. "Then you have no idea how formidable my class's Lan Tingyu is." Lan Tingyu is the arrogant female student whose spiritual power mainly resides in her hair. "I plan to bring her here to resolve the issue, but unexpectedly, Class D's teacher and students interfered. Thus Ning Fan had no choice but to let her step forward and defend her own honor." Lan Tingyu, who always worries about personal issues, easily got angry upon hearing this. "What nonsense are you talking about, top practitioner? Right, we didn't even know how powerful the big sister is." "Exactly, Teacher Ning is overestimating her." Li Qiang and Sufang eagerly chimed in on both sides. Although they were correct, it still deeply hurt Lan Tingyu. She shouted loudly, "You two bastards, shut up." After her outburst, Li Qiang and Sufang quickly knelt down and apologized. Li Feng laughed out loud at the scene, still in a tone full of disdain. "Ning Fan, have you lost all pride over this training room? Your Lan Tingyu is nothing but trash." As before, Ning Fan proposed a duel to settle the superiority between the two sides. Song Yang immediately accepted, wanting to teach Lan Tingyu a lesson so Class D wouldn't dare raise their heads again. However, this time Ning Fan didn't suggest a fistfight like before, but proposed a summoning duel. Li Feng laughed even louder upon hearing this, then warned, "Ning Fan, don't blame me for embarrassing you in front of your students." Of course, there would be no holding back. Only then could they admit defeat wholeheartedly. Ning Fan immediately responded. Li Feng didn't believe Ning Fan and his students could win, so he looked at Ning Fan with even more contempt, then pushed Song Yang forward. He instructed Song Yang to show his full strength, so Ning Fan could expand his perspective. Song Yang nodded, stretched, and stepped forward. He used a basic summoning technique, instantly summoning two soldiers. Lan Tingyu's face darkened at this. She didn't forget her own abilities, but Li Qiang and Su Feng kept taunting. "Hey, if I remember correctly, the first time the big sister summoned, she only summoned a single stone soldier, right?" "Soldier, that's exaggerating. Her most successful summoning only produced a pitiful rock." "I said shut up," Lan Tingyu, both embarrassed and angry, shouted again. Her volume was truly terrifying. After Song Yang displayed his power, it was Lan Tingyu's turn. Before she acted, Ning Fan reminded, "Using blood as a conductor would be overkill. Use your hair as a conductor. That's enough to crush them." Li Feng laughed heartily. "Using hair as a summoning conductor? What a joke. Everyone knows only blood is valid." Song Yang thought Ning Fan was just reckless and scorned him as well. But no matter the attacks, Ning Fan remained steadfast. "Don't listen to them, just do as I say." Lan Tingyu gritted her teeth under the tension. This duel determined her honor. She couldn't act recklessly. Li Qiang and Su Feng were right. In her previous summoning attempts using blood, her most successful summoning only produced a pitiful stone. So in the end, she decided to take the risk this time and follow Ning Fan's instruction. Li Feng saw her determination, maintained his contemptuous expression but said nothing further. Lan Tingyu, though anxious, resolved to try the method Ning Fan had instructed. She clutched her hair tightly, focusing on the summoning this time. After a period of worry, she decided to take the risk and follow Ning Fan's advice. However, when Lan Tin and Gaiet used a strand of hair as a medium, something truly unbelievable happened. What she summoned was also a stone soldier. But compared to what Tong Yang achieved, it was much more imposing and majestic, standing tall before the object Lan Tin and Gaiet had just summoned. Tong Yang's summoning was barely worth mentioning. Even Lan Tin and Guyot was utterly stunned, never imagining she could summon something so grand. Sufang and Li Qiang were equally unable to believe that their senior could achieve such a feat. Li Feng's face looked exactly like Sun Hong's earlier. Lan Tin and Guyot's summoned object made him widen his eyes in shock. Whether he believed it or not, the fact that Lan Tin and Guyot had just summoned this was undeniable. Ning Fan reminded her, Mr. Li still seems unconvinced. Go ahead, let him feel it for himself. It didn't take long for Lan Tin and Guyot to understand his intention, and a sly smile appeared on her face. Then Lan Tin and Guyot made her summoned object dance around briefly in front of Tong Yang and Li Feng. She wanted to fully convince them that this entity was under her control. Anything else, I don't mind making you even more embarrassed, Ning Fan said leisurely to Li Feng. He could only remain silent, both embarrassed and in disbelief that hair could be used as a medium for summoning. As for Lan Tin and Guyot, who had initially been defiant and disdainful of Ning Fan after this incident, though she still stubbornly claimed she wasn't convinced, she secretly awarded him 5 points of trust. Li Feng didn't give up. Unable to attack Ning Fan's student, he turned his attention to him. So your student has made some progress, so what? Even if they improve a little, what does it matter? As for you, I bet you can't even perform the lowest level summoning spell, can you? Me, then can you do it? Ning Fan replied casually. Li Feng said nothing more and drew a dagger then. He cut his thumb, letting fresh blood pour out to form the medium. Li Feng cast the lowest level summoning spell, but was enough to easily summon a strong stone army. Ning Fan, watch closely and see my strength. Li Feng laughed loudly, taking the opportunity to show off in front of Lan Tin and Guyot, trying to win her over to his side. As for Ning Fan, upon seeing what Li Feng had just summoned, he could only sigh quietly. All that boasting and this is all you can do. You've really made me wait in vain. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan's summoned object appeared, though it was just a single stone soldier, not a whole army like Li Feng's under his command. It was more than enough to crush his entire army into useless rubble. Ning Fan sat calmly on top of one of Li Feng's stone soldiers, appearing at ease. His entire army had been reduced to rubble by his strength. Ning Fan recalled the scene where Li Feng had screamed, Ning Fan, wait for me. He thought to himself, that's strange, this voice sounds so familiar. At this moment, Sufang and Li Qiang ran over to Ning Fan with admiration on their faces. Oh, Teacher Ning, please accept our humble respect. The two of them knelt down, kowtowing in reverence when suddenly the system's voice echoed. Sufang, trust value plus N. Li Qiang, trust value plus N plus 1. Trust value exceeds 100. Congratulations, the host has gained a new ability. Salutation to the master. Ning Fan was surprised. A new ability. The system continued, explaining, salutation to the master. Those targeted by this ability will uncontrollably kneel in respect. Ning Fan was speechless. Such a power exists, the system then notified. Lan Tin and Guyot trust value plus 11. But Tin and Guyot still stubbornly scolded Sufang and Li Qiang. You've already been bought over this quickly, you two have no future. Ning Fan thought to himself, she's really stubborn. He decided to try the new ability on her. Once he activated the power, the system immediately announced, you have used salutation to the master on Lan Tin and Guyot. Tin and Guyot turned to leave, saying, you two stay kneeling, I'll leave first. But suddenly her body uncontrollably turned back towards Ning Fan. The new ability forced Tin and Guyot to kneel, her head hitting the ground with a thud. The two others stared in amazement, thinking, she said she wouldn't kneel, but this spinning move followed by kneeling is even more impressive than our kneeling. She's so cunning now. Seeing the effect of the new ability, Ning Fan thought to himself, satisfied. She knelt down, but is the kneeling really 100% guaranteed? Tian Chuang saw this scene and laughed, walking over to say, everyone, no need to kneel anymore, Teacher Ning is not someone so ordinary. At that moment, another white mouse appeared automatically, and Ning Fan continued to use his ability. He began the master acknowledgement ceremony with Zhang Tianyang. Suddenly, Tiancheng's foot hit a stone among the pebbles. His body lost balance and he lunged forward, unable to react in time. Tiancheng landed on the ground but slid forward. He slammed his head down, astonishing everyone around. Li Qiang and Sufang were stunned when they saw Tiancheng's kneeling posture. This is such a magnificent kneel. The aura is so dazzling I can't even open my eye. At this moment, Ning Fan looked up and saw only Zhu Yi standing there alone. Did he feel lonely? Zhu Yi saw her friends automatically kneel before him, completely losing control. She felt anxious and sweat poured down. She quickly lay flat on the floor. Seeing this, Sufang was even more astonished. Despite lying on the ground, she still refused to kneel. She was much stronger than her elder sister. Ning Fan continued to channel his energy and began the master acknowledgement ceremony with Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi's body, like the two before her, became uncontrollable and started moving. After a moment of turmoil, she knelt down. Sufang and Li Qiang saw this and were enlightened. They automatically lay down, perhaps to make kneeling more difficult. Ning Fan stood up and said, everyone, you're being too polite. You really don't need to do this. Just follow me calmly. I won't deceive you. Tong Hung returned to Class C's room, furious that his student had been humiliated by Ning Fan. He slammed the table hard, denting it, and shouted angrily, "Ning Fan, I will kill you." Li Feng watched this from the doorway, thinking to himself, could it be that Tong Hung has also been punished by Ning Fan? He immediately suggested, Tong Hung, let's team up. In Class C, a secret meeting took place between the two opposing Ning Fan. Tong Hung began criticizing him. Ning Fan, you are far too arrogant. Li Feng agreed, indeed, even as a Class D teacher you're still so aggressive. He asked Tong Hung, can you swallow this anger? Tong Hung responded resolutely, how can I must take revenge. But immediately after, Li Feng began to worry. But it seems his strength has partially recovered. He won't be easy to deal with. Tong Hung comforted, it's fine, full recovery isn't that easy anyway. The two discussed their plan and Tong Hung asked, you mean tonight we? Tong Hung and Li Feng were so engrossed they didn't notice Jade Zhu eavesdropping outside. Tong Hung said, good, let's do it that way. Jade Zhu worried upon hearing the plan of the two scoundrels. She thought silently, little Fan. Time passed quickly, night fell and the street was empty. Ning Fan strolled in the darkness, calm and unafraid. He felt the system and his master were very strong. In just one day, the strength of the two students had changed significantly. If his own strength could increase this fast, how wonderful that would be. Tong Hung and Li Feng suddenly appeared to block his path. Tong Hung said, Ning Fan, you finally arrived. We've been waiting a long time. Ning Fan casually asked, what were you waiting for, inviting me to dinner? Tong Hung roared angrily, at this hour who would invite you to dinner? He twisted his hand with a snap, his expression growing more menacing. But you know what, I really do want you to have some food. Li Feng grinned maliciously in agreement. Just a fist for dinner. Ning Fan remained unafraid, speaking calmly. I understand your anger, but attacking me so blatantly, are you really okay with that? Tong Hung shouted loudly, pointing at him. What's the matter? No one in the school wants you here. It's best if you leave on your own, don't force us to act. Li Feng followed Tong Hung. Don't blame us for being cruel. Blame yourself for not knowing the times. Ning Fan ignored them, smiling lightly. He had basically understood. The final move he would provoke. Do you really think you two can handle me? Tong Hung felt insulted and flew into a rage, shouting, Ning Fan, don't be so arrogant. Li Feng summoned his basic life summon as it flew out. Defeating my basic summon counts for what? Feel the power of my life summon. Suddenly, Ning Fan had an idea. Can the master acknowledgement ability be used on them? The two joined forces to attack him. They shouted in unison, prepare to die. The system's voice echoed midway. You have performed the master acknowledgement ceremony on Tong Hung and Li Feng. Immediately, Tong Hung, Li Feng, and his life summon all stumbled over stones and fell, landing in a kneeling position. All three knelt at his feet, unable to resist. Li Feng and Tong Hung were stunned, exclaiming simultaneously, what? Jade Zhu ran over, hiding behind a corner, panting, thinking, I really couldn't worry less, hope I'm not too late. The image of the two kneeling with their life summon at Ning Fan's feet appeared before her. Jade Zhu breathed a sigh of relief. She exhaled lightly, relieved that she hadn't arrived too late. It seems like I've overthought this. Ning Fan smirked, stroked his chin, and asked, do you want to keep fighting? At this point, Tun Hung was furious, his face red with veins bulging on his neck. Ning Fan, I will kill you. As the two sides faced off, Li Feng secretly began the action to unlock the seal. His blood turned into a pink light that enveloped his body. You can't survive. If not, I will no longer be human. The strong willpower of both made Ning Fan feel pleased. Exactly, only such fighting spirit is worth provoking Li Feng. Come on, summon your stone giant soldier, Tun Hung. Ning Fan said, I want to see. You think your stone giant soldier can defeat me and brother Li Lion Shu? Ning Fan sneered. Basically, I don't intend to use this mundane summoning technique, he said. I will use my specialized ability, so you two will lose with full submission. Ning Fan suddenly released a dazzling golden light around him, causing both of them to squint. The brilliance he emitted exerted a powerful pressure that made Tun Hung stagger. He looked up, sweat dripping down his face, surprised, and said, a girl, what? Ning Fan continued summoning his patron and then summoned his patron again. Ning Fan briefly explained, it's just that I can transform without paying any price. Suddenly, from the ground, a skeletal arm appeared. Immediately, a death god appeared, radiating a cold aura. Li Feng looked on in fear, feeling a shiver, wondering, what is this? What is this creepy feeling? What is this? Ning Fan asked, his sharp gaze glinting, snapping his fingers, let's begin. Li Feng's strange beast lunged without hesitation, heading straight toward Ning Fan's death god. Instantly, Ning Fan's patron struck with a sharp blow, splitting the strange beast in two. Tun Hung witnessed this scene, his mouth agape in surprise, beginning to feel worried. Taking advantage of Tun Hung's distraction, Ning Fan struck. Hey, where are you looking? he said. That's your opponent. Before he could finish speaking, Ning Fan landed a direct punch on Tun Hung. Ning Fan's punch was so powerful that Tun Hung nearly couldn't breathe, leaving only a painful groan. Ning Fan kept a smug smile. The scene shifted to the next morning at school. In the D classroom, the students were chatting excitedly. Tun Hung and Li Feng, both covered in bandages, appeared. Li Quan recounted last night's events while Sufang laughed. Did you hear? Tun Hung and Li Feng got beaten up and hospitalized. I heard they were attacked from behind and couldn't even see the face of the attacker. Ning Fan walked into the classroom, hands in his pockets, one hand covering his mouth as he yawned. Good morning, everyone. The two were still chatting loudly and quickly greeted him back when they saw him. Good morning, teacher. Tian Chang looked up and smiled. Good morning, teacher Ning. Ting Yue ignored him, closing her eyes and muttering, what good morning. Wai sat in the corner of the class looking a bit different. The girl was sweating, her face flushed, hands fidgeting as if something was hard to say. Ning Fan kept a polite demeanor and opened the roll call book. All right, before we start the class, let's take attendance. Each time he called a name, the students responded. Sufang here, Li Quan here, Lang Ting Yue here, Zhang Tianchang here, Deng Taiet I. After taking attendance, Ning Fan noticed one student was missing. Isn't Sufang here? Tian Chang said worriedly. He hasn't come to class for a month. I wonder what's going on. Let's put that aside for now, Ning Fan said. What should we study first today? Anyone made progress today? Wai also raised her hand. The girl trembled. Ning Fan felt excited about this unexpected boldness. Good, Deng Taiet, do you want to try first? But Taiet just said, I'm a little unwell. I want to go to the infirmary. Hearing this, Ning Fan felt disappointed. Oh, go ahead, he said, then raised his hand, sighing for a moment. Sufang and Li Quan immediately went over to plead. Teacher Ning, let's continue. I want to become stronger. I want to get stronger. Ning Fan walked out of the classroom dejectedly, step by step. You guys study on your own, I'll take a walk. They were happy, thinking they would get some training today, but sighed when they saw their teacher leave the class. The scene shifted to the nameplate of the school infirmary. Ning Fan left the class and went down to the infirmary to find Taiet. Is this the place? When he peeked inside, he saw Taiet taking off her clothes behind the curtain. The girl suddenly spoke. Yes, I've taken off my clothes, you can come in now. Ning Fan blushed, his nosebleed started, and he excitedly said, Are you? Being so polite. The girl turned around and urged him, hurry up, or I'll change my mind. Ning Fan's nosebleed trickled down his chin, losing all his dignity. Just kidding, I'm not that kind of person. I'm just using the eyes of a master to assess your potential. Ning Fan thought to himself as his hand was on the curtain, preparing to pull it back. You only meant to take a quick glance, but just as the curtain was about to be drawn, a voice called out from behind. Hey, what do you think you're doing? She looked at him warily and probed. What do you want to do with my adorable student? The camera clicked repeatedly as Ning Fan spoke. Cosplay, secret rules. It soon became clear that Snow Yi had asked Cao Cao to take pictures. He looked displeased, sneaking around to get another teacher to help again. He pretended to be heartbroken but said he would let it slide, then complimented the cosplay as perfect, making Cao Cao so excited her nose bled and she gave a thumbs-up signal. Cao Cao said that was enough shooting for today and urged a change of clothes, but Ning Fan stood nearby and interjected. Remember to call me next time. I'll prepare a few more outfits for her. She angrily shouted. Get lost. Snow Yi drew the curtain back and spoke softly. Snow Yi said she was fine and wanted to leave early. Cao Cao turned to scold Ning Fan, claiming that if he couldn't teach, she would do it because Snow Yi's awakening level was low, only suited for healing magic. Ning Fan immediately retorted. She says I can't teach. Just based on that, I'll have to demonstrate in front of you first. After saying this, he raised his hand to his eye to activate the system. The master's gaze lit up on Snow Yi, and the system began displaying information. The system indicated that Snow Yi had a special physique, consuming only 1/10 the mana of an average person, able to read spells quickly, ideal for high-intensity offensive magic. Observing the notes, he discovered that Snow Yi's true identity was extraordinary, an internal agent sent by the Divine Superhuman Alliance. Ning Fan rested his chin, thinking, then blurted out in curiosity. Divine Superhuman Alliance is that the organization claiming superhumans will rule the world. Cao Cao gradually lost patience and pressed. So, can't figure anything out. He calmly replied, how could I not? Snow Yi is a magical prodigy. Snow Yi looked up, blushing, full of doubt. Me a prodigy. Cao Cao immediately contradicted, saying she didn't even know the simplest healing magic, the worst student she'd ever seen. But Ning Fan remained calm. That's because you don't understand. He insisted that she was a prodigy in offensive magic, which irritated her as she argued that he was wrong because offensive magic consumed 10 times more mana than healing. She added that her magic was lower than an average person's, never capable of offensive spells, but Ning Fan ignored her words. He stepped closer to Snow Yi and gently asked, You've never used offensive magic, right? She replied softly, No, Ning Fan stroked her head and spoke gently. Congratulations, you will become an offensive magic mage. Cao Cao intervened between them. She shouted to stop. Don't make decisions on your own. I've already seen it. You have no right to teach her. Snow placed her hand on her chest, whispering, Ms. Lamb, I want to trust Master Ning. Hearing this, Cao Cao's eyes darkened with worry. Little Snow. At that moment, Zhao Ying awkwardly stood outside the door, apologizing, and Cao Cao rushed out to check, thinking she had a fever again. She said this was the 5th time, and according to her healing magic theory, the fever should have been completely gone by now. Ning Fan found it odd that healing magic didn't cure a fever, sensing something amiss, so he activated his master's gaze on Zhao Ying. Cao Cao stepped closer to check, placing her hand on Zhao Ying's chest and channeling a stream of blue energy. As the divine light spread, Ning Fan calmly spoke to stop her. Wait, you can't cure this illness. Cao Cao spun around, angrily questioning, what right do you have to say I can't treat her? He responded leisurely, because she isn't actually sick, which surprised Zhao Ying, not sick. Cao Cao angrily shouted, asserting that as a Class B healer, she couldn't have misjudged. Ning Fan remained expressionless, saying there were things she truly couldn't see, then turned to smile at Zhao Ying. Lately, your awakening level hasn't increased because of some blockage, right? The girl shyly confirmed, yes, that's right. Ning Fan snapped his fingers to confirm. Exactly. Her body warmed as he donned a white lab coat. He confidently explained that the fire attribute mana in her body was awakening and reminded her, your treatment has been inadvertently hindering this awakening process. All three were shocked. What? Zhao Ying looked up, asking softly. What should I do then? He spoke gently to reassure her. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Zhang Ying was crying, teacher, help me. He patted the little girl's head and replied, it's okay, it's a small thing. Cao Cao stood next to them, arms crossed, unable to hide her curiosity. She said, I want to see what you're going to do. Ning Fan glanced at her, replying confidently, then I'll give you a free lesson, just learn a bit more. He took out a packet of delicious hot pot seasoning along with various side dishes, then set up a complete hot pot. Everyone sat down and ate happily, praising, this is delicious, amazing. Suddenly, Cao Cao noticed something strange. She asked in surprise, why are we eating hot pot like this? He smiled and replied, don't worry, just eat. Zhu Yi gently explained, Teacher Ning said this method is to stimulate the fire element magic inside her body. Cao Cao was surprised and asked again, do you understand what this means? She pointed at Zhang Ying, asking doubtfully, can a hot pot meal really awaken her like this? Zhang Ying was still happily eating. Suddenly, Cao Cao turned around and noticed something unusual. The little girl leaned back, her body filled with magic power. Cao Cao was stunned, unable to believe what she was seeing. What is this? Zhang Ying was also surprised as flames erupted from her hand. She happily thought, my strength has really increased. Ning Fan scratched his head regretfully. Such a pity, it only increased your awakening value by 5%. Although the result was small, the little girl still smiled and said softly, that's enough. Zhang Ying happily ran off, thanking the teacher. I have to use this method to level up quickly. Cao Cao asked curiously, is it really that easy to level up? He looked at her, smiled, and said, are you convinced now? Cao Cao still refused to back down. She stubbornly replied, you're just using some crooked methods to get lucky. Ning Fan didn't care. He placed his hand on Zhu Yi's shoulder and said, it doesn't matter if you don't believe, as long as my student believes. Ning Fan continued teasing, I want you to see how impressive I am. After saying that, he turned around and said, let's go, let me take you to a new world. Zhu Yi gently lowered her head and replied softly, okay. The sunlight began to shine into the training field, casting a light yellow hue. Ning Fan and Zhu Yi stood in the middle of the field. The air was still for a moment. Dong Lei walked up, arms crossed, looking at them with disdain. Oh, isn't this teacher Ning here for a tour? He turned to Zhu Yi and asked, can you hear the dogs barking? Dong Lei's face changed and a sense of offense rose. He yelled loudly, get lost. This is the mage attack training area, we don't welcome you. Ning Fan gently patted Zhu Yi's head and said firmly, how about it? He glanced at Dong Lei and continued, are you afraid I'll ruin your place? He burst out laughing, as if he had heard something ridiculous. A few students started whispering, that girl Zhu Yi doesn't even know basic healing magic. Now she wants to learn attack magic, she's going to die. Is the teacher sick? Ning Fan couldn't bear to listen to their gossip anymore and almost growled, you can insult me, but you can't look down on my student. The others laughed and mocked, oh so scary. Zhu Yi also felt worried. Unconsciously she spoke up, can I really do it? He turned to her with a confident look, softly saying, trust me. Then Ning Fan called her over and whispered in her ear. When the plan was set, he seriously asked, do you remember? Zuyi nodded. Yes, just trust me. Donglei smirked. Don't worry, let this little girl show her move first. He sneered. The chance of this girl using intermediate magic is smaller than the chance of me being struck by lightning. But then Donglei stopped, his eyes wide open, staring at the girl in front of him in shock. Zuyi closed her eyes and focused, energy slowly merging into her body. When she opened her eyes, she looked straight ahead, her gaze firm. Then Zuyi shouted, energy gathering in her palm, thunder roaring. The lightning bolts intertwined, striking down fiercely. Dust and smoke swirled and Dong Lei's face changed. His eyes wide with shock, he blurted out. Looking at the wreckage before him, Dong Lei was horrified. No way, it's impossible, he doubted. Her awakening level is less than 10%. How can she use level 3 attack magic? Ning Fan crossed his arms, sarcastically saying, you guys only know how to look at awakening levels, right? He patted Zuya's head proudly and said, the value of my student is not determined by those meaningless numbers. Zuyi smiled gently. Her eyes gleamed with admiration as she looked sincerely at Ning Fan. Dong Lei was furious, pointing at Ning Fan's face and shouting, Ning Fan, your value was determined long ago. You and your student aren't worth a penny. Ning Fan gave him a contemptuous look and replied, then what are you, someone I step on under my feet? Shameless Dong Lei shouted, Ning Fan, I've already given you face. He arrogantly said, even if I get punished, today I'll show you what respect is. Ning Fan did not yield, his voice full of challenge. If he was that confident, then let him try. His eyes were filled with provocation. Yuki stood beside him, gently tugging his sleeve as if trying to say something. The girl shyly said, Teacher Nin, let's go, don't cause any more trouble. Nin Fam reached out to pat her head, a gentle and intimate gesture. He looked toward his teammate, seeing his student humiliated. As a teacher, of course, he had to regain his dignity. Nin Fam smiled calmly and assuredly, it's okay, don't worry. He looked at his hand and thought silently, the teacher's system helps them level up, and Min had also recovered some of his strength. Min Fam felt slightly uneasy. He murmured this should be enough to handle him. He raised his finger, inviting, confident, and challenging his opponent. Nin Fam continued to provoke, don't say I bullied you, make the first move. He was furious, gathering purple energy between his hands. You'll regret saying that. With that, he released a lightning-like attack. He shouted level 5 lightning magic, thunder strike. Nin Fam smiled, eyes sharp, carefully observing every move. Nin Fam raised his hand, golden energy accumulating, saying, I thought this move would be stronger. A sphere of energy surrounded him, blocking all of his opponent's attacks. The opponent gasped, realizing he was not easy to deal with. What is going on? Nin Fam thought. Looks like I overestimated my opponent and underestimated the system. My true power is more than this. Strong lightning swirled around his body. My turn. Nin Fam raised his finger skyward like a lightning rod, dark clouds gathering, thunder crashing. He did not yield. He displayed his ultimate skill, level 8 lightning magic. Nin Fam calmly said, the fury of Genos. Thunder God, the opponent stared, eyes wide with shock. How is this possible? Yuki watched from the side. She anxiously called, Teacher Min Fam. Nin Fam pointed at him, lightning crackling with fury, and released a thunder strike. The opponent froze, unmoving. He gaped upward, the lightning descended, tearing the sky apart, shining brilliantly. The opponent was struck, his body covered in wounds, spirit scattering. Nin Fam smiled in satisfaction. Very good, my strength is almost fully recovered. From now on, I'll continue using the system to boost my power. He signaled to the students, take him away. 3 or 4 of them quickly carried the opponent off, chanting in unison, understood. Nin Fam turned to the girl behind him, gently reassuring, with me here, no one will bully you. Yuki clasped her hands to her chest, shyly asking, Teacher Nin, you turned around. His determined eyes answered her. What? Summoning her courage, Yuki asked, Teacher Nin, can I be as good as you? Nin Fam quickly replied, of course not. Then he reached out to encourage her. My students must be stronger than me. After saying this, the girl turned away, leaving him with a puzzled expression, not understanding. Yuki slowly removed her glasses and rubbed her eyes. The system displayed that she gained 24 trust points from Yuki. Nin Fam slowly approached behind her. She burst into tears. Teacher Nin, this is the first time someone recognized me like this. He laughed calmly saying, I have a line for you. Nin Fam changed his expression, eyes full of affection. You look very cute without your glasses. In classroom D, spider webs covered the sign. Inside, Li Qiang shouted, it's been so long, why hasn't Teacher Nin returned yet? Sufang stood beside him, adding, yeah, wasn't he visiting Yuki? The kid continued. Yuki, her face is serious all day, just looking at her is irritating. Both looked toward Tin and Gaia. Students whispered, indeed, when it comes to beauty, our elder sister stands out. Outside, Tin and Gayet pretended not to care but inwardly delighted. She thought they do have an eye for beauty. Just then Ninfam returned, followed by Yuki. "I'm back." Li Qiang and Sufang hurried out to greet him, smiling. "Welcome back, teacher." The girl stood close to Ninfam. They saw her fair face teary-eyed. The two's hearts raced, eyes in hearts drooling. "So cute, I think I've just fallen in love," Li Qiang and Sufang whispered, making Tin and Gayet blush, clenching her fists angrily. "Do you two want to die?" They looked at each other and laughed. In everyone's surprise, Yuki slowly walked toward Tian Chang. The girl shyly said hello. Tian Chang also shyly replied hello. Ninfam stood aside, watching the two romantically, smirking mischievously. A familiar voice rang from the homeroom office. "Head teacher Ma, you need to handle this." The opponent, covered in injuries, painfully held his face, saying, "Look, teacher, Ninfam beat me to this state." Haishan raised a hand to his chin, thinking, again Ninfam, has this kid recovered his strength? Moreover, before he wasn't this strong. He raised his voice. Bullying someone so much is unacceptable. Head teacher Ma, you can't let him off. After listening, he turned to reassure. Don't worry, even if he regains his strength, he won't have a chance to rise anymore. Haishan snapped his pen in half, his face darkening, firmly declaring, he and his entire class must be expelled from the Insight Academy. The scene shifted to a clear sky. A gentle breeze swept across the wide schoolyard. Students clustered in groups around the notice board, discussing eagerly. Everyone curiously read the notice, which stated that, according to the school's administrative office, to optimize facility use. From today until the end of next week, any class with fewer than 7 students would be disbanded on June 12, 2019. Tian Chang angrily spoke up. It seems like our class is the only one at Insight Academy that doesn't meet the requirements. Lin Yue agreed. Clearly, they want to cancel Class D. Just then, a hand decisively tore the notice down. Ning Fan ripped it in half and calmly said, "So what? We just need to make sure their plan failed." Ning Fan turned to the class. "Including Su Feng's absence, we have 6 people total, right? That means we're still 1 short." Zhu Yi spoke up. "They probably assumed no one would attend our class, which is why they set that minimum number." Ripping the paper into pieces, he turned and left, saying, "We'll handle this after class. I'm going to Su Feng's place, study on your own." Li Qiang and Su Feng sighed in exasperation. "Oh, self-study again? Can't you wait until school ends?" He turned back and replied, "Break time is for resting, little friend." Zhu Yi blushed and asked Tian Chang, "Do you want to go to the training ground to practice the magic Ning just taught?" Tian Chang caught the opportunity and couldn't refuse. "Sure, let's go." Ling Yue also spoke up, inviting the remaining 2. "I want to practice too, follow me." But Li Qiang and Su Feng, already attracted to Zhu Yi, waved them off. "No, we want to go with Zhu Yi." However, they had no say. Ling Yue got angry, punished the 2, then summoned First 9 to drag Li Qiang and Su Feng over to Ning Fan. Standing in front of a high-rise apartment, following the address, he stopped before a unit and wondered, this must be Su Feng's place. Ning Fan pressed the doorbell and waited. The door slowly opened, revealing someone inside. Ting Tian, covered in charms, anxiously asked, "Who are you?" Ning Fan replied, "I'm Su Feng's teacher, here to visit him." Hearing this, she brightened. "Finally, you're here, come in and see my son." Ning Fan felt slightly embarrassed but asked, "And us?" Then he stepped inside, seeing only a box. Soft light fell on the desk, making the room even quieter. Ning Fan said, "So this is Su Feng?" Ting Tian next to him frowned. "Yes." He looked at the cardboard box. The box had 2 holes to see outside. Ting Tian explained, "Since coming home from school last month, he's been hiding in the box, not speaking." Worried, she asked, "Has he been possessed?" Ning Fan waved her off. "No, I assure you, don't worry, I'll talk to him." With that, Ning Fan entered and firmly closed the door. Standing before the box, he said, "I'm Ning Fan, your teacher, come out, let's talk." But Su Feng refused to come out. Ning Fan, angered, shouted, "Trying to force my hand, huh?" He gradually lost patience and yelled, "Do I have to hit you?" At that moment he froze, noticing the box beside him remained unusually intact. Ning Fan frantically overturned other boxes. He ground his teeth, asking, "What game are you playing?" After a while, Ning Fan helplessly said, "Forget it, seeing you like this, I can't even talk, I'll check myself." Just then, the system suddenly announced that the Su Feng surveillance eye was starting. Su Feng has the ability to use speed magic, loves things that can fly, and secretly practices flying magic. This backfires, causing him to stumble while running. Lacking determination, he cannot break through to the final stage. Ning Fan pondered, likes flying things, huh? That's clear, but lacks determination. He wondered, how should I solve this? His eyes scanned the room, then questioned, do I really have to do it this way? Just then, seeing Su Feng stir slightly, he immediately grabbed his mask and asked, "Where are you trying to go?" Su Feng replied awkwardly, "Teacher Ning, don't worry about me. A student who falls while running will just give up later. Please give up on me." Hearing this, Ning Fan's brow slightly furrowed. Then he slowly approached him. He lowered his voice and asked, "No matter what, you won't go, right?" Sufang firmly answered. I won't. He added, even if you hit me, scold me, or throw me out the window, I still won't go to class. Just then, Ningfan unexpectedly grabbed his waist. You laughed and asked, how did you know I would throw it out the window? At this moment, his hair was stiff with hairspray. Sufang suddenly shouted, ah wait, Ning, you can still go to school. Ningfam didn't want to drag things on and spoke up. It's late. Before he could respond, he was already swept into the wind. Sufang's body gradually floated in the air, causing him to panic and shout. Looking down, he realized the ground was not far below. After a moment, Ningfam suddenly said, all right, open your eyes. Hearing this, he slowly opened his eyes. What? Ning explained. Actually, my flying magic has reached its final stage. The only thing I'm missing now is the final step. Sufang suddenly understood. So that's why the teacher told you to merge with the wind. Ningfam immediately admitted. That's right, he casually said. Even if I fall later, I'll just fall. Less than half a second later, Ningfam added, but I can fly. At that moment, his tablet was showing a boxing match. Ningfam casually sat on Sufang's back and continued watching. He glanced around and commented, life is so beautiful. His gaze swept ahead and he saw Lion Bao School in the distance. We're almost there. He put away the tablet and said, let's go down. Just then, at the school's sports field, Liu Fei instructed, Li Zhen, make sure to break the Class C record this time. He reminded, run well, aim to break the record. Liu Ying responded, don't worry, Teacher Liu. Seeing his enthusiasm, Liu Fei smiled. Get ready. Less than half a second later, he shouted loudly, run. Liu Ying thought to himself, let's see who can break my record this time. Just as he finished his self-satisfied thought, Ningfam and Sufang suddenly zoomed past him. The two of them disappeared from sight, causing Liu Ying to freeze for a moment. Then he looked up, focusing ahead. When he regained his senses, he realized his body was exhausted. At the same time, at the main gate of the prestigious City Spy Academy, the car door slowly opened, and then Tian Ka's footsteps were heard. He looked around and asked, is this the Spy Academy? Inside, Li Qiang was saying, you should go back quickly, don't make me cry, please go back quickly. Tian Yue shouted, stop making noise, both of you. She continued, if the teacher isn't coming back, just go practice yourself, it's not a big deal. Tian Ka slowly walked in and met them face to face. He looked up and asked, hey, where's the faculty office? Seeing his arrogance, she clearly showed her displeasure. She replied, is this how you ask for directions? Aren't you afraid of getting a beating? Tian Ka just sneered. A beating from you? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qiang rushed at him like a bullet. Dare to talk back to the big sister. You want to die. Seeing this, the corners of Tian Ka's mouth curled up. The boy's punch was stopped midair. Li Qiang was immediately sent flying, sliding along the ground, his clothes torn to shreds. Tian Ka walked up and coldly said, I told you, you guys can't touch me. Realizing the situation was bad, Tian Yue spoke up. Do you want to fight? She calmly looked at him and said, I'll fight with you. Seeing that she had stepped forward, Tian Ka turned his gaze to her. She looked at him with determination and said, don't worry, I promise I won't kill you. He scoffed, do you think those rocks can break my defense? Tian Yue waved her hand. You'll know in a moment. The stone guardians, controlled by her, rushed forward. They all attacked Tian Ka but failed, and then he shattered the stone guardians. Tian Yue watched in shock. What? Tian Ka calmly stood by as they cracked into pieces. He then delivered the finishing blow to the stone guardians. He yawned, so, is that all you guys can do? It seems like your teacher isn't much either. Hearing this, Tian Chang got angry and shouted, what did you say? Tian Ka coldly replied, what? You upset because I mentioned your teacher? Then show me everything your teacher taught you. Ziyi didn't hesitate to extend her hand, summoning her power and directing a thunder bomb at him. But all he did in response was give a faint smile. Seeing this, Tian Chang became even more dissatisfied and roared. Fueled by rage, he charged like lightning, throwing punches at Tian Ka. Tian Chang thought, how strong is his defense? After a while, he stopped attacking, frozen in place. Tian Chang stepped back, but his gaze was still locked on Tian Ka. He clapped and said, you guys exceeded my expectation. He continued to clap for your courage. Seeing Tian Ka's look of disdain, Tian Yue gritted her teeth. Tian Ka said, if you're not convinced, you can call your teacher to come and spar with me. She asked, who are you, and have you forgotten us? At that moment, Ninfam suddenly appeared as if he had just heard someone call his name. He was surprised by the scene before him. What? You can't land like that using Tian Ka's gaze. However, Sufang landed improperly, causing Ninfam to cough a few times. Next time, I'll teach you how to land safely. Tian Ka stepped forward and said, are you their teacher? You're doing a terrible job with these students. He sneered, I'll make you take back what you just said. Taiyi spoke up, sorry teacher, we can't beat him. Tian Truong added, his defense ability is too strong. Ninfam reassured them, there's no defense that can't be broken, you just haven't used the right method. Tian Ka laughed when he heard that. Then can you show them how? He was excited. I've been wanting to do that anyway. At the same time, the system was activated and began scanning Tian Ka. The system quickly provided a series of details. Tian Ka has the ability to use defensive magic, awakening level 48%. This person is combative, the focus of defensive magic. Those with over 25% strength can break through it. Nin looked at the information and smiled. Kid, you've grown up. Li Qiang whispered, Teacher Nin, look what that guy is doing to me. Sufang said, don't go easy on him, teacher. Tian Ka burst out laughing. Look at your poor student. Nin frowned. Poor? I think you're the one who's pathetic, someone who likes to attack but can only hide behind a defensive shell. Nin Fam's words seemed to anger Tian Ka. What did you say? Nin Fam rolled his eyes. You too, I'll show you this afternoon. He walked forward and said, when someone bullies you, you have to fight back yourself. The system activated and began scanning Sufang. Li Qiang, the system reported, Sufang specializes in controlling magic that erodes others' consciousness. Can only control thoughts while casting magic, cannot negatively affect their spirit. Nin Fam thought, erosion magic can't destroy someone's spirit. Is this fun? The system reported. Li Qiang has physical abilities, weak power, but in an unconscious state, his strength can increase multiple times. He was shocked. How can someone's strength increase when they're unconscious? How can they fight like that? These two weren't helpful. Nin Fam thought for a moment and then suddenly realized, wait, you two move closer, let me take another look, the system reported. Beginning to scan Li Qiang and Sufang simultaneously, Nin Fam looked at the results and muttered, just as I thought. The two of them said in unison, Teacher Nin, can we become stronger too? He immediately replied, of course. The Nin Fam extended his hand to point at Tian Ka and said, next, you two should torment him for me. Nin Fam gathered everyone into a circle to discuss the winning strategy. Do you understand now? After hearing this, everyone replied in unison, we understand. At this moment he stood tall, smiling, and pointed at Li Qiang and Sufang. You two fight. Upon hearing this, both of their faces showed panic. Li Qiang anxiously replied, Teacher Nin, don't you understand our strength? Sufang added, yes, even if we know his weaknesses, we still can't beat him. Nin Fam walked up to them, putting an arm around both of their shoulders. Of course, you can't beat him, but as long as you work together, he spoke seriously, the strategy is as follows. Sufang, use your erosion magic to control Li Qiang's thoughts. Tin and Gaiet, standing to the side, frowned. You're going to use erosion magic on your own people. Really? What are you up to? Li Qiang heard Nin Fam's plan and spread his arms, no longer having any regrets. If Teacher Nin says so, then let's do it. Don't hold back. Sufang began casting his magic. All right, I'll start now. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched his arms forward, releasing dense black smoke in waves. The smoke poured into Li Qiang's body, causing his eyes to roll back, and his body fell backward as if lifeless. Li Qiang lost control, swaying back and forth, arms outstretched, spinning left and right, swinging aimlessly. Nin Fam pointed, control Li Qiang, fight. Sufang responded, understood. Tian Ka stood within the protective shield, smirking arrogantly. If you say I'm bullying them, then I'll just stand still and let them hit me. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qiang, controlled by Sufang, clenched his fist and flew up high, throwing a punch towards Tian Ka. Tian Ka, with a disdainful look on his face, sneered, standing still. Li Qiang extended both arms, continuously punching the protective shield around Tian Ka. Because he was being controlled, he didn't know fatigue, and his punches kept falling like rain. Li Qiang raised his arm and the punches kept falling without feeling tired. Tian Ka stood still, indifferently watching. The punches kept coming, like an unending rain. There's no response, just the sound of punches continuing to fall. Watching Li Qiang relentlessly strike like a madman, he pretended to stay calm, but inside he was panicking, wondering what was happening. I told you, you can't break through my defense. He was secretly astonished at the sudden surge in his opponent's strength. Outwardly calm, he said, why did this guy suddenly get so strong? He smiled and replied, you misunderstood, I'm just getting used to controlling him. The real attack comes next. As soon as he finished speaking, he increased his magical power and continued controlling Li Qiang to charge and attack Tian Ka. Under his manipulation, the boy clenched his fist and delivered a powerful punch to the defense. He even sneered, I told you, you can't break it. Unexpectedly, the shield developed countless cracks as if about to shatter. Tian Ka shouted in shock, what? Before he could recover, Li Qiang pierced through the defense, his punch striking Tian Ka's face directly. The heavy blow threw him out of the protective layer, sending him flying backward. Tian Ka fell to the ground, limbs sprawled, face blank with shock. He couldn't understand, as the opponent had been weak before. Ning Fan watched the fight and smiled teasingly. Don't give up so easily, there's more to come. Hearing that, Tian Ka jumped up, eyes wide with disbelief. Before he could regain composure, Tian Chang rushed forward and landed a powerful punch to his stomach. The blow caused Tian Ka extreme pain, his eyes rolling. Immediately after, Tin and Gaiet's 1,000-pound stone also crashed down. Not stopping there, Tiat Y unleashed an intense lightning strike, almost incinerating him to a blackened skeleton. A barrage of sudden attacks rained down consecutively. knocking him unconscious on the spot. While later, next to the unconscious Tian Ka, Tian Cheng put his hands in his pockets and said, "Maybe we went a bit too far." Ning Fan, standing nearby, replied, "It's fine." Gaiet Y poked Tian Ka with a small stick, eyes wide. Tin and Gaiet spoke sternly, "Being merciful to your enemy is cruelty to yourself. Besides, what we should worry about now is the class being cancelled." After confirming the victory, Ning Fan prepared to leave, saying, "When troops advance, generals block. When water rises, land stops it. Everyone goes home." As he walked away, he felt something was off and muttered, "Why do I feel like I forgot something? What did I forget?" In the office, Kai Shan held a paper, smiled in satisfaction, and said, "This time we kept our dignity." Tian Ka, bruised and battered, walked in asking, "Are you the supervisor guiding Ma Kai Shan?" He immediately got angry, shouting, "Who are you? You call me by my name like that." Despite his injuries, he calmly introduced himself. "I'm the transfer student Zia Tian Ka. I'm here to handle the paperwork today." Hearing that, he stared at the new student's file to verify. Shortly after, his expression changed completely. Smiling, he asked, "Zia Tian Ka, what happened to your face?" He turned his gaze elsewhere and replied casually, "It's nothing, just fell down the stairs." He didn't take offense, stood up from his chair and enthusiastically said, "I'll show you around the school." He turned away, coldly replying, "No need, can I choose my own class?" Kai Shan smiled in agreement. "Of course, you can choose any class you want." Tian Ka responded indifferently, "All right." After speaking, he slammed the door and left the office. After Tian Ka left, Kai Shan immediately made a phone call. He smiled happily and said over the phone, "Hello, the student from Class S reported their name earlier." He continued, "Let them go to whichever class they want. No need to ask me for permission anymore." After ending the call, he leaned on the desk, satisfied, thinking that a capable student arrived while an incompetent teacher was about to leave. A double blessing. In the admissions office, with the door slightly open, La Chu handed Ning Fan, who was yawning, a stack of forms and reminded, "Anyway, your class will be cancelled, so prepare the expulsion forms for those students." He took the stack from the old man, tore it in half nonchalantly, and said, "Don't worry, my class will never be cancelled." Seeing that arrogant attitude, the old man angrily scolded, "Don't overestimate yourself, except fools, no one will go to your class." No sooner had he finished than Tian Ka entered the room, saying, "I want to join this person's class." La Chu, surprised, looked at him and asked, "You're the genius transfer student Zia Tian Ka." Thinking he didn't know the situation, he explained at length, "You're new, so you wouldn't know. That teacher is infamous for being useless at Tin Sat Academy. His class is the worst in the school. Transfer to Class S." He continued to advise that Class S offered better prospects, implying not to follow Ning Fan's class. He stood beside, unable to hear anything from the person in front of him, his face showing impatience. He replied, "Didn't I say I have the right to choose the next class? I want to join his class." Ning Fan kept a cold expression, his lips slightly smiling. "You want to join? Did I say I'm taking you into my class?" La Chu was stunned, mouth agape, unable to believe it. "Refuse." Tian Ka heard his rejection and responded in annoyance, "I heard your teacher's class is still short of students. If not, it will be cancelled." Nin Pham was indifferent, coldly replying, "Sorry, even if the class gets cancelled, I still don't need you." He smiled faintly, not continuing but throughout the afternoon. "Only my class can bring out your potential." He was both attacking and defending. "We don't have fate." Tian Ka felt frustrated, frowning slightly and asking, "How can I get you to accept me into your class?" Nin Pham smirked and continued, "Simple, just repeat this once more. Teacher Nin, please let me into your class. No other way." Tian Ka, annoyed, tried to suppress his anger and repeated, "Teacher Nin, please let me into your class." He smiled smugly and continued, "Great Teacher Nin, please let a humble person like me into your class." Though extremely uncomfortable, he repeated, "Great Teacher Nin, please let a humble person like me into your class." Nin Pham heard this and smiled again. "Great and benevolent Teacher Nin, please let a petty and insignificant person like me into your class." Tian Ka was so angry that his body shook, continuing, "Great and benevolent Teacher Nin, please let a petty and insignificant person like me into your class." He didn't stop. "Teacher Nin, the most handsome in the world, great and benevolent." Nearby, La Chu couldn't believe it, mouth wide open, unable to speak. Time passed, the fresh air of the morning, and a new day began. At this moment, Nin Pham was enjoying his breakfast with great ease. Suddenly he saw Tian Chuang, Tin and Gaiet, and Lai Kuang with gloomy, fearful faces, light and shadow mixed on their faces. Nin Pham saw his students like this and asked suspiciously, "Why do you guys look so down in the morning?" Tin and Gaiet looked scared. He pointed to the right and said, "You know what to do." Kai's son smiled and pointed to the desk, reminding him, "Nin Pham, it seems like the number of students in your class doesn't meet the minimum standard." Hearing this, he didn't care and continued eating. After finishing his meal, Nin Pham walked into the classroom and headed to the teacher's desk on the podium. He stopped, placed both hands on the desk, and calmly said, "All right, let's begin." In class, Kai's son was ignored by him, angrily pointing at Nin Pham and shouting, "Nin Pham, the class has been cancelled. What are you still teaching? Pack up your stuff." Lai Kuang, worried, hesitantly asked, "Do we stop here?" Sufang stood beside, sadly saying, "It's hard to find a great teacher like Teacher Nin." Yi, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel heartbroken. She frowned as she heard Kai-sun shouting. Nin Pham raised his hand, turned his ear, and said, "I have enough students already." "What do you mean cancel the class?" Kai-sun, hearing this, showed disdain and said, "You have enough. Are you crazy? Who wants your shabby class?" Hearing the mockery, Nin Pham remained unfazed and calmly replied, "I think that student's name is Tian Ka." Kai-sun, hearing this, laughed loudly. Kai-sun asked, "Are you trying to make me laugh to death?" At this moment, Tian Ka entered the classroom. Kai-sun grinned, still unable to believe that a student like Tian Ka would come to Nin Pham's class. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly looked outside. Shouting in shock, Tian Ka! Tin and Gayet looked at Tian Ka, her face calm. Nin Pham sternly scolded, "You're late and still dare to enter. Go outside and report." Hearing this, Tian Ka was not angry, stood up and walked outside, standing at attention. Tian Ka reported, "Report." Seeing the situation before him, Kai-sun was shocked, unable to believe it. Nin Pham saw this and nodded slightly and left. Kai-sun approached Tian Ka, speaking incessantly. "Ka, this is the shabbiest class in the Tin Sat Academy. Wait, I'll transfer you to Class S." Tian Ka gently refused. "No need. I want to stay in this class." At this moment, La Chu walked in from the door, holding a card in his hand. "Tian Ka, your student card is ready." Kai-sun, angry, approached La Chu, grabbing his neck, shaking him wildly. "Why did Tian Ka come to Nin Pham's class without reporting to me?" La Chu was almost shaken to the point of foaming at the mouth, trying to explain. "Didn't you say she can join any class she wants? No need to report." Ignoring their argument, Nin Pham reminded, "If you're going to argue, go outside. I need to teach." Finally, Kai-sun let go of La Chu and turned with an arrogant look. "Nin Pham, I won't let you off." Nin Pham smiled indifferently, dismissing the threat. "I'll welcome you anytime." Outside the classroom, La Chu, worried, asked, "Head teacher, what should we do now?" Kai-sun walked beside with a crafty look. "Go call the finance department head for me." Returning to the classroom, Nin Pham led the way, followed by the students. Tin and Gayet was not very pleased. The teacher pointed at Tian Ka and asked why this person was admitted to our class. Pointing at Tian Ka, he wondered why this student was accepted. "Can't we switch with someone else? You should thank me. It's because of me this class wasn't cancelled." "Can't we switch with someone else? You should thank me. It's because of me this class wasn't cancelled." Li Qiang stood nearby with a scowl, mocking with his tongue out, looking triumphant, while Su Feng mimicked him in reply. Li Qiang made a mocking face, stuck out his tongue, and Su Feng joined in, replying. Tian Chang beside them quickly reminded everyone that they would all be classmates from now on. Tian Chang hurriedly reminded everyone that they would all be classmates. Zuya looked embarrassed, sincerely reminding everyone to help each other. Then the group continued walking. Zhu Yi, embarrassed but sincere, said everyone should help each other. Ning Fan smiled, stopped, and looked at the class, asking if they remembered this place. Ning Fan smiled, stopped, and asked the class, "Do you remember this place?" Tian Ka shook his head, saying he forgot. Ning Fan spread his arms and stood tall, full of pride. Tian Ka shook his head. "I forgot." Ning Fan spread his arms, stood tall, face full of pride. Ning Fan said he was beaten by other students right here, and if he fell, the teacher would make him crawl back from that spot. Ning Fan said, "I was beaten by other students right here. Wherever I fall, the teacher makes me crawl back from there." His odd behavior caught everyone's attention. Both he and Ting Yue sweated, staring blankly at Ning Fan's self-adoration. Tian Ka, expressionless, said he didn't understand what the teacher meant. Both he and Ting Yue sweated, staring blankly at Ning Fan, still self-adoring. Tian Ka said bluntly, "I don't understand what the teacher means." Ning Fan teased Tian Ka, asking the great teacher Ning Fan for guidance. Ning Fan said, "Great teacher Ning Fan, please instruct me." Tian Ka, frustrated, grimaced and repeated Ning Fan's words. Tian Ka, grimacing, repeated, "Great teacher Ning Fan, please instruct me." Ning Fan pulled out glasses and put them on professionally, showing his respect. Ning Fan, somehow producing a pair of glasses, put them on professionally, showing his respect. He began seriously teaching how to handle previous problems, emphasizing that the student's defense was weak and could easily be broken if attacked. Ning Fan said, "I will teach how to solve previous problems first. Your defense is weak. If the opponent attacks, it can easily be broken." Then Ning Fan held up 2 fingers, smiling, presenting a solution. Ning Fan held up 2 fingers, smiling, presenting a solution. He instructed how to activate 2 layers of defense simultaneously, one protecting the student and the other covering the previous layer's weak point, hands in pockets as he continued explaining. Ning Fan said, "Now you can activate 2 layers of defense simultaneously. One protects you, the other covers the weak point of the previous defense layer." He put his hands in his pockets and continued explaining. Hearing that, admiration immediately appeared on Tian Chang's face. as expected of teacher Ning. He could even come up with a method like this. Tianji listened but felt doubtful. After all, this involved changing the form of a defensive barrier. He did not know whether he could do it. Ning Fan looked at him, raised his thumb straight up, his eyes full of trust. Do not worry, you can do it. Hearing him say that, he clenched his fist. Begin the test. Yes. Let me try. Tianji closed his eyes and focused, gathering his power while recalling the guidance Ning Fan had just given him. At that moment, his body was covered by a shield of light that looked extremely sturdy. Several minutes passed. Tianji was so exhausted that sweat poured down his body, but his face was filled with excitement. It worked. Chu Feng stood outside, flew up to look at Xing Yue and suggested, try attacking him. She clenched her fist. Gu Guang, do not do it. As soon as the words fell, Xing Yue immediately activated her power. The enormous figure of 19 appeared behind her. Under her control, it held a giant drill and charged swiftly toward Tianji's defensive shield. In the end, the drill struck his golden shield wall. In less than a minute, the drill shattered against the firmness of the defense. Tianji, standing inside the shield, remained completely unharmed. Xing Yue stared wide-eyed, her face filled with disbelief. But on the other side, Ning Fan looked extremely pleased with himself, smiling because he had proven his method was correct. It worked. Xing Yue was drained and braced both hands on the ground. She gasped for breath. Beside her, Tianji wore an arrogant expression. Then that means I am the strongest person in this class. He looked down at her and mocked her. Even beating you is nothing worth being proud of. After hearing that, Xing Yue was so angry her mouth fell open. Her face darkened and she roared, "Are you looking to die?" After that, Tianji turned to Ning Fan and said earnestly, "Teacher, can you make me even stronger? I want to defeat everyone in this division." Including the people from Class S. Hearing that, he closed his eyes, smiled, and shook his head. Learning has no limits. There are still many things you need to learn. After saying that, Ning Fan turned to face the whole class and instructed them in a clear voice. Each of you has your own unique trait, so I will teach according to each person's talent. He continued. Now we have completed the first advancement and upgrade for the strength of the Class A students. Ning Fan crossed his arms in front of his chest. He declared confidently, next, I will help you advance once more. The surrounding students all looked at him with admiring eyes, clearly revealing their worship. A system notification appeared, 55 trust points gained from students. After saying that, Ning Fan became excited. He raised his hand and pointed toward Tian Chang. Let us start with you first. He smiled proudly and explained gently, you originally had the strength of a Class S student, but because you were injured, your strength declined severely. And now I am going to completely heal your injury. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan turned around, stretched, and smiled. All right, enough talk. Class dismissed. Tian Chang, I will come find you early tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, outside the Class B office. Unlike the lively atmosphere in Ning Fan's class, the office was sunk in silence. Everyone sat in place, quietly lost in thought. Long propped his chin on both hands, his expression serious. You have all heard about Ning Fan, right? Hearing that, Zheng Ming also joined the discussion. I heard he beat up several teachers from Class C. Jai Zhen, who was beside him, added, it seems Director Ma was also humiliated by him. Shui put on a charming air and answered softly, did you call us here because of Ning Fan? The old man listened to everyone talking, kept the same demeanor and replied, that is right. Ning Fan caused trouble with Director Ma. He will definitely face retaliation. This is a perfect opportunity to win Director Ma over. Zheng Ming spoke up and reported, I heard Director Ma already went to the head of the finance department first. Is it too late for us to act now? Wenlong smiled contemptuously and eased his concern. There is no need to worry about that rabble in the finance department. I have a way. The old man looked at everyone in the room. He continued, besides, there are also those students of his. Outside, white clouds floated gently across the sunny sky. Inside the room, Ning Fan lay on the bed, smiling with satisfaction. This feels great, but I will probably be busy again after this. Suddenly thinking of something, he immediately sprang up and sat straight. Wait, that is not right. Since I have taken care of and guided those students, I should improve too. I have not properly studied the ancient master system recently. Ning Fan walked into the bathroom, looked at himself in the mirror, and felt a surge of self-admiration. Handsome man, let me take a good look at you. After that, he stared intently into the mirror, widening his eyes as he assessed himself, as if he were examining his own body. Ning Fan stood still in front of the mirror, looking at himself like that for a long while. At that moment, the system appeared and gave an assessment. A series of blue panels and lines of text appeared in his mind. Health status. Good. Awakening level frozen. System skills 1. Master teacher's eyes. 2. Master teacher's audience. Trust points 80. The host has consumed a certain number of trust points. Beginner stage 5. Intermediate stage 10. Advanced stage 20. Consuming trust points can restore the host's awakening level. Looking over the evaluations, Ning Fan propped his chin on his hand and pondered. So I wasn't recovering, I was casting skills with trust points. What would happen if I used them to recover? As if confirming his guess, the system appeared. Spend 80 trust points. Increase awakening level 0.8%. Ning Fan realized his judgment had been right. He put a hand to his head and thought in frustration. Looks like if I want to recover, I still have to properly guide those kids. Suddenly realizing something, he gaped, his eyes widening as he thought, wait, does that mean I can't use my skills anymore? To test that thought, Ning Fan stretched his hand forward. Cast skill, Dragon Pillar Blade of the Returning Dark Realm. As soon as he finished speaking, everything around him remained dead silent without the slightest change, leaving him stunned and frozen in place, eyes wide. Back at the school, the campus was now filled with sunlight and students gathered everywhere in a lively crowd. Ning Fan put both hands behind his head and said as he walked, even if I'm out of trust points, there's no need to worry. I still have a whole group of adorable students. Suddenly hearing noisy chatter from afar, he stopped and looked over. The students of Class D must have a death wish, actually daring to cause trouble with a teacher and a top student from Class B at the arena. Hearing Class D mentioned, Ning Fan looked puzzled and thought, are they talking about my students at the arena? The crowd packed tightly around them and Zui looked in anxiously. Ryushui folded her arms across her chest and smiled enticingly. Little girl, come to my Class B. Useless Ning Fan can't teach you anything. Liu Min, standing beside her, also joined in with mocking remarks. If I were Ning Fan, I wouldn't have the face to stay at this school anymore. From a distance, Ning Fan strolled over calmly. He smiled provocatively. The last person who said that to me is still lying in the hospital. The atmosphere grew tense as his gaze clashed fiercely with Ryushui. She calmly mocked him, so you still haven't recovered. It seems I overestimated you. Ryushui could not help feeling secretly delighted. That made sense. After all, the person who attacked Ning Fan that day was a legendary figure. Hearing this, Ning Fan was shocked, sweat breaking out as he thought, I only just found out that I haven't recovered. How could she see through it? Beside him, Zui clenched her fist and shouted resolutely, we have improved thanks to our teacher's guidance. Won't allow you people to insult him. Liu Min stood there with a hand on her hip, and after hearing that, she issued a challenge. You say you're that good? Then do you dare fight me? Ning Fan stepped over and patted the little girl's head as if encouraging her, then smiled in response. A fight it is. Who's afraid of who? He stared toward Liu Min, widening his eyes to analyze her. While probing Liu Min, he quietly assessed her. Looks like this student does have some skill. A few seconds later, Ning Fan covered his mouth with his hand, leaned close to Zui, and whispered into the little girl's ear. Moments later, she and Liu Min stood facing each other in the arena. The people around them watched both of them tensely. Liu Min made the first move, casting a technique with her palms facing each other. Before the attack could even be launched, Zui suddenly fired a dazzling bolt of lightning straight at Liu Min. She was struck and sent flying out of the arena. Shattered stones flew everywhere in a cloud of dust. Seeing Liu Min blasted away, Ryushui gaped in shock. How is that possible? The girl slammed into the cracked ground. Her eyes spun like spirals as she muttered weakly, so fast. Over here, Zui stood frozen in shock, eyes wide and mouth agape. Ryushui refused to accept it. She also unleashed her power. I underestimated the students you taught. Seeing this, Ning Fan's face turned ashen, sweat pouring out as he clenched his teeth. Ryushui charged forward. Exactly because I don't know how much strength you still have right now. Ning Fan curled the corner of his mouth and thought, this woman is really coming at me. Zui exclaimed, the rapid attack magic teacher taught me is amazing. A system notification immediately appeared, trust points +10. His gaze sharpened, perfect timing. Just enough for me to unleash one move. Ning Fan raised his hand high and shouted, 6 realms flame art. Ryushui instantly panicked. Impossible. In a flash, he launched his move. Suddenly fire scorches the plains. Ryushui froze in place, her face charred black and her whole body giving off a burnt smell. Ning Fan put his hand in his pocket and said, nothing is impossible. If there is, it only means you've never seen it before. She angrily scratched at her head, her face full of unwillingness. Ryushui prepared to attack. You're still very confident, aren't you? Let's see how long you can stay that confident. Right after that, a giant red sphere shot straight from her hand toward the little girl. He stepped forward to shield Zui. This lunatic, I don't have enough trust points anymore. Immediately afterward, a violent collision erupted and dust and smoke churned all around. From within the hazy smoke, 2 figures gradually appeared. Ning Fan let out a sigh of relief. Good thing my trust points increased. Ryushui's pupils shrank as if she could not believe her eyes. What? He spoke arrogantly. You dare lay a hand on my student. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Ning Fan summoned. High-tier summoning art, Crimson Flame Demon Realm, high-tier summoning art. Blue Flame Warrior, advanced combat magic. Crimson Heaven Divine Lightning. Witnessing this, she was utterly terrified. How is he so strong? A fierce battle was unfolding and screams of pain rang out one after another. The little girl looked at him with tender eyes. Teacher. Thank you. Ning Fan immediately patted the girl's head. The person who dares bully my students has not been born yet. Suddenly a shout rang out from afar. Zui, Tiancheng rushed over in panic. Zui, are you all right? The girl lowered her head and answered softly, no, I'm fine. Liu Min helped Duishui up, then spoke anxiously, teacher. Even as the girl supported her away, she still turned back to provoke him. Ning Fan, just you wait. He turned to look at Zhang Tiancheng. Give me your hand, I'll restore it for you. He looked visibly delighted, his eyes flashing with light. Teacher, really? Hearing that, Ning Fan still replied calmly, when I say I can do something, I do it. The three of them stood facing one another, and the atmosphere suddenly became unusually quiet. 3 rings of light appeared around Tiancheng's wrist. He was immediately shocked. Teacher, this is... He crossed his arms and replied, obviously it's to force you to use your right hand. To get anything done, you have to bind a hand a little first. Ning Fan leaned close to Zhu Wei's ear. I'll teach you an ice element attack spell. Attack him and force him to use his right hand. The girl stepped to the side and took a fighting stance. He called out, begin. From the white mist, countless shards of ice appeared and shot straight forward. They instantly flew toward where Tiancheng was standing. But before the ice shards could touch him, they exploded in midair. Countless tiny particles fell around him and Tiancheng froze. Zhu. Ning Fan looked at Zhu Wei with suspicion in his eyes. What are you doing? The girl explained shyly, I don't want to hurt him. Hearing that, he also blushed. Watching the two of them flirt, Ning Fan felt utterly helpless. Ning Fan's expression turned serious. This training is meant to help Zhang Tiancheng recover his right hand. Doing that isn't helping him. You have to truly strike him. Only then will you be helping him. He stepped forward and continued, Zhu Wei, thank you, I'm fine. Keep going. The girl stood facing Tiancheng. Are you ready? Determination was clear in his eyes, and he shouted loudly to show his resolve. Come on, Zhu Wei focused with a serious expression, preparing to launch her attack. Many sharp ice shards were hurtling toward Tiancheng's back. He clenched his fist, preparing to counterattack, but he was still trembling from the tension. Because his reaction was too slow, Tiancheng was struck by several sharp ice shards. They did not stop there, and he was sent flying far away. The girl cried out anxiously, Zhang Tiancheng. He sprawled onto the ground, his face swelling up. Zhu Wei panicked and ran over to hold Tiancheng. Why didn't you use your hand? Ning Fan held his head wearily. Looks like we'll have to try another method. In the office, a voice rang out through the hallway. What did you say? Long slammed the table. That jinx, Ning Fan hasn't recovered, yet he can still use skills. Zheng Ming and Jai Zhen answered in unison. How is that possible? Rishui painted her nails while replying, if you don't believe it, go try him yourself. The old man turned to look at the other two. Both had their eyes tightly shut, their expressions dark. What Wen Long held in his hand was the notice for Class D's assessment. His gaze gradually turned sinister. Looks like this is the only way. Ning Fan, let's see about this. Wen Long handed the paper to him. I'll leave this document to you. The old man devised a vicious plan. As long as one student fails the exam and gets expelled, Class D will be disbanded for not having enough students. At the school infirmary, the atmosphere seemed tense. Zio snapped irritably. Are you kidding me? This young lady is a proper S-rank healer. How could I fail to heal a B-rank injury? Hearing that, Ning Fan looked completely blank and asked in confusion. B-rank, she explained awkwardly. B-rank, didn't you want me to examine this brat? What are you waiting for? He frowned slightly. Why does this person always claim she's S-rank? Zio began using magic. The system displayed a notification stating that she was an S-rank magical healing teacher. She was proficient in magical healing and mental corrosion magic, with a special constitution that allowed her to use 2 kinds of magic at once without reducing accuracy. At the same time, her magic consumption would not increase. That was the miraculous special ability of the Undercover Alliance. Ning Fan frowned slightly. This again. Always shouting about special ability users from some world-ruling delusional organization. Tiancheng frowned as he looked at the green light in her hand. This is the Holy Light healing skill. Suddenly, Zio stopped casting magic. She looked at the two in front of her, fury blazing up. Before Tiancheng could understand what was happening, Ning Fan quickly covered his ears. Zio snapped irritably. There is absolutely nothing wrong with this brat's hand. You so bored that you have nothing better to do? You dragged some stinking brat here to bother me. He curled his lips into a smile. I need you to act out a scene with me. She frowned seriously. This young lady is a proper B-rank healing teacher. How could I do something that deceives children with you? Ning Fan immediately confronted her. Are you sure you're B-rank, not S-rank? Zio asked suspiciously, what do you mean? He continued unhurriedly. An advanced S-rank healer, a member of the Divine Special Ability Alliance, possessing both mental corrosion and healing. Changing a person's short-term memory wouldn't be impossible for you. Do I need to keep going? She waved her hand and used magic to blindfold Tiancheng. The atmosphere suddenly became suffocating. Zio threatened through gritted teeth. What else do you know? Ning Fan replied calmly. Everything I should know without missing a single bit. She immediately summoned a purple flame, her expression changing. How do you know that? With just a light snap of his fingers, he dispelled the magic. It looked mysterious, as if she could not say it out loud. And one more thing, do not even think about touching my students. Xiao erupted with killing intent and summoned a blazing red light. Now that you know my secret, I cannot let you leave today. Ninian Fan merely tilted his head and easily dodged the attack. He calmly raised his hand to block it, and the flames instantly turned into 2 columns of white smoke. We can just talk. Why do you have to start fighting? Xiao Xiao lowered her head in anger. Let us see if you can still talk in a moment. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged forward and threw punch after punch at him. Ninian Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, observed carefully, and found an opening in an instant. Seizing the right moment, he grabbed both of Xiao Xiao's hands and pinned them firmly. Ninian Fan looked at her smugly. You are no match for me. He tightened his grip on her trembling hands. But as long as you cooperate with me, I promise to keep your secret. Xiao Xiao immediately changed her expression. We are all friends here. Of course I will help you with such a small matter. Inwardly, she cursed furiously, you bastard, just you wait. Ninian Fan's voice sounded by her ear. Undo the seal first. Tian Chang heard voices and hurriedly opened his eyes. Standing beside him, Ninian Fan spoke slowly. After careful analysis, we have decided to replace one of your arms. Xiao Xiao quickly added, do not worry, it will be quick. Once it is done, you can return to the heaven rank class. Tian Chang had not even fully woken up before hearing this terrible news, and he instantly jolted in panic. Ninian Fan looked at Tian Chang lying helplessly on the bed. I almost forgot. We should ask for his opinion before replacing the arm. Xiao Xiao agreed. But he is under anesthesia right now and cannot move. Ninian Fan said tearfully, then we will take that as silent consent. Hearing that, Tian Chang wanted to burst into tears. Ninian Fan gripped the arm tightly and looked at Tian Chang. This arm of yours is useless now, so I will remove it for you. If we leave it as it is, it will weigh on your mind in the future. Tian Chang felt so wronged that tears streamed down his face, while Ninian Fan kept talking non-stop. This arm is not bad either. Once it is replaced, it will definitely become a superhuman fist. Needless to say, this is the arm of the Fist Emperor from back then. Every strike means victory. Tian Chang sat blankly on the bed, staring at the unfamiliar new arm, and then immediately found that he could summon its power. Tian Chang's eyes lit up as he carefully felt the surge of energy. Countless sparks flashed, and he tried bending his arm before throwing a punch. A piercing sound came from the hospital room, making Xiao Xiao, who was standing outside, jump in fright. He panicked and pushed the door open. What are you doing? Are you trying to destroy this place? Seeing the scene inside the room, Xiao Xiao could hardly believe her eyes. This, Ninian Fan glanced at her and exhaled. Looks like it worked. The hospital wall had been punched clean through, leaving passers-by outside stunned. Tian Chang looked at his new arm, which was brimming with vitality. Teacher, the arm you gave me is amazing. Ninian Fan stopped hiding the truth. Actually, your arm recovered long ago. It did not need to be replaced at all. I only wanted you to regain your confidence. Tian Chang was moved to tears. Is that really true? Ninian Fan smiled encouragingly. Work hard from now on, you will become even stronger. Hearing this, Tian Chang immediately perked up. Teacher, I will work hard. With the matter settled, Ninian Fan turned and left, leaving Xiao Xiao behind in a rage. All right, come back to the classroom with me. Stop disturbing Ms. Lin's rest. Suddenly remembering something, Ninian Fan hurriedly turned back. Oh, right. About this wall, Ms. Lin always cares for her students, so surely she will not mind, right? She forced a smile. Of course not. What are you saying? I am simply happy that this student can recover. Before the two of them had even left, Xiao Xiao turned away in frustration, not wanting to say another word. Shan looked thoughtfully at Huey Jun standing before him. You are here? He was the finance director. As soon as Huey Jun arrived, he anxiously said that useless Ninian Fan dared to lay hands on the director. Sir, please decide how he should be dealt with. The door to the academic affairs office was slightly open, and the man's voice rang out. As long as you make it impossible for him to survive at this school, I will not treat you poorly. Jade Snow hid by the corner of the door and listened secretly. Why is Ninian Fan causing trouble everywhere? This time he even offended Director Ma. Could it be related to father forcing him to break off the engagement? Thinking of that, she hurried away. No, I have to help Ninian Fan this time, otherwise. Ryu Shui suddenly appeared from somewhere and walked toward Jade Snow. Hi. Then, with a smug look, she asked, Miss Snow, do you need something from Director Ma? Feng was gloomy. Another test is coming up. Li Qiang also passed on the news. If we do not pass, our class rank will be lowered, but our class D is already the lowest rank. If it drops any further, we can only be expelled. The two of them stared miserably at the class D test notice. Why does life have to be so hard? Feng sighed. It is exhausting to wait until the last moment before doing anything. Brother Tian saw how listless the two of them looked and shouted loudly. Bunch of trash, stop acting like the test is some simple little thing. Xingyu sat beside them, enduring the argument with speechless frustration. Want a beating? Then can you actually beat me? You only know defensive spells, yet you still act like some great spellcaster. And yet neither of you can break through my defense. She frowned and thought to herself, why has the school been trying so hard to make things difficult for Ninian Fan lately? Is this slowpoke finally going to come back? Just as he was mentioned, Ning Fan roughly yanked open the classroom door, startling Xingyu. He walked into the classroom cheerfully and said, everyone is here, I'm really happy. Ning Fan quickly walked up to the podium. Then today we'll begin. Suddenly his eyes swept over something strange on the desk. A hint of surprise appeared in Ning Fan's voice. The Class B teacher, Xingyu gave an awkward smile and explained, didn't you beat up the Class C teacher? So now the Class B teacher came to teach us. After saying that, she snapped, tell me, aren't you the one who started all this? Ryushui's voice rang out. You want to find Director Ma too? At the same time, the two people outside the Class A administration office were slowly approaching Yuxu, their faces full of cunning. Flustered, she stammered, it's nothing, I was just passing by. Ryushui stroked her chin, wearing a smile that seemed kind but was actually full of schemes, then asked, come to think of it, when will the principal return from Loyang Academy? Yuxu smiled and replied, Father cares a lot about this year's competition, so it will probably take a while longer. Suddenly, the office door swung open under their stunned gazes. Huai-jun was also surprised to see Ryushui and Yuxu standing outside his office. He said calmly, what a coincidence. Yuxu waved her hand. I still have something to do, I'll go first. Ryushui also turned and walked into the administration office, leaving Huai-jun standing there alone. Seeing the two girls leave as soon as they saw him, his mind was filled with question marks. At that moment, inside the administration office, Ryushui sat leisurely on a chair and spoke to Kai Shan. I tested Ning Fan this morning, it seems he still hasn't recovered. Hearing this, he still did not believe it and immediately questioned her. Wasn't he still able to use his skills? And the Class C teacher was also taught a lesson by him. Feeling that she was being doubted, she froze for a moment, then raised her hand near her eye. Ryushui's gaze seemed to change into someone else's, as she sternly questioned Kai Shan in return. This matter was confirmed by Jing through my eyes. Is it your turn to doubt it? That aura frightened him and he stammered. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Then what should we do next? Ryushui said sinisterly. I've already told Zhao Wenlong to go gather information. As for the specifics, let Jing decide. Ning Fan led the students to the training area with specialized equipment. Huai-jun crossed his arms and said politely, Teacher Ning. What a coincidence. We haven't seen each other in several days, have we? Ning Fan forced a smile and replied, it really has been several days. In his heart, Ning Fan thought to himself. With a sneaky smile like that, he definitely has no good intentions. Suddenly, Huai-jun stepped forward and continued, did Teacher Ning come to use the equipment here? As soon as he finished asking, Huai-jun's expression became even more malicious, and he said, unfortunately, the equipment is under maintenance. You can't use it. Xingyu did not back down. She immediately stepped forward and pushed him aside. Move. He was shocked by her sudden action and cried out. Xingyu loudly questioned him. Then why can they use it over there? Huai-jun immediately raised his hand to block her view, his tone still indifferent. The usable ones have all been borrowed by students. The rest are all under maintenance. His face darkened as he warned, Teacher Ning, you had better manage your students properly. Your monthly salary is only a little bit. If you break the equipment, you won't be able to afford the compensation. The equipment room has been undergoing repairs lately, so you people had better leave soon. In his heart, Huai-jun secretly thought, you offended Director Ma and still want to use the equipment? Dream on. After saying that, he immediately slammed the door shut, leaving the whole group outside in a daze. Ning Fan gritted his teeth in irritation. If I weren't trying to build up trust points lately, I would have dealt with you long ago. Sufang strolled over and suggested, Teacher, if we can't use the equipment, can we study theory first? Hearing this, Ning Fan jumped in shock and suddenly remembered. What, there's a theory exam too? Isn't it enough to just fight one match? Looking at his thunderstruck expression, Chu Feng complained helplessly. Don't tell me you didn't know. Teacher, can you be a little more reliable? Li Qiang added. There is a theory exam and a practical exam. If you fail even one subject, you'll be forced to withdraw from school. Weak students like us really have it rough. Xingyu covered her mouth and laughed, narrowing her eyes as she asked softly, Teacher Ning Fan, someone as great as you. Don't tell me you were also a weak student. Ning Fan awkwardly tried to defend himself. Could that be? I have everything arranged. Suddenly, a gentle voice called his name. Ning Fan. Yuxu appeared like a goddess and asked softly, are you all right? She walked up to him and comforted him. Don't worry, I can think of a way to help you use the training grounds and equipment. Only when he saw Yuxu did Ning Fan feel shocked. Isn't this the fiancé of this body's original owner? She seems to be a top student. Li Qiang looked on with eyes full of envy. Could this be the legendary teacher's wife? Chu Feng reminded him, why do you care so much? Xingyu said unhappily, what time is this and you're still here flirting? Yuxu smiled gently and continued comforting him. Just tell me if you need any help. Ning Fan seemed to have been waiting for exactly that. He smiled meaningfully. Then, suddenly he moved close to her, acting affectionate. Come to my place tonight. Ning Fan's actions made Yu Zhu so flustered that her face turned red. She raised her bright, watery eyes to look at him, her face full of shyness. He narrowed his eyes and continued, help tutor my students in general studies. Yu Zhu replied, slightly disappointed. Sure, hearing the answer he wanted, Ning Fan immediately turned and left. leaving behind a reminder. Come to my house tonight for general studies tutoring. Tomorrow we will go behind the mountain for special training. As soon as the students heard that, they fiercely protested. We object. Tomorrow is Saturday. This violates labor law. He refused to back down and shouted back, no way. Not a single one of you is allowed to be absent. Suddenly hearing Ning Fan arguing with his students, Yu Zhu froze in place. After being left behind by him, Yu Zhu pressed her lips together, her eyes clearly showing both disappointment and confusion. That evening, Ning Fan stood in front of the mirror to check his own progress, wanting to see how many trust points he had gained today. He looked at the system panel. Health status, good, awakening level, frozen. System skills, 1 master teacher's eyes, 2 master teacher's audience, trust point, 110. He calculated for a moment and said, restoring my awakening level first should be enough. Ning Fan decided to spend 100 trust points. The system announced. Awakening level increased by 1%. He felt a surge of abundant energy. Let me see the effect now that I have awakened to 1.8%. Unable to wait any longer, Ning Fan raised his hand toward the sky. Use the skill Heavenly Fire scorches the plains. At his fingertip a tiny, weak flame flickered, but it was still better than last time. Ning Fan frowned. There is progress. Fine, I can accept this for now. Amid the majestic mountains, a plume of white smoke rose thickly into the blue sky. Ning Fan walked behind the mountain, wondering, they should be here already, right? Then he stopped short, staring ahead in shock. That is, he loudly questioned, what did you drive here? Did you think we were going on a picnic today or something? Tian Ka calmly replied, this is this year's limited edition model. There are only 10 in the world. Ning Yue's eyes sharpened as an idea suddenly came to her. A picnic, good idea. She summoned Yikaio and it flipped over to become a grill. Ning Fan stiffened. You have already started having a picnic. Li Qiang swiftly sliced cucumbers with burning enthusiasm. His dish was plated beautifully with every slice perfectly even. Ning Fan was helpless too. These two are doing it too. He still held on to a bit of hope and thought to himself, at least Rong Zuwei and Tian Chang should be training right. Looked toward the two of them. Tian Chang spoke up. Teacher, would you like a bowl? He was completely fed up. Using magic to make shaved ice again, Ning Fan decided to inspect them one by one. All of you stop, get ready to start training. Just then, a voice rang out. Ning Fan. Yu Zhu slowly walked over. She said, sorry I am late. She approached and smiled as brightly as a blooming flower. I bought you milk tea. Ning Fan's attitude instantly took a complete turn. Picnics are pretty fun too. In that case we can train in the afternoon. He smiled and enjoyed himself while drinking the milk tea. Yu Zhu suddenly spoke. Ning Fan. She looked thoughtful about the matter of canceling their engagement. Ning Fan instinctively asked, what? She turned toward him and smiled gently. No, it is nothing. Yu Zhu spoke timidly. In the coming days you should restrain yourself a little, do not cause any more trouble. His voice lowered and his eyes drifted away as he softly replied, yeah. Ning Fan rested his chin on his hand and wondered. Restrain myself? I have already been very restrained. He regained his composure and slowly said, special training is divided into self-training and evening theory class. During self-training I will give each of you individual guidance. Soon it was afternoon. Tian Ji declared boldly. This is the most popular device on the market this year. With one foot on a box, he continued showing off. As soon as it is opened, it will unleash fierce magical attacks. Wearing a strange ring on his head, Tian Ji continued, the magic can also automatically chase whoever is wearing this ring. He laughed loudly. As long as I train with this machine, my defensive magic will be unmatched. Ning Fan struck him hard. Wake up, that toy of yours is completely useless. Tian Ji still refused to stop. He placed a hand on his chest and insisted, my equipment is already the most advanced there is. Ning Fan waved his hand. Then can that thing teach you how to attack? Come here, teach Chu Feng defense with me. He turned to look at Chu Feng. I never taught you how to land before. Today, I will teach you a rapid landing move. After saying that, Ning Fan shot into the air and spoke calmly. Normally speaking, the second skill is very difficult to cultivate. The fact that you learned flight magic on your own proves that you have enough steadiness in you. So cultivating it definitely will not be hard. Chu Feng asked suspiciously, what use is defensive magic while flying? Not letting the two kids look down on him, he shot down from the sky, hurtling like a meteor. With a thunderous explosion, the ground shook and dust filled the air. The smoke cleared, Ning Fan's figure gradually appeared. The rapid landing had been completed. A shield sphere surrounded him. Although the second skill can only exert 70% of the power of the first skill, when you activate defense during a rapid landing. That way he could also avoid falling and getting hurt. Chu Feng raised his head, his eyes filled with shock and admiration. Amazing. Ning Fan walked closer and encouraged him. Once you quickly learn defensive magic, I will have Zai Tianj control the device and attack you head-on. Chu Feng said confidently. I'm ready, let's do it. Tianj replied. The so-called defensive barrier was actually an extension and application of the power sources inside the body. as long as when defending. After they finished discussing it, he flew into the air. Tian stood on the ground and reminded him, I'll set it to rapid attack mode, so make sure you dodge. He pressed the start button and the device immediately launched its attack. Beams of black magic wrapped in red lightning shot out, flying straight toward Sufang. Panicked and froze for a moment, staring ahead with wide eyes. The magic beams swirled together, forming a cage that trapped Sufang. He quickly flew away. He dodged the pursuing magic beams. With overwhelming numbers and speed, the attack struck Sufang. He gritted his teeth and stared in horror at the shield sphere that was about to explode. Then, with a boom, the explosion happened just as expected and blasted Sufang far away. Ningfan hurriedly snapped his fingers, released a stream of blue energy. The energy quickly wrapped around Sufang as he fell freely. It spread into a wind net, gently catching his small body. Seeing the two children improve so quickly, Ningfan turned his head proudly, thinking that only real combat could make people grow faster. He walked toward Li Qiang and Shifeng wearing a sinister smile. Next, it is your turn. The two children were frightened and huddled against the base of a tree, trembling. Ningfan explained that Shifeng's mental corrosion skill was originally used to control others, but he still needed to strengthen his training further before he could control others better. Li Qiang handed over a chicken drumstick and offered it to him. Have a bite too. You need to eat your fill to have strength for training. Ningfan angrily snatched it away and shouted, focus on the lesson. He continued explaining. Next, I will teach you methods related to cultivating mental power. Just practice according to them. Seeing this, Li Qiang hurriedly tried to eat the remaining piece of chicken, but before he could put it into his mouth, Shifeng grabbed it, glanced at him and said in a low voice, can you listen seriously? Seeing the food at his mouth snatched away, Li Qiang turned over in a daze. You. The boy clenched his fists, trembling with anger, then burst into tears. You. After saying that, Li Qiang charged forward and slammed a hard punch into Shifeng's chest. Spit my chicken drumstick back out. Fortunately, he had cast mind control magic in time. Shifeng still felt a sharp pain from that punch, but when he looked over, Li Qiang was even worse off, hitting himself in the face with his own hand. Ningfan stood beside them, exasperated. All right, stop fighting, he said confidently. I already know what aspect you should cultivate. As soon as he finished speaking, Ningfan stepped forward and whispered something into Shifeng's ear. He patted his shoulder and smiled encouragingly. Go practice. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng succeeded in his cultivation, leaving Ningfan astonished. He learned that fast. He looked at his hand, which was covered in purple energy, and thought to himself that he could clearly feel his mental power increasing. This feeling is amazing. While lost in thought, Shifeng suddenly froze. Oh no, I forgot the next cultivation step that teacher Ning told me. Flustered, he leaned backward. I'm so miserable. Sensing that something was wrong, Ningfan spoke up. What happened? He hurried over to support Shifeng and asked worriedly. What happened? He calmly replied, Teacher, I'm fine. I just got halfway through practicing and forgot what the next step was. Ningfan burst out laughing. He thought to himself he was forcibly stopped halfway through cultivation, and that is actually possible. He said with satisfaction, I will tell you again. Rest for a bit, then continue practicing. After that, Ningfan turned to look at Li Qiang. Now that Shifeng has been dealt with, you are next. The boy hesitated and answered lazily, Teacher Ning, how about? Then Li Qiang pointed at Shifeng, who was lying motionless. The boy made an excuse to avoid training. How about I practice after Shifeng gets better? Ningfan spread his arms and laughed. No problem, with the cultivation method I teach you, you will experience the mysteries of the mind. The sublimation of the soul can also bring out your hidden potential, and you will pass the exam effortlessly. Hearing those words, the boy immediately bowed his head to the ground. Pleaded, Teacher, please teach me. Seeing his student so sincere. What reason did Ningfan have to refuse? He gave a wicked smile and the atmosphere turned terrifying. Then hand over all the food you are carrying. Li Qiang burst into tears. Even though he only had one chicken wing left, he still gritted his teeth and handed it to Ningfan so he could absorb the knowledge. This is the last one, he said firmly. Do not eat it yet. Run 10 laps, then come back here. Ningfan pointed in one direction, signaling for the boy to start running. If you want to pass the exam, you must persist in physical training. Before the exam, you are not allowed to eat these things anymore. Qiang quickly ran off. Teacher, my chicken wing. After that, he stood there eating the chicken bite by bite with great relish, as if deliberately provoking Li Qiang. The boy shouted while running, my chicken wing. Tears streamed down his face. The image of Ningfan enjoying the chicken kept appearing in his mind. Li Qiang was so furious that he ran straight over Sufang, knocking him flat to the ground while running and crying in regret, my chicken wing. After that, Ningfan looked toward Xingyu, wondering what she was doing now. Xingyu was completely absorbed in reading a book on summoning magic. She sat tucked away in the shade, leaning against a tree trunk, her eyes never leaving the pages. Ningfan spoke up, so diligent. Xingyu hurriedly hid the book behind her back and replied shyly, Teacher, why are you here? He stepped closer and said, You've been practicing summoning magic for some time now. Next, you'll learn to summon your life-bound familiar. She tilted her head slightly and asked in confusion, "Summon my life-bound familiar. What is that?" Ning Fan explained calmly, "Life-bound summoning is an advanced form of summoning magic. What sets it apart from other advanced summoning techniques is that the summoner's life-bound familiar grows together with them." She propped her chin on her hand, her gaze sharp as a blade, pretending she understood, though in truth Xingyu had not taken in a single word. Raised one finger wrapped in a deep crimson stream of energy, then continued, "Each person summons a different life-bound familiar." A life-bound Grim Reaper then appeared behind Ning Fan. Watching the scene unfold, Xingyu's eyes sparkled, filled with admiration. Ning Fan pointed at his life-bound familiar and asked softly, "Want to learn?" The question was completely unnecessary. With an awakening like this, who would not want to learn it? Eyes spun like pinwheels as she blurted out, "Let's hear it." He silently grumbled, "Could you speak a little more politely?" Still, Ning Fan patiently guided her. "Next, I'll teach you the specific method for life-bound summoning." Xingyu got into position, plucked out a strand of hair, and infused it with golden energy. She focused all her attention and began casting the summoning spell. From the hand of Tian Ka, a beam of light suddenly flashed as she silently wished to summon the great dragon. The sight left her stunned. The beam of light grew larger and slowly took shape. But instead of the great dragon she had imagined, her destined companion turned out to be just a little chick. As soon as its form appeared, Tian Ka angrily flicked it away, grumbling, "You don't suit my status." Nin Fam didn't understand why he got caught in the crossfire. It clearly looked so cute. He continued, "Right, the food for a summoned companion is spiritual energy, which means it has to eat your hair." Before he could finish, Nin Fam fell silent. The chick perched on Tin Ngayat's head and kept pecking, making her scream loudly. "Ah!" Tin Ngayat angrily stretched out her hand, determined to grab her companion. "This is unforgivable," she grumbled, looking up. She had just woken up and was still beautiful, but now her scalp was completely bald. Nin Fam helplessly stood by, watching Tin Ngayat struggle with the chick. She angrily ran after it, trying to catch her summoned companion. At that moment, a hand landed on his shoulder. Tian called softly, "Teacher." He said enviously, "That useless Sufang has learned the defensive technique now. It's time for you to teach me the offensive technique, right?" The next day, after the mountain, Nin Fam strolled along, leisurely munching on a chicken drumstick. He'd planned to catch up on his studies today, but suddenly a figure rushed by, startling him. Nin Fam sighed when he realized his chicken drumstick had been stolen. He looked after it and thought to himself, "Must be training hard now," and was surprised when he returned. Confused, Nin Fam asked, "Why are you wearing a hat and even your clothes are?" Tin Ngayat saw him approaching and immediately raised her hand. "Don't come over." Nin Fam asked, "Why?" Before Tin Ngayat could answer, Deodo on his shoulder suddenly flew over and pecked her head. "Don't touch my hair." Tin Ngayat took out a strand of hair covered with spiritual power, saying, "Let me handle it myself." She then gave the hair to the chick and complained, "All it knows is eating." Nin Fam thought to himself, "This little guy is really greedy." She looked at him in dissatisfaction and scolded, "If I had known, I wouldn't have practiced this summoning technique of yours. My hair is going to be eaten clean by it." Nin Fam turned away and waved goodbye to Tin Ngayat. "It's fine. As long as you pass the exam, I'll solve this small issue for you." He sat down, thinking of a way to help his student. It seemed there was a plant that helped hair grow, but what was its name again? At this moment, Nin Fam noticed a girl. Ngok Tayik quickly felt a gaze on her, and an idea popped into his head. He thought she was also an S-grade teacher, and probably knew about the plant that helped with hair growth. Unexpectedly, Ngok Tayik took the initiative to approach Nin Fam. "Are you okay? It seems like you're worried about something." Not hiding anything, he asked directly, "Do you know a plant that helps with hair growth?" Ngok Tayik thought for a moment and said, "Yes, I do. At the moment, I can see a dark cave deep in the forest, and it feels like something is staring at me terrifyingly." She pointed out that right in front of that cave was the plant Nin Fam was searching for. After recalling the location, she warned seriously, "But the place where it grows is a bit dangerous." Nin Fam responded firmly, "Danger is fine, but now I'm wondering." He thought, "My trust points don't seem to be enough lately," and awkwardly asked, "Would you like to come with me?" Ngok Tayat shyly replied, "Okay." Right there, with a determined expression, she made a request. She said, "But before that, you have to help me with something." Nin Fam hesitated a bit and then said, "No problem." Ngok Tayat was teaching her students. She was teaching them about the cultivation of ability users. Just then, 3 students suddenly panicked, and she was holding a pointer, directing it at the body in front of him. She said, "You must understand your meridian." Nin Fam blushed in front of the students, realizing that what she wanted him to help with was this. At that moment, Nin Fam stood in front of the door with a line of students. He turned to ask, am I early? Wang Long approached with the materials. I'm early too, but it's useless. If I don't pass the exam, I'll be kicked out. Van Long smiled as he walked over to Nin Fan. Van Long said, we're all teachers here, we should save a bit of face for teacher Nin. At that moment, Tian Chang angrily shouted. Tian Chang said, what are you guys saying? He placed a hand on his shoulder and advised, it's okay, I believe the students can do it. Tian Chang looked surprised. Tian Chang called out, teacher. Nin Pham glanced at the others, thinking that if his trust points weren't so low, he would have dealt with these people long ago. And Huok Shui opened the door and said, it's time, contestants, please enter. The students entered one by one, not forgetting to mutter insults. They said, let's go, don't waste time with that garbage. Hurry and finish the exam so we can go back to study. Once all the contestants entered, the old man schemed in silence, thinking to himself, this exam has been specially prepared for your class. The atmosphere in the exam room was tense as a tightrope. Standing on the podium, the proctor announced, begin the test. He held his pen, staring at the exam paper with a worried face. This was a test we simply couldn't solve. Li Qiang also looked at the paper with a frustrated expression. Why is it so hard? Sufang almost gave up. Looks like this time we're doomed. Suddenly, Ryu Shui stepped down, slamming her hand on his desk. With a fierce gaze, she said, no whispering during the exam. After speaking, Ryu Shui turned and walked away, leaving Li Qiang and Sufang pale with fear, unable to cheat off each other. Being caught meant no points immediately. Time gradually passed. Ning Fan stood outside anxiously waiting when suddenly the door opened. It's done. At this moment, when Long approached him, smiling excitedly. The theoretical part of the exam was over. I see you handled it well. He snatched the stack of exam papers from Ryu Shui's hand. Let's see if all the Class D students got 0. If your students pass, I'll eat this desk. Holding the papers when Long gaped. On the score sheet, zeros were clear. A Class D student had a very low score. How could this be? Ning Fan placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling sarcastically. Getting this result must have disappointed someone who wanted to eat the desk, but I'm very happy. When Long angrily crumpled the score sheet, definitely cheating, he looked at Ning Fan mockingly. Cheating? You're questioning instructor Don Ha's supervision skills. When Long gritted his teeth, glaring angrily at Ning Fan. You, saying that, he stomped off, waiting for the practical test. Let's see how to handle you. At this moment, he turned to look at his students. You didn't cheat, right? All replied in unison. Of course not. Ning Fan finally smiled with relief. That's good. He also thought silently that Jade Snow's supplementary lessons for them were quite effective. At the entrance to the speed test course, Ning Fan was explaining the competition to Su Feng and Tayat Ayan. The first test was Su Feng's speed. He stepped forward, nodding, yes. Looking at the winding curves and dense obstacles, Su Feng muttered, this course is nothing like Class D. Dean Truong actively cheered him on, but for Su Feng it wasn't an issue. Tayat Ayan also said, go for it. On the other side, when Long lowered his head and asked someone, Instructor Liu, what are you doing here? He put his hands in his pockets, replying, the Lac An Academy competition is coming up. We're here to practice. Huang Vin squinted at the person in front, voice cold. What are you doing here? He carefully reported, the school assigned us to check Class D, so we need to use the course. Is Instructor Liu interested in watching? Liu Quang Vin is a Class S teacher. Hearing this, his expression darkened, exuding danger. Fine, let's see what the former Class S teacher can do. Huang Vin's contemptuous tone made Ning Fan uneasy. What can you possibly teach these useless ones? Seeing him staring at the two, Su Feng asked curiously, Instructor, do you know them? Despite inner turmoil, Ning Fan calmly reassured, no, don't pay attention. Focus on the test. The check is about to start. The screen displayed Wenlong's face. Class D skill test, round 1. Test instructor Tang Min, student Su Feng, skill tested. Speed, form, direct competition. During the test, as long as you stay on the track, do whatever you like. If your finish time is shorter than the instructor S, you succeed. He explained to the track. On the track are sphere-shaped devices. Touching one will explode, spraying paint. Every time hit. 10 seconds are added to your completion time. Finally, when Long started the countdown, 3-second countdown, start running. 3. In the stands, Ning Fan's group sat neatly, with 2 enthusiastic supporters cheering. Go, go, go. Meanwhile, Su Feng glanced at his opponent. Tang Min looked at him as a countdown sounded in his ears. 2. He teased, racing me, better go home and drink bubble tea. When Long's voice announced. 1. At the same time, Su Feng frowned slightly. Immediately after, the signal turned green and the announcement sounded. Start. He barely had time to react. He no longer saw Tang Min. He left Su Feng behind, shooting forward like lightning. Tang Min glanced at him smugly, sneering, already left behind, useless. But in the blink of an eye, Su Feng caught up. Seeing him close by, Tang Min was shocked. How is this kid so fast? Seeing the approaching colored spheres. Tang Min calculated silently, let's see how I deal with you. Then he leapt, stepping on them to surge ahead. Here's a gift for you. The 3 spheres in front of Su Feng exploded, startling him. What? Tang Min took the chance to accelerate and distance himself. Ning Fan, anxious, leapt up from his seat. With a tense expression, he stomped hard on the mechanism to accelerate, using the exploding balls to make things difficult for Sufang. He raised both hands in front, covered in colors. Sufang peeked out, squinting and muttering, annoying. The speed was too fast to keep up. Tang Ming ignored what was behind him and rushed straight to the finish, knowing that if he could handle Sufang, Ning Fan would also leave the field. Sufang stayed close to Tang Ming, only 1.3 colored balls away, ready to explode. He found a gap between the balls. His gaze was sharp and resolute, locking on the position. As he spoke, a streak of light shot through the obstacles on the path. Sufang darted through the colored spheres, his body covered in marks, while Qing Yue stood outside observing, feeling upset. Master Tang kept touching the mechanisms. What now? But the large screen countered. As long as you don't get paint on you, touching the mechanisms is fine. During the race, Sufang was extremely close, but Tang Ming just smiled. What's wrong with being fast? Unless you're 30 seconds faster than me, otherwise you'll get caught. He wasn't provoked, instead he taunted. Even though I'm the worst in Class D, without these tricks you couldn't beat me. Tang Ming was furious, hands clasped to form a power sphere. A weakling like you should have been expelled a long time ago. His anger startled Sufang, and right after, a huge explosion happened on the racetrack. Tang Ming, the mastermind of the blast, grinned triumphantly. It's over. But before he could enjoy it, a voice rang out through the smoke. Is it? As the smoke cleared, Tang Ming saw Sufang inside a protective sphere, unharmed. Sufang smiled. You wanted me to learn defense, that was actually useful. In the stands, Ning Fan felt very frustrated. Master Tang can hit students and not get penalized. Bin Long, unashamed, replied, as long as it's in the racetrack, anything goes. Plus, if the paint hits the defense, it counts as a time penalty. Ning Fan's face darkened. He asked sternly, you said anything goes inside the racetrack, right? Van Long smirked arrogantly. Exactly. But when Ning Fan stood up, he opened the broadcast room door. I said that. In the row, Qing Yue noticed Ning Fan's empty spot and felt puzzled. Why can't I see Master Ning in front of me? The big screen suddenly displayed Ning Fan and Sufang. He shouted instructions. I said you can do anything on the racetrack. Seeing the situation, Ning Fan urged Sufang, then show Master Tang. He tried to shout louder, transferring more strength to Sufang. Run, Sufang smiled confidently. Yes, he responded. Tang Ming paid no attention, head down, running toward the finish. Suddenly, Tang Ming sensed a figure from above. Turning around, he saw Sufang rushing, ready to stomp down. Sufang, inside the protective sphere, sped like lightning, bypassing countless obstacles, aiming straight at Tang Ming. He leaped high, toes pointed, accurately aiming at his opponent's head. From the stands, another huge explosion occurred, this one far stronger. Dust and debris filled the air, swirling everywhere. Tang Ming was stomped in the face and fell to the ground. When Sufang lifted his foot, a red mark remained on his cheek. Proudly, he stood up, raising his hand. I won. Everyone cheered. Sufang wins. Great, finally won. Sufang joyfully patted Li Qiang on the back. Look quickly, Sufang won. Seeing the result, Ning Fan smiled contentedly. Sufang's test is over. But Van Long was angry, loudly criticizing. This doesn't count. Your student stomped the mechanism and attacked the teacher. That's against the rules. Ning Fan laughed, countering. Didn't you say anything goes inside the racetrack? Van Long fell silent under Ning Fan's presence, left only with fear. Did I say that? Ning Fan snapped his fingers, creating a small flame. Do you need me to help you remember? In the tense moment, a voice interrupted. Enough! Wang Xuan stepped forward, declaring that everything the students did was within the rules and the competition was over. Wang Xuan passed Van Long, approached Ning Fan arrogantly, saying, I didn't expect you could teach such outstanding students. He looked at Ning Fan with contempt. It's somewhat fitting for a former Class S teacher like you. Wang Xuan stared at Ning Fan with pride, each word dripping with criticism. But you're no longer the same. Because the outcome of this test was already decided, Van Long had to admit defeat and, according to Teacher Liu, say that he had completed the test. I won't make it hard for you anymore. Let's start the next round of testing. Ning Fan, undeterred by the challenge, boldly said, Bring it on, then turned around and stood in front of the large screen to announce the final results. The results of this test were acknowledged. The next student quickly got ready. At this moment, a trembling hand raised up and called out, Teacher. Li Qiang, frightened, had to say repeatedly before finally gathering the courage to register. Let me go first. I can't take it anymore. Through the monitoring screen, Ning Fan noticed the expression of the boy. He smiled gently and encouraged him. Then go ahead. He silently prayed, hoping that his training efforts would yield the desired results. At the skill competition arena, Van Long announced, For this round of testing, the examiner is teacher Liang Fei from Class C. The student being tested is Li Qiang from Class D. While Li Qiang trembled, Ning Fan below carefully gave him advice. You should squat for 10 seconds before standing up to start. Van Long also took the opportunity to get closer to the testing platform, reminding Liang Fei, "It's just you and the colleagues now." The old man squinted, his voice somewhat stern. "I hope this time you test strictly." Liang Fei seriously replied, "I will follow the rules and test strictly according to the competition." The announcement rang again, signaling the two contestants to get ready. Both sides took their position. Seeing Li Qiang's trembling, he advised, "You are not fit for the test right now. I suggest you give up." Unexpectedly, Li Qiang's stomach growled loudly from hunger and he quickly said, "Teacher, hurry up, finish the test so I can go eat." As soon as the signal sounded, Liang Fei immediately jumped up, clenched his fist and said, "If you're so unaware, I'll give you what you want." He forcefully swung a punch at Li Qiang's face and shouted, "Lie down." Liang Fei was surprised when he heard the boy counting, 1, 2. He hurriedly asked, "What are you doing?" Li Qiang ignored him and continued counting, 3, 4, 5. Liang Fei was angry, but the boy kept going, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just as Liang Fei prepared to strike again, Li Qiang suddenly jumped up and shouted, 10. His sudden movement made him dizzy and his legs went weak. He trembled, unable to stand, and fell forward. Liang Fei still advised, "You should give up," but before he could finish, Li Qiang punched him in the face. He was knocked back and slammed into the wall behind him. After the accidental blow, Li Qiang collapsed onto the competition floor. Liang Fei's right hand was pressed to his chest to absorb the blow, but it was scratched. Wasn't he dizzy? What kind of ridiculous strength is that? Seeing that the situation was not good, Van Long quickly shouted, "Liang Fei, what are you doing? Continue the test." But in the end, Liang Fei just smiled faintly. Without any further action, he replied, "I am the teacher, I know the limits of testing." Liang Fei closed his eyes and declared, "I give up." This statement made Van Long furious, his face dark with anger as he clenched his teeth. Sufang excitedly shouted, "We won, come here, Li Qiang." Sufang held a hot chicken drumstick and said, "I have prepared a chicken leg for you." Sufang brought the chicken leg near the stands. Smelling the food, Li Qiang immediately jumped up and exclaimed, "It smells good." Li Qiang immediately changed his attitude, his eyes shining as he stared at the chicken leg and said, "Chicken leg, my chicken leg." Li Qiang rushed down and bit a piece. Sufang ran wildly, saying, "Calm down." Li Qiang kept chasing, "Chicken leg, don't run, I just want to bite one piece." Li Qiang continued to munch on the fried chicken, his body radiating a pink glow. Sufang, being chased, panted and said, "Why are you so fierce? It's not even yours." The loudspeaker sounded, "The mental competition for Class D is about to start." Sufang quickly ran to the competition area, panting, and asked, "Is it my turn now?" Van Long saw Sufang off to the arena and reminded him, "After you finish, this year's Outstanding Teacher Award will belong to you." Liang Fei replied lightly, "I will definitely make sure that student doesn't pass the test." Van Long stepped forward to announce over the loudspeaker, "This mental competition, the examiner is Gui Zhen from Class B, and the student being tested is Sufang from Class D. Start." When the signal ended, Gui Zhen pointed at Sufang and said, "Let's make it a quick win." The teacher immediately used magic to darken the corner of the arena. Van Long stood high above, observing with satisfaction. Gui Tran's mental magic had clearly manifested into reality. Now if attacked mentally, ordinary people couldn't react in time. "Ning Fan, let's see if you'll still obediently run this time." Tin and Guyet watched that terrifying power, worried. It seemed this teacher had reached Class A level. Sure enough, Sufang was no match. Gui Tran lowered a finger and commanded, "Go." From the teacher's position, a dark creature dashed straight toward Sufang. He was taken by surprise by its speed, raised his hands to block, but it was too late. The creature pierced through him, trailing hypnotic energy. He took the impact, body frozen, eyes wide and unmoving. Gui Tran's move pulled Sufang into a dreamlike world. In his eyes, the teacher flew in the middle of the field, summoning meteors. The ground cracked, lava poured down. Gui Tran lowered his finger, launching blazing meteors at Sufang. Go! The meteors collided with loud crashes. Sufang ran screaming, "Mom!" Suddenly, an idea came to him. Running away wasn't the solution. Sufang leaped to dodge, casting magic at Gui Tran, thinking, "I have to find a way to attack him." The teacher waved to block his strike. Sufang worried, "Trying to attack me? Ridiculous." "No, I need to distract him." Gui Tran read his mind and said, "Trying to distract me." Hearing the voice from behind, Sufang startled and turned. 3 Gui Tran stood on separate ice pillars in unison. "So where is your attention now?" Panicked, he yelled, "What?" At that moment, all 3 teacher clones attacked simultaneously. Ice blades plunged into Sufang, making him cry out. Ah! Across his stomach, Sufang was pierced like a porcupine, fell backward immobile. Back on the real arena, Gui Tran laughed at his illusions, finding it amusing. The teacher raised his head, commanding, "End it." Obeying, the dark creature lunged at Sufang's unmoving body. In his eyes, Quitran stood high above while he lay below, about to be crushed. Sufang lay still, thinking. Suddenly regained awareness, magic forming in his hands, thinking, must keep going. Sufang pushed with all his strength, 2 hands resisting the giant arm pressing down. His body gradually adapted to the pressure, forcing himself up. Face distorted, but he shouted, Li Qiang has won, how can I lose? If I lose, Class D will be disbanded. But Quitran showed no mercy, thinking, fine, even better, lose quickly so it can be disbanded. The teacher continued controlling the other arm to strike Sufang. The giant arm suddenly froze midair. Quitran looked back in surprise. Sufang took advantage of the opening to close in on him. Magic around his hands connected with Quitran's head. Sufang's eyes sharp, adjusting his glasses. Borrowing your power for a moment, okay? He said, then launched an attack at Quitran. Seeing the sudden change, Quitran became anxious. Sufang directed the dark creature to punch Quitran directly. The teacher was thrown back in pain. Van Long shouted, you, useless. Ning Fan standing nearby couldn't help. Wow, such an excellent student, I feel the pressure too. Quitran went still, slammed into the arena floor, passed out. The crowd cheered. Victory! Sufang left, raising his hand in triumph. Just then, the laughter came from Li Qiang. Trust points plus 100. Li Qiang laughed. The teacher's method was clever, I won't be scolded at meetings anymore. The Ning Fan system notified. Trust points plus 80. Sufang exhaled, tired, so tired. The kid held a chicken drumstick, arm over his shoulder, saying, eat more if you're tired, replenish your energy. Sufang asked, was that laugh during my test yours? Why? Li Qiang explained. Hear that? Didn't I faint during the test? I thought I lost. Hearing you say I won made me really happy. The kid held a chicken drumstick, arm over his shoulder, saying, eat more if you're tired, replenish your energy. Sufang asked, was that laugh during my test yours? Why? Li Qiang explained. Hearing you say I won made me really happy. Tin and Gaiet shouted from behind. Can you focus a little? Why are you only reacting now? Sufang cheerfully said, next time I'll treat you to a meal. Li Qiang stretched and replied, why? Behind the glass, Van Long angrily slammed the table. The exam continued, followed by the summoning test. Still irritated by the previous loss, he gritted his teeth and said, as long as he goes into battle, then your previous victories mean nothing. He sneered, ignoring his teacher's advice. He's just a Class D student. How could he achieve anything remarkable? Van Long announced heavily that the next test would be conducted by teacher Nguyen Fong for their class. Tin and Gaiet showed no fear, tilting her chin and saying, let the test come, who's afraid? Ning Fan approached her, gently patted her shoulder and said, hang in there. After dealing with Nguyen Fong, I'll help you become supremely intelligent. Tin and Gaiet trembled with anger, pointing at Ning Fan's face and accusing, wasn't this all your fault? For this mental test, teacher Nguyen Fong examined Class B at this moment. Nguyen Fong held his weapon, smiling slyly. Class B student Tin and Gaiet, with a serious expression, began the challenge. Her right hand rose high. Blue light sparkled, the ground cracked, and rocks rose from beneath her feet. Come out, she shouted. Dust and debris filled the air as the rocks formed a giant figure, its eyes shining, moving toward Nguyen Fong. Nguyen Fong looked at it, smirking, standing silently, evaluating Tin and Gaiet. Being able to practice low-level summoning to this degree, it seems you're not ordinary. But it's only a low-level summoning and you dare use it in the test. Your teacher really is worthless. After speaking, Nguyen Fong mocked her, sticking out his tongue. Let me show you some power of high-level summoning. Flames appeared along Nguyen Fong's fingers. The fire wrapped around Yat Jiu. Suddenly, a giant bear appeared in the flames, moving like lightning, swiping its claws to shatter Yat Jiu. The bear sensed its attack succeeded, lifted its head to the sky, and roared to assert dominance. Tin and Gaiet watched from below, stunned. The power is incredible. She was not discouraged and continued controlling Yat Jiu toward the roaring bear. She commanded Yat Jiu, attack. Both Yat Jius immediately obeyed, moving forward, holding the giant bear's arms to restrain. Seizing the opportunity, another Yat Jiu approached from outside, preparing to punch the bear's face. The bear opened its mouth and bit forward, shattering Yat Jiu's punching arm into pieces. Immediately, it stretched its shoulders powerfully, breaking free from the 2 Yat Jius clinging to its arm. The bear slammed the Yat Jiu to the ground, shattering it into tiny rock fragments that scattered in all directions. Nguyen Fong saw his power dominating, a contemptuous look on his face, smirking mockingly as he commanded, it seems you have no chance, go. The bear obeyed, its eyes glowing red, advancing slowly toward Tin and Gaiet. Dust flew around, but Tin and Gaiet showed no fear, standing upright with a determined stance. She smiled mysteriously. She continued to unleash her power. A golden light appeared, shining straight at the bear's face, forcing it to raise its hands in defense. Tin and Gaiet smiled triumphantly, commanding calmly, go! Suddenly, a giant arm extended from the smoke, punching the bear's face with great force. The bear had no time to react and was hit. Its face wobbled, crying out in pain. The bear lifted its head and roared, its face full of agony. Seeing this, Nguyen Fong became both fearful and astonished, asking, how is this possible? Tian Ka stood opposite, in front of the stone kiln, smiling at him with sarcasm. Low-level summoning is not as simple as it looks from the outside. Didn't your teacher warn you before? After speaking, her expression became serious, raising her hand, voice gentle. Kill it, Ning Fan observed outside and commented. She's very diligent. Receiving the command, the stone kiln clenched its fists, channeling power into blue light beams, punching the bear with full force. 5 punches surrounded by multiple blue lights shot forward at lightning speed. The bear stood firm, clenching its hands, preparing to block the incoming punches. Unable to evade, it took a powerful punch to the jaw. The bear fell backward, losing balance, but the stone kiln was also struck by its claws on the head. The bear was hit and stepped back. Nguyen Fong saw the scene, stubbornly evaluating. Indeed, there is some skill here. But fight against my high-level summoning, it's still far from enough. Nguyen Fong shouted, "Smash that pile of rocks!" The bear obeyed, recklessly charging at the stone kiln standing in front. The stone unicorn of the lunar crescent was struck hard, causing the rock at its head to shatter and remain motionless. The bear rushed forward, swinging its claws at the opposite stone unicorn, creating a scene of combat between them. She stood outside, determined, thinking she must win. The stone unicorn continued to gather strength, preparing to deliver a powerful blow to the bear in front of it. The bear stared intently at the outstretched arm. The powerful punch landed squarely on the bear's face, causing it to break into fragments. Seeing this, Lunar Crescent was overjoyed, shouting, "We won!" Nguyen Fong, standing beside her, smiled cruelly and repeated her words, "We won." Then he used his new ability. Blood from his hand flowed out and transformed into a swarm of white snakes. The snakes quickly slithered along the ground toward the target. Nguyen Fong smiled sinisterly, saying, "True summoning." He controlled the snakes to coil tightly around the stone unicorn, continuing, "True summoning," as the snakes advanced toward the stone unicorn. The snakes wrapped around the stone unicorn's body, restricting its movement. Lunar Crescent screamed in fear, "Get away." The sight in front was horrifying as the snakes relentlessly wrapped around the stone unicorn, nearly breaking it apart. Nguyen Fong's voice slowly echoed, "So you can understand." His eyes gleamed, piercing through the snakes. He added, "What is truly terrifying?" Lunar Crescent felt overwhelmed, the force being too much. Dao Dao on Lunar Crescent's shoulder was sucked into the light. It screamed in fear, flapping its wings for help. She stretched her hand forward, pulling Dao Dao toward herself. Lunar Crescent tightly embraced Dao Dao, opened her eyes, and shouted, "Come back, don't cause more trouble." Fam outside was worried. Why hasn't her summoned beast awakened yet? Nguyen Fong hid behind the snakes, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Lunar Crescent. Then, he ordered the snakes to attack. Lunar Crescent, pale, stood still as she saw the snakes approaching. She was bound by her hair and cried out in pain. Nguyen Fong, hidden in the snakes, looked down at Lunar Crescent, saying, "You have character, but it was destined for you to lose." She decisively cut off her long hair to escape the grip of the snake. Lunar Crescent, with a serious expression, replied, "Not necessarily." Dao Dao lay still on the ground after falling from her arms. Lunar Crescent's hair fell where Dao Dao lay. Dao Dao's whole body glowed, emitting strong rays of light. Sui Fong and Lunar Crescent stared at Dao Dao. Nin Pham outside the battle was puzzled. Has it finally awakened? Dao Dao, now growing larger, transformed into a mighty bird, with wings spread wide. Before they could fully comprehend, Nguyen Fong's voice rang out, "It's over," and the snakes opened their mouths, heading toward Dao Dao. Dao Dao, seeing the snakes approaching, immediately flew up to dodge them. Dao Dao didn't stop, stretching its wings and flying at full speed, heading straight for the gap between the snakes and Nguyen Fong. Dao Dao flew directly toward Nguyen Fong, piercing through the snake's defense and knocking him out. Nguyen Fong was struck, his body staggering, roaring, "It's over." He fell into a frenzy, clutching his head, mumbling to himself. As Nguyen Fong went mad, Dao Dao appeared and pecked him hard on the head before he could continue, saying, "It's over." Lunar Crescent hugged Dao Dao, her face terrified as she saw the snakes about to charge. She stared intently at each snake. Before she could react, Dao Dao was struck and thrown out. From inside the observation room, Van Long watched the battle. Van Long, enraged, shouted, "Foolish, foolish, a bunch of fools, can't even beat those useless students." He turned to look at Thai, grinding his teeth and saying, "Cohen, you take over in the next round." Suddenly, a shadow appeared from behind, saying, "Teacher Triu, let me take this one." Back to the fight, seeing Dao Dao thrown out, Lunar Crescent was furious. Grabbing a piece of stone, looking at Nguyen Fong in the midst of the snakes, "You dare hurt my pet." Nguyen Fong didn't react, commanding the snakes to attack Lunar Crescent. Standing before the snakes, Lunar Crescent remained unshaken. When many of the snakes opened their mouths to bite, she dodged by bending down and then charged straight at Nguyen Fong. Lunar Crescent held the piece of stone and shouted, "I'll risk it with you." The stone grazed Nguyen Fong's body, and she couldn't believe her eyes. Lunar Crescent was surprised. as Nguyen Fang's wound didn't bleed but was healed by the snakes. The battle ended. Nguyen Fang was defeated, lying unconscious on the ground. It's over. Dao Dao sat on Lunar Crescent's shoulder. She smiled and touched its beak with her finger as if complimenting it. Turning back to the observation room, Van Long glanced back and asked, "What about you?" Standing behind, Dong Loi gritted his teeth in frustration. "Teacher Zhao, last time at the training grounds, Ning Fan showed me a different level of magic. Let me broaden my knowledge." Van Long turned to look at him. "What are you planning to do?" Dong Loi's face immediately darkened. In a low voice he said, "During the exam I won't hold back, but in a competition, it's inevitable that there will be unforeseen events. If something unexpected happens, I will take full responsibility." The old man stepped closer and placed a hand on his shoulder. "If you want to contribute to the competition, of course, I agree. I hope you can deliver what you promised during the exam." Dong Loi showed a pleased expression and quickly reassured, "Don't worry, teacher. I'll make sure you're not disappointed." Then the old man smiled and took the microphone, announcing that the current exam was a magic attack, with teacher Dong Loi from Class C as the evaluator. Standing next to him, he smiled maliciously, "And the student under evaluation is Deng Taiyi." Below, Taiyi looked extremely nervous. From above, Ning Fan interjected and spoke into the microphone. "Don't worry, Deng Taiyi." His voice was calm, slowly advising, "The magic you use consumes very little energy. Moreover, your casting speed is very fast, allowing you to use multiple attacks simultaneously, creating unexpected blows." After the reminder, Ning Fan sarcastically added, "Go on, remember to save face for teacher Dong." Hearing this, Dong Loi's eyes widened in anger as he responded, "That day at the arena was just luck. Today it won't be the same." The competition began and he immediately turned serious, launching an attack towards Taiyi. "Take this, tornado." As soon as he finished speaking, a tornado with incredible force and speed rushed straight toward the girl. Tian Chang, standing outside, was so worried he was sweating, shouting, "Taiyi, quickly dodge." Taiyi focused on the massive tornado in front of her, and Enhakmai spoke up, "You won't have time to dodge." The girl raised both hands and cast a counterspell, summoning a continuous hailstorm and furious thunder. As the battle began, Taiyi thought to herself, "He was right, my speed is my advantage." Dong Loi shouted, "Pierce through it, tornado." The tornado turned into an icy drill, releasing a chilling cold. Taiyi, worried, stood still, using the ice shards to defend. Seeing this, he smiled with satisfaction. "As expected, your speed isn't slow." Then he added, "Let's see how you escape." The ground around Taiyi collapsed and electric currents chased her down. Looking at the ground beneath her, the girl froze in fear. Dong Loi continued to release a fiery energy blast. "It's not over yet." Flaming strike. The exhaustion was clearly visible on Taiyi's face. Still, she mustered the strength to rise and counterattack. After a while, Taiyi was revived by the cold air of her own spell. Her eyes trembled slightly before opening wide. Taiyi jumped up quickly, her eyes scanning around. Before she could react, Dong Li had secretly prepared to attack from behind, his arm emitting a hot breath through the ice block. By the time Taiyi realized the situation, it was too late. Dong Li's hand had already brushed past her left eye. He sneered, thinking that Ning Fan was only capable of this much. Tian Chang, watching the battle from above, suddenly shouted, "This is Pham Kui." He was dissatisfied. "This is Pham Kui. It must be that teacher Dong used a sharp weapon." Wen Long, seeing this, turned to speak. "This is just a little accident during the competition. It seems Dong couldn't retract his hand in time. Don't blow it out of proportion." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan suddenly appeared and grabbed the hem of his coat. "You gave the order, didn't you? What did you say to Dong Li before the competition? This was your instruction, wasn't it?" Wen Long's face changed, but he still held his ground. "You need evidence." Ning Fan looked at him with cold eyes. "Stop the competition right now." Just then, Quang Vin suddenly interrupted. "All right," he looked at Ning Fan and said, "Unexpected things happen sometimes." Quang Vin avoided eye contact. Besides, his student still wanted to continue the competition. Ning Fan was stunned after hearing those words. Deng Taiyi mumbled, "I'm fine." She yelled loudly, "Enough, I can't continue the competition anymore." Dong Li laughed, "That's right, you see, even your teacher said that." Taiyi paid no attention to his words and firmly said, "I'm fine, let's continue." Hearing this, his body suddenly tensed. "Then there's nothing I can do." Dong Li sneered, "If you don't want to end it, then let me finish the competition for you." As soon as he spoke, a staff immediately formed. Taiyi saw this and ordered a defense. Ice blocks quickly formed into a sturdy shield. At this moment, Taiyi stepped back while activating a new ultimate move. She stared at her opponent with a determined gaze, using her ice blade to launch a surprise attack. Small ice blocks rushed forward, causing Dong Li to be on the defensive. They collided, making a loud, piercing sound. Taiyi was secretly pleased. I hit them, great. But before her joy could last a second, Dong Li's hand suddenly appeared. His body ignited in flames. You think you can use this child's play to attack me? Dong Li looked at Taiyi with disdain. Such a fool. Taiyi felt anxious, realizing that her ice magic was completely countered by fire. Thinking this, she used another move, lightning strike. Powerful electric currents shot towards him, but he quickly defended himself. Dong Li said, your weakness is that you only strike quickly. As soon as he said that, he made his move. A fiery killing move. Taiyi didn't hesitate, immediately summoning ice blocks to form a shield. Defense, however, Taiyi's power was on a completely different level from Dong Li's. She realized this and couldn't help but feel powerless. This is bad, there's no way to win. Tears began to fall from Taiyi's face. Memories from the past flooded in. Her father sighed. Did you fail again? Taiyi's father frowned. Is this all you can do? Are you even a member of the Dung family? If you were my daughter, you wouldn't just have this little ability. He wasn't happy. That's enough. Your marriage to Track Duong has been decided. Cruel words kept echoing in her mind. She couldn't even learn simple healing magic. I'll try harder, take the back door. And in my first test, I ended up in class D. No exaggeration. She's the weakest student I've ever met. That's because you don't understand. She's a genius in attack magic. Just as she was about to give up, she heard Ning Fan's voice through the speaker. Taiyi, you can win. Those words seemed to revive her shattered spirit. Taiyi stood up without hesitation. Dong Li sneered, you almost gave up, why stand up again? Taiyi just sighed lightly and looked at him with a determined gaze. This time I won't admit defeat. Dong Li said, your magic has been countered by me, you've run out of chances. Taiyi rebutted, as long as I'm still standing, I still have a chance. Hearing this, he got angry, then let's see. Taiyi saw the flames on her opponent and shouted. A giant ice block quickly rose to shield her. Dong Li slightly curled his lips, testing her. Soon after, he broke through the sturdy shield in front of him. Zuyi remained unusually calm. Chuang Bang and Dong Lu felt something was off and stopped. He moved and Chuang Bang continued to keep close. The girl kept using her power, ice walls constantly appearing. Dong Lu began to lose patience and told her to stop struggling. He broke through each layer of ice and surged forward. Zuyi delivered a powerful kick, causing a large explosion. After creating a safe distance, she continued using the ice walls as shield. The cold ice shields kept appearing in front of Dong Lu. Zuyi wasted no time, continuing to attack with ice walls. At that moment, half of an ice wall suddenly shattered, surprising him. By the time Dong Lu realized her intent, it was too late. He burst out in anger, saying, ice magic has no effect on me. Dong Lu activated fire within the cold ice wall. Tian Chang observed the battle from afar. Everything was just ice dust, nothing visible. His eyes burned like fire. Using it before waking up only delays the inevitable. Zuyi seemed to ignore those words and muttered, thunder strike. As soon as she finished, a huge explosion erupted on the arena floor. Ning Fan noticed Zuyi's move, using steam to conduct electricity, but that could harm herself too. After the explosion, Dong Lu seemed buried in white dust. As the smoke cleared, he staggered, almost falling. The girl wasn't much better. Zuyi quickly exhausted her strength and collapsed. She lay motionless on the arena floor, unconscious. Dong Lu also fell at the same moment. Van Long laughed at the scene. Zuyi has fallen, failed the test, not passing. Tian Chang frowned, clearly Zuyi had succeeded. He turned and said, Zuyi can't even stand. Isn't that a fail? Ning Fan reacted sharply. That's nonsense. He stepped forward to intervene. All right, quickly take Zuyi to find Lin Zio. Tian Chang heard this and quickly replied, yes. Van Long snorted, a student trying to challenge a teacher, not afraid of getting expelled. The boy replied quietly, exactly. Right after speaking, Ning Fan unleashed a sharp palm strike. The blade of his strike split the wall, startling Van Long. Ning Fan glanced at him but showed no worry. Ning Fan controlled the blade and said, today I'll make you loosen your bones. At that moment, Guang Yuan suddenly appeared. Tran Max said, you weren't easily angered before. That happened ages ago at home. Are you still haunted by it? Ning Fan frowned, don't assume familiarity. You can only wave your hands in front of me. Guang Yuan rolled his eyes. Before getting angry, take a good look. He said, your student is already standing. Guang Yuan glanced, now your student passes. Any objections, teacher? Van Long replied. No, none. Seconds later, he changed expression and thought, damn, Duan Ryushui tricked me, saying Ning Fan hadn't recovered yet. Tian Chang saw the girl and called out. Zhu Yi, he stepped forward to support her. Quickly, let's take you to the infirmary. Zhu Yi asked, I passed right. Tian Chang replied, yes, you passed. The girl smiled upon hearing the answer she wanted. Great, Van Long said seriously. This round is the defense test, he added. The teacher testing is Feng Kuang from Class B. Van Long looked on. The student is Tian Ka from Class D. Ning Fan said, go ahead, use everything I taught you. He issued the rules. Under attack, you must either defend once or knock the teacher down to pass. After speaking, Van Long thought, Feng Kuang's barrier ability is rare. Within his barrier, his physical strength can increase 50-fold. No one is suitable as a punching bag like him. Feng Kuang entered the arena full of energy. Ready? If so, I'll rush in to attack. Then let's begin. Wang Yuan watched the defense match pass by. Ban Long focused, making the atmosphere tense. Ning Fan seemed uninterested, yawning repeatedly. Still, he continued to watch. Feng Kuang muttered, "This guy has some skill, but as long as I stay within the barrier, my power keeps increasing." Tian Ka taunted, "Teacher, does your punch hurt? Need someone to blow on it." Hearing this, he got angry. "Damn it." Then he suddenly said, "Wait," and calmly sat down. "All right. Teacher, continue. I'll probe first." Feng Kuang frowned. "This kid is fast with words. Wait until I break his defense. You have no choice but to cry. In half an hour, my power will increase 50 times. Let's see if you can still talk big then." Tian Ka sighed. This little bit of power was nothing compared to the training my teacher gave me. He suddenly remembered what he had said 2 days ago. "Teacher, that useless Sufang has finished learning defensive magic. Maybe you should teach me how to attack." Ning Fan said, "Show me how much you can enlarge your defense layer." Tian Ka didn't understand. What's the point of enlarging it? Enlarging the shield makes it thinner, weakening the defense. He shrugged. "If you want to learn attack, follow my lead." He didn't argue anymore and immediately followed suit. "All right." Tian Ka gathered all his strength to enlarge the shield. When he saw he had reached the limit, he said, "This is the maximum." Ning Fan tapped a few times and commented, "It's okay, just keep practicing like this." Tian Ka asked, "Wait, what about the attack?" He answered, "When you master it, I will teach you to attack." Hearing this, Tian Ka became more determined. "All right then. Let's practice then." Back to reality in the infirmary. Cao Cao turned around when she heard the noise. "Who's there?" Tian Chuang said anxiously. "Miss, hurry. Come see how Tiat Ai is doing." Cao Cao quickly said, "Tiat Ai, hurry, take her to the treatment room." The infirmary switched to use mode quickly. She muttered, "Damn it, daring to beat her up like this. Tomorrow I will report to the leader. Let him deal with this bastard." Tiat Ai immediately refuted, "It was my fault. That's why it happened." Cao Cao shouted, "Failing is one thing. You were never suited to be an undercover agent. Tomorrow I will send someone to bring you to the leader." The girl immediately grabbed her wrist. Tiat Ai said, "I don't want to. I can't go back." Tin and Gayat advised, "Your worry is useless. Prepare for the next round." Tian Chuang replied, "Next round I will do my best." He hesitated, then added, "But Tiat Ai, she..." Tian Chuang didn't finish speaking before the infirmary door opened. "But don't." Tiat Ai had been treated and was sitting in a wheelchair. He hurriedly ran over to ask, "Miss, how is Tiat Ai?" Cao Cao said, "The condition is not good. The internal injuries are severe, mainly her eyes. She might lose her sight." Hearing the diagnosis, Tian Chuang was furious. Zhao Wenlong, Dong Lei, those bastards. Seeing his actions, she began to suspect. This kid, weren't these two dating? Meanwhile, on the arena, Tian Ka impatiently said, "Teacher, it's been half an hour. Why don't you just admit defeat?" Feng Kuang panted, "Kid, the show is just starting. No need to rush." As he spoke, he started taking off his shirt. Seeing this, Tian Ka felt extremely uncomfortable. "It's useless." Feng Kuang gained momentum to attack, forcing me to use 50 times my strength. "You're pretty good." Without hesitation, he punched Tian Ka's defense layer hard. Time on the arena seemed to slow down. He wondered why his teacher's strength increased. Feng Kuang laughed, "Are you just reacting now?" Too late, he put all his strength into his punch. Then he attacked Tian Ka's shield, but it seemed to fail. He smiled, "Teacher's strength is already this strong. Did you think I wouldn't notice?" Tian Ka added, "Earlier, you had a chance to admit defeat. If you didn't appreciate it, don't blame me." After saying that, he immediately controlled the shield to push Feng Kuang. Tian Ka didn't hesitate, pushing him far away and said, "Teacher, it's your turn." Feng Kuang was quickly thrown off the arena. He fell without being able to react, rolling down to the ground. He walked away. "Really, if you want to test me, at least find a teacher from Class S." At the same time, he thought, the defense method that teacher taught isn't bad. It feels really good to beat someone else. Ning Fan commented on Tian Ka, "This kid talks one way and does another," and the system announced, "Trust points plus 100. Sufang stepped forward to encourage, "Well done." Tian Ka's eyes sparkled. "Of course, don't you see who I am?" He happily threw his arm around. "Come to my place sometime. I have new equipment for you, to broaden your horizons." Ning Fan suddenly pulled Tian Ka back to reality. "What are you so smug about? Wait until you really master using the defense layer to fight before you can be smug." The punch just now caused the air around to freeze. Huang Vin looked at them and thought to himself, "These Class D students are good seeds." Feng Kuang suddenly spoke. "This round of the competition, the student broke the rule." He said, "Teacher Zhao, this round is supposed to be a defense test, but he used the defense layer to knock me down, so this is a violation of the rule." Long was furious. "Get out of the way, isn't that embarrassing enough?" He was angry. "Maybe in the previous rounds you were lucky, but this last round, there's no way you guys can pass." These words reached Ning Fan's ears, making him dissatisfied. However, Fan smiled. Could it be that after continuously failing, your nerves were damaged and now you're talking nonsense? He taunted teacher, take it. Think for a moment, there's no challenge in life you can't overcome. If you face one, just confront it. Van Long, stay calm. Nin Pham, don't be overconfident. I'll participate directly in the next match. Huang Vin asked teacher Triu, do you really want to enter this match? He said, then I'll replace Triu Van Long temporarily as the judge. Nin Pham looked unhappy. Why are you everywhere? Huang Vin announced the final test for Class D, teacher Triu Van Long, student Truong Thien Truong. He announced 10 students go to the arena immediately. Huang Vin continued, if you don't show up within a minute, it will be considered a withdrawal. After a long while, the arena was still empty. Van Long frowned and asked, Nin Pham, is your student scared? He thought Truong Thien Truong took Dung Tiat to the medical room and hasn't returned. Could something have happened in the medical room? Nin Pham ordered Sufang go check on Truong Thien Truong. He replied, yes. Van Long smiled, still 30 seconds left, Class D, wait and you'll be dismissed. At that moment, a strong wind suddenly blew past Sofang's face. The velvet door flew over his head. Then Thien Truong appeared. He stared and spoke. Triu Van Long, I'm here for the test. As soon as Thien Truong appeared, the lights in the arena immediately turned on. Nin Pham said, perfect timing, hurry up. He deliberately spoke loudly so no one would stop and waste time. He clenched his fist, don't worry, I can't wait any longer. Huang Vin said, once you're ready, start. Suddenly, Van Long smiled faintly. He said, I can give you a chance to surrender now. Of course, I can also fight until you have to give up. Thien Truong hesitated briefly, then replied, today I don't just want to pass, I want to make you pay. He pushed off with his legs and began the attack. Thien Truong swung his arm, launching a kick at Van Long. Van Long lost balance and stepped back. He quickly regained composure. Want to die. When Van Long wasn't paying attention, he was already waiting nearby. Then, he launched a strong attack. However, Van Long dodged the attack just in time. His eyes were full of hatred. Van Long started a counterattack, simple but powerful punches. He continuously used different techniques, scattering his force. Van Long used momentum to charge forward. He delivered a punch to Thien Truong's stomach, muttering under his breath. Van Long's attack put Thien Truong at a disadvantage. However, Thien Truong reacted quickly and turned the situation around. He smirked, even though you tried to make it hard, I won't surrender easily. He spun like the wind and continued attacking Van Long. Van Long quickly blocked and immediately counterattacked. Dream on, Huang Vin observed, although Thien Truong's hands were steadier, his strength had not fully recovered. Thien Truong was staggered by the last attack. He struggled to stand and continue fighting. Nin Pham worried, Thien Truong is too hasty, unable to fully exert his power. Tin and Guyet pushed Tiat Ai toward the training room. The match has started, we must hurry. Suddenly she stopped, the door swung open and was dented. A girl dashed in, striking hard at the leg, creating a loud bang. The girl in the wheelchair looked terrified. Thien Truong saw the chaotic scene. Tin and Guyet was stunned. What's happening? Wasn't it almost over? On the arena floor, Thien Truong determinedly fell, dust swirling around. He lifted his head, panting, brows furrowed. Not fully recovered, Thien Truong propelled himself forward again. Van Long laughed calmly, useless. Such a trap is a waste of effort. Speaking, he quickly ducked and swung his arm to attack. Thien Truong couldn't dodge and took a full punch. His face turned pale. After a loud crack, he was thrown back, hitting the arena ropes hard. Exhausted, Thien Truong lay still, battered. He stared blankly, dazed for a moment. Tiat Ai cried, heart burning with worry. Thien Truong seemed reinvigorated, forced himself to stand. I'll risk everything against you. Upstairs, Nin Pham stood silently, watching anxiously. Thien Truong's anger blinded him. If this continues, he won't pass the test. Tin and Guyet couldn't endure and slammed the door. Nin Pham, she lost patience, whispered, even the teacher can see. If Thien Truong continues like this, he's no match for Van Long. Tin and Guyet kept nagging, you're the teacher, think of a solution. Nin Pham was helpless, silent. Aren't you thinking? He sighed beside her, increasingly impulsive. Have you forgotten everything from Class S? He stared in disbelief. What? Nin Pham pressed close to the glass, watching intently. Could it really be true? Immediately he seemed to remember something, lost control and shouted, Thien Truong. Nin Pham kept trying to stop him and told him to stay calm and listen, while he was struggling to fend off a series of relentless blows from the old man. Realizing the unfavorable situation, he shouted, focus your mind and stabilize your energy, storm surge. Before Tian Chang could react, Wen Long rushed toward him. It's over. Tran Nha was struck, leaving a large dent in his body, sweat pouring down. Nin Pham whispered, you're really strong. Wang Yuan lay sprawled on the ground next to him, his eyes vacant. Nin Pham tilted his head in admiration. Although he had initially been in a disadvantaged position, he quickly turned the tables. He slowly said, I've thought about it too. When using magic in battle, it's diverse, but martial artists can only rely on themselves. Wang Yuan unconsciously raised his hand to the air. Realizing that the weaker you become, the more you need to stay calm. A green light enveloped his hand. When the mind aligns, storm surge must tap into the highest state of each energy within the body. Wang Yuan squinted at the energy he had summoned. This is the only way to bring out the full power of the fist. In class, he walked while explaining. When the mind aligns, storm surge. Tian Chang practiced and mumbled along. When the mind aligns, storm surge. Ninfam's shout suddenly brought him back to reality. Align your mind and energy, storm surge. Wenlong lunged, delivering a powerful kick toward Tian Chang, shouting, "It's over." Tian Chang suddenly became clear-headed and immediately strengthened his defense. Tian Chang instinctively tilted his head to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack from the old man. He suddenly recalled the lesson. When the mind aligns, storm surge. I forgot this important detail earlier. Wenlong jumped off the fighting stage to gain momentum, his face darkened. It's not over yet. As he finished speaking, he rushed forward and struck Tian Chang's neck from behind. What stunned, Wenlong smugly withdrew his smoking hand. It's over. The old man suddenly widened his eyes in shock at the scene before him. What's this? Tian Chang stood firm like a statue, stopping Wenlong's attack with just one hand. In the corner, Guang Yuan silently observed the battle. Seeing that Tian Chang had finally recalled the lesson, he breathed a sigh of relief. His energy is stabilized now. Ninfam clung to the glass window, calling out loudly, "Tian Chang, a martial artist must use their fists." Guang Yuan immediately snapped. "Stop the interference enough," he sternly reminded him. "This is a test. Excessive help from the outside will immediately disqualify you." He awkwardly thought, forget it, let Tian Chang handle the rest on his own. Seeing Tian Chang full of energy, the old man secretly calculated. His power has already solidified into a tangible form. Wenlong angrily gritted his teeth. So what if the power is solidified? Isn't he still about to lose? Without saying another word, he immediately stomped on the ground to gather momentum and jumped high, spinning and repeatedly kicking toward him. Tian Chang didn't hesitate, quickly focusing all his energy to counterattack. In the moment of collision, a brilliant purple light erupted, tearing the space apart. Wenlong fell from the air, quickly stabilizing his feet and landing. Meanwhile, Tian Chang was knocked backward, crashing into the ropes of the fighting stage amidst a cloud of smoke. The old man slowly walked over to him, grinning smugly. Is this really the genius of Class S? Although Zhuyi was injured, she still shakily propped herself up and couldn't help but yell, "Vu Tian Chang, hang in there." The door to the medical room was shut tight, the cold wind howling down the hallway. Inside, the curtain swayed gently in the still, chilling atmosphere. Suddenly, the red words in use lit up, and the cold wind swirled, the air tense and suffocating. Dong Li, with empty eyes and a panicked face, tears streaming down, trembling voice said, "It's just a minor treatment." His body was trembling, fixed to the bed, but everything seemed more complicated than that. Zio's face was expressionless, holding a saw that was sparking. "Don't worry, I'll take full responsibility to the association." She looked down, smiling sinisterly, her voice cold. "For you." Scene change when Long looked down at Tian Chang, his voice full of mockery. Is this really the genius of Class S? He raised his fist high and pointed it directly at him. "It's over now." At that moment, Zhuyi's voice rang out. "Tian Chang, hang in there." Her encouraging words gave Tian Chang strength, and his eyes suddenly widened. Wenlong's punch came like a flash straight toward him, but Tian Chang managed to dodge just in time, the punch missing his face by inches. The old man didn't give Tian Chang any chance to recover and immediately kept attacking, frowning and raising his voice. "Let's see how many times you can dodge." He swung his hand and struck Tian Chang. Unable to dodge, Tian Chang was knocked back far and forced to stand firm amidst the smoke rising from the ground. He told himself to stay calm, not to let his anger take over. Soon after, Tian Chang and Wenlong clashed again, battling fiercely with rapid attacks. His eyes full of determination, each strike was decisive and powerful, one of Tian Chang's punches landing squarely on the old man's face. He put all his strength into it, knocking Wenlong back over 10 meters and gasping for breath, thinking, "The opportunity has come, this time I can't afford to make a mistake." The thick white smoke spread and a voice echoed, "I admit I underestimated you before." The old man's body was completely unharmed, with a swirling red aura around him. "You might force me to use my trump card, but even then, you still won't pass the test. Even so, that's enough to be proud of." Suddenly, something from beneath the ground tried to rise, and Van Long, with an angry face, immediately rushed to attack him. But Tian Chuang was quick and agile, easily dodging. He clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. "I told you, teacher, you will pay the price." Van Long turned around. He threw a punch straight at Tian Chuang's stomach. Die. In his mind, he was filled with delight, thinking he had landed the hit. However, Tian Chuang was still unharmed, and somehow, he had already positioned himself behind Van Long. The old man grew furious and struck again, but still couldn't reach him. Immediately after, Tian Chuang drove his knee hard into Van Long's back. His face darkened, eyes cold as he stared at the old man, lips barely moving before he kicked up. The kick sent Van Long flying to the ceiling, causing it to shatter. A loud explosion followed and the room was filled with thick smoke. The old man's body seemed to be sucked into the ceiling before slowly sliding down. Tian Chuang suddenly rushed forward, kicking Van Long in the face and sending him crashing into the door. After the last blow, blood splattered everywhere. The scene shifted to Dong Li, whose body was wrapped in bandages, struggling to walk, gritting his teeth in hatred. Damn it, Dao Ying is definitely setting me up. Suddenly, a noise startled Dong Li, and he immediately scanned the surroundings. Right in front of him, the solid wall began to crack and shatter, and then the old man's figure appeared, charging straight toward Dong Li. The strong kick sent him flying to the opposite side. Van Long landed on top of him, both of them lying flat on the ground, their heads covered in blood. Wang Yuan declared, "The outcome is clear. I declare the test is over. The student from Tian Chuang's class has won." Dong, he stared at the scene below in shock, finally realizing that the genius of Class S had recovered. Then Guang Yuan suggested, "Class D performed incredibly well this time. I will ask the higher-ups for permission to promote Class D." Hearing this, Tian Chuang was momentarily stunned. "Promote?" Li Qiang's face lit up, full of excitement. "If that's the case, our class will move up to Class C, right? We won't have to worry about being expelled anymore." Ting Yue smiled faintly. "We defeated the teacher of Class B. Maybe we could even make it to Class A. Are you okay, Tian Chuang?" Suddenly, a voice rang out. "You all performed really well today, but it's not over yet." It was Ning Fan, who smirked and said cheerfully, "After class, I'll treat you all to grilled food. Anyone who wants to go, raise your hand." Everyone raised their hands in unison. "Of course, we're going." The cups clinked together and everyone cheered as they drank and gathered around the barbecue, enjoying the lively atmosphere. "Don't touch my meat. Free food is fine, but don't take my share. This wine is good, but some of you should slow down." Ning Fan cheerfully said, "This time, everyone worked hard, so this meal is on me. Feel free to eat as much as you want." Suddenly, a hand slammed down on the table in front of him. Lao Zio, with an angry expression, called out to Ning Fan. He froze, sweating a little, not expecting her to show up. She pointed at Zhu Yue and Tian Chuang, who were eating. "What kind of teacher are you? They just got injured and you're letting them eat chicken." Ting Yue spoke up to calm her down. "It's fine, they can relax a bit. Teacher, please sit down and have a drink." Ikaio pulled out a chair, inviting her to sit. Soon, a plate and chopsticks were pushed in front of her. Zio looked at them with an expression of disbelief. "Do you think I'm that easy to be persuaded?" The girl with sparkling eyes said that with Teacher Lam here, she felt more at ease. She sighed lightly before reluctantly agreeing. Only this time. Sufang suddenly looked down with a slightly sad expression. It turned out that the grill was already empty, even though everyone had just placed the meat on it. Tian Ka angrily shouted, "Did I tell you not to touch my meat?" Sufang frowned and placed his hand on Li Qiang's shoulder. "I put it on the table, so why is it gone now?" The boy appeared flustered. "Really? That's strange, huh?" He suddenly shouted loudly. "Huh, it's that kid from the Mi family." Li Qiang smiled awkwardly. "I saw that no one was eating, so the meat would have gotten cold." He helplessly replied, "So you secretly ate it?" Tian Ka gritted his teeth. "I think this kid wants to die." Ning Fan, Ting Yue sighed, "You should pay attention too." Ning Fan, with a satisfied smile, said, "Chuo Tian Ka is very good. He's already integrated into our class." She was startled and screamed in disbelief. "Which eye of yours saw this situation?" Zhu Taiet asked. "Ning Fan, when do you plan to start?" He frowned and answered, "Tomorrow would be fine. Let's go together." Ning Fan smiled, not caring about the students' food fight. "Thanks to everyone's help, we managed to pass the written test." She smiled and replied, "It's the least we could do." Sao answered the phone, nodding repeatedly. "Yes, yes," she said firmly. Even though Zio Taiet was seriously injured, today's events must be reported. The scene changed to the next day in Class D's classroom. Ning Fan and the students were all stunned, staring at the door in shock. Their classroom was locked down, no one was allowed in. A notice was posted on the door. The notice said the school was cutting budgets and temporarily not using Classroom D, its equipment, and the finance office. He read it and got furious, kicking the door open immediately. Ning Fan looked at him, suspicion in his eyes. "You think a little trick can stop me?" He was startled to see the classroom empty. "Huh," Li Qiang exclaimed. All the desks and chairs were gone. He felt strangely accustomed to it. Sufang grinned slyly, whispering into his ear, "Hey, fatty, what's our next move?" He continued mysteriously, "This is part of a plan." Li Qiang shouted in surprise, "Are you a genius?" Ning Fan frowned. "You two are too noisy, I'm not in a good mood." The other two confidently assured, "Don't worry, teacher, we've got this. We'll get the desks and chairs back for Classroom D." Guaranteed to reclaim the furniture. The hallway was silent, only the sound of footsteps, tense atmosphere. The footsteps stopped at a closed door. Li Qiang pushed it open forcefully, startling the person inside. Li Qiang roared angrily, "It's you." Yue Jun, confused, asked, "Which class are you from?" Yue Jun, scared, quickly turned away, eyes shut. "What do you want?" After a long silence, he opened his eyes. In front was Li Qiang, sweaty and grimacing. Li Qiang collapsed to the floor, clutching his body, screaming, "It hurts, it hurts." Yue Jun, still shocked, advised, "If it hurts, go to the nurse. This is the finance office." Li Qiang stayed on the ground, trembling and moaning. Li Qiang's eyes widened as he yelled, "The teacher said to beat me. It hurts." Yue Jun explained helplessly, I didn't do anything." Yue Jun saw Sufang taking photos at the door. "What are you doing?" Sufang said, "Just passing by, saw the teacher bullying a student." Yue Jun stood up confidently. "Return the equipment and materials to classroom D or this photo will be posted." Yue Jun stood frozen, unable to comprehend the situation. Our patience has limits." Yue Jun, confused, explained, "No, I mean there are surveillance cameras here. It's still the finance office after all." The scene shifted to 2 steaming cups of tea. An employee carried a tray into the meeting room. A voice said, "Why call us here suddenly for something important?" The person across, holding a book, said nothing. The pink-haired girl lifted her tea cup. "If it's something interesting, that's good. I've been bored lately." Guang Yuan suggested, "All the students of Classroom D beat the teachers of Classroom B. Through the Classroom B teachers' test, I want to promote them." He asked tensely, "Any objections?" Yang Hua doubted, How is that possible? Did the teacher cheat on the test?" When, expressionless, "It's just promoting Classroom D, I have no opinion." The man with the book remained silent. Jade Snow added, "These kids have great talent, they can definitely be promoted." Guang Yuan was surprised. Miss Dio agrees too." Everyone nodded. Guang Yuan decided, "Then that's the decision." Then the 3 men and 2 women left the meeting room. Yang Hua, still shocked, asked, "Tala, no objections from you?" Tala, holding a book, cold-eyed. "Liu, Guang Yuan called us to discuss, probably wants those students promoted to Classroom S. They really are strong." Yang Hua, bewildered, "You too?" The man stayed silent, eyes on the conversation. Tala closed his book, indifferent. "It's just Ning Fan hasn't fully recovered, so he's not suitable to teach Classroom S students." Yang Hua, face excited, "So you mean we take his students and he can just leave?" Tala laughed heartily, "Only the teacher could say that." The water server left the meeting room, overhearing much information. Zhang Tiancheng wanted to return to Classroom S. Yue Jun stood still, pale, stammering, No. Li Qiang spoke up. "I advise you to hand it over sooner rather than later." Su Feng echoed, "Right, our patience has limits." Yue Jun frowned slightly. "No, I meant there are surveillance cameras here. After all, this is the finance office." Hearing that, the 2 froze, their faces pale. Liu Yue Jun rubbed his hands nervously. "What's the matter? Do you still want to threaten me?" Suddenly, a mysterious force began to pull him downward. Liu Yue Jun bent down and knelt in a humiliating position, utterly embarrassing. Sweat poured down his face like a stream. "What's going on?" Ning Fan stepped in slowly. "Oh, isn't this Teacher Liu?" He looked down. "You bow so formally, I can't accept it." "You used the master's greeting on Liu Yue Jun." Liu Yue Jun's whole body trembled. "Ning Fan, what did you do to me?" The system notification popped up. "You have used the master's greeting on Liu Yue Jun." Ning Fan bowed slightly and spoke. "It seems Teacher Liu has realized his mistake, kneeling repeatedly hoping for my forgiveness." Han gritted his teeth, replying, "Don't get smug. You're serious? Now we're here to discuss Class D's matters. You have used the master's greeting on Liu Yue Jun." The system announced, "Liu Yue Jun, summoning system level 8. He bowed even lower, impossible. Previous system alert, injured during battle. Cannot use the destiny summoning. Summoned beast is White Lake." Ning Fan said menacingly, "Teacher Liu, shall we make an exchange?" Yue Jun struggled to speak each word. "I have nothing with you." Ning Fan said bluntly, "A few years ago you were injured, causing your destiny beast to fall into dormancy. I can help you recover it." Hearing that, he trembled violently but still tried to deny it. "Who would believe your lies?" Ning Fan turned his back. "Too bad, let's go." He responded, "All right." Ning Fan grinned slyly, originally intended to help him solve the baldness issue. Yue Jun closed his eyes, recalling why his ex dumped him. "Bald, everyone said he looked like my father. Let's break up." He discarded his pride and crawled to grab Ning Fan's leg, pleading. "Wait." Yue Jun held on tightly, refusing to let go. "How can you prove it?" Ning Fan turned with a triumphant smirk. "Simple, you lion set the condition. Then restore the teacher's destiny beast first, in Class D's classroom." The space was unusually quiet. Ting Yue looked up at the ceiling, sighing wearily. How troublesome. She turned to look at her friend. "You don't look troubled at all." Princess Wang's voice rang out. "The worst class in school, now you don't even want to go to class." He teased, "Genius, heard your hand is healed." Seeing Tian Chang's hand like that, Princess Wang mocked. "Why hit someone in a cast?" He was extremely annoyed. "Why are they here?" Tian Ka placed his hand on Tian Chang's shoulder. "Leave it to me." His expression darkened. Which class dares not fight, then get lost? Ning Fan instructed. All right, next, just follow my lead. Sufang and Li Qiang looked at the scene, confused and not understanding. Ming Yang carried the items and shouted, Mr. Ning's delivery has arrived. He turned. It's here already, it's me. Ning Fan set the box down in front of Huai Jun, his expression turning sinister. Then let's get started. Huai Jun didn't dare open his eyes. Ning Fan, does it really have to be like this? Can we change? He covered his mouth with a cloth. Do you still want to see your bonded summoned beast? Just do as I say. Huai Jun looked at the food in front of him, feeling utterly helpless. Ning Fan stood outside the door, giving a thumbs up. Good, good, now eat while maintaining that summon. Huai Jun asked anxiously, do I have to eat? The kid, with a passionate look, replied, if you won't eat, I'll eat. It clearly smells good. You're tall, you can handle it. Anything you eat will smell good. Huai Jun's hands radiated an orange spiritual aura, then he cut into it. Ignoring the risk, he grabbed a piece of black, foul-smelling tofu. Next, he quickly ate some noodles, eyes rolling back. Eating some fish, Huai Jun felt drained, utterly exhausted. The cut on his hand slowly glowed a deep red like blood. Huai Jun stared at his glowing hand, puzzled. Could it be? A small orange cat suddenly appeared from his hand. Huai Jun teared up, hugging the cat tightly. Great, comrade, we can fight side by side again. The cat, sensing the surrounding smell, broke out in sweat and immediately punched him. Wow, what is this? I'm doomed. He bowed his head. Cats are very sensitive to taste. This aroma can trigger the summoned beast when you open the summoning path. He explained, but this is just forced affection. Your summoned beast is still weak. You must take good care of it. System notification, Huai Jun's face showing fatigue. Reputation points plus 500. Ning Fan thought, summoned beasts and summoners are one entity. He didn't know when Lang Ting Yue would understand this. A series of notifications appeared. Reputation points, 1,255. Health status good. Awakening rate 1.18%. System skills, 1 Master Eye, 2 Recognize Master, 3 Spend 1,000 reputation points to activate. Notice something? A new skill. Do I have to spend 1,000 reputation points to activate it? Suddenly a voice called, Teacher Ning. He knelt willingly. Teacher Ning, I will follow you from now on and return all my study tools. Ning Fan sighed, thinking, hold off on the new skill. Wait until I have more reputation points to activate it. He signaled Li Qiang, did you hear what Teacher Liu said? Hurry and bring the tools back to class. The kid gave a thumbs up. No problem. Li Qiang looked for his friend. Sufang had disappeared. He said, let's go. Suddenly, Ning Fan's phone in his pocket rang loudly. He picked up. Hello, Snow Jade. Her voice came. I'm at the school gate. Come when you can. The kid was still angry. Sufang is dead. Ning Fan didn't hear clearly, asked again. She laughed. Didn't we plan to pick herbs today? Haven't you forgotten? He retorted. Just joking, take it easy. Ning Fan quickly pulled the window open and climbed out. He dashed down. That bald guy wasted too much of my time. Tian Ka said sternly, whatever class you're from, if you want to fight, leave immediately. Wang Fei mocked. Zhang Tiankai found a strong backing. His face darkened. We're here to find Zhang Tiancheng. Anyone not involved, leave or else. Hearing this, he smirked. I want to see what happens if not. Immediately, a loud explosion occurred before Tian Ka, dust filling the air. Sheila's hand still had some smoke from the previous punch. He was surrounded by a shield, only for the cat, nothing to boast about. Seeing this, he realized, someone has turtle system abilities. Sheila prepared to attack, his whole body gradually turning into afterimages. Lightning fast, he reached the edge of the shield, just inches from Tian Ka. Tian Ka quickly raised his hand and shouted, expand. The shield began to swell. What? Tian Ka snapped his fingers, instantly flinging Sheila away. Not willing to lose, he readied another attack. Sheila said slyly, don't think I can't mess with your turtle shell. Seeing the situation, his face showed panic. He rushed forward, breaking through the wall, the shield cracking, dragging Tian Ka down. Without the shield, Wang Fei's elbow came close to his face. From the high floor of the building, both fell together, smoke filling the air. Seeing the situation, he realized, someone has turtle system abilities. Sheila prepared to attack, his whole body gradually turning into afterimages. Lightning fast, he reached the edge of the shield, just inches from Tian Ka. Tian Ka quickly raised his hand and shouted, expand. The shield began to swell, lifting him along. What? Tian Ka snapped his fingers, instantly flinging Sheila away. Not willing to lose, he readied another attack. Sheila said slyly, don't think I can't mess with your turtle shell. Seeing the situation, his face showed panic. He rushed forward, breaking through the wall, the shield cracking, dragging Tian Ka down. Without the shield, Wang Fei's elbow came close to his face. From the high floor of the building, both fell together, smoke filling the air. He shouted arrogantly, oh, is this guy serious? The repair costs are going to skyrocket this time. Tian Yue and Tian Chang were shocked and exclaimed in unison, Tian Ka. Dust flew everywhere, and through the mist, a figure emerged. Jaila grabbed Tian Ka by the neck, and that was all. From above, Shuo Feng descended, shielded by a protective barrier. He furrowed his brows in anger. Let Tian Ka go. Xiu Feng landed nearby. Jaila lifted Tian Ka by the collar, not intending to release him, but then he noticed something was wrong. This wasn't right, he had to break the defense screen. He used Tian Ka to create a small cloud of dust, forcing Xiu Feng against the wall, his hands trying to protect his head. Too crafty, Tian Cheng looked down in panic. Enough, stop it now. Jaila waved his hand provocatively. I was only here to find you. If you come, we can finish the match from before. Yan agreed. Fine, you stop him immediately. No, Tian Yue said impatiently. His wounds haven't healed. Don't cause more trouble, dare to hurt my friend. She thought to herself, he's not going to get away with this. Where did Ning Fan go? Suddenly he appeared from afar, holding Yue Zhu, running and shouting loudly. But Fan ran with all his strength. Why are there so many of them? Yue Zhu raised her hand and used her freeze skill. The swarm of bees froze instantly and exploded into pieces. Ning Fan was puzzled. Isn't this dangerous? Are you talking about these bees? She leaned in to reply, no, there are no poisonous bees here. Moreover, the behavior of these bees is very unusual. Ning Fan grasped the key point. You mean someone is causing trouble. He was running fast and the bees followed. Ning Fan suddenly stopped, his eyes showing uncontainable surprise. A massive swarm of bees had surrounded the only escape route. He spoke, we've been surrounded. Aren't you going to do anything? A voice came from within the swarm. It will be as you wish. Who was that? The incense holder spoke up. He'd intended to find a long-haired monster, but unexpectedly encountered a surprise. Two individuals skilled in orthodox techniques. Ning Fan and Yue Zhu raised two fingers and channeled their inner energy. Go to hell. They coordinated their attack. A wind shield froze everything. His fingers flickered with a small flame. He hated people from orthodox schools. Are you from the Alliance of the Unusual? But you've picked the wrong person to mess with. A massive fireball appeared, summoned by Ning Fan. The explosion alone made him shudder. He could use multiple abilities at once. The incense holder that Anai held shattered into pieces. Ning Fan quickly appeared before him, surprising him further when something appeared behind. Looking at the scene before him, Anai could only force a smile, his face pale. In an instant, he was sprawled out on the ground. Ning Fan spoke. Maybe I was a little too harsh. A strange scream echoed from deep within the mountain. Both of them stood stunned. Huh. A bright light flashed in Ning Fan's mind, and he instantly understood the source of the sound. She added, that's the sound of a long-haired monster. This person just mentioned the long-haired monster. It might not be just one, the target could be the medicinal herb. Ning Fan grabbed Yue Zhu's hand and urged, let's hurry over there. In a quiet corridor, Xiu Feng strolled, sneering, good thing I ran fast, that fat guy's really stupid. Back to the classroom to wait, tables and chairs, here I come. The wall next to Xiu Feng was punctured with bricks and dust flying everywhere. He opened his eyes wide as if seeing something terrifying. What's going on? Xiu Feng saw Wang Fei. Isn't that a student from Class S? His pupils contracted, stunned, thinking to himself, why is he here? Tian Yue looked at him with a furious gaze. Dare to hurt my friend. He's not done with me. She didn't hesitate, summoning the beast Go Yikairo. The beast appeared right next to Tian Yue. Suddenly, a mounted knight appeared, attacking in parallel. His left hand gripped the city wall tightly, while his right held Yikairo's head. Wang Fei laughed, hey, I haven't made a move yet, don't pretend like I'm invisible. As he spoke, the knight exerted all his strength, crushing the stone block in his hand. Tian Yue wouldn't just watch, she ordered Du, go. It obeyed and shot through the air. Wang Fei said, remember, summoning a familiar beast is quite interesting. Du continued to fly in circles, get that guy. At the same time, his hand blazed with fire and steel. Wang Fei sneered. But compared to my familiar beast, it's far inferior. His eyes blazed with fire, a roar echoed, and Hua inside was finally released. Hearing the roar, it was scared and quickly returned to Tian Yue's side. Xiu Feng watched the chaotic battle, worried, looking at Tian Ka. He glanced over and saw Tian Yue and Hua facing off, along with Zheng Tianchang. Xiu Feng's emotions were complicated. He thought to himself, maybe they don't know what will happen when they mess with students from Class S. I can't, if I make a move, I'm done for. Xiu Feng hesitated, thinking, I have to leave. I have to. Suddenly Wang Fei spoke. I like the way you look at me, staring but not staring. He froze, glanced back and continued. You can't do anything to me. He stood behind in a ready-to-attack stance but still hesitated. At that moment, Silver Moon saw the situation and shouted, Keep Feng. He said, boss, leave him to me, you go and pull back Ta Tianka's men. On this side, he continued suggesting a plan, using the fact that he could fly to escape. You can fly, just fly straight, he can't attack you. Su Feng gritted his teeth. If I run, what will you do? Kai Lak suddenly stepped forward. Fly. Are you sure you can escape? Just as he was about to strike, Yat Jiu suddenly blocked his path. Kai Lak had to stop and said to him, the situation has reversed. He snorted coldly, even if the three of you attack together, you can't beat me. No guts. Immediately, Kai Lak fled desperately but still shouted provocatively, if you have guts, fight me one-on-one. Another deserted forest, Ning Fan looked around and murmured, "It must be here." Jade Snow said, "Let's hurry, this herb is very rare. We can't let people from the Alliance with extraordinary abilities steal it." He spoke up to stop them. "Wait, something is approaching." No sooner had he spoken than a rustling sound came from somewhere. In an instant, a fur demon rushed forward, roaring. Ning Fan quickly dodged and asked, "Is this a long-haired demon?" Before he could finish wondering, a voice suddenly sounded. "A bunch of brainless beasts, all of you die." At the same time, the old man unleashed a bolt of lightning at the fur demon, but Ning Fan noticed in time and blocked it with his hand. Big A roared, "Who dares block my whip?" He said firmly, "Killing wildlife is against the law." He looked at the two and asked, "Isn't Second guarding the forest? How did you get in here?" Hearing this, Ning Fan softly said, "Oh, and then, that guy." His last attack was a bit heavy. No sooner had he spoken than the old man immediately rushed to attack. "You dare kill Second A, I'll risk it with you." Ning Fan thought, "Oh, I haven't even finished speaking, what a hothead." At the same time, the system announced, "You used respectful greeting on Big A." Before he could understand what happened, his whole body suddenly kneeled as if controlled by someone. He smiled and said, "Oh, how embarrassing, sir. Please stand up quickly, stand up." A moment later, Big A didn't speak but attacked again, his eyes full of hatred at Ning Fan. "I'll kill you." Seeing the incoming attack, Ning Fan showed no fear and even raised his hand to block it. Next to Big A demon suddenly appeared, making him freeze. What? It swung its axe toward Big A's neck without hesitation. Only then did he realize the danger and hurriedly said, "Let's talk this through." Not long after, from fright, Big A fainted without realizing it. His last attack had been a bit heavy. Seeing the fur demon scamper forward, Ning Fan couldn't help but wonder, what is it doing? Suddenly, a whole group of fur demons appeared before him, surrounding Ning Fan as if they had known him for a long time. Seeing this, he couldn't hide his astonishment. What is happening? After the fur demons finished their task, they all became lively. Jade Snow spoke, "Thank you, goodbye," she said happily. "It seems they are very grateful, not aggressive as the books describe." Ning Fan agreed. "Indeed, the books must be wrong." He asked, "By the way, how many hair growth herbs are here?" Jade Snow replied, "These 2 branches." Ning Fan said in surprise, "Only 2 branches. The rest of the herbs can be used to nourish the children." She smiled gently and said, "It's late, let's head back quickly." Suddenly Big A growled, "Are you sure you can get back safely?" He raised his hand to control a lightning bolt toward Ning Fan. Big A said, "Do you think I'm really weak, fool? Put down the herbs and I could let you die easily." Ning Fan helplessly replied, "I think you should take care of yourself. Look behind you." Big A angrily shouted, "How dare you trick me, I'll kill you." Before he could strike, his body was lifted into the air. At this moment the fur demon had evolved into a gigantic form. At the same time it glared at Big A. Seeing this, Ning Fan admitted, "It seems the book wasn't wrong." Jade Snow responded. Early the next morning in Class D's classroom, Li Qiang, full of energy, said, "Good morning." Instead, he only received serious looks from everyone. Seeing their scars, Li Qiang wondered, "What happened to you? Did you fight?" Sufang explained, "Yesterday, Class S people came to cause trouble for us." Qian Chang's voice trembled, "It's all my fault." He continued, "I'll definitely become stronger to seek justice for everyone." Tian Ka suddenly slammed the table, bam, and I couldn't swallow my anger. Ting Yue frowned, "You guys still think that's not enough trouble?" As she finished speaking, Wang Fei's voice rang out. "Oh," he glanced over here and said, "I didn't expect you guys would still dare to come here." Ting Yue looked clearly annoyed. "What else do you want?" Wang Fei replied calmly, "After being sabotaged by you yesterday, of course I have to come settle it today." Sun Sa interjected, "I heard your class has a psychic, I want to learn more, who could it be?" Hearing him, Su Feng turned icy. Seeing this, Sun Sa smirked, "It's not you, is it, Four Eyes?" At that moment a commotion erupted outside the school gate. Ning Fan said wearily, "Seeing your face this early in the morning is just unlucky." Wang Yuan replied, "It's about the exams and promotion of Class D. There's a meeting this morning, come with me. Remember, I already requested this with the superiors." Midway, people started chatting excitedly. "Have you heard that Class D students beat the teachers of Class B recently?" They continued, "Of course, everyone in the school knows. Yes, it's unusual, just like in comics." Then someone added, "I heard that yesterday Class D fought with Class S." Someone sniffled and continued, "They got beaten badly. Oh, I just saw some Class S students furiously heading toward this class." Hearing this, Ming Fan immediately lost his composure. "Hey, you two," Guang Yuan quickly stopped him. "Let's talk after the meeting, the principal is here, he's attending this session too." Hearing him, he froze, the principal. Hai Shan read the minutes. The incident occurred during Class D's exam, intentionally injuring student Dong Zui, a serious situation. According to regulations, I think the head examiner should be dismissed. Zhao Wenlong, you spoke up. Zhao Wenlong, do you have anything to say? He hesitated. No, it's Dong Lei. Previously, he was defeated by Dong Zui and held a grudge. He deliberately sought revenge. Hearing Wenlong, he was stunned. Teacher, you're wrong, he said. This is proof that Dong Lei acted. This has nothing to do with me. Then Wenlong even showed a photo as evidence. Wang Yuan raised his voice. You think that excuses you? Besides, you covered for Dong Lei back then, right? You said Dong Lei's actions were serious. The teacher should be dismissed, expelled from school, and held accountable for intentionally harming a student. Zhao Wenlong disrupted discipline for personal gain. Starting today will no longer be class advisor. Instead assigned to manage logistics. Of course, he refused this decision. Principal Yu shouted, "Shut up," he barked. If you have complaints about work, you can submit a resignation. Wang Yuan proposed. During the exam, Class D students performed excellently. Many have the skills of Class S. I suggest promoting the class. At the same time, in Class D's room, Sufang stumbled and fell backward. Sun Sa laughed scornfully. Aren't they just chickens? Wang Fei snapped. Zhang Tiancheng, kneel and kowtow to me and I'll let you guys go. He restrained them. Ting Yue interrupted. Or else. No matter what, I won't hand over my friend to you. Hearing this, he laughed out loud. Well said. Before he could savor his victory, a noise erupted. Even Ting Yue was startled. Ning Fan faced them. I wasn't even here for one day and this happened already. He glanced. I want to see who dares bully my student. In the meeting room, Yu snorted, signaling, let Ning Fan in. But as soon as he finished, the room fell unusually silent. A figure slipped past the meeting room door. Then the figure gradually became visible, resembling Ning Fan but not entirely. Yu noticed this at a glance. Ning Fan dared to skip the meeting. He glanced subtly. I want to see who dares bully my students. Wang Fei frowned. Now I know why none of you dared fight me. He provoked. What, after I broke your arm you lost all courage? A bunch of trash waiting for a teacher to take revenge for you. Ting Yue, losing patience, shouted, who are you calling trash? Ning Fan stopped her. You're not great either. My students can easily kick you off the rankings. Wang Fei sneered. Teacher Ning, I heard you got injured. Did it go to your brain? Getting kicked out of the rankings by just that lot? Are you dreaming? You seem to be challenging me. If you don't believe it, just pick anyone to try. He of course wouldn't back down. Prince pointed at Tian Ka and said, since the teacher said so, I won't be polite, it's your turn. He smiled and replied, you dare to choose the strongest person in this class. You must want to challenge yourself. Ning Fan made Tian Ka realize this. You chose me because I'm weaker. You step forward, come here, I'll teach you. Ning Fan was angry. He had already taught you the basics of transformation before, and now comes the most important part. You need to listen carefully. After a while, he was still speaking. Do you understand now? Ning Fan grinned. Try it, but don't hold back too much. Tian Ka looked up. No problem, are you ready to get beat? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly dropped down, causing the air around him to turn cold. He saw this and thought, I should stop hitting him so much in the future. After a while, everyone gathered in the outdoor training field. At this moment, Ning Fan acted as the referee and signaled to start. Tian Ka calmly walked forward, thinking to himself, I'll be gentle. Mysterious energy appeared in Prince's hand. He snorted coldly, listening to the teacher. Do you think you're impressive? Prince summoned a three-headed wolf. Anyone who thinks they're superior needs to pay the price. They advanced and attacked Tian Ka with a violent explosion following the collision. Ning Fan smiled faintly. This kid learns fast. Sharp thorns appeared and disappeared, piercing through the three-headed wolf's defense. But in the end, Tian Ka was safe and won. He reminded, are you provoking me? Is this your advanced summoning ability? How ridiculous. Then the system notification appeared, trust points plus 66. Prince laughed, seems like what the old teacher taught you has some effect. He summoned Hua. In that case, I'll play with you a little longer. Tian Ka, intrigued, said, all right then. Let's see who will win. He used his power-controlling ability to attack it. Hua was quick and easily dodged the attacks. Tian Ka, seeing that it was tough to land a hit, immediately used more thorny projectiles. It was unafraid and directly confronted the series of attacks. A huge explosion erupted in front of them. As the smoke cleared, Hua's figure emerged, only slightly scratched. It took advantage of the chaos to strike. Hua also delivered a sharp kick towards the opponent. Tian Ka thought, imagining a more dangerous weapon. He recalled Ning Fan's words, this is the method of transitioning from defense to offense. You said use more imagination. The stronger the imagination, the stronger the ability. Thinking this, Tian Ka began focusing, and his imagination began to manifest outwardly. The power formed a massive, fierce monster. Even Prince couldn't believe his eyes. What? He laughed loudly. So what if you won? Do you want to kick me off the S-tier ranking? Does Class D even have the ability to compete? Tian Ka's physical condition had depleted a bit, but he still maintained his confidence. Failure? What failure? Ning Fan immediately brought Tian Ka back to reality. You've already left, but you're still smug. You really want to get beaten, don't you? He said, look, it's not like you guys can't beat the S-class. I leave for one day and this is how you're treated. Sufang hesitated. No, really, the S-class is very strong. Ningfan was angry. I was too gentle with you guys before. This time I went out and got some good stuff. Next, I'll train you seriously. He took out a vial of medicine. Let's start with you, Bing Tingyu. She asked, what's this? Ningfan explained. This is a reward for your victory. Tingyu took a small bottle of hair growth medicine made by Ningfan. Without hesitation, she drank it all in one go. Looks like the teacher keeps his word, she said. He helplessly replied, hey, you really drank it all in one go. In an instant, Tingyu's hair grew rapidly, each strand sleek and shiny. However, there was still something that made her panic. Ningfan said, you drank too much. I told you not to drink it all at once. Tingyu looked at him. Why didn't you say it earlier? He explained. When I said it, you already drank it. Ningfan joked, if it's too much, you can save it for the birds. Before he could finish, someone called him. Ningfan looked ahead and said, you really have some skills. Even the meeting had to be arranged for me to invite you. Ningfan's expression changed instantly when he saw him appear in person, shocking everyone around. Principal, this time I've really angered the principal. He hurriedly explained, it's not my fault. Old Liu didn't inform me, so I had no idea. Huang Vin glanced over and said, be honest. The principal is considering giving your class a promotion opportunity. If I didn't tell you, how would you know I arranged it? Ninfam suddenly realized. So you were here, Huakangu said coldly. Always joking around, never serious. Don't you feel guilty toward your father? Ninfam held his forehead in frustration. If the class is promoted, the students benefit more. The principal is right. He continued, I'll be more careful next time. But truly, my class already has enough strength to compete in the S-rank exam. Kai-sun interrupted, enough. Only S and A classes can participate in the ranking exam. Ninfam frowned slightly. So what if I insist on participating? He smirked. You just need to get all the teachers of Class A to recognize the strength of your Class D student. Then you will be eligible for this year's S-class selection, which starts in just 7 days. Ninfam calmly replied, simple enough, that means just 2 matches. Kai-sun was stunned. What are you joking about? I said all Class A teachers in the school must recognize it. Ninfam analyzed. First match, a duel with the top student in Class A. If I succeed, surely they'll recognize Class D's strength, right? He smiled slyly. If not, then the second match, Ninfam continued. I will duel directly with the highest-ranking teacher in Class A. He glanced around. Does that sound acceptable, homeroom Ma? Then he said, if that's still not enough, we'll have to get each Class A teacher to recognize us. Sufang added. Does anyone in Class A want to challenge me? Tian Ka boldly said. Just getting ready makes Class A sharpen their swords. Others agreed. Exactly, that means. Huang Vin warned, enough. Classes B and C have already suffered, and now you want to provoke Class A too. Kai-sun thought to himself, offending Qin and still dreaming of S-class, truly wishful thinking. Then he said, I warn you, if you act recklessly, I'll expel you. Huakangu suddenly spoke. Fine, I trust you this time. Ninfam froze. Principal, this ranking exam is also tied to the inter-school competition afterward. He looked annoyed. Haven't you caused enough trouble? Huakangu decided. I'll break the rule and allow Class D to participate directly in the S-class selection after 7 days. He slowly stepped forward, patted Ninfam's shoulder and lowered his voice. Now you can pass that hurdle, straighten yourself, I can help you. After saying this, he walked past. Huakangu stopped. Some things just let them go. Hearing that, he understood what was implied. Let go, then he fell into deep thought. Ninfam, ask yourself, can you really let it go so easily after losing your entire family in one night? Tin Ngayat reassured herself. It's just a haircut, I can do it myself, she mumbled. Seems a bit long here, the other side's uneven, fix it a little. Soon Tin Ngayat finished cutting her hair. Early the next morning at school, Lai Kwang tried to hold back laughter. Big sis, didn't you take hair growth medicine? Why is it still so short? Sufang guessed, probably cut it herself and messed it up. The kid laughed loudly. It's growing, did I guess right? But then Lai Kwang couldn't laugh anymore. Big sis, I was wrong. Sufang quickly begged, stop hitting. Ninfam sighed helplessly. All right, today I'll arrange a training session related to the competition for you. He muttered, I just want to be a happy dried fish. The kid chimed in, I just need food, I'll do anything. Tin Ngayat showed disdain, 2 hopeless kids. Sufang leaned in, I want to test my abilities. Tian Ka sneered, S-class is only like that anyway. Ninfam coughed lightly. Listen to me, he sensed something wrong, turned around, saw nothing and continued. Next, we have to. Instinct warned of trouble. He glanced at the door and stepped forward quickly. Who's sneaking around the classroom door? Dong Loi quickly said. Don't hit, it's me. He forced a smile, it's me, Teacher Nin. But Ninfam didn't hesitate and slapped Dong Loi. I should be the one to act. He panicked and explained. Don't hit, Teacher Nin, I came to apologize. Dong Loi continued. Last time I nearly made a big mistake. I've deeply realized my shortcomings. Next, I will train hard for a while. refining both mind and body. Hearing this, Nin Pham said, "It's good to correct your mistakes." He was stunned. "So you forgive me, teacher Nin?" He looked at him calmly and said, "Whether I forgive you depends on your actions." The classroom gradually quieted, all eyes on them, waiting for the next reaction. He coldly questioned whether he had ever mentioned the words forgiveness, emphasizing that the teacher who needed to apologize should be the student he had hurt. He stressed each word. "Did I ever mention the word forgiveness? Besides, the one you want to apologize to is the student you hurt." Ning Fan concluded that the price the other side had to pay was still insufficient and needed to increase. As the scene shifted to the school's meeting room, Yang Hua and Ta La sat opposite each other. He spoke first, announcing that the principal had approved Liu Guangbian's request. He said that in 7 days, Class D would also participate in the S-rank competition. Closing his notebook, he felt everything was going as planned and said the next step was to reclaim the students from him. Soon after, Cao Cao arrived at the nearby academic office. She checked the report, which noted that superiors suspected Class D students might have physical issues and required thorough examination during the ranking competition. After hearing this, Kai Shan immediately responded, "Understood." Inwardly, he thought that when Jing returned, he would see if the alliance of those unusually capable people dared to act arrogantly again. Meanwhile, Ning Fan's class was buzzing with energy. He announced they would conduct training and give additional guidance to ensure the students grasped it well. Each faction also began to stir, signaling that this match would be far from ordinary. The factions gradually deployed their plans, making the match even more unpredictable and intense. On a sunny morning at the training grounds, Yu Jun held a comb, meticulously grooming his hair. While checking the mirror, he reminded the staff to install the new training equipment carefully. Ning Fan led his students closer from a distance, seemingly ready. Yu Jun nodded and said, "Yes, the new training equipment is almost installed." He confirmed that using it would make the S-rank competition no problem, but Ning Fan quickly stopped him, annoyed. "Don't come over here." He instructed the students to practice on their own today, promising to guide them directly tomorrow. Then he waved and said, "Keep training hard, I'll go ahead." Ting Yue looked frustrated and speechless, thinking inwardly that this guy was really all about appearances. Nearby, Tian Chang asked with concern, "Zhu Yi, are your eyes okay?" The girl responded shyly. She said softly, Sister Lin said it will heal in a few days in time for the competition." Tian Chang replied happily, "Then rest well today." Before he could finish, Yu Jun smiled and approached, draping an arm over his shoulder. He asked, "You're practicing martial arts, right? Look at this." Then he introduced the A3000 robot capable of performing magic for training. He explained it was the ideal companion for solo practice, equipped with AI, and able to adjust its power to match the opponent. He said it was the best choice for martial arts training, then patted the robot's head twice and commanded, "Wake up, get to work." Meanwhile, students in the adjacent class began whispering. They murmured, "See, Class D is training over there. Yeah, they're strong and recently got special permission for the S-rank competition." Yilin smiled, covering her mouth. She whispered something full of meaning about Class D on the other side. The A3000 robot flew high and issued a warning, setting the difficulty to maximum. Below, Tian Chang clenched his fist and lunged forward, punching a wall until it shattered into pieces. He dodged the flying debris and landed, panting, just as a voice spoke. The voice belonged to Yilin. She said, "Long time no see." He looked at her fiercely, not recognizing her, and asked, "Who are you?" Before he could finish, Yilin closed in from behind and struck him hard. Tian Chang didn't react in time, was knocked several meters away but landed safely, raising his hands in defense. "Don't attack suddenly like that, Hong Yilin." She kept a calm, innocent expression. "Didn't we greet each other? I just saw you miss the robot, so I joined in." Tian Chang frowned in annoyance. He said, "I don't need help and I can't beat you. You just need a punching bag, right?" Yilin widened her eyes and sincerely said, "It's fine." She said, "I won't use my power nor draw my sword. Want to try?" Feeling underestimated, he nodded. "Since you said so." At the same time, Ning Fan sat leisurely drinking coffee with Jade Zhu, smiling brightly. Meanwhile, Bing Tingyu observed from afar with binoculars, thinking inwardly that he truly was all about appearances. Jade Zhu smiled and congratulated. "Ning Fan, you've received the notification too. Class D has successfully entered the S-rank match." He replied shyly, "They worked hard, so this competition should be no problem." She said softly, bashfully, "Then you have to work hard too." Jade Zhu blushed, stood up quickly and said, "I'll wait for you in Class S." In the distance, Sufang curiously asked, "What did you see exactly?" Li Qiang beside him urged impatiently, "Hurry up and tell us." Ting Yue replied irritably, "Quiet. If you want to see, buy binoculars yourself." She blushed, smiling meaningfully as she seemed to have seen something interesting, thinking she could use the chance to tease that teacher a little. On the other side, Ning Fan watched Jade Zhu leave, wondering, Why is she running off? Time passed to the next day. Morning sunlight shone into the training equipment room. Inside, the sounds of combat echoed continuously. The robot's mechanical noises reminded that even training required no mercy. Ting Yue raised her hand to control it and shouted, "Isn't it just the sphere? Slash it." Yue Jun remained full of confidence. "Don't try to test the abilities of this large training robot." After speaking, he immediately commanded in a high-pitched voice, "Launch." The robot's form shifted into a dual laser sword state, then was immediately shattered into pieces. The robot grew larger, its arms turning into two sharp flames. She saw this and her eyes lit up in admiration. Its shape now really impressive. Ting Yue thought for a moment and then turned to Ning Fan. "Teach me the summoning technique, let's make it cool." He smiled and replied, "No need. Isn't the stone golem cool enough?" She grinned mischievously and squinted. "By the way, what do you do at the cafe? Why did you get up and leave?" Ning Fan was surprised. Ting Yue smiled wickedly, continuing, "If I'm not happy, I might accidentally say something." He sighed helplessly and took a deep breath to calm down. "All right, I'll teach you." Suddenly, Ning Fan's face changed quickly and he shouted, "How can a student's summon not be cool?" "That was my mistake." He walked up and patted her on the shoulder, saying, "Let's go. What kind of creature do you want to summon? I'll teach you." Ting Yue closed her eyes, embarrassed, and said, "Something like a flying dragon." Ning Fan was stunned, not understanding, then explained, "This creature doesn't actually exist in the comics, so you can't summon it." She was disappointed. "There's nothing like that." A voice from somewhere rang out, "Move aside." Li Qiang enthusiastically suggested. "What about a giant foot?" Ting Yue coldly responded, "No need, it's too deep. What is this fat guy doing?" Suddenly, a giant burst through the wall. His muscles were bulging and his voice rang out, "Sorry, please move aside." The giant was a fishman. He continued, "I'm here looking for the wooden guy for something." Tian Ji, upon entering, called out, "Huh, you think you're all cool standing in front of Li Qiang? He's under my protection now, so if you want something, you have to go through me first." "Who do you think you are? Report your name." A voice from behind Tian Ji whined, "He's the one who's bullying me." The fishman got angry, his eyes flashing with a green flame. "Are you challenging me? Then watch carefully." He turned around to show off his tattoo. "Here it is, the name of my kingdom." Ning Fan shuddered, whispering, "What a strange name." The fishman pointed at the tattoo and said, "Look at the characters, it's being written right now." Tianji frowned, puzzled. The fishman said, "Li Qiang, saliva dripping, dry fish." He angrily explained, "What kind of learning is this? Spell it like me, ah, and eat, open, eat fish." Someone behind, curious, came close to the fishman, wanting to correct it. Suddenly, he turned around and said, "I also have eyes on the back. What are you trying to do by correcting me?" He jumped onto the fishman, opened its mouth, and laughed. "Wearing this fake fish head, I want to see what you look like." Seeing inside, Sui Feng's eyes widened in fear. "Huh." His face turned pale and he was startled, falling to the ground. "You," a voice rang out from behind, "that's not a fish head mask." It was Gong Yan, proudly standing with one hand in his pocket, saying, "That's the strongest summon." Before this, Li Qiang was secretly holding a bag of food, pulling it out. Li Qiang stealthily took the food out of the bag. As the kid ate with relish, he thought to himself, "Big sis is way too strict. I'm only sneaking a tiny bite." Right after that, Li Qiang was so startled that he jumped, frightened enough to drop all his food. At the resort, Pike leaned against the wall and laughed. "Did I scare you? Don't be afraid, chubby boy. I am merely waiting here for someone." His appearance left the kid confused as he looked behind him. "What is this? Why is there an uncle wearing a fish head mask? Could he be some fish-eating fanatic?" Li Qiang sadly lowered his gaze to the ground. Ai Ming had scattered dried fish all over the ground. The kid's expression instantly darkened and he glared angrily at Pike. Li Qiang held up the dried fish in his hand. "Fish head, have some of this tasty treat. Want some?" Hearing that, he happily accepted it. "An offering for me, then I will not stand on ceremony." He took it and put it in his mouth. "Not bad, this pleases me greatly." Gong Yan appeared, saying in unison, "So good." At that moment, the kid asked suspiciously, "Why did another person suddenly show up?" The boy ate with great delight. "What is this delicious thing?" When asked, Li Qiang answered calmly, "Oh, salted dried fish." Hearing that, Pike and Gong Yan both froze at once and dropped the dried fish. Back in the present, the boy pointed angrily. "He dared to feed Pike his own kind. We can't forgive him. Beat him up." Across from them, Tianj glanced at Li Qiang. "Why are you even provoking salted fish now?" The kid scratched his head awkwardly. "I didn't know either, it was just a misunderstanding." Hearing that, Pike began to glow, magnanimous and forgiving. "If it was only a misunderstanding, then I shall forgive you." Covered his eyes and raised his hand. "Why is this salted fish so bright?" Below, Gong Yan's face darkened and he nearly shouted. "Don't let him get carried away." The boy turned back, crying in frustration. "Pike, after being bullied like this, we can't just let it go. Beat that guy up." Seeing this, Pike bent down and patted his head, gently advising him. "Little Yan Yan, fighting is bad. Fighting will get you hurt." Boy looked at him, clasping his hands and crying pitifully. "But I just can't swallow this anger." Those words made Pike freeze and his heart softened as he changed his mind. Pike closed his eyes and turned away. My apologies. Then his expression sank as he sprang up. As expected, I still have to teach you a lesson. Wu Ran stood at the lectern holding a ruler. Everyone open your books. This lesson will cover the newly appeared summoned beast, Pike, she taught slowly. First, its characteristics. Pike has eyes on both the front and the back. The front eye is on the right and the rear eye is on the left. You can determine Pike's front and back from the eye positions. Wu Ran continued, moreover, a fish's field of vision is wider than a human's. Trying to launch a sneak attack is very difficult. She continued calmly analyzing its field of vision. Although the fish head cannot turn, it can sway back and forth. So if you must fight it, it is best to attack from the side. All right, class dismissed. Suddenly, Wu Ran angrily clenched her hand and snapped the ruler, gritting her teeth as she said, "Seriously, why is this what I get after finally appearing again? Put me into the main cast." It took on a tall, imposing posture. "Since little Yan Yan has spoken, I have no choice but to act." Tianj smiled challengingly. "Fine, salted fish, come at me. Once I'm done with you, I'll teach that kid a lesson." Behind you, Li Qiang cheered enthusiastically. "Boss, you can do it." Gong Yan ordered him with tears in his eyes. "Pike, teach him a lesson." Suddenly, he raised his hand to the sky and unleashed a move. "Taste my deep-water bullet." Across from him, Tianj judged with a serious expression. A magic-based offensive summoned beast. The giant water bullet rushed toward Tianj, who stood inside his defensive shield. The water bullet crashed down onto his position, causing a huge explosion. Inside the shield, Tianj said disdainfully, "If that's all you've got, just wait for me to deal with you." He raised his hand and created many giant forks. Try. A newly enhanced attack technique. Standing outside, Ning Fan quietly assessed it. He turned all his shields into forks. His attack power will increase, but doesn't that mean they're split apart and leaving him completely exposed? Zai Tianj is too confident. Tianj pointed and shouted, "Salted fish turn into dried fish." At that moment, Pike raised his leg high and leaped, praising him. "Nice attack." His body nimbly dodged each flying fork. Pike created a whirlpool of water and closed in, making him cry out in panic. "What?" He spun and swung the weapon in his hand, saying coldly, "Take this." Tianj backed away in fear, preparing to defend against the attack. At that very moment, a giant fish appeared inside the whirlpool. He had no time to dodge and was slapped straight in the face by the fish. Tianj was hit by Pike's attack and sent flying several meters. From outside, Chu Feng rushed behind him like lightning, caught Tianj and asked, "Zai Tian, are you okay?" Without stopping, Pike continued attacking. Compressed deep-sea cannon. Chu Feng's expression turned serious. "Just like you said, perfect timing, let me test my new move." He lightly jumped up, avoiding the sea cannons flying toward him. Chu Feng gathered his power and flew toward the back of Pike's head. Pike calmly used a defensive move. "I told you my eyes are not just for show, sneak attacks are useless." Water shield. Chu Feng raised his leg and kicked the fireball, then chuckled softly. "I never intended to sneak attack in the first place." The fireball pierced through the water shield and fell onto the spot where Pike stood. Looking at him, Ning Fan thought silently to himself, "That kid learned offensive magic." Chu Feng smiled, sparks bursting from his leg as he landed lightly on the ground. Behind him, Pike's whole body smoked as he stood towering and motionless. Chu Feng turned his head back and said proudly, "How was that, my full power attack?" Taking the direct hit, Pike panicked and admitted defeat. "I'm burning to death." "You won," and Su turned around, not expecting a single move to take down the small fish. "Well done." Instantly, he transformed into a tiny Dorado fish, fitting perfectly in Kung Engin's hand. The boy squinted, looking at Lit with annoyance. Bam stood still, smiling slyly and smugly. Finally, Kung Engin clenched the fish tightly, yelling in frustration, "You guys are too much." He was also a bit surprised, wondering, can it really shrink? Kung Yen was still angry at the three, not only feeding the fish salted, dried fish, but also wanting to turn it into grilled fish. Nin Pham couldn't hold back, gritting his teeth as he reminded, "Calm down a bit." Then he bowed respectfully to the master with Nam Kung Yen. Immediately, the boy's feet lifted slightly. Kung Engin quickly knelt and bowed his head hard. Nin Pham bent down, speaking quietly and mockingly, "Just stay still for a moment. No need to apologize like that." The boy, scared, said, "Dunray said, Master, stay away. It's just my legs losing strength." Finishing his words, Kung Engin snapped awake, wondering, "Wait," standing firmly, "why did my legs suddenly weaken for no reason?" But his head was spinning and he started crying. Could it be a ghost? Kung Engin leapt up, tears streaming down, turning to leave, telling himself, "I'll come back another day to settle this." The boy ran while thinking, "Damn it, I must get revenge for this." But in his anger, he didn't notice and bumped into someone. Fell to the floor, eyes wide, staring at the figure in front of him. "Can't see, huh?" On the other side, Sufang frowned, leaning on his hand thoughtfully. Nin Pham curiously asked, "What are you thinking about?" He replied skeptically, "That little fish, it feels like he's hiding his real strength." At that moment, Kung Yen stood at the doorway, leading the mysterious person. The boy laughed joyfully. "I'm back," Kung Yen spoke smugly. "Apologies are too late. This time I brought someone even more formidable." The boy pointed directly at Nin Pham. "They were bullying me. And Thien Truong, take them down." He scratched his head, confused. Huh! Both Sufang and Nin Fam froze. They all exclaimed together, huh! Tin and Guyot frowned, worried that the tiny dried fish might grow into a big fish again. Dudu looked around at her, confused, not understanding her concern. Tin Truong scratched his head and approached respectfully. Master Nin, I'm here to train. Nin Fam asked with concern. Han, what happened to the wound on your face? An and Gok paused, answering. It happened during practice yesterday, wasn't careful. Kung Yen froze, staring in awe at the intimacy between the two from a distance. Li Kuang held a stick in his hand, eyes closed in enjoyment, ready to put it in his mouth. Suddenly Tin and Guyot stepped from behind, teasing lazily as usual. She laughed loudly. I was just scaring you a bit. Isn't it break time now? Tayet Y added. We're here to rest a bit too. Li Kuang was unhappy looking at the two. Why have I been so unlucky lately? Then Tin and Guyot turned to ask Han. What has Tayet I been training these days? Girl smiled warmly. Want to see? I'll show everyone. She lifted her eye patch, and immediately a blue light flared from beneath. Shortly after, she hurriedly pulled the patch down to cover her eye again. She looked puzzled. Let's see what's Tin and Guyot training these days. Wait, is your demonstration over? Then Tin and Guyot pointed. I'm still practicing low-level summoning. And Fam said, as long as my summoning foundation improves, the summoning of life forms will improve too. Li Kuang, thrilled, exclaimed, still practicing the basics, she shyly asked. So what have you practiced so far? Li Kuang stood up proudly. This is what you wanted to see. Don't say I didn't respect you, she impatiently scolded. Stop showing off, hurry up. Li Kuang clenched his fingers tightly, yelling loudly, blue energy radiating around. Li Kuang squinted, confidently stating, the skin's toughness has improved. How is it amazing, right? Tin and Guyot, furious, crushed a soda can. She exclaimed, are you joking? Tayet Y calmly drank water as if used to the scene. The girl softly asked, by the way, has anyone seen Tin Truong? Tin and Guyot replied, Nin Fam already took him. Right, some special training must be going on at this moment in the martial arts room. Nin Fam led Tin Truong in, voice full of trust. So Tin Truong will rely on you. Huang Vien Bin replied calmly. All right. Getting more troublesome every day. The boy smirked, eyes sharp. Don't praise me like that. Huang Vien continued. Good timing, I just arrived. There is something I want to tell you. Do you still remember the rules of the S-class ranking competition? He replied calmly, of course I remember. Isn't it a free-for-all to accumulate points? Wang Yuan patiently explained. But the rules have changed this year. The school will send several teachers to take part and eliminate students. If a student eliminates a teacher, their accumulated points will be doubled, while any teacher eliminated by a student will be demoted. Ning Fan rested his chin on his hand and said with feigned politeness, then please go easy on my student. He answered softly, no, I am not taking part. If I did, the competition would end very quickly. Suddenly, Guang Yuan's expression changed. His eyes narrowed with sinister intent. The one who has to participate is you. Ning Fan frowned in surprise, not expecting him to say that. Oh. The scene shifted to the day of the competition. In front of all the contestants, an aircraft was already waiting. The crowd pressed together along the walkway and the organizers announced, contestants, please line up properly. The opening ceremony is about to begin. The contestants did not hesitate and quickly moved forward. A girl was bumped into and spoke up, stop pushing, stop pushing. Then she was suddenly stepped on by someone behind her. The girl stumbled forward and screamed in panic. Fortunately, a steady hand reached out just in time. Hong Taiji gently used magic to support her and reminded her softly, oh, be careful. He half opened one eye and asked with concern, are you hurt? The girl stood up and thanked him shyly, I am fine. I am so sorry. Someone behind her suddenly spoke up. That is, watching his back as he walked away, everyone was stunned. Isn't that Hong Taiji? He is one of the 6 elders. The crowd began whispering, hey, don't you watch TV? Something happened to the Ning family, so now only 5 are left. Is that so? Then why else would teacher Ning have been transferred down to Class D? It is because he has no one backing him anymore. Ning Fan stood nearby, and when he heard everyone whispering about him, he frowned in annoyance. The organizers announced, please welcome the chairman of the school's board of directors, Mr. Hong Taiji, to give a speech. He stepped onto the podium and solemnly explained the rules of the competition. Each participating student will start with 2 points. Eliminating someone else earns you that person's points. The 20 students who last until the end will become students of Class S, but this year, we will allow 5 teachers to enter the competition. If you can eliminate a teacher, the points you receive will be doubled. Hong Taiji winked and said meaningfully, of course, being defeated by a teacher will also count as elimination. God will bless you all. Everyone listened closely to the announcement, while Ning Fan kept yawning out of boredom. Organizers continued hosting the event. Next, please welcome Miss Wen Ryuan to speak on behalf of the 5 teachers participating in the competition. Hong Taiji walked toward him. Isn't this little Fan? Ning Fan lowered his head and replied politely, greetings, Elder Taiji. The elder said happily, good child. It has been a long time and you have grown much more mature. Are you one of the teachers taking part this time? Ning Fan raised his head and answered proudly, That is right. Because Class D was specially allowed to participate, I was also chosen. When Ryuan held the microphone, her gaze cold. That is all, I am done speaking. Teachers of each class, make your own arrangements and prepare for the competition to begin. Hong Taiji did not stay long either. As he left, he offered encouragement. After this test is over, you should be able to return to Class S, right? Do your best. God will bless you. Ning Fan curled his lips and replied confidently, yes, I will do my best. Just then, Aoyang Hua seemed to bump into him on purpose. He curled his lip in disdain. You want to return to Class S? Dream on. Ning Fan clenched his fist angrily. You made the first move. He used honor the renowned master on Aoyang Hua. In an instant, Aoyang Hua's legs tangled around each other, and he spun around. Then Aoyang Hua dropped to his knees and kowtowed right in front of Ning Fan. Ning Fan burst out laughing and walked away, leaving Aoyang Hua dumbfounded. What just happened? A helicopter flew through the sky, watching every development. This competition was about to begin. Zhao Wenlong held a microphone and stuck his head out the door. This competition will be covered live throughout by me, Zhao Wenlong. Every move all of you make is under observation. He continued. Right now, the students are forming groups one after another and entering the transport aircraft. They are about to enter the competition grounds ahead. Wenlong mentioned an island standing alone in the middle of the ocean. That is Opponent Island. The large screen, Wen Feng reported live. This competition is about to begin. Like everyone else, I am very much looking forward to what will happen this year. He stuck his head out of the helicopter door and said excitedly, can you see it? At last, the helicopter arrived at its destination, Opponent Island. Wenlong looked upward and commented, our aircraft number 1 has arrived. The contestants are about to enter the competition grounds. The heavy aircraft door shifted and slowly opened an exit. Aoyang Hua stepped out and looked down over the island from above. He announced, listen carefully, there is no time limit. The competition will end during the final 20 minutes. Rescue personnel are already prepared on the island. If you are eliminated or want to surrender, send out a distress signal. Is that clear? All the contestants, excited and full of determination, shouted in unison. Yes, understood. He ordered, move out. Immediately afterward, everyone scrambled to jump down. Ning Fan Zheng looked helpless. I really didn't expect something like this to happen. Li Qiang cried as he clung tightly to the pillar. No, I'm not okay, Mr. Ning. I'm afraid of heights. Wenlong immediately understood the situation. It seemed a student from Class D had decided to give up. Calmly glanced over, there's really no helping you. Let me help you then. Right after that, Ning Fan stepped forward, raised his leg and kicked Li Qiang flying. The boy screamed in terror, tears and snot streaming down his face. Even Wenlong froze. Huh, does Mr. Ning have a grudge against his own student? Ning Fan still did not forget to remind him. Hey, remember to open your parachute. Hearing that, Li Qiang immediately deployed it. Seeing there was nothing more to say on this side, Wenlong turned elsewhere. Right, let me check aircraft number 2. It looks like things have already started over there. Luo, Sun Zai, and Wang Fei immediately came into view. Oh, these are the strongest candidates for this year's championship. The 3 Class S students have formed a team. Perhaps they will achieve a high ranking this time. The whole group shouted in unison, move out, when Long continued his commentary. And so all the students on aircraft number 2 have. Wait, there is still one person left. The old man paused. This is. Honglin was still sitting quietly in her seat, her expressionless face staring straight ahead. She sighed softly, her eyes thoughtful. The commentary continued. Last year's champion, Yi Honglin, still has not entered the field this late. I wonder whether she is preparing something. The noise around her made her feel exhausted and she yawned. So noisy. Those words made Wenlong stiffen, his mouth hanging open. Suddenly, Yi Lin reached out and picked up the weapon beside her. She quickly left the aircraft. Long commented excitedly, it looks like she has finally entered the field. Ah, wait. The old man noticed something was wrong. She jumped without bringing a parachute. Is she sleepwalking? Under Wenlong's shocked gaze. Yi Lin swiftly flashed past Qi Luo like a blazing red bolt of lightning. Next was Sun Zai, and finally Wang Fei, whose mouth hung open as he stood there in confusion, not understanding what had happened. He drifted forward lightly like a gust of wind, nimbly using the 3 people's parachutes as footholds to leap downward, while casually taking all 3 of them down. Elsewhere, Li Qiang's eyes were wide, his soul nearly leaving his body. His parachute had gotten caught on a tree branch. Li Qiang, be strong. Li Qiang, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Before that, Wang Fei curled his lips confidently. We will definitely win this time, if I had to say why. He shouted loudly because I have formed the strongest team. But not long afterward, a dark shadow came rushing in. It was Yi Lin. She had only just swept past when the parachute was torn to shreds. Wang Fei looked up in confusion, not noticing that Yi Lin had just shot past him. What was that sound? By the time he realized the situation, everyone's parachutes had already been ripped apart. What is going on? Wang Fei gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm, his hand already casting a summoning technique. My plan. Right after that, a blue eagle appeared, saving him just in the nick of time. Follow drone recorded the entire incident. Let us continue observing contestant Yi Honglin. Wen Long gave the live commentary. Although she eliminated many people right from the start, if she cannot land successfully this time, she can only be eliminated as well. Yi Lin could be seen calmly rushing toward the rocky cliff. She took a deep breath, already gripping her weapon in her hand, her gaze firm. Sharp sword strikes repeatedly shattered the rocks blocking her path. Feet landed lightly but steadily on the rocks flying toward her. With agile footwork, Yi Lin used the stones as stepping points. She gradually landed on the ground. When Long exclaimed in astonishment, she used the scattered flying stones to slow herself down and land safely. The moment she set foot on the ground, she became the highest-scoring contestant here. The old man continued his commentary. Wonder what kind of performance she will show us next. It really makes one look forward to it. Yi Lin was seen lying sprawled on the ground, complaining wearily, "I forgot to bring a parachute again. I'm exhausted." The screen showed her eyes growing heavy. Then she fell asleep, leaving everyone who saw it feeling helpless. Wen Long broke out in a sweat and hurriedly switched the camera angle elsewhere. Let's see whether there is anything interesting on the other cameras. The drone flew toward a cliff, found them. 3 people are chasing a teacher. When he saw clearly who was being chased, the old man cried out in surprise. It is Class D's Mr. Ning Fan. Perhaps because he is the lowest-ranked teacher, he ended up being hunted down. Sanbai loudly laid out the plan. "I will find a way to block him. You two go around and flank him." Both Erlin and Yihao shouted, "Got it." All right. After his teammates split up, he gathered power in his palm. Explode immediately. Cliff face in front of Ning Fan exploded and shattered. Huge boulders came crashing down, blocking his only escape route. Yihao raised the tip of his spear high. "If you run left, I will cut you off. Do not even think about leaving." Erlin had already blocked the right side as well. "You are surrounded, teacher. Hand over your points." He looked helpless in the face of the situation. Why go this far? I only wanted to save a few trust points. Then Ning Fan turned and pointed straight at the 3 of them, a small flame igniting at his fingertip. "The ones surrounded are you." The 3 of them were instantly encircled by flames and cried out in fear. "So hot. What is going on?" Wasn't his power still unrecovered? Looks like the intelligence was wrong. Tambok seemed to have accepted and given up. Perhaps this was their end point. Didn't stop, snapping his fingers and fire erupted, spreading quickly and consuming the 3 contestants. Nin Pham stood still, observing everything. He was surprised, his eyes wide open, unable to believe it. A water wall had surrounded the 3 contestants, saving them from danger, but he still felt strange. Could this be a water shield? Young En-han sat on the back of a stingray, looking reluctant. "These people are so embarrassing," he said seriously. "Little Yin, don't speak ill of your classmates like that." The boy smiled and greeted, "Teacher Nin, it's been a while." Nin Pham sweated, thinking, this brat is acting up again. Young En-han said seriously, "You're unlucky today, Nin Pham. If these 3 don't want to be dealt with, then you have to cooperate with me to deal with the teacher." Tambok gritted his teeth and turned to ask, "Does Brother Yen want to make a move?" Hat Hiu and Nhai Lam reacted simultaneously, their faces tense. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, we have a chance to score double points." Thanks to someone for speaking up. "Little Yin, there are so many of us, it's not good to bully one person." Gung En-han almost scolded. "Stingray, have you forgotten how they insulted us? This debt must be repaid." Nin Pham confidently said, "No need to be polite, you can go ahead, I'm in a hurry." Hearing that, the boy didn't hesitate and ordered, "Go ahead and deal with our teacher." With help from others, the 3 quickly charged toward Nin Pham, heading into Class S. "Go ahead and deal with our teacher." He gently extended his hand, preparing to strike. Immediately, the 3 contestants stopped, as if something was blocking their way. Before they could reach Nin Pham, all 3 kneeled down. The system announced, "Paying respects to the great teacher." Hat Hiu didn't understand what was happening, stammering. Tambok was horrified, his eyes vacant, not knowing what had happened to him. Nhai Lam had his mouth wide open, sweat pouring down like rain. "What is this power?" he said smugly. "No need for formality, we look down on ourselves." Gung Yen stood beside, observing. His eyes seemed to see through everything. "Indeed, this is still strange." The boy angrily shouted, "Why are you kneeling before the teacher like that? Don't you feel embarrassed?" After regaining his senses, Tambok stood up and spoke. "We were careless earlier, now we need to be serious. Nin Pham won't show mercy anymore," pointing to the sky. "If you don't give up now, then there's nothing more to do." He continued using his previous move, paying respects to the great teacher. Tambok, Nhai Lam, and Nhat Hiu turned pale, astonished. The drone captured the scene just now. A loud noise echoed through the valley. Van Long was tense, not daring to blink. It seems the result is coming soon. The dust slowly dissipated, and the scene before the audience was astonishing. The 3 contestants knelt so hard that the ground under their knees was dented. They were dazed, stuttering, "My young bones are gone." Van Long announced, "Tambok, Nhat Hiu, and Nhai Lam from Class A have been eliminated." After dealing with them, Nin Pham frowned and muttered, "That brat took the opportunity to escape." On another side, around Sufang and Tian Ka, a group of people lay scattered, the situation unclear. He looked at the people on the ground, smug. These guys are such a hassle. None of them are a match for this young master. Fang wondered, I wonder how the others are doing. At the same time, a cloud of dust appeared from behind. Van Tin was sitting on a tree branch, holding a brush, smiling wickedly. This is good. The inspiration to create came again. Van Tin placed the brush down, his delicate, nimble strokes the tip of the pen on the page. Just seconds later, a talisman was pasted on the tree trunk. Next, a branch of a tree, also with a talisman fluttering in the wind. Even behind the rock, a similar talisman was stuck. Suddenly, Sufang stopped as if he had realized something. Tian Ka saw this and asked, Sufang, why are you standing there in a daze? Sweated profusely and turned to answer, we've entered someone else's barrier. A huge red heart floated in the sky. On the ground, colorful candy plants grew everywhere. Even the flowers in the grass had the shape of hearts. Scene around Tian Ka changed. Sufang bent down, picked a flower. Why is there a place like this on the island? Sufang replied in panic. Must be the power of the barrier. Look around, it's all heart shapes. Tian Ka exclaimed, this barrier, it's so cute. A moment later, Tian Ka squinted, staring at the sky. Tian Ka pointed, the heart in the sky has grown, hasn't it? Van Tin smiled wickedly. That's a gift for you guys. As soon as he finished speaking, the heart in the sky fell straight down to where Tian Ka and his group were standing. Van Tin smiled calmly, then raised his finger to point upward. The giant heart immediately cracked with large and small fractures. The illusion of Tian Ka's hand pierced through the heart. He raised his head and laughed loudly. I knew it was just a useless fool. Tian Ka turned around, his face changing color. Let's keep going. Sufang screamed loudly, what's wrong with your face? He looked to the side, suspicious. Who are you? Sufang heard this. Stop. A student mumbled, my young bones. Ning Fan raised a hand to his chin in thought. Sure enough, he had been targeted. Why were so many students coming to pick fights with him? Maybe Zhang Tianqing was also being harassed by someone. He had to hurry and find him. Behind him, a student stared wide-eyed and said, kneecap. From the filming helicopter, when Long's voice rang out, the mysterious spell used by teacher Ning Fan has already shattered the kneecaps of several students who came to challenge him in a row. Is there anyone who can break this spell? Suddenly, a roar sounded from behind the cliff ahead of him. Ning Fan looked over curiously. What was that sound? At that moment, he saw Wang Fei rushing out from behind the mountain in a panic. His face was pale as he ran and shouted, run for it, move. Seeing this, Ning Fan stretched out one leg to block Wang Fei's path, making him trip over it and fall flat on his face. Wang Fei sprang up angrily. What are you doing? But before he could finish speaking, a bear pounced toward the two of them from behind the mountain. When Long commentated excitedly, looks like Wang Fei has provoked a wild demonic beast. This is a fire-type bear. A high-level demonic beast. He continued, I wonder if teacher Ning Fan can break its kneecaps too. The helicopter hovering in the air enraged the bear. It raised its paw and swung its claws, smashing the filming helicopter to pieces and shocking Wen Long. Ning Fan immediately raised his ring and chanted, high-pressure water. A violent column of water pierced straight through the bear's massive body. After being hit, it staggered and crashed to the ground, unconscious. Seeing this, Wang Fei thought in terror, teacher Ning Fan is even scarier than that wild beast. Time to run. Before he could escape, he heard Ning Fan warn him, don't be in such a hurry to run. I still have something to ask you. Ning Fan gave a terrifying smile. I remember you once had a grudge with Zhang Tianqing. Are you looking for him? Tell me where he is and I'll let you go. His eyes darted away, cold sweat pouring out as he replied, I didn't see Zhang Tianqing, but I did see that turtle shell guy. The guy who can fly. I didn't hurt any of your students. Wang Fei recalled what happened and continued. The two of them were targeted by a barrier-type student from Class A. He's way too strong, I didn't want to fight him either. Elsewhere, Chu Feng was trapped inside a barrier, thinking helplessly, how do I break this barrier? Ning Fan asked in confusion, what ability does he have that scares you so much? Hearing this, Wang Fei immediately explained, he's also a strong contender to win this year's championship. I just investigated him. A barrier requires its creator to stay inside it in order to maintain it. Wang Fei and Tian Ji had reached exactly the same conclusion. If they wanted to break the barrier, they had to force the person who created it to leave. First, they needed to find the one who had set up the barrier. He said helplessly, but inside his barrier, it's basically impossible to determine his location. Ning Fan still did not understand why. Wang Fei stammered, it's... The image of Wen Jing's sinister smile appeared in his mind. There are mental traps underneath. Once you step inside, you're finished. Once upon a time, there was a kingdom like this. In the middle of a vast forest, a castle was built. In that castle, the queen of the kingdom owned a magic mirror. She often asked it, Magic Mirror, who is the fairest woman in the world? Every day, the magic mirror would answer, Your Majesty, of course it is you. Until one day, the magic mirror said, her hair is black as ebony. In the mirror, the image of a young woman appeared. The young woman had delicate collarbones, lips as red as blood and skin as white as snow. gently raising a hand to smooth her hair. The fairest woman is Princess Snow White. In truth, it was Chu Feng disguised as a woman. The queen flew into a rage and reached out to smash the magic mirror, terrifying it. Years passed, and the queen turned into an old woman before going to the forest where Snow White lived. When Snow White opened the door, the old woman handed her an apple. It was a poisoned apple, and tragedy occurred. Princess Snow White took just one bite. Then she died. To bring Snow White back to life, the dwarfs hurried off to find Prince Charming after hearing the news. Only the prince's kiss could save the princess. The kind prince immediately agreed. Prince was none other than Tian Ka, and he quickly arrived at Princess Snow White's bedside. At that moment, Tian Ka leaned down close to Chu Feng, closing his eyes and puckering his lips. The affectionate kiss was just about to land when Chu Feng suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. Princess, what? Before he could come back to his senses, he slammed into Tian Ka's head. Hey, the princess is awake. A wig, the princess is a ghost. After several collisions, Tian Ka escaped the barrier and woke up. That hurts. What happened? He saw Chu Feng unconscious on the ground and cried out, Chu Feng. Tian Ka stepped closer and shook him. Why did you pass out after bumping into me? This guy's head is way too hard. Hey, wake up. Outside, Wenjing continued swinging his brush. You can wake up, you do have some skill. Let the next story begin. The brush once again sketched out another fairy tale scene where there was a girl with golden hair. The wicked witch imprisoned her in a towering spire, and Celeste fell unconscious again. As a prince passed through the forest, he heard the long-haired girl's song drifting down from the tower. The long-haired girl's beautiful singing captivated him, but this time he clutched his head and woke up. Again, Celeste looked up at the top of the tower. The prince let his long hair down below. High above, Storm was tightly bound by the long hair. His face showed obvious discomfort, so he was probably playing the prince. He wondered in confusion, with this much hair, how does the princess even manage it? Behind Storm, a hand reached up and clung tightly to the wall. It was Celeste, her face gaunt with exhaustion. Finally, I made it up. Hurry, we have to find the barrier master. Outside, Wendy was still enthusiastically sweeping her brush. I reject such a perfect romance. It was so hard for me to get a little inspiration. The brush painted a romantic scene filled with roses. She laughed excitedly and said, although the reference material was already very successful. Before she could finish, Nathan suddenly appeared. What are you drawing? Wendy screamed in fright and fell from the branch she had been sitting on. She landed safely, looked up at him, and spoke. When he asked back, the teacher from Class D, Nathan did not answer. He only said, so you have been taking care of my students. He raised his voice and called out, Hey, Celeste Shaw, did you not fight a barrier master before? Do not embarrass me like this. Inside the barrier, Celeste heard Nathan's voice. Mr. Nathan. As if suddenly remembering something, Celeste dropped to one knee and murmured, so that is it. Immediately afterward, the barrier shattered. He shouted happily, I get it now. Nathan turned his head. He said proudly, looks like I do not need to step in after all. Wendy fearfully hugged the book and tried to flee. Impossible. He should not be able to see me now. Celeste had quickly returned. That is right, there was never any need to find the barrier caster's position. She cried out in shock, Before Wendy could understand, he shouted, if I just blow everything away, that works, right? A gravity field spread all around, sending everything flying. Her eyes widened in shock, unable to believe the scene before her. That works too. Drone above was still live streaming. The battle here looked extremely intense, and the helicopter could not get close. Wendy jumped aside in time and quickly escaped. She landed lightly beside a nearby tree, still clutching the book. Wendy's gaze was full of caution and her hand clenched tight. I have to patch the world back together quickly or else. But before she could do anything, a blue streak flashed past. Storm had regained consciousness and was holding the book in his hand. He said confidently, without a medium, you cannot use the barrier. Wendy paid him no mind and only looked around anxiously. Where are my glasses? Where are my glasses? Celeste slowly walked closer, smirking as he said, got you at last. This time I will make you properly pay back everything from earlier. At the same time, Wendy had found her glasses again, but she had no way to escape. Realizing the situation was against her, she immediately pretended to be weak and burst into sobs. You are bullying me. I am about to get beaten up. Celeste trembled. He said awkwardly, hey, stop crying. Fine, I will not hit you, just surrender yourself. Wendy instantly changed her expression and stuck out her tongue provocatively. Nya, who wants to surrender? Before the two of them could react, she quickly created a new barrier. Celeste stood frozen in a daze, his eyes turning lifeless. Again. Just then a hand pierced in from behind, punching straight through the barrier. Nathan gently waved his hand and the barrier was instantly destroyed. When they looked again, Wendy had disappeared, leaving only a half-burned talisman behind. He turned slightly and asked him, where did she go? Celeste broke out in a worried sweat and hurriedly made an excuse. She was scared by my aura and evaporated into thin air. Nathan waved his hand and walked forward. All right, let us hurry and find Skylar's group. Suddenly he raised his hand and put all his strength into this strike. Then Nathan slammed a heavy blow onto Celeste's head. Who do you think you are fooling? In the end, the teacher and his two students set off together, and the drone curiously followed after them. Warren narrowed his eyes and commented, "Looks like Mr. Nathan plans to gather the students of Class D." The audience looked up at the big screen and laughed cheerfully. "First, let us thank them for giving us such a spectacular way to escape." The control panel displayed camera feeds from every area where fighting was taking place. The old man pointed at the screen. "Next, let us see whether the other teachers are making any moves. What will the first exam stage with teachers participating be like?" Suddenly, Warren noticed something unusual in the forest. These traces, there is no mistaking them. That is Mr. Turner, the transformation teacher from Class A. The students who ran into him are truly unlucky. Students were already sprawled all over the ground. Meanwhile, on this side, homeroom teacher Marshall and Mr. Orrin Hawthorne had also eliminated many students. It seems the pace of the exam really is much faster when teachers take part. Yang Hua frowned and pressed him. "Director Ma, I'd like to ask about something. Do you know where Ning Fan is right now?" Hearing that, he looked back with a stern expression. "Oh, what a coincidence. I'm looking for him too." Elsewhere, Li Qiang was still hanging in midair, on the verge of being eliminated by the fire-type bear. "Hang in there, Li Qiang, it's almost over." A while later, Li Qiang breathed a sigh of relief, sweat rolling down his cheeks. Seizing the chance while the bear was fast asleep, the boy slowly slid down from the tree trunk. Since it was sleeping right beside the base of the tree, Li Qiang had no other choice but to jump away. Careless and clumsy as he was, he lost his balance and landed face first. Li Qiang turned pale, terrified that the noise just now would wake the bear. When he saw that it was still sleeping soundly, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Qiang hurriedly ran off, but out of nowhere, the rubber chicken was lying right there on the ground. Not paying attention, the boy stepped right on it, and the chicken's piercing squeak made him freeze still. Immediately after, a pair of blazing red eyes lit up behind Li Qiang. The boy turned his head and forced an awkward smile. "Big brother, let's talk this through calmly." The bear roared and his shrill scream echoed throughout the forest. In the grass, a gleaming set of teeth flashed as someone curled his lips into a sneer. Jing Jian was hiding under his camouflage, needing only to sit back and reap the rewards this time, so the chicken from earlier had been his. At the same time, Shifeng was already gripping a wooden stick in his hand, lying in wait from behind. The bear raised its sharp claws, preparing to launch an attack. Showing no mercy, it swiped straight at Li Qiang. The kid flew far, passing through many large trees, and finally crashed into a giant rock. Li Qiang fell unconscious for a moment after the crash. On the other side, Sufang had finished handling the situation, shouting loudly for the fat one. Li Qiang heard the call, woke up, and dodged the next blow from the brown bear, countering with a defensive move. He was overjoyed, tears welling up, rushing to call for the fat one. Li Qiang also smiled, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the skinny one. In their excitement, neither of them stopped in time and they collided head-on, falling onto the grass. A bump swelled up, but the bear still wouldn't give up. The bear viciously swung its claws. Suddenly, Li Qiang clenched his iron fists, purple energy radiating around him. Finally, he bravely counterattacked, pushing the bear's paw back. Sufang quickly used the mind control technique. He grumbled, "We were supposed to skydive together. Yet here I am searching for you, wanting to die, fat one." Li Qiang only smiled and replied, "You're not strong enough, I can still fight." Elsewhere, the snake glared, its mouth wide open as if ready to punish everything. It was tightly gripped in the stone man's palm, but it quickly coiled its tail like a whip. It wrapped its tail around the stone man, squeezing tightly. Above, a familiar figure observed calmly, Ting Yue smiling confidently. "Let me show you the giant stone statue I trained and transformed." As soon as she spoke, the stone man immediately transformed, a sharp claw lightly slicing the snake's body in two. Ting Yue's eyes widened in astonishment as she saw the snake turn to ashes. She muttered, "Is it turning to ash? Is this a summoned creature?" Wang Fei appeared behind her, mocking, "Long time no see, and you're still just a low-level summoner." A gigantic buffalo appeared in front of Ting Yue. Wang Fei sneered, "You can see the summon, it's not hidden. And it's standing on top of the summoned beast's head. Its weakness is too obvious." She ignored his words, annoyed. "Where did he run off to? Never mind, I'll take down his summoned beast first." The red-eyed buffalo moved closer. She gripped the hilt of her sword, ready to draw it and swing it forward. She aimed directly at Ting Yue, standing atop the stone statue, but quickly ordered others to block it. The opponent was also preparing to attack, its sharp claws piercing directly toward the buffalo's head. They struggled back and forth, with Ting Yue looking smug. Even high-level summoned beasts are like this. It was a chance to try out her secret weapon. She pulled out 2 vials from her bag and threw them directly at her opponent without hesitation. A series of explosions erupted violently, emitting a green light. The buffalo stood still, unresponsive. Its eyes glowed red, its body transformed and struck at the buffalo's eyes, causing it to howl in pain. The buffalo instinctively raised its hand to cover its eyes. Ting Yue ordered, "Now, it's open everywhere, chop it up for me." Wang Fei gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing. "For you, it's the same." He used his consciousness to control the summoned beast. Directly at 12 o'clock, create an opening, slash with all your strength. Receiving the order, the buffalo raised its sword. Without hesitation, it struck a downward blow. The ground where Ting Yue stood immediately collapsed. She fell freely from the height, everything happening too fast. Ting Yue hadn't regained her bearings yet. "This is bad," all the hair vials fell. At that moment on her shoulder, Deodo shot up high. The vials shattered and hair scattered. Deodo was holding a strand of hair, its expression one of delight. She gasped, "This broken chicken still wants to eat more," but then she seemed to see something. After swallowing the strand of hair, Deodo glowed, radiating a brilliant orb. A large beam of light shone, blinding the opponent. Wang Fei was stunned. Could this be evolution? He raised his hand to shield his eyes, not believing what he saw. Just as Ting Yue thought she was going to fall, a feathered chicken blanket caught her, her small body snug inside it. Wang Fei furrowed his brow and shouted, "Don't give it a chance, chop it for me." The buffalo obeyed, gripping its sword. It slashed through the bright light, but Deodo simply nibbled lightly, and the sword shattered. Its body was now dozens of times larger. Ting Yue's face darkened, disappointed. So, it's no different from before. The stone statue was gone, and she had no choice but to accept it. Ting Yue stood on the plain, resolutely giving orders to resolve the matter. The opponent was on alert, one eye blazing with red fire, gripping the half-broken sword tightly. Suddenly, the bean disappeared without a trace. The princess looked around, suspicious, wondering how such a huge body could hide itself. The bull stared straight ahead, while the bean quietly circled around behind without anyone noticing. It seized the opportunity and kicked the opponent's back with a painful blow. The princess turned toward the sound, still skeptical. What was that sound? Before him, the giant body of the bull collapsed. The bean quickly pinned the opponent underfoot. A notification sound rang out. The princess braced his hands, laughing with squinted eyes. Tin and Gaiet immediately reminded him. "Don't get cocky, you still haven't found the summoner. Don't let him get away." Nin Fam's 3 students flew past, and Tian Ka wondered, "Isn't that the summoning signature of Bang, Tin and Gaiet?" Sufang asked if they should help, but Nin Fam refused. "No need. She can handle it. I'm more concerned about Thien Truong. Perhaps the teacher from Class S is trying to make things difficult for her." Elsewhere, the group of Duong Hoa was searching for someone while we are looking for Nin Fam. Has the kid seen him? Kung Engin had just dealt with one person, hands in his pockets, responding calmly. "Well, what a coincidence." The boy excitedly said, "Count me in." At the ruined building, it seemed like a fierce battle had just taken place. Deep Lam walked slowly. The sunlight streamed through the window, her gaze somewhat dim, as though she was contemplating something. Also in the same building, Thien Truong hid behind a wall, signaling Tiet while she stood there, muttering an incantation. "Aim for the ice stone." A block of ice appeared behind Deep Lam. She immediately raised her hand to support the weapon. Without turning, a few swift slashes shattered the ice. Thien Truong seized the chance to jump forward, preparing for a sneak attack. His eyes turned white, fist clenched, ready to deliver a powerful punch. Deep Lam lightly jumped, dodging the attack. Before Thien Truong could react, she spun and drew her weapon. Luckily, Nin Fam arrived just in time, raising his hand to block the counterattack. Though his arm trembled, he still appeared firm. "Stop it, Hong Deep Lam." Then Nin Fam hugged his arm and screamed. "It hurts so much. How could old Lu block a knife with his body and stay calm like that?" Deep Lam blushed upon seeing him, softly saying, "Teacher Nin Fam." Soon after, Sufang and Tian Ka landed, standing firm on the building. The two entered. Sufang spoke. "It seems like Teacher Nin has charged in here." Tian Ka angrily asked, "Where's the enemy?" Suddenly he frowned, his expression darkening as he looked back. Deep Lam was still staring at him. Both were puzzled, wondering what was happening, where the enemy was and where the battle was. Nin Fam spoke first. "Well, if something's up, just say it. Stop staring at me like that." Deep Lam continued to silently stare at him. Tiet Wai worriedly asked her teammate, "Are you all right?" Thien Truong reassured her. "I'm fine." Thankfully Nin came in time. Tian Ka approached, placing a hand on his shoulder, questioning, "You were also a student of Class S before. Who is that girl?" Thien Truong paused for a moment before answering. "I wasn't in Class S for long, but it seems like Deep Hong Lam is a former student of Teacher Nin." Deep Lam suddenly spoke loudly. "Teacher Nin, after you left, no one guided me anymore." But before she could finish, a voice interrupted. Hey, you're being rude." Kai Sun and Duong Hoa slowly approached, speaking condescendingly. "Why don't you have a teacher guiding you?" Deep Lam replied, "Don't you know, the weird teacher and the weird student are a perfect match." Nin Fam glanced over. "Looks like we've caught up. I'm here. Don't even think about touching a hair on Thien Truong." Duong Hoa narrowed his eyes. He looked at him with confusion, speaking as he summoned an octopus tentacle, not quite sure what the teacher was saying. The tentacle stretched out, rushing straight towards Nin Fam. We're here to find the teacher. Before they could strike, Tian Ka activated his shield, blocking in front. No way! The tentacle stuck to the protective circle, secreting a strange substance. Feeling the energy weakening, Tian Ka wondered, is this tentacle corroding the power? Immediately, he took a strong punch from Kai-sun. He didn't stop, his hand tightening, absorbing the energy, preparing for the next strike. Nin Pham stepped in, shouting, Sufang, take Tian Ka away first. Nin Pham frowned, not happy. Dare to hurt my student, kneel and apologize. He used the system. You have used the keen Dansu skill with code Kai-sun. He immediately knelt. Nin Pham pointed to the sky, continuing to give orders. O Duong Hoa. Teacher, you kneel for me too. At that moment, Duong Hoa said something incomprehensible, as expected, at the same time. A series of red alerts blared, leaving him stunned and shocked. The system had encountered an error. Red text continued to appear. System malfunction, system intrusion, the skill department is requesting the master's presence. The master's eyes are undergoing repairs. The estimated repair time is 1 day. Ning Pham vaguely felt a gaze behind him that seemed to see right through him. Let me take a look. Without the system's assistance, what can you do? Duong Hoa took advantage of his confusion and ordered the tentacles to strike. What are you doing? Looking for a fight. Countless tentacles shot forward at an incredible speed, heading straight for Ning Pham's back. Suddenly, Deep Lam grabbed her weapon and drew it in an instant. With just a few slashes, all the tentacles were wiped out. Duong Hoa broke into a sweat in surprise at her action. You dared to strike at your teacher. She squinted and replied, a monstrous student only fits with a monstrous teacher, right? At that moment, Sufang was taking Tian Ka out of the building, sighing as he said, your head is as hard as steel, you should be fine, right? I don't know the healing spell, just find somewhere to hide. Sufang muttered as he flew, complaining about having to carry him around all the time, when suddenly something hanging in the air caught his eye. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the protective talisman from Van Tin. Sufang squinted. This is. He turned back to Deep Lam and repeated, a monstrous student fits with a monstrous teacher, right? Duong Hoa ignored her tone and smirked, warning, if you want to help Ning Pham, I won't hold back. She raised her weapon, confidently taunting. This works for me. Deep Lam placed the weapon on her shoulder, muttering, barrier. Her fingers nimbly adjusted the safety catch. Then she shouted, open. At the same time, 2 explosions rang out, leaving Duong Hoa frozen in shock. He couldn't react in time. When the 2 bullets flew past him, he tilted his head mockingly. Where are you aiming with that? Such an odd way of fighting. But when the 2 bullets collided, they immediately transformed into 2 swords. While Duong Hoa was still stunned, Deep Lam flashed behind him, and 2 sharp slashes descended with terrifying speed, leaving him utterly terrified. He quickly crouched, desperately charging forward and angrily glaring at her, muttering, so fast. Immediately, Duong Hoa summoned more massive tentacles rising from the ground. This time the tentacles changed targets, all charging straight toward Deep Lam. These tentacles were nothing in her eyes, and within seconds they were completely dealt with. Duong Hoa thought he had the victory in hand and turned casually to call out, Mr. Ma, is it still not resolved? I'll come help you once I'm done here. Kai-sun stared at the 3 of them and snorted coldly. He frowned, his sharp gaze piercing as he shouted, who needs your help? Meanwhile, Ning Pham was still concerned about the gaze he had felt earlier, silently thinking, could there be someone else with a system like mine? Kai-sun seized the opportunity immediately. He launched a direct attack, shouting loudly, Ning Pham, if you have the guts, don't hide behind your students. Tiat Y reacted swiftly, raising her hand to cast a freezing spell. Kai-sun's advancing foot was instantly frozen, and as he stared down in astonishment, another kick struck him directly. Kai-sun gritted his teeth, struggling to raise his hand to block, but the force of the kick was so powerful that he was sent crashing into the wall behind him. Ning Truong planted his foot on the ground and took a combat stance. Kai-sun coldly snorted in anger. These students are really a pain. Duong Hoa, standing beside him, calmly said, thankfully I was prepared in advance. Deep Lam stood in front of Ning Pham's teachers and students, suddenly widening her eyes in confusion. He didn't care and happily shouted, Ko Tian, it's your turn, outside. A creature with blank white eyes and sharp fangs, full of impatience, stood on the roof of the building, its arm wrapped in bandages, raised high. As the arm came down, an enormous surge of energy followed, instantly piercing through the roof. The force of that energy struck the spot where Ning Pham and his teachers were standing, tearing through the building and causing an earth-shattering explosion that shook the ground violently. Everything happened so quickly that Tian Truong, Tiat Y, and Deep Lam couldn't react in time. The 3 of them fell straight down, and Ning Pham, shocked, exclaimed, what is this? He rushed to the edge of the large hole and called down, hey, are you all okay? Then he immediately jumped down to help them. Suddenly, 2 tentacles shot out of the white smoke and immediately fired lightning bolts at him. In the mist, Ning Pham saw a giant octopus and a voice echoed, still worried about your students. The voice's owner was Kai-sun, with Duong Hoa beside him, grinning slyly and saying, "You should worry about yourself first." Ning Fam's hand erupted in counterfire as he responded, "Worry about myself? I'm worried I can't control myself." Ning Fam briefly thought that his system ability had broken down. "Then I'll release all my trust points here." Kai Sun's face darkened as he said, "The obstacle is gone, so stop holding back, give it your all." Duong Hoa raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Take the hit." Van Long looked at the building and said, "Mr. Ko Tian is a martial artist. I heard his ability has reached the standard for S-class teachers. I didn't expect his destructive power to be this great." The old man pointed at the screen, looking excited. He didn't expect the teachers to be about to fight, making everyone wait as Wen Long's expression turned sinister. But teachers are supposed to supervise the students. Wouldn't it violate the rules if they fought? Suddenly, he heard a voice saying that there was no problem with the theory. It was from Tai Jai. The old man continued, it was the teacher's first time participating in the competition, and indeed there was no such rule. Wen Long was surprised and looked at Huang Lao. Tai Jai held the staff and the competition would become even more exciting. Wen Long heard this and obediently responded, "Yes, Master Bayan Hoa." His eyes lowered. "Don't let me down, Ning Fan, may your original spirit protect you." Kai Shan clenched his fist and rushed toward Ning Fan, who only managed to defend, raising his shield. He punched hard into Ning Fan's defense. The collision shook the space. One tentacle rushed forward but was blocked by Ning Fan's shield. Kai Shan paused when he saw this, stunned. Ning Fan smiled, clasped his hands, and transformed into a meat bun. The defense expanded and moved closer to his hand. Kai Shan was not completely subdued. It was just a game of wrestling. This small force didn't cause any harm. Ning Fan chuckled and threw a fiery punch. "You are tough, try this then." He swung his fist at a critical spot on Kai Shan. The pain made him sweat cold and his face turned pale. Outside, Tai Jai heard a shrill scream. Ning Fan looked at his hand with a disgusted expression. He regretted hitting him, wishing he could wash his hands. Kai Shan trembled in anger and yelled, "I'll kill you, Ning, I'll kill you." Yang Hua beside him advised, "Headmaster, rest for a while." He clicked his tongue and raised his hand to attack. "Next, leave it to me." Suddenly, many tentacles grew under Ning Fan's feet, startling him. Ning Fan quickly defended with his shield. The tentacles from before appeared again. Yang Hua was pleased. "Just stay in that shield and wait for your magic to be consumed." A stream of black smoke rushed toward him, slicing the tentacles into pieces. A shadow stood on a high floor, observing, looking down at Ning Fan. Nyan appeared. The teacher had let his guard down. Ning Fan's unexpected helper appeared and the situation became chaotic. In forest, Li Qiang was worried. "How come we haven't encountered any monsters yet? I'm starving to death." Shu Feng up ahead answered, "You still have fruit to eat, be quiet." He looked at the road ahead, feeling it was familiar. "We're lost, right?" Li Qiang said. "So what if we're lost? Anyway, after the competition ends, someone will come to pick us up." Shu Feng was disappointed there was no one here. "I still want to test my strength." The boy, eating an apple, replied, "Isn't it better to finish the competition lightly? Anyway, after we get back, I'll have a big meal to make up for it." He walked ahead explaining, "There are 10 participants left. The competition hasn't ended. It could take 3-4 days or 10 days and you'll just have to stay here eating tree bark." Li Qiang was horrified after hearing this and yelled, running ahead, "The guy is fighting, let's go finish the competition." Shu Feng quickly chased after him. "Wait, hold on." Li Qiang suddenly stopped, not reacting in time, and bumped into the boy. He pointed at a small seed. "Look, there's an apple seed ahead." Shu Feng was puzzled. "Don't stop so suddenly." Li Qiang picked up the apple seed in horror. "Isn't this the seed from the apple I ate earlier?" "We're lost." His face turned green. "I said this from the start." The miraculous adventure of the two chubby and skinny friends began. Sometime later, there was a loud noise in the forest. "Don't run, brother-in-law, let me go. I'm not going back this time, chase after me." Shu Feng, hiding in the bushes, was curious. "Brother-in-law," Li Qiang relayed, "a family dispute." The boy jumped out of the bush and shouted, "Doesn't this mean we've returned to human society?" "Help!" He grabbed Li Qiang, quickly stopping him. "Hey, calm down, what if it's a wild animal?" The boy questioned, "Can wild animals speak human language?" Shu Feng adjusted his glasses. "Did you forget about the humanoid salt monster? Be careful." The two hid back in the bushes. At this moment, Li Qiang muttered, "You're so nosy." Shu Feng lowered his voice, "Quiet down." A voice echoed from the forest, "Don't come here," in front of the two. The one-eyed bear spoke, "Sorry, brother-in-law." The boss bear fell, crying, "I told you not to hit my face." The one-eyed bear spoke in a deep voice, "Brother-in-law, go back obediently, or you'll suffer a sharp pain." The boss bear was determined, "I'm not going back this time. No matter what anyone says, it's useless." The boy, surprised, yelled, "Is this the bear going home version?" Shu Feng signaled to be silent. The one-eyed bear, angry, said, Brother-in-law, don't blame me for being rough. It swung its claws, breaking Enhan Quan. The boss bear, afraid, covered his face but still got hit in the face. Li Qiang, furious, rushed out of the bushes and punched the one-eyed bear. Let's reconcile, we're all family, let's talk it out. The one-eyed bear was hit and slammed into a mountain rock, slowly falling to the ground, closing its eyes, unconscious. Two bear subordinates replaced it and ran off. They shouted, "Brother-in-law already sent someone to beat you up, go report, this is outrageous, no bear has any manners." The boy looked at the three bears. "Isn't your hand too heavy?" Sufang said, "Hey, look there." The elder bear knelt down, pleading, "Two heroes, please help me." He was sweating as he spoke. "Isn't this the bear we injured before?" The elder bear reminisced. "My family used to be very happy until that day our child was born." He continued sadly, "After that day her temperament completely changed, both cold and irritable. Every day I lived in a constant state of hot and cold. I want to escape this life." Sufang's face was fierce. "Oh really?" Li Qiang encouraged him. "Then go for it, we support you." At this moment the elder bear began to cry, moving forward to hug them. "Hey, don't speak as if this is someone else's problem. Wasn't it my hand that you two injured? Besides, we're all men." Sufang reminded internally. "First, you are not human." Suddenly he looked at the forest in panic. "Oh no, my in-laws are bringing my wife here." Suddenly the elder bear bared his teeth and whined. "You injured my hand, now I can't do anything. You must take responsibility to help me resolve my family conflict." Sufang laughed arrogantly. "Indeed, as long as I and the fat guy act, those bears are nothing." But immediately he changed tone. "But I refuse." Hearing this he was stunned. "Huh, why?" Sufang pointed at him and laughed. "Ha ha, don't think you can bind me with morality. I do nothing without gain." The elder bear pretended to be sincere. "If you meet my request, it's not that I can't help you." Inside he snorted coldly, despising this person. After a moment many bears rushed out from the forest, staring at the two. The elder bear hid behind and shouted, "Charge for freedom." Sufang directed Li Qiang while laughing. "Remember your promise." The bear in front suddenly raised a hand to stop them. "Wait," he paused. It was the wife bear. The wife bear asked, "Why do you want to interfere in our family conflict?" He responded righteously, "Men helping men, naturally we help a brother vent some anger." The wife bear got angry. "What does he have to be angry about?" She immediately objected, saying he was making things up. Then she glared and accused, "After marriage, he only ate and lazed around, leaving everything to me. Whose child is this?" After having a child, he got worse. She also said he carried the child but forgot it outside. "Even hunting, I had to do everything in the end." Sufang gaped. This." Li Qiang's face went blank. Different from what I heard." The wife bear exploded in anger. "I should be the one a little angry. He even hit my brother-in-law. No matter what, today I must discipline him." The two then turned to look at the elder bear. Li Qiang said, "Hey, not like what you said." He was startled. Sufang guessed he was trying to run. He made a pitiful face. "If any bear must be useless, why not me?" Then the elder bear got beaten by the two, Li Qiang throwing punches continuously. "All right, consider your family conflict resolved." Sufang sat on his back. "Remember your promise to us." He mumbled, "Wrong, wrong." Inside the building, Yang Hua frowned. "Wen Ryuan, why are you helping Ning Fan?" Ning Fan also puzzled. "Yes, why?" Wen Ryuan's people stood silently. She pointed and ordered, "Why tell them, go deal with them?" Lion responded, "Yes, master." Kai Shan below reminded sternly. "Be careful." Yang Hua looked at him. Then he looked at her. The summoned beast wasn't seen under the ground just now. Yang Hua pointed to attack. "Isn't this the perfect opportunity to strike Master Zhao?" At this moment on the ground, black smoke slowly gathered and rose. The black smoke quickly severed the tentacles he summoned. Yang Hua was furious. The summoned beast hiding in the shadows is really troublesome. Nearby, floating ribbons wrapped around the teacup. On the chaotic ribbons hung various objects. Ribbon Band controlled the ribbons, pulling the suspended items close. She opened her violet eyes and stared straight at Kai Shan. He froze in fear, her gaze piercing. Ribbon Band immediately manipulated the hanging ribbons to launch an attack. Kai Shan raised his hand to defend, surprised. On the ground, a ribbon quickly slithered past his legs. Ribbon Band tugged sharply backward. Kai Shan couldn't react in time, fell back, legs in the air. He quickly got up, eyes wide on her. Ribbon Band's face was fierce, eyes shining, moving very fast. Kai Shan swung a furious punch. "Don't touch me with useless thing." He wildly punched toward Ribbon Band, shouting, "Fall!" She took the hit, her body full of holes, looking terrifying. Suddenly Kai Shan paused, thinking, "What's going on? Feels like punching caught." She suddenly looked at him and grinned horribly. Ribbon Band laughed endlessly, her body splitting into ribbons, wrapping around Kai Shan. O'Neill sarcastically covered his mouth. The instructor's guidance was weak. With the summoned beast playfully leading like this, it's really too weak. He felt humiliated and became furious, unleashing a storm of thunder. The thunder covered his arm as he cursed, "Damn it," and decided to show her the true power of the instructor. O'Neill looked up at the sky. She looked suspiciously at the sky as it grew dark. She asked, "Why is the sky so dark?" A lightning bolt struck from the sky, piercing through the cloud. At this moment, the sky above the island crackled with strong lightning. Duong Hoa stood on the ground, gazing up in shock. O'Neill angrily said, "Instructor, feel my wrath," he commanded. "Summon lightning, 5 thunders strike." Lightning bolts in the sky gathered together and struck the building. With immense electrical power, in an instant, the building was destroyed. Nin Pham raised his hand, directing the defense layer. His defense layer protected him gently from the falling rocks. The instructor lay in the rubble, panting, swearing, "Damn it, you see that?" Duong Hoa approached and complimented, "Yes, well done, instructor." The system announced, "Excessive trust points consumed. System entering rest mode." Hearing the alert, Nin Pham worried. Again, he couldn't respond in time. The tentacles of Duong Hoa shot towards him. O'Neill quickly sprang from the rubble toward Nin Pham. Shi Nguyen Rang stepped in to block the tentacle strike for Nin Pham. The roof collapsed in a large section, smoke and dust filled the air. Tien Truong panicked, catching the falling rocks, shouting, "Tiat Y, are you okay?" The figure of Deep Lam rushed in from behind. Tiat Y whispered, "Zhang, you're holding her up, watch out behind you." Chao Tian approached from behind Tien Truong, shouting, "Let's see where you can run." Deep Lam didn't have time to react, quickly raising her sword to defend. Chao Tian showed no mercy, attacking her fiercely. The beast focused all its energy into its injured arm. Its whole body emitted a powerful light, targeting Deep Lam. A loud explosion rang out, the entire classroom blew up, rocks and debris scattered. The smoke and dust obscured vision. Chao Tian stood proudly, saying, "Is this the strongest in Class S? How disappointing." Deep Lam quickly, with a surprise attack from behind, raised her weapon. She put all her strength into attacking the beast's head. Chao Tian roared, "Clearly a barrier system, but you're not using it to fight me. Are you looking down on me?" It charged forward, intending to bring Deep Lam down. Suddenly, a figure appeared, locking Chao Tian's arm. Tien Truong came from somewhere, standing in front of the beast. Chao Tian, drenched in sweat, tried to break free. "What? Can't move?" She froze. "Huh, what are you doing?" He calmly replied, "Helping you. I won't be able to hold on much longer. Quickly use your barrier." Deep Lam recalled their previous battle and responded, "If I could use the barrier, I would have done it long ago. My mana's already depleted." She glanced at the weapons on the floor, thinking that even if the barrier was activated, it would only last for a moment. Deep Lam quickly made a decision, "Then let's give it a try." Tien Truong remained motionless, stunned. "What?" She grabbed the weapon in her hand, ready for battle, determined to finish the beast in an instant. The beast summoned more flames in its other hand and hissed, "This kind of style, you are a disciple of Liu Guangyuan. Chao Tian didn't hesitate, throwing a strong punch at Deep Lam. Tien Truong, with a determined gaze, thought, "Use the small force to overcome the larger one." He nimbly moved to the front, breaking the beast's arm. Chao Tian screamed in pain. "What?" Tien Truong used all his strength to slam it into the opposite wall. A loud explosion echoed. Chao Tian was thrown out into the yard, rolling like a ball. It lost momentum, crashing into a tree trunk and lying motionless. Everyone rushed outside, their footsteps loud and hurried. Deep Lam decisively said, "Take care of that guy in an instant." Hearing this, Chao Tian scornfully replied, "With you guys." She skillfully pushed 2 fingers, tightening the sword. The sharp weapon glided over her skin, cutting through the ice covering it. The blade created sparks, surrounding the beast's arm. Chao Tian narrowed her eyes, bracing herself. Deep Lam, swift as lightning, skillfully flew behind her. The beast held a cloth in its hand, annoyed. "Huh, why are you messing with my clothes?" "This is the solution you spoke of." She froze, speechless. "This is too tough." Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, Tiat Y summoned a spell. "It's not over, freeze." Chao Tian couldn't react in time, freezing her lower half. Tien Truong seized the opportunity, kicking the beast hard in the back, "And there's me too." Chao Tian could only cry out in pain. "Ouch!" She was kicked far away, crashing into a shattered glass door. Chao Tian's eyes gradually lost their light. "This is weaker than the previous one." He saw the situation wasn't looking good, saying, "Can't we really hurt it?" The girl beside him stood helplessly. "Are we about to lose?" Deep Lam just remained silent, thinking. Deep Lam stayed silent, not answering, but his expression showed concern. Noticing the sky had darkened, the enraged beast gathered all its strength into its body and roared, "Now it's my turn." Suddenly, a blinding lightning bolt struck from above, destroying everything around. She calmly adjusted her glasses, while Tian Chang and Zhu Yi were stunned, mouths agape. Zhou Xian was struck by lightning and fell flat onto the grass. Could this be the kind of over-the-top display that gets you struck, as people always say? A blue aura hovered in the lightning. Ning Fan created a magical protective sphere and stood inside with Wen Ryuan. After the strike, Zhou Xian was stiff. Tian Chang quickly covered his eyes and shouted, "Oh, up there is Master Ning and that's Miss Wen." Zuyi stood beside him urging, we must go help quickly. He turned to Ha and said, Yilin, let's move quickly. Yilin lazily rolled onto the ground and replied, too tired, I want to rest. The girl looked confused at the two of them. The system suddenly displayed a maintenance message. Ning Fan broke into a sweat, impatiently cursing, damn it, why does the system keep malfunctioning like this? He angrily thought, trying to get me killed, huh? When Ryuan nestled against him, embarrassed, she softly said, continuing like this isn't a good idea, will only drag everyone down. He hugged her and slipped behind a large rock. Yang Hua searched everywhere then called out, Ning Fan, you better hide well. He arrogantly rolled his eyes and threatened, if I find you, you're dead. Ning Fan carried Wen Ryuan on his back, eyes red, then snorted coldly. In that case, let me show you my true strength when I go all out. Heroes don't care about right or wrong, I can handle it. While moving, he accidentally dropped a small stone beside him. Hearing the sound, Yang Hua spun around and pointed. Found it. A giant foot dashed toward the wall, but at the critical moment, Yilin suddenly appeared and sliced the foot in two. Ning Fan was momentarily stunned by her. Seeing Yilin, he asked in shock, why are you here? Could it be that Zhou Xian? Yang Hua exclaimed in disbelief. No way, how could Zhou Xian be defeated by a student? Everyone looked at the man on the ground and whispered. Kai Shan pushed through the crowd, examined the wound and muttered, this looks like a lightning strike. Well, Zhou Xian is only that strong, let me handle this. He reminded himself, he hasn't fully recovered. He then summoned magic. Oh, handling a few students is no problem, keep an eye on Ning Fan, don't let him escape. When Ryuan was weak, Zuyi quickly cast a spell and said, Miss Wen is injured, heal her. He watched anxiously while Zuyi and Tian Chang quickly said, all right, we'll handle this side. He moved close to Yilin, excitedly saying, let's team up once more. She coldly replied, just don't get in the way. Yilin leaped from behind, swinging her sword at Ta La's shoulder, making him cry out in pain. Seeing the shallow tear on his shirt, Kai Shan looked disdainful and said, that's all you've got. Yilin stayed silent, landed professionally. She didn't miss a moment, quickly launching a pointed heel kick. She kept her stance steady, swinging two swords horizontally at him. Kai Shan's face began to show panic. Suddenly, Tian Chang appeared and delivered a flying kick to his jaw. The force of the kick pushed Kai Shan back, leaving two long streaks on the ground. Seeing the disadvantage, Yang Hua moved to intervene. Master Ma, let me handle it. But he waved him off. Step aside, leave that Ning Fan in the school to me. Kai Shan clenched his fists, this time truly exerting his strength, and said, I'm not like that useless teacher hiding behind students. He continued, I will handle this fight myself. Hearing this insult, he angrily shouted back, Master Ning is not useless. Immediately after, Tian Chang clenched his fists, jumped high and charged straight at the opponent. But the punch missed Kai Shan. He glared and said, such a simple punch, too easy to see through. Kai Shan gathered force and punched hard into his stomach. Tian Chang took the full impact. He was thrown into the air. Witnessing this, Yilin frowned in disapproval. What got him so agitated? His hand still crackled with golden lightning. He said coldly, students of a useless teacher will be eliminated sooner or later. In the dangerous moment, Yilin rushed to shield Tian Chang. A massive explosion shook the mountains and forest. A bright aura glowed among the green. Kai Shan squinted in contempt, rushing to die so quickly, fine. He concluded coldly, both obstacles have been dealt with. As the dust cleared, Ning Fan suddenly appeared behind, voice icy. Who did you call useless? Come, I won't hide anymore. Meanwhile, Yang Hua sensed something amiss, quietly exhaling. Kai Shan was still focused, preparing to attack, and said, dare to say that? Then. He clenched his teeth, eyes darkening, murderous intent surging, ready to strike decisively at Ning Fan. Ning Fan stood upright, gaze cold, ready to confront without retreating. From afar, Yang Hua grew increasingly uneasy, sensing that the tide of the battle was about to change. As he raised his hands to channel the converging energy, he panicked and shouted, break the vehicle. He froze, bewildered. Yang Hua immediately spoke up to warn him. Yang Hua reminded Director Ma, be careful. Just as the words left her mouth, a gaunt yet massive claw lunged straight at Kai Shan, sending a series of deep, resonant sounds echoing. A thick cloud of dust erupted in the forest. A large rock, struck by the violent force, shattered into countless pieces. Kai Shan's body went rigid, trapped against the cliff. A voice announced, Ma Kai Shan has been eliminated. Then, a pair of slender legs lightly touched the ground. Ling Yue stood beside Du Du, astonished at what had just happened, and blurted out, you hit someone again, didn't you? Kai Shan's whole body slid down the rock and lay motionless after the violent collision caused by the troublemaker. Du remained casually standing as if nothing had happened. Ling Yue asked, you hit someone again. Ling Yue turned to observe Yang Hua from head to toe, then said, So this time it's a student from Class S causing trouble for the teacher. Her attitude left him speechless. Noticing his reaction, her gaze became even more contemptuous. Looks like you're pretty pathetic, huh? A voice asked, Ning Fan, do you need my help? He was slightly stunned by Ling Yue's appearance, then replied, never mind, you should rest. Yang Hua isn't as simple as you think. With a loud crash, a powerful impact hit the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere. Dodo soared high, aiming directly at Duong Hoa. He still wore a casual, challenging look, saying, let me see, you're definitely not as simple as you seem. Dodo's massive foot slammed down right in front of Duong Hoa, but before it could touch the ground, a muscular arm appeared to block it. He threw a punch and then said casually, isn't this simple enough? At the same time, Gong Yuan appeared from nowhere and joined the confrontation. That's right, she's not simple at all, she's cool. The boy stood with his arms crossed on a large rock, smiling smugly. Ning Fan calmly encouraged Ting Yue, you go freeze, I believe you're not as simple as that. However, this time she seemed a bit worried. Don't say simple again, that damn mosquito net. Dodo looked sharply, isn't this the fish? Let me show you my new move. He let out a challenging yell, then this king must watch closely. Before they could fight for long, Dodo curled into a wheel of fire, charging forward at a terrifying speed. Unbeatable fire wheel crushed them. The fish slammed into the fire block, shouting, it's so hot. Suddenly Duong Hoa shouted loudly, Ning Fan. Duong Hoa, confident as if he had everything under control, said, how do you feel now? I've taken care of many students, and I've spent a lot of time building a perfect plan. Now there's no student left to shield you. These words startled him, a suspicion rising in his mind. Wait, could he have hacked my system? Not stopping there, Duong Hoa waved his hand again. Bring out 2 more, let me show you some interesting things. When he saw them thrown down, Ning Fan hurriedly yelled, Sufang ta Tian Ka. He was startled as he felt a surge of power rising. The barrier around them was wrapped in a magical layer. Duong Hoa explained, I've created a perfect plan. I've investigated all of your students. When Jing appeared from nowhere, eagerly writing on paper, this time we caught teacher Ning. Ning Fan looked at Duong Hoa, Tian Ka unconscious on the ground, and asked, Oh Duong Hoa, you're willing to sacrifice everything to eliminate me, why? His footsteps sounded louder, as if he was trying to overwhelm him. Duong Hoa directly grabbed his collar violently. To eliminate you, what I have is an opportunity. Do I need to wait until now? He revealed his dissatisfaction, unwillingness. Look at your miserable state now. In the end, where am I worse than you? Duong Hoa kept talking, becoming more irritated, his body trembling with restraint. Liu Guang Yuan, the principal, and even her, why are they paying attention to you like this? Ning Fan stood up with one hand, his attitude clearly defiant. I must show them that you're just a useless person, nothing more. Duong Hoa suddenly let go of him, releasing his collar. Standing before Ning Fan cornered, he arrogantly made a proposal. Ning Fan, you've lost. Now if you kneel and bow to me, I will spare your students. On the other side, the fish suddenly punched hard, causing Dodo to stumble backward. Otherwise, Duong Hoa's intentions were incredibly despicable. He's targeting the younger students of the school, and now he'll start eliminating them one by one. His expression turned terrifying, his cold eyes unknowingly filled with obsession for him. On the big screen, an image of Ning Fan kneeling was projected. Everything I did was for this moment, to let everyone see you're just a waste. At the same time, Wen Long was very satisfied witnessing this scene. Stream it all live. This is a precious scene worth remembering. Duong Hoa loudly ordered as the pressure reached its peak. Hurry up and kneel, Ning Fan. I want you to never be able to lift your head again. Suddenly, at the position of his knee meeting the ground, a few tentacles emerged from below. Then they quickly grew longer, tearing apart the current predicament. Earlier, this type of shadow had appeared with broken tentacles. Each tentacle cut through the talismans with special symbols, one after another, not just one but two. All similar pieces of paper were treated the same. Duong Hoa quickly shielded Wen Jing, frantically shouting, "My sleeve is torn on Yuan." The crumbling building now collapsed even further, with smoke and dust rising everywhere. Hatch Lion appeared with his hand outstretched, shooting a burst of power forward. Immediately, Duong Hoa's tentacles were severed without hesitation. The magical thread continued to curve through the air. It swept past his head and directly looped around behind. Then, the last tentacle near Duong Hoa's face was cleanly destroyed. O Yuan saw this and covered his mouth, mocking with a few words. "Is that all you can do with those soft tentacles?" He feigned weakness, clutching one shoulder. O Yuan, "Why do you keep wanting to protect Ning Fan?" She stood amidst the smoke, her attitude cold and hard to understand. "Why do you keep asking that, could it be?" As soon as he finished speaking, O Enheim smiled mysteriously and flipped the situation back on the opponent, because in his perfect plan he had not prepared for me, the one who came to assist. Worried already, Duong Hoa also couldn't stay calm, her hands beginning to channel power to reclaim strength. How can it be called a perfect plan if one can't handle unexpected situations? I didn't intend to make the first move. Seeing this, she flinched slightly, a thought flashing through her mind that his magic was intensifying. Enheem immediately ordered his subordinates to target the opponent directly, but the strands were destroyed the moment they touched his protective barrier. The tentacles are just intermediaries. Did you think I would fight using them? I'm not a summoning system teacher. I'm a spiritual system. Duong Hoa stood firm within the protective barrier, explaining her transformation. This power comes from eroding you. My strongest magic is complete. One of his right eyes turned black, yet she still protected Ning Fan. She showed him the beast within me. Enheem hurriedly ordered the white bandages to launch, and long strips shot out immediately. Quick, Ning Fan was suddenly wrapped by a band around his waist from behind, then pulled forcefully to their position, leaving him panicked. Why? After bringing him over, Enheem sternly warned, in the next battle there won't be time to meddle in others' affairs. A blazing eyeball appeared, its massive body cracking the ground. Unable to withstand the force, Ning Fan exclaimed, "That's way too strong." A powerful beam shot straight at the helicopter flying above. Ning Fan peeked into Van Long's space, his expression guilty. "Sorry to bother you." The old man was astonished, unable to believe Ning Fan appeared before him like that. Ning Fan, before he could react, the eyeball shot a laser through the helicopter's body. Black smoke rose from the cabin, and the helicopter wobbled slightly. Ning Fan winced, still not understanding what had just happened. "What's that?" Too bright. Looking back, he saw Van Long had passed out without him noticing. Seeing this, he wondered, did the magic drain too much and cause temporary unconsciousness? Did that beam take all the magic? Why am I fine? Suddenly the helicopter shook violently and he slipped, noticing a critical problem. The pilot is also. With no one controlling it, the helicopter lost control and crashed into the cliff. From afar atop the eyeball, Duong Hoa smugly thought, running is useless. As long as you're on this island, you're in my sights. It's over, it's over. Isn't the result still my victory? He put his hands on his hips, face full of satisfaction. If it's over, we might as well talk business. A loud voice echoed back, "What do you want to say? Then say it." Immediately after, he brushed his hair, adjusted his clothes, finishing his preparation. Duong Hoa covered her mouth and coughed softly, gathered her courage, cupped her hands to form a megaphone, and shouted forward, "Ngok Tiat, I like you, be my girlfriend," one day before the contest. At that time, Ngok Tiat was tidying her things to go home, thinking, today's work is done, time to head home, the contest is tomorrow. Suddenly Duong Hoa passed by her department and called out, "Mistia." She was slightly surprised. Master Duong, do you need something?" He awkwardly scratched his head and said, "I have something very important to tell you about tomorrow's contest. You must watch it live." Remembering yesterday's promise, Duong Hoa took a deep breath. Yes, now is the time to say this. Then he shouted into the distance, "Ngok Tiat, I like you." Each word shook Enheem, Tin and Gayat and Tiat, I, be my girlfriend. Duong Hoa's confession didn't stop. "Your hair is beautiful, your skin is smooth and white." He tried his best to express how beautiful she was in his eye. "When I first met you, I was completely captivated." Duong Hoa patted his chest and promised, "I will treat you well." No sooner had he finished speaking than Black Lotus and Enheem attacked from above. She mocked his cheesy confession. "Are you done? Why talk only about appearances?" What a fool! Before he could react, a magical strand wrapped forward. In a dangerous situation, he immediately activated the protective barrier underfoot. As Black Lotus prepared to tighten, Duong Hoa fell downward. He placed his hands behind his head, lazily looking up, mocking, "Oh, it's you again? Stop clinging to me. Isn't Ning Fan eliminated already?" The scene remained chaotic, but everything continued as Duong Hoa tried to maintain the upper hand while the opponent faced immediate danger. When Ryuen flinched, frowning in annoyance, her expression clearly showed disgust. She thought to herself that no one would want to deal with him, but he was definitely only looking for a fight. Yua Yang, hearing this, became even more provocative, loudly challenging her. "What you're doing just makes me more curious. If I win, you have to tell me why." He continued, instructing High Lion to attack. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" But in a careless moment, a tentacle suddenly swung out from the eyeball. Both were knocked to the ground and continued taking hits. Seeing his opponent defeated, he couldn't help but feel smug. So I won, now tell me the reason." Amid the dust, a hacking cough sounded. When Ryuen covered her mouth, looked up, and let out a shout. "What the hell, I'm just helping Liu Guangyuan and Ning Fan." But Hua Yang pretended not to understand. "If you're lying, at least make it believable. It can't be Liu Guangyuan or anyone else. Covering it up like that, do you have feelings for me?" When Ryuen, furious, bristled and snapped, "Feelings for you? I'll kill you." Her strong reaction amused him. "Oh, just kidding. Such a strong reaction makes me think I'm right." Provoked on a sensitive topic, when Ryuen started confidently but then stammered, "Shut up, you're not, the one I like is." When Ryuen slumped and muttered, "The one I like is Ning Fan." At that moment, Ning Fan limped out from the cliffside. Ah, it hurts, so unlucky. Ning Fan held his head, grimacing, a streak of blood on his cheek. Huh, Wen Ryuan, what did you just yell? Seeing Ning Fan, Wen Ryuan suddenly panicked and stammered. You're not out yet. You could it be, then just now I. White bandage threads wrapped around her wrists. On High Lion's side, magical threads also wrapped around her. Half of Wen Ryuan's face was now fused with his. In a rapid process, High Lion and the bandages merged, forming the shape of Valkyrie on her body. Seeing her strange appearance, Ning Fan was curious. Why did she transform all of a sudden? She got angry, her face twitching. Wen Ryuan decisively struck hard as a serious warning. Forget it while you're still dazed. A warning sound rang out. Better not move. Zuyi worried, my healing spell can't fully cure everyone. Sufang replied, I'm fine. Tian Ka said disdainfully, what is that mess anyway? Jing Yue sneered, doesn't matter what it is, just destroy it. He teased, you can't even beat a salted fish and you want to defeat this. She yelled angrily, he ran. Tian Ka lowered his voice, we've recovered, he ran because it wasn't safe. Yue Yang remained calm, sighing. So disgusting, right in the open and still pretending nothing's wrong. Tian Ka said, my shield's transformation range can't reach someone with his aura. We need a plan to restrain him. Zuyi spoke, my offensive magic can reach him. Sufang added, I can fly. Tian Ka immediately objected. No, Zuyi has already spent a lot of magic, better not act yet. He turned, oh you're okay, right? Tian Ka scowled, even with offensive magic, the tentacles will block it. Too many tentacles, unless multiple people attack at once, nothing can be done. He stroked his chin, calculating, approaching would be blocked, attacking from afar would be stopped. Tian Ka seemed to realize the truth, so isn't he unbeatable? Too stupid, got it? He turned and laughed, go think of a way. She held 2 pills, saying simply, can't we just suppress his tentacles by numbers? Ning Fan, exhausted, said, it hurts, why did you strike so hard? When Ryuan didn't dare look at him. Yeah, can you stop mentioning it? I thought someone was ambushing me. Didn't you want to find your students? He lay on the rock. Exactly, you yelled and you look nothing like yourself. Ning Fan replied casually, don't rush, soon we'll know where the students are. One of them has a self-repair ability. Jing Yue smirked, this time it's perfect. A shout rang out, enough with the summoning already. Tian Ka asked skeptically, all good. She pointed straight ahead and commanded, release the arrows, shoot them into a porcupine formation. A volley of arrows shot toward the eyeball, whistling cold air. The eyeball opened in surprise, sensing something. Jing Yue said smugly, if it can block this many, let's see it try. Countless arrows pierced the eyeball. She felt proud, too surprised to defend. The eyeball's body was hit, smoke thickly surrounding it. Yue Yang realized something. Yue Yang frowned, realizing the situation was bad, and tried to figure out a counterplan. This is a summoning object created from magic. He sneered, but it meant nothing, because magic that comes into contact with it will be completely corroded. This is a fortress that magic cannot penetrate. A scream rang out, a critical point that could not be passed. Tentacles from the eye struck Tin and Gaiet. He doubted, hey, Ice Tin and Gaiet, what's next? Have you prepared the next step of the plan? Her eyes looked back, sweat dotting her forehead. Yes, run. Its tentacles struck Tin and Gaiet again, causing her great worry. The blows from the eyeball hitting the ground made a loud noise. She covered her nose and squinted, suddenly hearing a call, big sister. The bear blocked the tentacles, and Sufang and Lai Kuang said in unison, don't worry. We're here, Thuong Haiyan shouted angrily. The two acted surprised. What are you doing? Get over here quickly. Many of its clones had been wrapped by the tentacles. This thing will corrode magic, which is disadvantageous for our magic beasts. Dean Truong struggled to speak. Can't get out, what now? Suddenly, many purple arrows appeared from behind, decisively cutting the tentacles. The tentacles in front of the eyeball were mercilessly severed. Nuyen leapt, holding her bow and shooting straight ahead. Many arrows severed the surrounding tentacles. A beam of light shot forward from her. The tentacles in the path of the beam were chopped into pieces. Duong Ho annoyed, like a swarm of flies, really annoying. 3 sources of purple energy shot from its eye, and she quickly dodged. Tin and Gaiet in a chai or someone else? Sufang was curious. Is that person helping us draw its attention? Ninfam stepped out from the grass, finally found you. She and Sufang were very surprised. Ninfam, pollution. His eyes flashed as he dashed forward. Did you avoid all the tentacle attacks? Suddenly An Nuyen stopped midair, tentacles advancing toward her. She spun around, white silk ribbons shooting from her hand. Fell for it, Duong Hoa panicked. What? He arrogantly said, so what? I can still spawn more tentacles. A block of ice tried to cling to the tentacles, preventing the eyeball from counterattacking. Hayat Y said, freezing only holds them temporarily. Corrosion is too fast. Ding Truong grabbed a tentacle and shouted, I'll help too. Lai Kuang and Thuong Haiyan grabbed tentacles, shouting together, we're coming too. Duong Hoa shouted angrily, so what if you grab tentacles? You fundamentally can't break my fortress wall. Are you all out of your minds? On Nguyen replied slyly, we can't, but someone can. From afar, a beam of light flashed, and upon hearing her, his face began to change. Barrier, Sufang held a giant crossbow, with Nin Pham observing on it. All right, here it is. You've been launched. I'm here to break the fortress, O Duong Hoa. He turned his head and inadvertently called Nin Pham's name. A sudden shout, isn't this approach a live attack target? From the eyeball, a massive purple energy beam shot out. Nin Pham passed through the light. Too bad a useless person like me doesn't have magic to corrode you. You successfully infiltrated inside. Get ready to throw a punch at Duong Hoa. Nin Pham's fist was inches from his face. Sorry for the trouble. Inside, an earthquake occurred. Something surged outward. Through the dense smoke, his silhouette gradually appeared. Nin Pham stepped on Duong Hoa's face. Wasn't it simple to break through? Your indefinite fortress. Kung Yen gaped. Ka Mang, look, the boy is sitting on his shoulder. 5 people wanted to deal with the 2 of us. Everyone said in unison, enough talk. Kung Engin sneered, knowing Mang's power, you dare not attack individual. Tin Ngayat shouted, what, who dares not, let me go first. Lai Kwang panicked, big sister, clearly provocation. Ka Mang arrogantly said, no problem, little Engin Nhi. Minor matters not worth mentioning to a king. The boy hesitated, Mang. He continued, being a king means being tolerant. Then you win, conquer, and expand your horizons. Van Long spoke with effort. I'm the live host calling Van Long. Sorry to all viewers for keeping you waiting. The old man sat in the helicopter, observing from above. Now let's return to the match. Van Long looked down. Let's see the current state of the fight. In the distance, he saw a giant tsunami approaching. The massive wave made the helicopter look tiny. In an instant, the wave collided, breaking the helicopter's rotor. Seeing the scene, she raised her hand to shield herself. Truly, Kung Engin laughed loudly. Indeed, Ka Mang is the strongest in the universe. The boy looked with disdain. Reduce it, mortals. Tin Ngayat arrogantly, truly admirable. Why am I? The waves rushed forward quickly. Tian Ka activated the protective layer. The child had drunk a large amount of water, while he struggled to hold on to the tree. Zhu Yi fell into the water, struggling to keep the air for herself. A hand tightly held hers. Tian Ka was trying to pull Zhu Yi towards him. He opened his mouth and the air escaped. Zhu Yi was shocked to see this scene. Tian Ka held her tightly, not letting her slip from his grasp. In suffocating space, a snap of fingers echoed. A protective circle appeared, surrounding Tian Ka and Zhu Yi. Tian Ka and Li Qiang were also surrounded by a protective shield. This was Xing Yue firmly holding her hand behind, while Shifeng stood there, confused. Bam was lazily sitting on Shifeng's body. A system notification came. The senior teacher's fix on Master Ming's eyes was being repaired. Estimated time of completion, 11/20/23. The repair was complete, trust points were restored, his gaze sharpened, and fortune had arrived. Seeing the powerful tornado, Ning Pham sighed. The arena had turned into this. The final battle was about to begin. In front of him was a giant eel. This seemed like the final boss. Gong Yan sneered, truly a cockroach, a giant eel. Let's give those guys a full seafood meal. Gong Yan looked down. Let's go. Ning Pham, you scratch your neck. I didn't say I was going to take action. You tormented me too much earlier. Ning Pham coldly replied, let my student deal with it. Li Qiang trembled. Teacher Ning, are you serious? Tian Ka was sweating. We're flying, we can't get close to him. Shifeng shouted, don't, I'm afraid of falling, it's too high. The boy sneered, a bunch of idiots think they can deal with us. Earlier on the ground, only a few people fought. The eels began to surface at Gong Yan's command. Mang is the king of the seas. He could control water and sea creatures. The boy arrogantly declared, here Mang is invincible. He looked up, not bad at all. Ning Pham smiled mysteriously, but here, he wasn't the only one receiving enhanced strength. Zhu Yi raised her hand, droplets of water gradually gathered on it. Gong Yan stood on his body, surprised, and spoke. Could it be? The giant eel clenched its fist, punching towards the girl. Don't even think about using magic. Tian Ka saw the scene in front of him, his expression urgent. He stood in front of Zhu Yi, delivering a counterpunch that made the boy stagger. Tian Ka shouted fiercely to protect her. If you want to harm Zhu Yi, you have to go through me first. The girl closed one eye while the other shone with a green light, then shouted loudly, no absolute degree. Gong Yan rubbed his head. It hurts, I almost fell. The boy was confused. Eel, the giant eel responded. I miscalculated. I didn't expect calling the sea would result in me hitting my own foot with a rock. His whole body froze due to being frozen. Seeing this, Gong Yan shouted, Eel, the boy's eyes were filled with tears. Eel, get up, don't die. He looked down and said, your summoned beast was defeated. How about surrendering now? Gong Yan shouted angrily, you bastards, you bullied Mang. Don't even think about getting my points unless you step over my dead body. Tian Ka prepared to throw a punch. Then sorry. The boy opened his mouth, astonished. Are you really going to strike? A light tap of a staff on the ground, and everything around immediately froze. A golden light flashed before his and Gong Yan's eyes. Taiji raised his staff, and the water was split into 2 streams. Stop it now. He and Gong Yan turned their heads to look. their eyes full of surprise. The old man spoke clearly. I declare the competition is over. A humorous sight appeared. The giant eel had turned into a statue of the goddess of liberty. At the subway station, people came and went in a bustle, an unusually peaceful scene. From the train car, a foot slowly stepped outside. The silhouette of Zyro Zyro stood out in the crowd, and a distant shout echoed. Lamb Zyro Zyro. Kashan spoke up. You're late, now Jing is at school, we should be cautious, otherwise if we get found out. Zyro Zyro replied, oh, isn't the post-competition treatment work very busy? This competition was really intense. He retorted, stop talking so much. This is the D-class student report that you need. How's the result? Kashan raised his voice. Just as you expected, they're all low awakening levels, the type of potential physique you wanted. Not bad, good job. He said seriously, you want them to join your alliance, right? But now they're all in Class S, which the school is paying attention to. This time it's hard for you to act. Zio opened the document. The alliance has its own arrangements. Her expression changed. Ningfam also got promoted to be a Class S teacher. Zio questioned. Ningfam, what choice will you make? You spoke. The students have worked hard. Although this competition had some interference, it still ended successfully. Next, the awards ceremony. The old man spoke. Not like last year. This year, only 10 lucky students. Please invite them to come up and receive their awards. Students in the audience began to murmur. Wasn't it supposed to be 20 students? I heard that at the end, a tsunami submerged the island and the competition was stopped by King. It almost killed someone. At the end, the broadcast signal was lost. We couldn't see it anymore. To maintain order, Gyu shouted loudly. Silence, he also sneered. Tsunami, that's my older brother's doing. The first position will be mine. The announcer declares the results. In first place is Sufang with 1,300 points. Second is Li Qiang with 1,290 points. The boy's eyes welled up with tears, wondering how this guy could be in first place. The announcer spoke up, asking for silence, and the male students fell quiet. The announcer's voice was serious. The beast on the island added points for these two students. Both of you led the way in defeating the beasts and continue to receive awards. The announcer continued. In third place is Yi Hong Lan with 1,050 points. Whispers filled the room and some were still missing. The announcer announced, in fourth place is Nan Gong Yuan with 1,020 points. The boy was downcast. The result was even lower than last time. The announcer continued, in fifth place is Bing Ting Yue with 820 points. The announcer spoke evenly. In sixth place is Zhang Tian Chang with 800 points, and tied for sixth is Dong Zuyi with 600 points. The announcer continued. In seventh place is Zhao Tian Ka with 770 points. In eighth place is Suo Feng with 850 points. He smiled bitterly, thinking that perhaps he would have to be classmates with this guy in the future. Tian Ka frowned. What a pity. The announcer said, in ninth place is Wen Jing with 400 points. The announcer pointed towards the stands. Additionally, these 10 outstanding students will participate in a competition organized by the Lac Ying Academy in 3 months. The task will be very tough, so the school has decided to offer support. The announcer raised his hand and loudly called out, handing out travel tickets to these 10 students so they could have a good rest at the hot spring. The announcer said solemnly, next, please welcome our principal to speak. Li Qiang raised his silver cup high. Teacher Ning, look, I got second place. Ning Fan's eyes flashed red, showing great surprise. The boy excitedly cheered. Teacher Ning, are you shocked? Aren't you happy? He chimed in. Congratulations. Ning Fan scratched his head, puzzled. Why is that? A warning sound came from the system, alerting that a barrier had been encountered, preventing the scan from proceeding. He frowned, thinking to himself. Ning Fan was flustered. Why is it you? He silently called out Hong Tai Ku. The nighttime streets were bustling, full of light. Zuyi waved her hand. It's late. The celebration party ends here. Tomorrow you'll be a Class S student. You must work hard. Li Qiang cheerfully replied. It feels like a dream. Tomorrow I'll be a Class S student. The first day of the second place winner in the entire school. Suo Feng continued. Yes, let's say goodbye to the past. Ting Yue angrily grabbed the boy's collar. You two were lucky to get the top 2 spots. Why are you acting like that? Li Qiang retorted. Luck is also a part of strength. Why blame only me? Zuyi smiled. Let's head back first. See you tomorrow, Tian Chang said wistfully. She raised her hand. Goodbye, take care. Ting Yue also waved goodbye. Zuyi leaned forward and softly called Ning Fan. Are you all right? After the competition, you don't seem spirited. He answered awkwardly. No, I just ate a bit too much earlier. Zuyi gently placed a mint candy into Ning Fan's mouth. Here, mint candy, you need to cheer up, your students are really relying on you. Zuyi explained further, although they hadn't spoken it out, they could definitely feel that his spirit wasn't good, and he needed to adjust quickly so they could feel reassured. She waved and smiled. I'll head back now. Goodbye. While the two were talking, a figure was watching from above. He waved back, "Goodbye." Lan sat on the balcony, ready to leave. The voice on the other end replied, "Got it." She stood straight, watching but gaining no results. She had just eaten and drank all day. The voice from the communicator reminded not to act hastily. Lam Nam suggested, "Why not go straight to them?" The other side immediately objected. "That won't work." Ning Fan raised 2 fingers. She coldly said, "Don't move. I won't find them, they'll come to me." He furrowed his brows in doubt. "Who are you? Why are you spying on us?" Lam Nam cautiously asked. The voice on the other end replied, "It seems he doesn't know anything. Should we tell him?" "Up to you, it's not a big deal." Hearing this, Fan paused, then said, "Ah." She sneered, "Someone spread the rumor about your low awakening grade." He raised his voice, "So what?" Lam Nam turned her head, thinking, low awakening grade, but still won in the Class S ranking competition. What organization wouldn't want to know the secret behind that? Ning Fan shouted, "You're strange." She nimbly jumped down, "Goodbye." He retracted his hand, thinking, why does she look so much like Yihong Lan? He ran quickly. When he looked down at the street, there was no sign of Lan anymore. Ning Fan's expression darkened, thinking, if she dares come, let's see. I don't care what organization she's from. The next day, Ting Yue Zun kept sneezing, while he complained about discomfort. He said, "Cold, there's snow, it's freezing. Where are the hot springs? I want to soak in the hot spring." A car rushed over, someone questioned. He asked, "What is that?" Someone else replied, "I don't know, but it seems to be getting closer." The car sped straight toward Ning Fan. The driver quickly swerved, turning the car sideways, sending snow flying onto them. The two stood close, their bodies covered in snow without any gaps, while the car door opened and Van Quan appeared behind the wheel, striking a stylish pose. He excitedly said, "You guys are right, students, enjoy the chauffeured service." On the road, a white car sped by, with the Nin Fam group's closed vehicle relentlessly accelerating behind. Suddenly, Van Quan slammed the gas, swerving past the car. The driver in the car gaped in shock at his astonishing driving. Van Quan drove with exhilaration without slowing down. Inside, everyone panicked after the maneuver, cursing. Sufang is incomprehensible. Is he in a rush to die driving so fast? Lai Kuang was also annoyed, eating an apple anxiously. Hearing this, Van Quan turned back and yelled, "I drove at the slowest speed possible, you fool." Lai Kuang strained his neck to argue. "Who are you calling a fool?" Meanwhile, Sufang turned to Tian Ka and asked, "Han, are you okay? You've been staring out the window the whole ride." Sweat running down his face, he endured and said, "Do you think I get motion sickness?" Sufang found Tian Ka too stubborn and was irritated. Tin and Gayet calmly said, "I didn't mention the car. Did I just plan a little art? Can't you stay calm? Your noise is keeping me awake." After speaking, she turned back to hear Kung Engin remind, "Sister Bang, can't your summonable creature shrink smaller? It's inconvenient." Tin and Gayet frowned and retorted, "Auntie, do you really care?" The boy returned to his seat, smiling with eyes squeezed shut, praising, "Still an amazing bamboo shoot." Suddenly, Kung Engin felt a sudden jolt, almost turning into a keychain. Van Quan oversteered and the car hit the barrier, nearly plunging off the cliff. Recovering balance, he pressed the gas again and sped wildly. After the minor collision, Kung Engin looked at his hand, confused. "Ah, wearing the head?" Sufang looked at Lai Kuang puzzled. "Why are you wearing my hat?" The boy asked awkwardly, "Why did my apple turn into dried fish?" Thin Truong urgently stood up and reminded, "Driver, be careful." Van Tin froze, drooling and muttering, "You guys are all nauseous, I'm about to die." Ko Engin angrily stopped, "You're done." "Exactly, do you even know how to drive?" Continuous criticism made Van Quan scowl. "What kind of driving is this? Careful a little, will you? Who knows what kind of driver I'm getting?" Suddenly his eyes glinted with a mischievous smile. "Don't dare say I can't drive, then let me show you my real skill." Van Quan swerved to block the oncoming car. From the driver's view, the students' faces were pressed against the window from inertia. In an instant, Van Quan hit the gas again. The driver shouted angrily, "This is too dangerous." The bus left the usual route, charging into the forest. He drove as if flying through the woods toward the cliff edge. Ngok Tiat dazed tried to urge Nin Fam, think of something, tell him to stop." Turning to see him still asleep, she panicked and shouted. Seeing everyone lose control, Van Quan reassured, "Relax, I've already guaranteed everyone's safety with the principal. I will definitely get everyone to safety." As he spoke, he sped straight off a rock, leaving everyone stunned. Following Van Quan's steering, everyone inside lost balance, colliding everywhere. Cut to Deep Lamb still sleeping under the snow layer. She lifted her blindfold, face clearly embarrassed. Deep Lamb sat up like a coconut grub, surrounded by white snow. In front of her appeared a house, with a figure standing at the open door. Sam's son approached, eyes glowing red menacingly, gloomily saying, "Why is there only one person?" Everyone had arrived safely after the dangerous ride. Fam, yawning, asked, "Are we here? Why don't I see the inn?" Tin and Gayet beside him, still shaken, said, "Luckily, the teacher could sleep." The students got off, rushing to vomit. Nin Fam had slept through the ride, unaware of the driving, and asked, "Are you all okay?" Hayat Y frowned and reminded, You must be very tired, let's quickly go inside to rest. Seeing Truong worried, sensing something was off. Ngok Tiat, still dazed, told the driver, thanks for the effort. Suddenly she asked again, but are we really here? I don't see any inn. Ben Quan calmly pointed, if it's an inn, it's up there. If I drove up the stairs, the old lady would kill me. Looking in his direction, a long staircase with no top in sight appeared. The room expanded, revealing a terrifyingly long passage. The peak seemed closer to the sky than the ground, leaving everyone exclaiming. Cut to the thick snow layer, showing dozens of footprints of various sizes. Nin Fam's group reached the door, knocking. Anyone here? Knocking repeatedly, they sighed in disappointment. No one's inside. Tin and Gayat sank down, looking lost. Van Tin lay exhausted, lying motionless on the ground, shouting, I'm not okay, how can this trip be like this, I'm exhausted. Sufang, also drained, lay face down without moving, saying he wasn't okay. Ning Fan, helpless, opened the door for him to step out. All right, you two. Rest now, let us go in and check first. Li Qiang peeked in, noticed it was a bit dark and asked, it's a little dark, right? The kid asked nervously, is there something there? What is it? Tian Ka teased, are you scared? Li Qiang retorted, no way. Ning Fan saw the two students bickering and suddenly put his arms around them, saying, if you're not scared, go in first. Li Qiang only now showed a look of fear, panicked and said, Ning Fan didn't give them a chance to refuse and pushed them straight in. This isn't looking good. Li Qiang hadn't taken a step before his foot got caught in a trap, and he fell to the ground, making Ning Fan worried. Nothing to worry about, just go. Just regaining consciousness, Li Qiang rolled around in fear, shouting, a ghost grabbed my foot. Tian Ka saw the kid's timidity and tried to assert himself. What are you talking about? Ning Fan continued. Isn't that just a mouse trap? In fact, he was sweating nervously too. Exactly how could there be a ghost? Suddenly, from somewhere, Shen Shan appeared and placed a hand on Tian Ka's shoulder. Finally, everyone arrived, making him extremely scared. He jumped up and screamed loudly. Ning Fan was slightly annoyed by the two students' fearfulness, reminding them, stop screaming, I'll find the light switch. When the lights turned on, Deep Lam was already sitting inside drinking tea. Li Qiang asked in surprise, you're so prepared, were you here earlier? Hung Deep Lam, why are you? Meanwhile, Tian Ka still hadn't recovered, muttering, just now there was. Snow guides everyone inside, anxiously asking if everyone is okay, while Su Feng shouts loudly, looking surprised. Isn't it Yi Lam? Come to think of it, he was sleeping at the end, I completely forgot. Tian Ka is still worried but tries to warn everyone. Just now, Ning Fan quickly sat down and invited everyone, come on in, have a seat. Everyone brightens up and starts chatting excitedly. It's warmer inside, let's go in, I also want some tea. Meanwhile, Tian Ka anxiously stops them. Hey, wait a moment. He sternly says, listen to me, this inn is haunted. I just saw it with my own eyes, we need to leave quickly. Shen Shan puts a hand on his shoulder and threatens, are you talking to me? Tian Ka is scared to the point of frothing at the mouth and fainting, while she leaves him behind, laughing as she speaks. It has been years without seeing such liveliness here. Shen Shan steps forward and says to everyone. She politely introduces herself. Her presence is both gentle and terrifying. She continues speaking. I am the owner of this inn, my name is Shen Shan. You can call me Madame Shen Shan. Everyone follows Shen Shan into the inn. Ning Fan looks around and asks, Madame, are you still running this place? That must be exhausting. Shen Shan replies, yes, for decades now. Tian Ka remarks, this inn must be haunted. Madame seems off when Jing panics, haunted, I'm terrified of ghosts. Ting Yue reminds, stop talking nonsense, you're scaring people. Retorts, I'm not talking nonsense. Even someone as bold as me got completely spooked. Tian Ka yells to argue when Shen Shan suddenly speaks. Ghost where? She laughs, pats his head. You're bold, stop talking nonsense or how will I do business here? Tian Ka stammers, yes, there is none. Very quickly they reach room 101. Shen Shan introduces, here we are, this is your room. They are thrilled, awesome PS10, I already like this room. She smiles and compliments the guests. No need to worry, all rooms are the same. Each room holds up to 3 people, feel free to choose. Shen Shan says, previously Zhang Tianchang, Su Feng and Zia Tian Ka shared a room. She adds, Yi Lam, Ting Yue and Snow Eye in the second room. Shen Shan looks over and then lies. You share a room with Wen Jing, Master Ning can have a room alone. Finally, she decides, the last 3 of you. They all exclaim, finally, some rest. Before they can be fully happy, Li Qiang suddenly pauses. The boy is speechless at the sight. Madame, it looks uninhabitable. Before Li Qiang can say more, Shen Shan immediately closes the door. Su Feng asks, why suddenly close the door? Half a second later, she opens the door wide. Shen Shan points to the gleaming room. All right, you stay in this room. Su Feng is bewildered. Madame, wasn't this room just? Shen Shan laughs, no need to pay attention. She explains, it was just that both rooms weren't clean. By the way, the hot spring is open now. Once they unpack, they inform the others to go soak. Shen Shan walks away, able to relieve the fatigue from the journey. He smiles softly. Hey, did you hear that, chubby? Li Qiang urges. The hot spring, right? Gong Yan gets suddenly excited. Let's quickly tell the others, I can't wait any longer. As soon as the boy finishes speaking, two people block him. Wait, Gong Yan frowns. What are you two doing? Li Qiang whispers. Don't rush, something interesting to tell the kid. Sufang adds, right, why rush? Soon after, they arrive at the inn's public bath. Ting Yue steps in and exclaims, this hot spring is so comfortable. After soaking for a while, she says, everyone come in quickly. Ting Yue glances at Snow Wai and is surprised. Your skin is so fair. The little girl quickly denies, not really. Yi Lam observes the water level and analyzes. So shallow, can't fully submerge. Suddenly, voices of the boys quietly call out. Here we come, it's the big sisters, Snow Ai and Hong Yi Lam. Still missing Wen Jing, I'm not tricking you, right? Sufang laughs. As expected, you came up with a clever way to only inform the girls. Qiang says, from now on we'll be like family. Gong Yan agrees, almost there. The boy says nothing, propels himself and jumps high. We should be able to start now, he pauses. Hey, we can't jump over. Complains, didn't we say we'd be like family? Li Qiang doesn't hesitate and climbs over the fence. However, before the boy can rejoice, his smile suddenly fades. Li Qiang freezes in place, and at the same time the boy sees Wen Jing struggling to climb over. Stunned. She saw Li Qiang and forced a stiff smile. Showing off, flaunting so much, what are you planning when you stare like that? Before Li Qiang could speak, Van Tin pressed a talisman to his face. She said warningly, covering his mouth, obviously with a purpose different from his. She anxiously said, damn it, think of a way to get up, her concern visible through her glasses. Sufang, with tears in his eyes, asked, aren't you the summoner? Summon something to get us up. The boy explained, I can only summon bamboo shoots. Gung Nian added, but he won't agree to do that. She suddenly stopped as Li Qiang's shadow appeared clearly in front of the boy. The boy quickly landed safely on the water. Splashing droplets forced Gung Nian to dodge. Even Sufang standing nearby was affected. Li Qiang panicked, what's happening? Sufang reassured him, Jen, and don't worry, it's an illusion. Realized this was Van Tin's barrier. I heard from Tian Ka that he likes boys. Hearing this, the boy suddenly perked up. Li Qiang decisively punched Sufang. So that's what this is about. Caught off guard, he was quickly thrown back. Van Tin spoke up. It's Shui Ka's situation. You guys are just harmful elements in this story. In the men's changing room, Tian Ka complained. You guys aren't fun at all, going to the hot spring without calling us. Just as he spoke, he couldn't bear to look at the scene before him. This, Tian Ka frowned, what are you doing? Gaze swept over Li Qiang, full of exasperation. Van Tin, seeing Tian Ka, suddenly brightened. You're here, it's like I realized something, I misunderstood you guys. Thanks for not calling. On this side, Tian Chang was enjoying himself. So relaxing, he exclaimed. Aren't you soaking anymore? They replied. We're going to eat first. Leaving the bathhouse, Sufang began complaining. It hurts. Li Qiang added, hurt and hungry at the same time. Gung Nian suddenly shouted, what are you complaining about? At least you got to see it. The boy tried to explain. I already said I don't remember. Everything after entering the hot spring is a blur. Angrily said, so not remembering means you didn't betray us. He mediated, enough, let's eat. The dining hall is this way. As soon as they opened the dining hall door, Sufang froze. In the kitchen, the chopping sounds were distinct. The cooking display was dazzling. Master Dao waved his hand, seasoning carefully to select the finest part of the fish. He began preparing the dishes, and soon created a very appetizing final product. He smiled, lifted the plate and said, here, 3 guests finished, please taste. A while later, Master Dao made a new soup, then quickly prepared sushi. He posed while saying, please enjoy. They exclaimed, wow, delicious. Ning Yue watched helplessly, completely captivated. Yu Zhu turned and smiled. So quick to get into character, isn't it adorable? Master Dao announced, 2 new dishes, please taste. They responded, keeping it brief. Hurry over. Meanwhile, Ning Fan was thinking, pondering, but couldn't figure it out. Why have I never met this chef before? Just then Shen Shan appeared. She sighed, too many to handle alone. Shen Shan politely asked, teacher Ning. Want some tea? He took the cup. Thank you. Ning Fan sincerely expressed, but I'd still rather eat the rice you cook. Madame Dao looked at them, just came from class and already so close. He smiled. They were in the same class before, and having experienced disadvantages in Class D, they understand the importance of treating each other sincerely. Shen Shan whispered, watching them reminds me of the past. Ning Fan quickly replied, you're still very young, don't dwell on the past. He added, and if you want, just continue. Shen Shan interrupted. She said, you weren't this smooth before. Nowadays, even holding a cup or chopsticks feels heavy, and you've been retired in the mountains for a long time. Can't keep up with the times anymore. I'm no longer the one to teach. Ning Fan affirmed, but you were the teacher of our teachers, teacher Shen Shan. Till time passed quietly. Alone, he sat observing the night sky, assuming everyone else was asleep. Ning Fan recalled how he had pushed them forward through all kinds of situations. Now it's perfect. finally advancing to Class S. He looked up, hoping the whole group could relax freely in this place. Suddenly, Ning Fan's eyes lit up. But I still can't rest yet. Muttered to himself, since I don't need to fight right now, I can upgrade the system. Awakening level 1.8%. Current skills, Master Teacher's Eye. Audience with the Master Teacher. Trust points, 1987. Spend trust points to activate the third skill. Spend trust points to restore awakening level. Ning Fan was thrilled. A rare chance like this was hard to come by. Let me see what the third skill is. System immediately asked whether he wanted to spend 1,000 trust points to activate the third skill, and he pressed yes without hesitation. Just then an unexpected sound echoed. There's a cry outside the door. Ning Fan hurried out and asked what happened. At that moment, he only saw Zuyi pointing toward the nearby corridor. Here, Ning Fan quickly walked over to the little girl. Zuyi heard the footsteps and turned around. Mr. Ning, he seemed unable to believe his eyes. Here, Ning Fan was shocked when he saw the scene. Bing Xingyu. He immediately took out the first aid kit to disinfect her wound. Xingyu cried out, "It hurts, can't you have Zuyi heal me?" Ning Fan said, "It's already this late. Don't you feel embarrassed? I told him to go back and sleep." He asked angrily, "So you were carrying tomato juice through the hallway, then slipped and fell, falling so badly is almost impressive." Hearing that, she immediately denied it. Xingyu's memories began to return. "Something grabbed my leg back then." She insisted with certainty, "I tripped because of that thing." As soon as Xingyu finished speaking, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly turned eerie. She solemnly read the words, "After dark, do not leave your room. This paper is the evidence, because I didn't follow the warning written here." After hearing that theory, Ning Fan immediately flicked Xingyu on the head. He waved his hand and said, "All right. I won't laugh at you for falling down, so there's no need to make up ghost stories to fool me. I'm going back first." She struggled and insisted, "It's true." Ning Fan sighed. He had planned to study the system a little tonight, but it was already 2 in the morning. He yawned again and again. "I'll rest first. The vacation is still long anyway." Suddenly, Ning Fan's eyes landed on the note in front of the door. It read, "I have arrived. Leave the inn alone." Seeing this, he froze. This is. Ning Fan took the note down. "It wasn't there when I left. Was it just posted? Could what Bing Xingyu said be true? Someone is playing tricks." Early the next morning at the inn, he briefly explained everything. "That's the situation." Xingyu placed the note on the table. "This is the piece of paper I found." Zuyi asked suspiciously, "There isn't really a ghost, is there?" Wenjing spoke up, "No, maybe Zai Tianj is playing a prank. Didn't he say there was a ghost only for you to mock him? Maybe he deliberately scared you to prove there are ghosts and get back at you." The little girl said honestly, "Actually, I also saw a note like this morning. I don't have any grudge against Zai Tianj." She paused. "It wasn't Zai Tianj. Could there really be a ghost?" Seeing everyone in an uproar, Yu Zhu comforted them. "Don't worry, someone is probably just playing a prank." As soon as she finished speaking, Feng suddenly rushed in. "This is bad." He was so anxious he could barely speak. "This is bad, the dining hall. Everyone hurry over there." Feng pointed the way. "It's over there." Ning Fan was stunned. "What happened?" Gong Yan asked blankly. "What are you all doing?" Yidao pointed. "Here. The kid ended up like this after eating a steamed bun." Li Qiang clutched his stomach. "Mr. Ning, save me. Don't eat breakfast. My stomach hurts so much. I've been poisoned. I'm going to die." He glanced slightly to the side and instantly saw the words, "Do not eat breakfast." Another note. Ning Fan crouched down. "Don't worry, I'll check you." The kid cried bitterly. "Mr. Ning, should I leave behind some really cool last words now?" He shouted, "What last words? Isn't this just bloating?" Gong Yan asked, "What happened?" Tian Cheng explained, "Here's what happened." The boy understood, "So that's it. I've got the whole situation now. Someone is definitely playing tricks." Gong Yan pointed straight at Yidao, "And the author of this prank is you. It would be easiest for you to put poison in the steamed buns, and you were also at the scene just now." The boy continued analyzing, "And your motive was that Bing Xingyu secretly took tomato juice, while the fatty secretly took 2 steamed buns." The old man said quietly, "Why would I harm my own guests? What chefs love most is seeing customers happily eat the food they make. And he is the happiest eater I have ever seen." Yidao added, "Besides, the food is free. Usually everyone has already paid for it." Gong Yan frowned. "For something like that, then," the boy laughed loudly, "what I said just now was only a strategic retreat. The real author is actually you." The old man was helpless. "Hey," Gong Yan said with clear reasoning, "you clean rooms very quickly. At that speed it could rival True Ice Star Moon." Then before the boy could finish speaking, Shen Shan cut him off. What did you say?" "I'm old so my hearing is bad." Gong Yan stammered an explanation. "I was wrong, I was just talking nonsense." She softened her tone and said, "Still, this situation reminds me of a ghost story from a very long time ago. It happened long, long ago." "Was she trying to tell a story now?" "Yes," Shen Shan began. "A very long time ago there was a demon. She said its favorite thing to do was place a slip of paper with an order on someone else's pillow while they were asleep. If that person did not obey the order," Shen Shan paused slightly and said, they would be punished. First, the punishments were mild and dull. People would think it was nothing more than a prank. She added, but as time went on, the punishments became more and more terrifying. They could injure people or even cripple them. Shen Shan lowered her voice. If they still refused to obey the order, then it would. Tianj trembled in fear. Then what? She whispered in his ear. It would take their life. Tianj shouted, I knew it. On the other hand, Gong Yan did not seem to believe what Shen Shan was saying. Boy said with certainty, how could ghosts exist? It has to be someone playing a prank. Besides, that person is among you. Xingyu cut him off. Then tell us who it is, kid. Gong Yan froze. I don't know. Tianj hurriedly ran out of the room. No, I have to go check whether there is a note on my pillow. I didn't pay attention this morning. Ning Fan, on the contrary, remained extremely calm. How could ghosts exist? There is no need to bother. Before he could finish speaking, he heard Tianj's earth-shaking scream. Everyone immediately rushed over, and when they saw the scene before them, they shouted in unison, Zai Tianj. That moment he was lying stiffly right in front of the bedroom door. Tianj had been hit on the head by a heavy falling object and felt awful. Help! A moment later, Zhu Yi arrived in time to save him. The bandaging is done. Ning Fan picked up the note. Sure enough, they had found the note in his room. Written on it were 3 big words, do not return. Gong Yan scratched his head anxiously. Just now, everyone was in the room and only Zai Tianj went out, so. Did it, Shifeng smiled. Is the young detective stuck? Wen Jing's whole body began to tremble. So there really is a ghost. Ning Fan began piecing together the clues, the order note. He analyzed its meaning. If you do not obey, you will be punished. Ning Fan noticed the coincidence. The punishments would grow more severe and everything matched that story. Corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Looks like someone is imitating this story to stage a malicious prank. I will definitely expose that person. Li Qiang was confused. Expose them. But right now we do not have any clues at all. When Jing wondered, how do you expose a ghost? Ning Fan thought to himself that there was actually a way that required no clues, as long as the other party followed the rules while pulling the prank. He became serious. Then we just do the opposite of what the note says and he will appear. We only need to wait until night and not go outside. Ning Fan looked around, but there were too many places to hide inside the inn. If a fight broke out, it would damage the inn, or he might violate the condition of going out alone. But who should he go with? Suddenly, Yu Zhu stepped forward and said, Ning Fan, you are trying to lure him out, right? She said, use this note of mine. It will be easier to catch him outside. Seeing that, he let out a sound of surprise. Do not go outside. Ning Fan fell into deep thought. That was perfect, since he could not go outside alone at night. The two of them could go together. Gong Yan suddenly stepped forward. Wait, if you are going, take me too. I want to see what that thing really is. You stopped him. Wait, you cannot go. Get over here. He began to feel that this chase was becoming exciting. Then we will set out tonight. As soon as night fell, Ning Fan and Yu Zhu were already outside the inn. Will this really lure him out? Of course it will. He smiled. From the moment we left the hotel, it has been following us. She was confused. Huh. Ning Fan reminded her, come on, keep your voice down this way. Just as the two of them hid themselves, a figure suddenly appeared amid the freezing snow. The mysterious figure kept fumbling around as if searching for something. Seizing the moment, he charged straight down to ambush it. Ning Fan attacked without holding back. Got you! Suddenly, cold snowballs came flying toward him in a rush. Ning Fan seemed unable to understand what was happening. Everyone burst into laughter. Sure enough, it was us. The hiding plan was a success. You fell for it. He clicked his tongue. At that moment he forgot he was standing on top of Tian. Ning Fan began packing snow. How dare you trick me? He quickly threw it back at them. Let me show you how powerful I am. A moment later, Ning Fan asked, so the notes, that story, and this whole act were all staged by you yourselves? Xingyu answered, that's right. Wondered you came up with this plan just to tease me. She was completely exhausted. It is not exactly what you think, teacher. At first, they had only planned to think of a way to help their teacher regain his spirits. The fat guy said that ever since the exam ended, their teacher had lost all energy. Xingyu explained what had happened, never expecting Mrs. Shen Shan to overhear it. She said, you even know how to worry about your teacher. What a bunch of good students. Touch 2, in that case I have a plan. Shen Shen coughed lightly, then asked, what do you think of my plan? Has teacher Ning regained any spirit yet? Ning Fan thought to himself, I am laughing so hard I made a sound. I only want to bury myself in the ground. He hurriedly said, yes. Thanks to all of you, I feel much more energetic now. Xingyu happily said. He said he feels more energetic now. And it worked. You promised to treat us to cake, so don't forget. She replied, agreed. No rush, the cake is here. But Ning Fan muttered, eating cake outdoors in the middle of the night. She glanced at him. Isn't that because you ran outside in the middle of the night? He said helplessly. So this is my fault. Qiang widened his eyes and shouted, I forgot to bring the cake. Ning Fan thought for a moment. Wait, that is not right. The paper said Yu Zhu was hanging it. Fatty, you actually forgot something related to food. It's fine, we can help you go back and get it. His gaze suddenly became complicated. Wait, Ning Fan began analyzing everything again. Thinking about it carefully, his note had been stuck to the door, not placed beside his pillow. Also, it was written vertically, not horizontally, and the handwriting was different too. The other notes all said not to do anything, but his note was not like that. But be that his note was not written by them, he called out Leng Xingyu. Xingyu walked over and said, Teacher Ning. Were you calling me? He replied, Yes, come here for a moment, we need to talk. She agreed. All right, Ning Fan took out a piece of paper and held it in front of Xingyu. This note. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp blade suddenly sliced past the paper, an external sword aura. At the same time, the sword swept right past Ning Fan's face. He stared at the person before him. As expected, you are not Leng Xingyu. Who are you? You left this note, didn't you? Person before him curled the corner of her mouth slightly. I was found out. My transformation should have been perfect. Wait, let me rephrase. My transformation was almost perfect. How could you see through it? The system notification sounded. Wang Yan, a student of Ruan Ying School. Her ability allows her to transform into any living creature as long as she obtains its bodily fluids. She is highly skilled at transformation. He exposed her directly. She does not call me Teacher Ning Fan. Wang Yan suddenly understood. So that is why I will remember that next time. He did not hesitate at all and immediately took an attacking stance, then swung his leg toward her as a warning. Just as Ning Fan's foot was about to reach her, she instantly changed form. Looks like you have no intention of letting me go. The opponent transformed into a fierce demon fox and provoked him at the same time. Come at me if you dare, he thought to himself. Her transformation speed really is fast. This trap is far too obvious. Ning Fan activated the system. Perfect timing, I may as well test it out. Wang Yan observed from above. I did not expect him to actually follow me. The forest is my territory. She came up with a plan. I will use the fossil scorpion's venom needle to finish him off. As long as the venom needle pierces his body, he will turn to stone. Nothing will be able to stop it then. Finally, the assassination technique. After following the footprints for a while, he paused slightly, then said meaningfully, I already followed you here, so why are you still hiding? Ning Fan warned at the same time, if you will not come out, I am leaving. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, a bullet instantly appeared. He swiftly dodged it, then observed the situation. The bullet's destructive power was extremely strong, severely damaging even the tree trunk. Wang Yan thought to herself, he probably still has not discovered my position right. Where will you hide? Without hesitation, she launched a barrage of attacks. Let's see how you dodge this. Ning Fan muttered, stop wasting your strength, you will not hit me. Ning Fan gave a cold smile. I have already seen through your move. At the same time, the system activated the third ability, launching the Master Teacher Problem app. Once activated, it would continuously consume trust points. This ability could predict an opponent's actions 1 second ahead. The bullets Wang Yan fired kept aiming straight at him. Ning Fan used his prediction ability and quickly dodged them. Thinking fast, he reached out and grabbed a nearby bullet, then hurled it back at Wang Yan with force. She had no time to defend and was immediately hit. Ning Fan looked up and said, stop jumping around, come down here, I am warmed up now too. She shouted loudly, this time we were only a little careless, do not get too full of yourself. He frowned. Ning Fan thought, could there be more than one of them? Suddenly Shifeng's voice rang out, Teacher Ning. Xingyu also spoke up. Hey Ning Fan, what are you doing all the way out here? We have been looking for you for ages. He turned and said, hurry and check whether anyone is missing from our group. She was puzzled. Missing someone, Zhuzi did not come. Li Qiang said Zhang Tiancheng and Rong Zuwei had gone to buy pastries, while everyone else was here. Elsewhere, the little girl was saying to Tiancheng, the meeting point should be just ahead, let's hurry. Gave a faint smile, then let's move quickly. Chubby is probably making a scene because he wants food. Zuwei answered without thinking, okay. A moment later, the little girl looked at the box in front of her in confusion. Zhang Tiancheng. On a nearby cliff face, a branch jutted out and there was a bird's nest on it. The bird began spreading its wings and flying through the air. No one knew where Tiancheng had appeared from, but he was in the same place as it. By the time he realized what was happening, it seemed to be too late. Tiancheng looked around. Wasn't I just over there? This is. He stared at the scene before him, completely unable to understand it, and his gaze struck the nearby cliff face. He began curling tightly inward, trying to endure the pain. Tiancheng's arm hit first, and then severe wounds appeared across his whole body one after another. That moment, Tiancheng was on a large tree branch. Seeing that he was about to be in danger again, he was instantly stunned. Without the slightest hesitation, Tiancheng hurriedly grabbed onto the nearby cliff face. He was like a scorching spark streaking across the icy winter sky. Tiancheng finally made it safely back to where he had been before, and at the same time, he heard Zuwei's voice. Zhang, hearing the commotion, the little girl quickly turned back. Zhang Tiancheng, he struggled to speak. Wrong Zuwei, my legs won't move anymore. The little girl panicked. What happened? Why did you suddenly turn into a bird just now? Tianqing did not understand. A bird? I suddenly appeared on the mountainside just now, then slid down here. Zui reminded him, don't move, I'll heal you. He guessed, could this be the effect of some kind of spell? Suddenly, a leaf fell from nowhere and landed right on Tianqing's head. That's. The leaf slowly fell onto the snow, and at the same time it turned into a snake. It suddenly turned its head and bit his hand. Seeing this, the little girl suddenly panicked. A snake? Zuwei's eyes shifted. What is going on? A person turned into a bird, a leaf turned into a snake. Tianqing realized it. It's a mind spell. This is bad, there's poison. No. He panted. I turned into a bird, the bird turned into me, and the leaf turned into a snake. Their abilities must have been swapped too. Be careful of anything nearby. It could be swapped into something dangerous. Even touching it might cause a transformation. Tianqing thought things were getting worse and his head had already started to grow dizzy. The little girl said, the wind is picking up. He shouted a warning. Be careful, you can't touch it. Hurry and dodge, I can't move. Zuwei used her power without the slightest hesitation. Ice spike spell. Sharp shards of ice pinned the leaf firmly in place. But there was still one lone leaf left, rushing toward the two of them. Seeing this, Tianqing immediately reached out to block it. Careful. At the critical moment, one blade appeared. He used a series of specialized bamboo picks to restrain the remaining leaves. He looked in the direction of the pinned leaves, then turned to listen as one blade spoke. Someone actually dares to harm my adorable guests. He struck a pose and reassured them, don't worry, leave the bad guy's punishment to me. One blade added, a spell that can swap objects with each other. I can handle this, leave this place to me. He called her by name directly, Lady Rongzhu. Little girl blinked. You are. One blade stepped forward and instructed her. No need to say more, take your friend and leave first. Hearing this, Zuwei immediately helped Tianqing away. Understood, please be careful, he replied, thank you for your concern. By then, one blade had taken off the apron he was wearing, revealing sharp kitchen tools. Come on, come over here. As soon as one blade finished speaking, a stone suddenly appeared. Sensing something closing in on him, he immediately entered a stance ready to counterattack. One blade thought that as long as he did not make contact, nothing would happen. He analyzed that no matter how many attacks of this kind came, he could deal with them. At that exact moment, one blade noticed something was wrong and turned to look. Only then did he discover that he had accidentally triggered the bomb's countdown. Before one blade could think any further, an explosion immediately erupted. Luckily, he quickly hid behind a tree trunk. One blade glanced down near his feet, then muttered in seeming disbelief, they actually used a bomb. Before one blade could say anything else, he hurriedly blocked a sudden attack from behind. Quickly switched to a specialized kitchen spatula as his weapon. Just as one blade was about to counterattack, he suddenly froze. This, one blade could not help being shocked by the scene before him. So young. A moment later, he muttered, did they run away? He had not expected someone so young to possess skills at this level. One blade thought that if he ran into that person's ability again next time, it would be rather troublesome. Inside the inn, everyone's worried voices were ringing out. Rong Zuwei, Zhang Tianqing, are the two of them all right? Were they ambushed? Deep Mountain spoke up. Calm down, Teacher Dio and Teacher Ning are treating them. They'll definitely be fine. Xingyu protested, how are we supposed to stay calm? Li Qiang chimed in, exactly, let's make them pay. The old woman said, young people really are full of energy. The old woman continued, but shouting at an old lady who runs an inn like this. She said softly, I'm very sorry. Xingyu asked in surprise. By the way, Granny, where are you taking us? Shen Shan stepped forward. All right, follow me this way. Little tough guy, isn't this my room? Chu Feng spoke up. We can't exactly keep hiding in our rooms forever, can we? He replied, at first, I planned to wait until your vacation was over before bringing you here. Xingyu still did not understand. What arrangement? Didn't we come here to rest? The old woman lowered her voice. Perhaps this is the place. Shen Shan did not continue right away. Instead, she tapped her cane against the floor several times. Before everyone's astonished eyes, a secret passage suddenly appeared. Chu Feng was stunned. There's a basement under my room. The old woman called out, come in. Shen Shan continued. The reason you were ambushed is very likely this invitational tournament. Some people simply object to it. Xingyu murmured, because of this tournament. The old woman added, the prize for this tournament is no ordinary thing. This ambush may only be the beginning. In any case, your vacation has to end early. Shen Shan walked up to a stone tablet. Next comes pre-tournament training. The old woman said, to avoid any further ambushes, starting tomorrow, your studies and daily life will all take place here. Oh, I forgot to introduce it. Welcome to Shen Shan Private Academy. Everyone burst into chatter. I can't believe there's a place like this underground. A secret base, that's so cool. They wondered aloud. Shen Shan Private Academy. Granny used to be a teacher, she replied. That's right. Everyone asked again, what are we supposed to train here? No hurry, we're almost there. As soon as they took their first steps inside, Shen Shan saw them and smiled warmly. Oh, you arrived quickly. Yuzu said, I've brought them here. Yang Hua smiled. Jai, long time no see, did you miss me? Ning Fan was puzzled. Why hasn't this guy been expelled yet? He hurriedly explained, hey, don't hold a grudge. We'll still have to work together from now on. Zai Luo, say something for me too. The man spoke up. All students gather in the council room. We'll hold a meeting about matters related to the tournament, Zai Luo said. A short while later, everyone quickly arrived at the council room. Zai Luo looked at them. Is everyone here? Then I'll start by introducing myself. He said, my name is Zai Luo. I am an S-class defense instructor. I heard you were attacked. That truly worries me. But Xingyu frowned, worried with that huge smile on your face. Sufang continued, stop putting on an act and get straight to the point. Zai Luo could only sigh helplessly. Fine, then let's begin. You all know about awakening levels, right? He said, a superhuman's awakening exists from the moment they are born. The awakening level is the standard used to judge and measure the strength of a superhuman's ability. Zai Luo added, those with higher awakening levels can master more advanced techniques. The important thing is that no matter how much you train later, your awakening level cannot be increased. Hearing this, Xingyu immediately said, we learned that back in primary school. He shrugged, then what if there is something right now that can increase awakening level? What would you think? She was startled. If it's not fake then of course I'd want it. Zai Luo lowered his voice. For this tournament, Jing has provided Luo Ying with something as the tournament prize. It is something that can raise one's awakening level after birth. Zhu Yi froze. The prize for this tournament can raise awakening levels. Everyone burst into discussion. What is it? Is it real? The little girl murmured, could it be? He said, the details of the prize have not been made public yet. If you want to know, then win. Let's move on to the next matter. Zai Luo raised his eyes. I have secretly gathered information on the students from each school who may participate in this tournament. First, we'll start with Yuan Ying Academy. Every time they compete, they pull some shameful, despicable stunt. He analyzed, it is very likely that this academy was behind the attack on you. I am particularly interested in these two siblings. At the same time, outside in the freezing cold, Wang Yan asked anxiously, brother, are you all right? It looks like you're hurt. Yinan replied, do you think I would get hurt? Her voice grew softer. Oh, of course not. Yinan added, of course I'm fine, but as for you, Yinan recalled the opponent she had faced. How did it feel? What do you think our chances of winning are this time? Victor frowned as he looked at them. This time the opponents were strong, and he felt that the possibility of failure was real. He laughed when he heard her say it, every time you predict that we'll lose. Victor looked seriously at Nathan and whispered, this time it's real, listen carefully. Nathan continued to explain that they had faced many unconventional strong opponents before. But they always won because even the strongest have weaknesses, you just need to find them. No matter how powerful, hitting the right spot is like tearing a piece of paper. He began using his transformation technique, and Victor was amazed at their vulnerabilities. Victor asked, wait Nathan, have you already figured out their body mechanics? Nathan smiled, what do you think? Nathan replied, it's very, very accurate, exactly like in the video recordings. But what if someone sees through it? Nathan thought, even if they see through it, I still have you right. As long as we coordinate, there's no challenge we can't overcome. Time passed amid the bustling city streets, currently in chaos. Black Wolf had thrown everything into disorder. Police began communicating and reported that the evacuation of nearby residents was complete. They said, you can start now, leave it to us. Lily received the message and replied, understood, continuing to observe from afar. Another magic beast outbreak. She said, let's go, we can't let it cause more trouble. They agreed to act quickly. Lily used her speed to move toward Black Wolf and began attacking. Battle left significant marks across the city. Police trainees recorded it with 0 casualties. This was the 6th magic beast outbreak this month. He remembered and asked, are you about to compete? Good luck securing first place. Lily glanced and said, then lighten your training tasks or there won't be time to prepare for the competition. Adrian laughed. They realized that battling magic beasts could also be considered a form of training. They returned to the strategy room. Sarah and Adrian were elite students from Mornfield Police Academy, long-term collaborators with the police, and their achievements amazed others. Marcus added that they still didn't fully understand the two's specialty magic. Perhaps it should be said that their cooperation with the police in security work was never casual. Ethan noted that the wounds on Black Wolf could have been caused by magic attacks. Victor observed that the injuries were much larger than others. He laughed and said it couldn't be confirmed. Continued, saying they could really test self-analysis. Next stage then. Marcus held up several photos and said that Larkfield Academy had continuously won first place for years in school competition. He emphasized paying attention to these two students, as they were former rivals. He specifically mentioned Lam Lam, saying she could manipulate gravity. Celeste was amazed. He recognized a familiar person and asked, isn't this Hong Deep Lam but blue hair? Are they someone she knows? Celeste looked at Lam's expressionless face and asked, only you right, do you know? Marcus continued, our greatest enemy this time. Marcus said might be this person, Dong Tiu. Her calculation accuracy reaches 92%, able to use all kinds of magic. The scariest part is, explained that she hasn't lost a single match in 2 years, essentially a monster. As the next session began, Dong Tiu stepped onto the rooftop, opened the training room door and slowly walked inside. Lam asked, so you actually arrived at school this early? She continued teasing, did the sun rise from the north today? Dong Tiu yawned and replied, don't be so harsh, I didn't want to come early either, occasionally. She smiled slightly and said, opportunities like this are rare. Do you want to train with me? Hearing this, the other person decisively replied, no. Lam frowned and asked, then why did you come here? Dong Tiu answered, my house lost power. Just then, Lam Tri walked in and said, good morning, I've got the materials about the Moonlight School. Do you want to see them? She politely replied, good morning, teacher, I want to see. The other person said lazily, I don't want to see. He remarked with some surprise, you came to school this early. Lam Tri went into the kitchen and said, all right, what would you like to drink while you look? Lam said, I want apple juice. He asked again, you're too lazy to get it yourself for just a few steps. Dong Tiu said, I want orange soda. She smiled, sorry for troubling you. A while later, Lam Tri brought out the drinks, here's your apple juice. Lam replied, thank you, teacher. He brought her the soda and said, here's your soda, drink up. As he approached, Lam Tri realized Dong Tiu had dozed off. At that moment, Thien Truong entered and asked, what are you doing here? What does teacher Lu want here? Huang Vin hesitated slightly, then said, attack me. He added, no need for words, use all your strength. Hearing this, Thien Truong paused for a moment, then quickly got into attack stance. He said, then I apologize in advance. But before he could act, Quang Vin overpowered him. In blink of an eye, he was thrown against the pavilion pillar. Thien Truong panted and asked, Teacher Lu, did you have to use so much force? He replied, of course this is today's training for you. Suddenly, Quang Vin's memory surged, recalling information about their students. Hala spoke about teaching them, does anyone have any suggestions? Duong Hoa looked over and asked, on NHI are you okay? She replied, I have a headache. On NHI explained, everyone knows awakening level is related to mana. If the awakening level isn't high, then learning advanced magic is very difficult. She hesitated before continuing, even if they learn it, they might not be able to perform it in combat due to lack of mana. O Engia looked at the data chart and commented on their awakening levels, then sighed. Only half a month left until the competition and they're just starting. They will need a lot more time and might not master it in time. Ngok Tayat encouraged. Ning Fan managed to teach them up to Class S, we can definitely do it too. Then she said, think carefully about a plan for them. Hearing this, Duong Hoa immediately agreed, exactly as expected of you. Hala glanced at Lu, seeing him calm, and asked, have you figured out a solution already? Huang Vin replied, no, awakening level doesn't affect physical skills much. Physical skills don't consume much mana. He continued, training physical skills is simple. Returning to reality, he explained, to train well, you must find someone stronger than yourself to refine your abilities, not just learn superficially like a child. Huang Vin said seriously, this is the first lesson. If you understand, continue. In the basement hall, Van Tin spoke. Class is starting, but Ning Fan hasn't arrived yet. She said with surprise, didn't expect he's a master of barriers. Sufang added, teacher Ning knows all the system. She asked, are you waiting for Ning Fan too? He denied it. He said, no, I heard a teacher named Van Quan will come. I don't know him. Just then a voice called out, sorry I'm late, I'm the speed system teacher. He turned toward the voice, surprised that the person who spoke had appeared. Van Tin imagined Van Quan as a handsome man. She pictured a charming, gentle man. Sufang asked, what are you thinking? Before she could imagine further, the person introduced himself. Long time no see, I'm Van Quan. He blinked and asked, so are you already impressed? Van Tin immediately felt disappointed. He reached out, you're my student, right? Young but already mastering aerial magic, not bad. Then he patted Sufang on the shoulder. He continued, let's start with the first lesson. Sufang thought awkwardly that was fast. Van Quan enthusiastically said, run a lap around the earth first, let's start. Sufang was startled. Hey, Van Tin watched and wondered. She wondered where exactly is Ning Fan. Elsewhere, Sufang wandered alone, noting, this place is huge like a maze. He searched while speaking, the classroom must be nearby, which room is it? Stopping in front of a slightly open door, he thought, maybe the teacher is here, let's check this room. Immediately, he widened his eyes in amazement. Inside, Ta La and Tian Ka were sitting under a waterfall. Sufang blurted, a waterfall? The other asked coldly, what's the matter? Sufang was startled, quickly closed the door and left. Sorry for disturbing. He was still amazed, how can there be a waterfall here? He decided to move on and said, all right, let's try another room. In the next room, a serious man in a suit said, the first step is to become a beast. He continued, feel nature, imitate the beast. Li Qiang murmured, this time it's the jungle, but who is this teacher? In the next room, he saw Tin and Gaiet and Kung Nuyen performing strange actions. Sufang looked suspicious or stood observing, not understanding what was happening. Could this be a ritual of the left sect? He continued moving, gently opened the door and peeked inside, deciding he would stay in this room. Unexpectedly, Yang Hua was silently watching Jade Snow and Snow Ye's lesson through the door crack. Sufang hesitated not at all, turned his back and ran out, realizing his teacher wasn't there. He shouted loudly, clearly present, no need to pretend not to see. Yang Hua smiled and greeted him warmly. Yang Hua introduced himself. I am Yang Hua, teacher of the psychic arts. Then he felt awkward, grimaced, and asked stiffly. Yang Hua couldn't help it and said, could you not make that face? He awkwardly raised his hand to his face. I know you have prejudice against me because we've had many unpleasant memories, that's why you look at me this way. Yang Hua fell silent, his expression serious. But now you are my student. He continued, his voice firm. Ning Pham is also my colleague. I won't bully you anymore. I will compete fairly with Ning Pham. Forgive me. Sufang instinctively stepped back, saying, all right, I get it, scary. Let's return to the lesson content first. Yang Hua took the opportunity to suggest, then things like competitions don't need to be mentioned to the old teacher anymore. He groaned in dislike. How could you admit that? Yang Hua awkwardly covered his mouth, coughed lightly. Before we start the first lesson, I'll check your basic reasoning in psychic arts first. Sufang was a bit puzzled. Basic reasoning, what's psychic arts? Yang Hua explained. It involves manipulating someone else's magical power to affect their senses, then using illusion magic to influence their perception. Sufang nodded, satisfied. Makes sense. Yang Hua continued. The core of psychic arts is manipulating others' magical power. So someone with little magical power, meaning low awakening, will find it hard to control. Yang Hua added, therefore, the first lesson is to find someone with low awakening to practice on. Sufang was surprised, a thought flashing through his mind. Could it be? He looked at the performance board and realized the person with the lowest awakening in the class was the fat guy. He was astonished. No wonder teacher Ning had me restrain him for practice. Yang Hua said, not quite. The psychic with the lowest awakening is actually Ning Pham. Sufang was confused, not believing Yang Hua. Ning Pham. Yang Hua continued. Understand, our first lesson is to restrain Ning Pham. He sighed, not believing Yang Hua. Are you serious? You're not tricking me, right? Scene change in a kitchen. One blade tilted his head, looked out the door, puzzled, then said loudly, Teacher Ning hasn't come for lunch yet. Ning Pham calmly replied, no, I came to see you. He continued, I heard you saved Snow Yu and Tian Chang. You're a chef and your skills are excellent. One blade turned to deny. No, what's teacher Ning talking about? Besides being a chef, what else could I do? Ning Pham smiled awkwardly, hesitated. Do you have another identity? Forget it, I just came to thank you. He politely said, thank you for protecting Snow Yu and Tian Chang. After speaking, Ning Pham turned and waved as he left. I only came to say this, your other roles don't concern me. He continued, I'll head to class first. Suddenly, one blade called him back. Wait. One blade bowed and admitted, looks like you already know, then I have nothing left to withhold. I am Pham One Blade, leader of the Psychic Alliance. My first mission this trip is to protect Miss Snow Ye. Ning Pham tilted his head at One Blade, a bit embarrassed, then said, so it's Pham One Blade? No, I really have no interest. One Blade was stern. I also have a second mission, which is to invite you to join our Psychic Alliance, as a sign of sincerity. One Blade immediately launched several sharp needles toward Ning Pham. I'll show you a bit of my skill. Ning Pham nimbly dodged the attacks, then pushed a nearby table. Are you crazy? Attacking in a hotel, what if it gets damaged? He activated his detection system, then suddenly realized One Blade had no powers. One Blade drew the knife at his side, his gaze sharp. Don't let your guard down just because I have no powers. One Blade moved like lightning, slashing with multiple knives. Not serious, you could die. But Ning Pham used foresight to avoid all attacks. A red warning appeared on the system, indicating his reputation points were depleting. He dodged while muttering, this skill consumes reputation points. The blade slashed straight down. With no other option, Ning Pham had to raise his hand to block and suppress the energy. You hold two frozen knives in your hands. Your trust level has dropped to its lowest point, causing the first strike to suddenly stop. The first strike glares and then takes out the next kitchen tool, speaking as he moves. This isn't over, continue. Ning Pham quickly raised his hand to signal for a stop. Wait, hold on, aren't you supposed to invite me to join? He approached and stammered. No, wait, wasn't it you who wanted me to join? Isn't it better to talk first instead of attacking like this? The first strike paused and smiled, asking, so, will you join our Esper Alliance? Ning Pham cautiously replied, no, I don't know what your purpose is, I can't join. The old man patiently explained, I see. He explained that awakening levels determined many things. Some were born geniuses, while others were useless. Ning Pham asked, Don't you think that a person's worth shouldn't be determined by their awakening level? The old man said, our Asper Alliance uses our strength to help those with low awakening levels and no abilities, in order to create an equal world. Ning Fan muttered, you talk too much, what do you want from me? Just tell me in 2 sentences. The first strike spoke very sincerely. The first strike bowed and replied, that's right, our leader wants to invite you, please assist us. After a brief exchange, he was finally allowed to leave. He walked down the stairs and froze when he heard Wen Jing's voice. Finally here. Ning Fan looked at her with a confused expression. Wen Jing puffed up and scolded, what is this? Did you forget you have a class to attend? Ning Fan rubbed his head and awkwardly smiled. How could I forget? There was just a small issue earlier. Let's start class now. He pointed toward the mountain. The lesson was to run down the snowy mountain and back up for physical training. Wen Jing shouted in frustration, we're not in the athletic department, are you crazy? Lin, standing beside her, tugged at her sleeve. Let's go. She turned to ask, do you really want to go? Ning Fan coldly commanded, go, anyone who is slow will be punished with another round. When Jing felt it was unfair and wanted to take revenge on the test, he smirked and said, what's the plan here? Jai Nan, pretending to be Ning Fan, confidently thought, I didn't expect it to be so easy to infiltrate, and it seems Ning Fan isn't here right now. This is a great opportunity, I've got this. Jai Nan mumbled as he walked. Those 2 girls seem to be waiting for Ning Fan, which means he's not here. That means I can wander freely. But as he roamed through the building, he couldn't help but sigh. This place is so big. Jai Nan started climbing the stairs and thought to himself, forget it, there's still time, I'll find it slowly. He was lost in thought. If I can find the kitchen to poison the food without being noticed. Behind him, Shen Shan quickly approached and questioned him. Shen Shan asked, why aren't you training the students here? Jai Nan sweated and self-soothed. Calm down, I am Ning Fan now, he awkwardly replied. Jai Nan said, I already gave the students their assignments, now there's nothing else to do. Shen Shan smiled kindly. Nothing to do, the students are already tired. Jai Nan glanced at him and secretly smiled. I plan to give the kids some food, can you help me with that? Isn't this a golden opportunity? He turned and replied, if it's fine then okay. Jai Nan saw Shen Shan leave quickly and thought, well, I'll go prepare then. The task of distribution was handed to him. Jai Nan turned away thinking, this old man is acting so strange, who can keep up? I'll check out somewhere else first. After walking a few steps, he froze when he saw the water bottle beside him. Jai Nan smirked wickedly. The look in his eyes is full of killing intent. The water bottle's not bad. Everyone needs to drink, right? As long as a few people don't participate in the competition as instructed, that's enough. Before he finished thinking, the purple energy, Sufang, appeared from behind, using mind control. Yang Hua quickly descended from above. Sufang asked, how's it going? Is the control successful? Yang Hua replied, it's done, it wasn't too hard. Sufang paused for a moment and said, then release it. Yang Hua quickly stopped him. Just keeping him still isn't enough, you need to control his movements too, that's real training. Sufang was a bit worried. What if he gets angry? Yang Hua reassured him. How could he? The person you're controlling won't remember anything once they wake up. No one will know. Yang Hua added, if you're worried about others seeing, go to the training room, no one will see there. After some hesitation, Sufang controlled Jai Nan to the training room, and Yang Hua nodded in approval. Not bad. Sufang wondered, we can leave now, is this really control? He thought to himself, what exactly is this training? The door slammed shut, leaving only Yang Hua's and Sufang's voices. Yang Hua said, it's very simple, I tell you what move to make. You control him to do it, that's it. Sufang doubted, not those shameless moves, right? No filming or taking pictures. He placed his hand on Sufang's shoulder. First move, dodge. He paused, confused. What? Dodge what? His words had just finished. Jai Nan was hit by a large log, and Sufang turned around in shock when he saw Jai Nan fly off. He was beaten so badly that his face slammed into the groove on the stone bridge. At that moment, a metal ball came rushing down from above. The ball rolled with incredible speed, crushing everything in its path. Sufang stood frozen in place, helplessly watching the terrifying scene. His eyes were teary, his face pale, sweat pouring down. Teacher, what are you doing, teacher? Ning Duanghoa acted as though it wasn't her business, her eyes clearly showing amusement. Didn't I tell you to dodge? Look, you've hurt teacher Ning now. Sufang, furious, gritted his teeth and shouted, teacher. Then he quickly ran over to check. Teacher Ning, don't worry, I'll save you. When he suddenly stopped, Duanghoa asked, what's wrong? Can't you lift him up? Sufang was confused, pointing at the face. This person is teacher Ning. Suddenly the body in his hands glowed and then disappeared. Sufang panicked, standing still as if turned to stone. What's happening? Duanghoa stammered. I don't know. In a snow-covered forest, Wang Yan cried in pain as he held his brother in his arms. Brother, are you all right? Yinan weakly whispered. I won't be able to compete with you this time. You have to do your best. Hearing this, Wang Yan cried even harder. Brother, hang in there. Everyone quickly urged, call the doctor. The scene shifted to O Enhim's training room. Gong Yen watched his hand gradually transform. Here, the boy shouted joyfully. My hand turned into a fish. Gong Yen pursed his lips, his eyes filled with excitement. Is this the fusion mode of the parent entity? It feels like the power of this fish is flowing into my body. The boy excitedly waved his hand. It's so soft it feels amazing. Oh, Enheem walked over and commented, not bad. She clapped in encouragement. Fusion magic requires perfect harmony with the original being. You've learned it in just one day. Flattered, Gong Yen smiled proudly. We've been together for so long, of course, I've perfectly merged with the fish. Oh, Enheem reminded him. Tomorrow we'll start practical combat training. For now, get used to this form. She thought to herself, the training speed was even faster than expected. The progress was far beyond what she had anticipated. Next was someone slower than she had calculated. Oh, Enheem helplessly glanced at Tin and Gaiet, who was slumped on the ground. She spoke up, I told you couldn't even pass the basic fusion training. How's it going? Can you continue? Hearing this, Tin and Gaiet jumped up, clenching his fists with determination. Bring it on, who's afraid? I'll show you I can do it. Oh, Enheem said no more. She quietly picked up the controller. Let's start, same rules as before. A series of tennis ball machines dropped from the ceiling, aiming directly at Tin and Gaiet. Oh, Enheem explained, the summoned beast will be blindfolded. The person who acts as its eyes, if it drops all the balls, that counts as passing. Got it? She closed her eyes to prepare. Oh, Enheem continued. Only third-tier summoners use language and gestures to command their summoned beast. The original being is a summoned beast that comes from oneself. She counted 3, 2, 1. The tennis machines started working, and dozens of balls flew straight toward Tin and Gaiet. She continued to explain, they are like your arms and legs. No one tells their arms and legs what to do using words. Tin and Gaiet widened his eyes, seemingly grasping the key. He pointed to the left, ordering Dowdu, but it got disoriented and ran to the right instead. As expected, both of them fell to the floor, their bodies covered in injuries. Tin and Gaiet jumped up, scolding. You did that on purpose, didn't you? I said left and you ran to the right. Oh, Enheem stood by and said suspiciously, you still haven't named your original being, have you? Tin and Gaiet turned in shock. In the kitchen, Yi Dao pleaded, even if you won't join us, could you at least help us out a little? Ning Fam replied bluntly. I won't help. The old man wouldn't give up. Let's just consider it a trip for you to see something. Ning Fam waved his hand. I'm still teaching, I don't have time for a trip. The old man sighed, you're really hard to convince. Yi Dao tried again. Just consider it repaying the favor of me saving your student and come take a look. He replied irritably, not exposing your identity is enough to repay that favor. Yi Dao glanced at him and suggested, if you go, the Alliance will help train your students. How about it? He firmly refused. No need. Yi Dao continued to persuade. I guarantee you won't regret it if you go. He crossed his arms and waved it off. Every marketer says that. At that moment, Shen Shan unexpectedly appeared at the door. Ning Fam, you're here first. He was a bit surprised. Grandmother. She pulled Ning Fam along. I didn't expect you to be so eager. Let's go. He was confused. Huh. Shen Shan cheerfully said, didn't you say you wanted to bring food to the students? He asked in surprise. Huh, did I say that? She immediately pulled him along. Stop pretending, let's go. Ning Fam helplessly followed. All right. Yi Dao sighed, lowered his head muttering, completely unable to convince him. The old man thought for a moment and decided not to tell him. After all, it was still too early. Suddenly, a voice called out to Mr. Fam. Yi slowly approached. One blade hesitated, stammering, Miss, is there something you need from me? The girl hesitated briefly before speaking. I have something I want to ask you. Yi asked coldly, but do you know where my father is? The girl wanted to see her father. Faced with Yi's question, One Blade was silent for a moment before speaking. May I ask why? The girl hesitated slightly, whispering, the reward for this competition can help increase awakening. The Alliance definitely wants it. Not just want, if it really exists, the Alliance's dream will come true. One Blade frowned, asking, what do you mean? The girl answered honestly, I want to win the competition, claim the reward, and prove myself to my grandmother. One Blade suddenly laughed. The laugh broke the tense atmosphere. Yi blushed. What are you laughing at? He replied. Sorry, I just feel that One Blade is more at ease now. If it were the young lady before, she definitely wouldn't say that. The girl's eyes became determined. She looked at Ning Fam, who was walking up the empty stairs. In the end, he still had to deliver the items. However, Ning Fam frowned, wondering, when did I agree with my grandmother? He no longer worried as he walked along the corridor. Forget it, I might as well find my 2 students. He entered the room and asked, does anyone want something to eat? Li Qiang's eyes lit up at the word eat, suddenly appearing in front of him. What eat where? The boy happily accepted the lunchbox, surprised that Ning Fam had brought the food. Thanks. Ning Fam glanced at the notice board. Reputation points plus 385. He was surprised, didn't expect my reputation points to increase. Ning Fam looked at the scene and wondered, is that so? Big or small matters, as long as it increases reputation, it's enough. Someone from behind asked, is there one for me? Ning Pham smiled secretly. Just missing some reputation points, so I'll take this chance to get more. He continued to O Nyan's room and said, I'm here to deliver food. Kung Nin teased proudly. Has Sister Lan not passed the basic harmony training yet? Tin Ngayat replied fearfully. Oh no, the boy laughed even more excitedly. Just starting to name, not sure when the fusion will happen. Seeing the chaos, Ning Pham wondered, what's going on here? O Nyan quietly explained, they said the name of the tank affects Lan Tin Ngayat's evolution path. She doesn't know what name would be best. Tin Ngayat angrily, don't criticize Kung Yen's fish arm. If the fusion works, it's supposed to be impressive. Isn't it just an extra fish arm? Watch me break your arm. Ning Pham stood from a corner saying, Lan Tin Ngayat, I've actually always wanted to tell you this. Among the students I've taught, you are the most hardworking and the most improved. She blushed and suddenly said, what? Ning Pham gave a thumbs up. Keep it up, I believe in you. At the same time, a notification appeared, reputation points plus 220. He continued to Tian Ka's room and warmly rubbed his shoulders. Two men said, sitting under the waterfall so long, my shoulders are exhausted. Let the teacher massage them. Immediately, reputation points plus 159. Then to the next room, Ning Pham gently bandaged Tian Truong. Let me help you with your wound. He was surprised. Teacher Ning Pham, reputation points plus 281. Reaching Sufang and Duong Hoa, they clasped their hands and muttered, sorry, Teacher Ning Pham, sorry. He appeared behind them and curiously asked, Ning Pham. They immediately turned pale, shouting, we were wrong, Teacher Ning Pham. He skeptically wondered, why act like you saw a ghost? Forget that. Ning Pham walked over and patted Su Fang's head, handing him the lunchbox with care. No need to be afraid, you're my student. Even if you make mistakes, I bear half the responsibility. Su Fang gratefully, Teacher Ning. He turned and waved, continuing, I'm leaving, fly, do your best. Duong Hoa looked at Su Fang trembling like a leaf and asked, then which one is the real Ning Pham, the rock or this guy? He stammered. I think the rock, I've never seen him so gentle, it's scary. Ning Pham left the room, still a little regretful. Strange, why didn't my reputation points increase? I was so gentle. He smirked, forget it anyway, I gained a lot today. At that moment a voice called, Ning Pham. Ning Pham looked at his two students. Surprised, he asked, huh, it's you too, where did you go just now? I've been looking for you. Van Tin raised his head. Out of breath, didn't you tell us to run down and then up the mountain? He scratched his head, unsure when he had said that. No. Suddenly Deep Lam rushed to attack him. Ning Pham quickly blocked the strike. Helpless, he asked, what are you doing? Deep Lam calmly replied, doing what? Training, practicing with Andy. Drops of dark red blood fell. Ning Pham groaned, it hurts, it hurts. He blocked the attack, but his hand was injured. Training is fine, but don't randomly slash over here. Deep Lam pondered, can we continue now? He hesitated. At least wait until I finish explaining to Van Tin. She looked at him trembling. Again, let me rest a bit first. Deep Lam suddenly rushed forward right after speaking. Nin Pham helplessly shouted, realizing that no matter what they had to fight. He quickly blocked Deep Lam's attack. His eyes widened in shock when he realized that she had never been able to break through his defense before. Her strength had increased significantly. Deep Lam stood up from the ground and recalled realizing this from the previous match. Speed alone wasn't enough, so she had been practicing in secret and developed a technique with massive destructive power. She then took her stance, her voice cold. Let me give it a try, Nin Pham thought, feeling uneasy. The sword in her hand gleamed, reflecting her cold, emotionless gaze. Deep Lam began to spin, the sword whirling at maximum speed, leaving only a blur behind. Deep Lam was like a whirlwind, shouting loudly, breaking her limits, while Van Tin stood watching in shock. What the heck? The vortex barrier moved closer, cutting everything in its path. Pham instinctively stepped back, afraid. When it was only a glove's distance away, Deep Lam accelerated in tension. Her steps were in sync, wrapping around each other. Deep Lam, like a fish stranded on land, crashed straight into the wall behind. Pham turned around, worried. Are you okay? She glared, her face pale. Strangely, she couldn't control her body anymore. Nin Pham twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking even if the teacher wins, he would have to rotate the outfit. Of course it'll flip over, he thought, relieved, not needing to use too many trust points. Deep Lam thrust both blades into the ground, sending out sparks. As if enlightened, she realized everything. So that's it. After saying that, Deep Lam decisively took off the shark suit. A loud thud echoed. Van Tin sweat heavily, amazed. Was that noise from the suit hitting the ground? She couldn't believe it. He had worn the suit and ran up and down the mountain. After taking it off, Deep Lam returned to her combat state. All right, let's continue. Nin Pham helplessly scratched his head. You still want more? No, 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 let's continue later, she replied. She ignored his words, preparing her weapon to aim. I don't want to. Immediately, Deep Lam pulled the trigger, shooting a sword. Nin Pham tilted his head to dodge. Didn't expect the sword to be that fast. His eyes widened. After removing the heavy suit, Deep Lam quickly pivoted behind, catching the sword. He wondered, is it really that quick to remove the suit? This is bad, I can't keep up. Immediately, Nin Pham took a deadly blow, unable to dodge. Deep Lam continued attacking Nin Pham, who was startled by the scene before him. He turned his face to reveal half of it destroyed, exposing the blackened skin underneath. Really, no way to handle you. Nin Pham's eyes turned red, a dark aura emanating from him, preparing for the final battle. He used the blade, striking at Deep Lam with lightning speed, making her unable to react in time. Immediately after, Deep Lam was sent flying by the power of the slash, the purple energy from the blade spinning, howling violently in the air. The blade swept across, creating immense force, but luckily she managed to lie down to avoid the attack. Deep Lam stood up amidst the thick smoke, saying, "That was too close, I almost had my tooth knocked out." Nin Pham was also not backing down, gritting his teeth. "That hurt, my jaw almost got taken by you." Deep Lam looked serious, calculating in her mind, forming a combination with her father, preparing the punishment. A summoning system? Never seen this technique before, that big size. If she continuously swings her hands, it will be impossible to approach. She must seize the moment to attack first. She gripped the two cold swords tightly. Training with teacher Nin was more fun. The previous teacher was dealt with after just a little. He had red eyes. Her lips smiled excitedly. This is really strange. Then she swung the blade forcefully at Deep Lam. Thanks for the compliment. The purple energy from the blade rushed toward her. Before Nin Pham, the sturdy pillars were chopped into several pieces. He was stunned, not yet understanding why she had jumped so high. A beam of light shot toward Nin Pham, but immediately after, he pinpointed its location. Deep Lam rushed to attack Nin Pham, but he easily blocked her. Close combat was her advantage, right? The two rushed at each other, neither giving way. Nin Pham tried. Van Tin stood in the corner, skeptical. Is this really the barrier system training? Her face was filled with confusion and fear, thinking, if I blink, I'll be gone. I must act quickly before getting caught. Nin Pham took a deep breath, ready to face Deep Lam, preparing mentally for the battle. Deep Lam tightened her grip on the sword, her gaze determined as she focused on him, ready to fire. Immediately after, a strong gust of air swept by. Fortunately, Van Tin quickly covered her head and sat down, avoiding danger. The two continued to fight relentlessly, techniques following one another, neither yielding. Deep Lam watched with a serious expression. His eyes were bloodshot, realizing that these two were not clearly assessing who was stronger or weaker. They just kept fighting without any sign of stopping. Nin Pham smiled lightly, eyes shining brightly. No, actually, it wasn't that there was no sense of superiority. At this moment, he was at a disadvantage. Master Nin was in a weak position. The crescent blade couldn't be fully effective in close combat without some distance. Nin Pham gritted his teeth, gripping the blade tightly as he charged toward her. Failure was only a matter of time. Deep Lam raised her sword to counterattack, but his figure had vanished. Then, Nin Pham appeared right above her. Less than 3 seconds later, he vanished again right before Deep Lam's eyes. He leaped down with force, putting all his strength into the blade, slamming it onto the ground. She lay motionless beneath the blade, completely drained. Consider this my win. Noted. Are you still alive? Deep Lam lifted her head, surprised to see that he had used a pillar to create distance. You're skeptical, huh? In combat, you have to pay attention to your surroundings. She showed no emotion, gripping her sword tightly. Pay attention to the surroundings? Got it. Then in the next match, Nin Pham, you might as well lie down a bit longer. Van Tin sat dazed in a corner, helpless. She recalled the old legends she had heard in Class A. After Nin Pham transferred to Class D, Class S was left only with barrier system students. No barrier system teacher wanted to come. The sole student of this class had forced all new teachers into the hospital. She suddenly realized she might have angered Nin Pham. Panic surged, sweat dotting her forehead. Am I doomed? Van Tin smiled, standing in the cool breeze. Imagining the training in Class S, she thought about the elegant combat techniques. Teachers and students were all warm-hearted, but in reality, she only met people panting and soaked in sweat during Class 5's practical training. The second day was physical training. Van Tin's face was gray, filled with fear. Why am I so terrible? In the dining hall, a somber atmosphere prevailed. A row of trainees sat with heads down like wooden statues. What happened to them? Sufang looked pale, hands clasped. Hopefully everyone's okay. Lai Kuang, eyes vacant, mumbled, I am a naturally sensing animal. The mummy next to him could do nothing but stay silent. Tin and Guyot was no better, sitting dazed, talking to Dao Dao. Better call them foolish birds. Van Tin stood frozen, bewildered. What did they go through? Guyot, smiling brightly, called out, Van Tin, you're here. Have you seen Truong Thien Truong Sufang Hong Deep Lam? She startled and answered, Sufang, he's playing games. Hong Deep Lam just went to the infirmary. Van Tin continued, Truong Thien Truong, haven't seen him, let's eat first. The girl looked confused, strange, school ended long ago, could he still be studying? Cut to the other side, Quang Vien and Thien Truong were fighting. Don't hit them at all. He, with a headband, put all his strength into a punch aimed at Quang Vien. This feeling. Still Quang Vien stayed calm, easily dodging all of Thien Truong's attacks, as if catching a feather floating in the air. His strength gradually drained, gasping, face covered in injuries. Thien Truong's next punch was easily blocked by 2 fingers. Quang Vien twisted Thien Truong's wrist. He looked shocked, body unbalanced, falling backward. With just 2 fingers, Quang Vien easily pushed Thien Truong back. A thud echoed in the silent space. His eyes dreamy, bleeding at the corner of his mouth, he wondered, was I unconscious just now? Eyes staring at the ceiling in a daze. How many times have I looked at the ceiling today? Quang Vien whispered. Am I awake? He hesitated. Master Lu, it's been a whole day. Why do I feel like I haven't progressed at all? Quang Vien looked at him with deep eyes. Controlling strength isn't suppressing your own power. Only by fully understanding your own strength can you control it better. You should still try releasing all your power. Thien Truong looked confused. Release it. Quang Vien turned to walk away. He spoke while walking, but right now you're still weak. That's enough for today, we'll continue tomorrow. Quang Vien, with a heavy expression, thought that he still hadn't grasped Kai harmony. Looks like I need to guide him well in the future. Hopefully, he won't take the wrong path. Suddenly startled, eyes flashing, he looked up. Thien Truong slowly stood, emitting a purple aura. He smiled excitedly, still not satisfied. Then I'll go a bit longer. Thien Truong leapt high, the floor denting beneath him. He lifted his leg, eyes blazing red, sweeping it fiercely toward Quang Vien. Quang Vien, face gray, reacted like lightning, lifting his leg to block. The impact blew the air apart. Quang Vien startled, looking up. Thien Truong, teeth clenched, used his entire body to cling tightly to his leg. However, it didn't last long, as Quang Vien swiftly sent Thien Truong flying far away. A powerful strike finally defeated the opponent. Thien Truong stood still, realizing he couldn't dodge anymore. With this distance, there was no way to avoid it. Quang Vien maintained his calm expression. The corner of Quang Vien's mouth curled into a faint smile. He gently pushed off the ground, causing it to sink before springing up, his legs shooting upward like lightning. Fast as lightning, he sent Thien Truong flying into the air. Thien Truong barely had time to raise his arms in defense before hearing a sharp crack in his bone. Without giving his opponent time to recover, Quang Vien launched another strike. Thien Truong gritted his teeth, struggling with all his might to block with both hands. However, Quang Vien's power was overwhelming, sending him crashing backward. Thien Truong lay flat on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He muttered to himself, no wonder he's Master Lu's student. Quang Vien's foot gently touched the ground. Though he had given it his all, Quang Vien's face remained emotionless, his hands clasped behind his back. Couldn't he still defeat Quang Vien? Quang Vien smiled in approval. Not bad, your attack earlier did land. He turned to leave. That's enough for today. Tomorrow we'll continue the lesson. Go get some rest. Thien Truong struggled to sit up, his voice hoarse as he called out. Wait, Quang Vien looked back in confusion. I told you, you've passed this lesson. He trembled as he stood up abruptly, his voice resolute. No. Thien Truong clenched his hands, eyes steady. I want to see you go all out just once. His body still shook, stammering, just wanting to see how much he lagged behind. Thien Truong's words left Quang Vien stunned. He had planned to leave, afraid of bothering his teacher. Possible. Hearing this, his eyes widened in astonishment. Possible, Quang Vien replied calmly. You're my student, I won't hold back. His gaze darkened and a grim aura radiated around him. Then watch closely. Scene shifts to the dining hall. Everyone has finished eating. Sufang looked satisfied. Go rest, we still have training tomorrow. Tayet Weiss smiled lightly in response. Before she could finish speaking, the ground shook violently. Then we also. Everyone hurriedly braced themselves. The ground was still trembling. Tayet Wei panicked, still shocked. The shaking stopped. What was that, an earthquake? Lai Kwang held his head, suspicious, so it was just an earthquake. Someone nearby teased, look at you, scared stiff like that. Seeing that, everyone stopped paying attention and chatted happily. Just an earthquake, what are you afraid of? Earthquakes happen here occasionally. I'm far from scared, it's my first time experiencing one. Land Tin and Gayet, let's go back. The girl looked at Tin and Gayet beside her, still dazed. Are you okay, scared by the earthquake? Her lips trembled, stammering. I wanted. Tin and Gayet's face darkened as she shouted. I want to play a game. Even Tayet Wei felt a twitch of irritation. Scene shifts. Thien Truong lies on the bed, eyes dreaming. He looked at the ceiling, bewildered. Is this a hospital room? Am I unconscious again? Probably from the aftershock of Master Lu's attack. Thien Truong sighed, both exhausted and impressed. This was terrifying. He was startled to see Deep Lam sitting beside the bed, calmly peeling. and eating an apple. Deep Lamb ate the apple casually and recounted. Then a single crescent strike from him knocked me flat on the ground, unable to move. Wearing a shark outfit, she chewed slowly, sighed. That's how it was. In the end, I still lost. Dean Truong objected. No, you were very strong. You could even spar one-on-one with Master Nin. He paused, then asked the question that lingered in his heart. I train with Master Nin all day but see no progress. How do you get stronger? Deep Lamb chewed vigorously, thinking, how to get stronger? Because every training session I want to knock the other person down. Dean Truong immediately asked curiously, who? She calmly raised her metal arm, the one who took my arm. He froze for a moment. Are you seeking revenge? Deep Lamb sighed. Up to this point. She smiled slightly, eyes sharp. Of course it's not about revenge. I just want to win you too. Having a goal naturally makes you stronger. Then, Deep Lamb stood up, waved. Thanks for the apple, I'll go sleep first. Dean Truong muttered to himself. A goal? If I had a goal, could I be as strong as Master Lu? Scene shifts, the dorm door slowly opens. Deep Lamb steps in quietly, careful not to wake the other. She lay down on her mattress, curled up and closed her eyes. After a while, the room gradually fell silent. Tin Gayat opened her eyes, speaking to Tian. She's asleep, the girl questioned. So fast, won't it disturb her? She shook her head. Even if we flipped the bed, she wouldn't wake. Then the two quietly left the bed and stepped outside. Let's go. Okay, a slender finger reached out and pressed the power button. Tin and Gayat excited. I've been wanting to try the PS10 server. Today I'm playing for real. The girl was slightly anxious. I've really never played very well, she reassured. It's fine, playing with me is fun already. Tin and Gayat explained enthusiastically. I'll show you some key presses. The girl responded excitedly. Okay, this is go, this is dodge, this is. Immediately, the game started. Entering the level, she enjoyed her character. I'll be the knight in front. You stay behind to heal me. Tiat blinked. Okay. Before Tin and Gayat could finish, Tiat fell immediately upon entering the castle gate. The other castle was likely the first stage. Inside the castle, the girl triggered a trap and got logged out. This castle is full of traps. Careful, don't touch the traps. I marked point A, then they got lost and logged out again. Tiat, where are you? After hours of struggling, the two finally reached the end of the first stage. Several hours later, they finally reached the end of Gate 1. Finally, this game is too hard. This is the exit, right? No, it was Celestial Moon who opened the large door. Behind this type of door you usually see. Inside, a giant ox wielding a huge blade charged, roaring. The wind blew fiercely. She worried, sweat pouring, seemed powerful but had drained her blood potion. Definitely couldn't beat Celestial Moon. She looked at Snowy and commanded, Snowy, quickly milk me. This little blood probably isn't enough to win. Celestial Moon looked at Snowy, ordering, Snowy, hurry, prepare the healing potion. Snowy hesitated and summoned the healing spell. But boom, magic hit her head. In real life she panicked, face red. Is this the attack key? Sorry, Snowy felt ashamed and guilty. I really have no idea how to play. Playing with me would be boring. Celestial Moon laughed carelessly. Actually, didn't you just defeat me? Games are only fun when played with others. She widened her eyes. Celestial Moon, you're not criticizing me. Celestial Moon excitedly, why would I criticize? On the contrary, a little challenge is more interesting. Today I can't get up or I won't sleep. Snowy hurriedly reminded, we still have training tomorrow. The old king appeared, eyes glowing, speaking to the heroes. Finally here, heroes, let's see if you can withstand one strike from me. Celestial Moon held her sword, shooting a massive beam straight at the old king. Go ahead, the king smiled unharmed. Not a bad battle, thank you. Actually, I'm your father. Victory, Snowy beside her exclaimed. Didn't the boss just tell a sad story? Celestial Moon cheered joyfully, finally defeated the final boss. The girl also lamented, I didn't expect the ending to reveal the main character is the king's son. The two chatted happily, playing until morning yet played all night. It's already 4 o'clock. Didn't expect you to play through to the end. I thought you'd fall asleep halfway through. Snowy smiled brightly. At first I kept dying, I didn't want to play, but then I got used to it. Besides, I wanted to see the story's ending. The girl hesitated. Feels like I understand a bit now. Snowy satisfied. Now I understand why Celestial Moon loves playing games like this. Celestial Moon replied, not all games are that good. She spoke, reminiscing, but a good game can really change a person's life. The girl suddenly said, there's still one more option to choose. Oh, I played it before. This time you choose. A prompt appeared. Do you want to accept the title of Strongest Savior? Accept the throne inheritance, abandon the title, retire from the world. Celestial Moon yawned. I'll probably choose to accept the title anyway. Snowy's voice echoed. No, I choose to abandon it. She was startled, eyes wide. Hey, why don't you need the title? The girl forced a smile. Hey, why abandon it? Snowy looked embarrassed, because I find it unrealistic. Celestial Moon was shocked, mouth moving but no words came out. She quickly waved her hand. Enough, don't say more, the girl panicked. Could it be? Celestial Moon stood up, shouting, yes, I am unrealistic. My life is about wanting to be the strongest. Snowy firmly retorted, if it were realistic. The girl gritted her teeth. Wasn't this match meant to prove it? Celestial Moon, flustered, sweating. Honestly, I'm not qualified to give full points. Snowy nervously lowered her head, stammering, sorry, I didn't mean to criticize you. No, you're right. Celestial Moon closed her eyes, thinking, if we must think about her. She knows everything we know. In the game, she is the final boss of this match. She suddenly realized, in the game, there might be a way to win. Suddenly, in the silent space, footsteps echoed in the hallway. The two in the room looked at each other, panicked, quickly unplugging before being discovered. Then they ran to bed, legs aching. Celestial Moon signaled Snowy to stay quiet. After a while, no footsteps were heard. They whispered, seems like they left. Thinking back, I said something foolish just now. No matter whose footsteps. Thanks for cutting me off. She threw off the blanket, eyes looking away. Let's pretend nothing happened here. Today will. Suddenly, Celestial Moon's hand was grabbed tightly. Snowy, expressionless, said, I feel like the coach is hard to beat, but I will win this match at any cost. Her blue eyes shine brightly. I'll help you. Tell me, how can you believe what she says? Luna felt confused hearing that. All right, if you trust me, then we'll do it. Forget everything else, we'll skip class. Shen smiled, so the teacher agreed and even helped me clean up. Fang replied, it's okay, go rest. He exhaled in relief, thinking he had gained a bit of her trust. But what if Hong Dim shows up again? How could he handle it? The credibility score is 563. Suddenly, a voice made Fang turn around. I might have a way to persuade him. He looked at the tightly closed door, puzzled. Is this Luna's room? Fang frowned, wondering, even this late, she's thinking about competing. He didn't care anymore, muttering, go for it. Fang opened the door, his face tired from lack of sleep. Immediately, he lay down on the bed, ready to sleep. But just 3 seconds later, he was awakened by a call. Fang, this is bad. The old man awkwardly apologized. Sorry, but the alliance is in danger. I need to persuade you now. Fang gritted his teeth in anger. You better have a good reason. If this is another delay, I'll kick you out of the hotel today. Yat Dao entered and handed him a letter. Actually, the leader sent you a letter. Fang sat up, confused. Leader, the old man held out the letter. A necklace peeked out from inside. There's this. Yat Dao hadn't finished speaking before an arm wrapped around his neck. You know this? Fang grabbed his shirt, his face darkening. Where did you get this? Fang was furious, his face murderous. Of course I know. This is the gold necklace my father left behind. The next morning in the dining hall, Yang Hua said, it's almost class time. Why are so many people still not here? Looking closely, Fang still hadn't arrived. He was angry, his face full of fury. Of course he sleeps longer than me. Suddenly, when Ryuan appeared, panicked. This isn't good, she asked worriedly. Has anyone seen the people from Luna's room? They've been missing since this morning. Everyone in the dining hall panicked hearing the news. Where are the people from Luna's room? Didn't they go to the training room earlier? The training room door hasn't opened yet. Could someone have gone there already? Jade Snow panicked. No, we need to report this to Fang quickly. Oh, Enheim looked dazed. Fang isn't here. Oh, Enheim hesitated, looking at Jade Snow. I came looking, but Fang isn't in the room either. Fang was standing in the middle of the main road, irritated. There isn't a single vehicle here. Suddenly, Yat Dao appeared. Fang, this is bad, he frowned. Why are you here? I already agreed with you. Fang looked at him confused. The Alliance didn't send a car for me, he asked. Why are you here? Yat Dao quickly explained. Listen, Miss Cuck isn't anywhere. She came to find me yesterday, said she wanted to see her father. Maybe she went looking for him. He didn't care, pushing him aside. I'm not asking you. He looked toward Zhang Tiancheng hiding behind a tree. Zhang Tiancheng, why are you following? He forced a smile. Sorry, but really, Mr. Fang forgot to know Cuck Tiet Eye. Fang looked at him puzzled and whispered, why are you being followed? He seems to know something. He came looking for Cuck Tiet Eye, Fang thought. At least he can't know about me. Then he smiled awkwardly, making an excuse. I'm going to find Cuck Tiet Eye. No need to worry, he advised. You go back first, Tiancheng said firmly. Deep Lamb told me becoming stronger is for having a goal. I was foolish not knowing my own goal. His eyes blazed with determination. Indeed, thinking of Cuck Tiet Eye before made me stronger. She must be related to my goal. So please let me follow you to find her. Yat Dao froze hearing this. Is he a little foolish? Fang shrugged helplessly. This guy. A hand pointed at the map. First, we go east to the main road, then head north. Map of the Hot Spring Hotel Tour. Lac An Academy in Addy City. Luna rode on the rock with Tiet Eye. Now just head toward the sunrise. Luna smiled lightly, certain, definitely correct. The town of Lac An was covered in endless white. The snow was so thick that every step sank deep into the cold silence of the ground. Luna, exhausted, leaned on her staff as she walked. Finally, she emerged from the forest, silently cursing Lucy. She was in trouble and determined to make them pay. Her joy was short-lived as she suddenly realized that in front of her wasn't the main road as promised, but an endless stretch of white mountain. Luna knelt on the ground and sobbed. Where is this? Wasn't it supposed to be the main road? She slammed her face onto the cold snow. Yuki called her name anxiously. Luna turned and tried to smile. Sorry, I don't know why I couldn't maintain the summoning today. Poor thing having to walk and get lost again, Yuki said. You must be exhausted from last night. Now that we've come this far, rest a bit, then use the summoning again. She rested her head on Yuki's lap, feeling how cold the ground was. I'm hungry, she sighed. Suddenly, a delicious aroma wafted through the air. If I had known we'd go this far, I would have brought food, she thought. Am I imagining this from hunger? It smells like roasted meat. Luna quickly stood up and looked around. Someone was standing in the snowy field grilling meat. Are they really grilling meat? She whispered, asking Yuki. I don't know what they're doing, Yuki replied. Luna recalled that when leaving the hotel she hadn't seen him go out, then remembered the scene of Dylan appearing with the stone man. When he summoned the stone man, Dylan appeared too, and she couldn't chase him away. She began to worry, wondering if he wanted to. Report to the teacher. No way, no matter what he says, I can't agree. The savory aroma of roasted meat came again, making her stomach growl loudly. Luna angrily sat down and pounded the cold snow, annoying. At that moment, Dylan approached, holding skewers of steaming roasted meat. I also have to get lost just going with you guys. Let's make a deal, I'll give you food. Recover your energy, summon the stone man, take me with you. The girl stubbornly replied, HMPH, do you think I'm that easy to tame? But immediately, Dylan handed her a skewer of fragrant roasted meat, which she couldn't resist. Yuki froze, so we can't hold out any longer. They shook hands and completed the deal. Now they were on the same page. Dylan bent down and pulled something from his shark outfit. The item grew larger as he pulled it out, making Luna and the girl widen their eyes. Let me help you recover your energy, Dogeman, just in a moment. In front of them was a large camping tent, followed by folding beds and countless types of food, bags piled high like mountains. He completed the camping setup. Whatever you want to eat, I'll grill it. Luna hadn't reacted yet and was already in a sleeping bag, mumbling. Meat, the girl said, a bit surprised. Meat, are all of these supplies? Yuki asked, looking puzzled. Where did you get all this? Dylan calmly replied, from the hotel storage, everything's free. The girl hesitated, is that so? Around the tent, food was piled so high it blocked the view. This is way too much. Luna suddenly looked pale. I can't maintain the summoning anymore. So you brought this much? Dylan stepped forward and shoved a skewer of meat into her mouth. Delicious, Yuki said helplessly, that's not what I meant. The girl had many thoughts. Bringing this much food, it's probably not. No, it can't be, I'm overthinking. Shadow Mountain's silhouette stood in front of the empty warehouse door. She looked into the emptied storage, nothing left. Diana looked at Taro, bewildered. Who did this? Mr. Jian looked up sharply and said, the last school dismissal yesterday was probably Liu Guangyuan. He hurriedly advised, Master Shadow Mountain, don't be angry, you know his personality. Shadow Mountain said nothing, just stood quietly watching the ruins. Diana worried, but now that it's like this, we should return to the training school. Taro calmly replied, we can't go back. She stared in disbelief. What do you mean, students are missing? What training? This is beyond our control, he smiled. Right now, we need to find the students and bring them back. At the same time, he added, we need to figure out how to win this nearly impossible match. Taro looked at her. Speaking slowly, just relying on us might not be enough. Taro asked again, eyes doubtful, don't you want to lead them to win the match? Shut the mouths of those who say I don't follow the times. She turned her face, lips curling slightly, very persuasive. You really know how to get others into trouble. Taro laughed, bow your head, apologize for our inexperience. Voices echoed from the city. She explained to the students, we can't use the training ground now, we have to practice outside. A chill spread through everyone as they heard that. She had a kind face but a sharp voice, warning everyone not to complain. The teachers also had to go outside like the students. From today, I will personally oversee your training. Tian Ka had a question. Before we start, I want to ask something. Where is Lan Tin and Gaia? What if we get attacked unexpectedly during outdoor training? Sun sighed, wondering why these kids liked causing trouble for old people like him. I've been outside a lot, but I can't handle everything. She opened her eyes, looked up, and called, help me. The old friend, he and Van Tin looked pale, mouths agape. Sufang, Li Kuang, and Kung Engin weren't any better. All three froze as a giant figure with a blue body appeared. The figure slowly descended in midair, gliding across the sky like a wave. Then a giant dragon landed in front of them. Sun stepped forward, slowly reaching out to stroke its head. Sorry to trouble you. Scene change, a wheel rolls along a snow-covered road. From afar, Chan Long was rushing toward Ning Pham. The drivers looked out the window, astonished. What is that? Hat Dao frowned, looking, isn't that a hotel over there? He gasped and shouted, that is a strange summoned beast. Chan Long spun in midair, his bright eyes locked onto Ning Pham's car. In city, Tham Sun issued a clear command. Find the students, return, understood. Huang Vin, O Nguyen, and Ngok Tiat Dong Than responded. Understood. Heavy rain fell over the ruined city, blending with the destruction. Ning Fam and Nhat Dao walked silently down the empty street, stopping before the crumbling ruins of the city. What happened? An earthquake? Then he noticed a massive water streak stretching between buildings. An earthquake couldn't cause that. Ning Fam looked around, realizing everywhere was a hideout, like in the middle of a battle. Is the alliance of superhumans really here? The old man frowned, tilting his head. Definitely here, the people are suffering. Not far away, Tian Ka stood in the rain, asking those around him. Nhat Dao smiled brightly, patting his chest. That's exactly why the alliance won't abandon them. Ning Fam tilted his head. Then how do we find the alliance? He answered straightforwardly. Wait for them to come to us. Hey, Ning Fam frowned. Grandma Tham's son has already seen our path. If we're not quick, we could be discovered. Nhat Dao hesitated, suggesting, before that, what are you planning to do with him? It wouldn't be good if he found out. Should we leave him behind now? Ning Fam pondered. Tian Ka kept being abandoned by passers-by. He smiled. Forget him, this guy's brain is broken. Leaving him could cause more trouble for me. Nhat Dao stayed silent. Ning Fam called out. Zhang Tian Ka, any news? Teacher Ning, Tian Ka looks worried, didn't get any info. Either no answers or he's never met them. Kuktiat I might be easy to recognize, is she here? He patted Tran An's shoulder. Maybe we arrived too early, she's still on her way, right? Ning Fam walked, comforting, don't worry, she's a superhuman. Maybe that noodle shop owner knows, Tian Ka suggested, or call the police. He looked confused, sweat on his face, call the police. Suddenly a voice shouted, do not call the police. A scarred man appeared, holding a knife to Ning Fam's neck, threatening, you're dressed well, outsiders, right? Hand over all the money. Shouting is useless, no one cares. The three looked fierce, threatening that no one would interfere. Even better, money will do. That bastard knows a lot. Tell me where the alliance of superhumans is. The scarred man froze briefly, his face pale with fear. He shouted and turned to run. Why are you running? The three were stunned, not noticing countless arms lunging from behind. The alliance of superhumans terrorizing. People on the street panicked and fled, screams echoing through the block. Ning Fam looked in shock at the fleeing crowd. What's wrong with these people? He called out worriedly. Zhang Tian Ka, be careful not to hit anyone. The three were trapped in the chaotic flow of people. Ning Fam looked ahead and saw a giant Mew cow appear in the city, not a demon beast. Mew cow as a child had a small, cute body, a tame demon beast thanks to its adorable appearance. Many people kept it as a pet. It could help its owner kill insects. Even a grown Mew cow could eliminate flies, rats, bugs, and hunt birds in the house. As an adult, it could destroy an entire city. Now the grown Mew cow approached, mouth clamped, eyes fixed on Ning Fam. Damn it. It glanced this way and you could see the clear tension on your face, grinding your teeth with anxiety. Meow Q seemed to be preparing to launch an attack with such a posture. Ning Fan used the body technique of a famous master to move through the crowd. With no other options, Meow Q's attack point was gathering energy. A blinding golden sphere of light erupted in its throat. Its gaze turned cold and its teeth clenched tightly. You extended your hand through the crowd. Then Meow Q shot out a golden stream of energy, tearing through everything in its path. A deep, jagged pit appeared in the street, and dense smoke quickly covered the entire city. As the smoke cleared, a large crater appeared in front of Ning Fan. The people around were stunned, staring at you. Are you okay? Did he block the attack? Why are you just standing there staring? Quick, find a place to hide. The crowd snapped out of their daze and quickly ran away. Okay, run fast. Meow Q didn't stop and continued to gather energy, preparing for another strike. Ning Fan's face gradually showed signs of unease, unsure how many more times he could withstand. Suddenly, you froze when it unleashed its power forward, but not aimed directly at you. The target changed. It wasn't you. A building was struck and instantly flattened. The building next to it was also hit by the energy, exploding violently, chunks of debris flying through the air. Over here, Yi Dao was leading everyone to a safe shelter. Want to collapse the entrance to the shelter? Suddenly, countless chains shot out from somewhere, restraining part of the building. Ning Fan sighed in relief. It stopped, space-locked, advanced magic. Did the police arrive? That's great. You almost lost all credibility. Someone is watching with binoculars from above. Space lock complete. Thankfully, they made it in time. Reinforcements, evacuate the civilians, got it. Then they turned to you, completing the civilian evacuation. Let's go, okay. At this moment, Meow Q was restrained by the space lock. It was locked in place, drawing attention. How cute. Stop talking. It turned out the observer was Yan Yun, now starting to eliminate the raging monster. Meow Q, in its ultimate form, understood. She furrowed her brow, clearly not wanting to kill the cat. Her legs began to move. There's no choice if you harm the civilians. Then you have to die, she leapt onto it. Meow Q looked startled at Xiu Lak, but before it could react, she was right in front of it. The shoes on her feet activated, and a kick caused its body to cave in. Zulak spoke into the intercom. That was a good strike, the danger is over. Smoke spread around, her figure faintly visible. She turned back with a dismissive tone. It's done, the voice on the other end was astonished. It's done already. Is this one really that weak? A large hole appeared on Meow Q's body. Zulak turned around and jumped down. Check for casualties, contact logistics. Okay, Ning Fan leaned against the railing, his face stunned. Are these two the ones who participated in the police training arena? Did they really carve out holes like that on its body? He nervously looked over at you. Master Ning, have you seen her move clearly? Ning Fan turned back, his eyes softening. Yes, actually it's quite simple. We'll talk more when we fight again later. The surrounding buildings were severely damaged, and Yu and Zhang Tiancheng continued to calmly observe Meow Q. Are you going to fight with those girls later? No, this battle isn't over yet. A few holes don't mean much to it because Meow Q is a liquid-based creature. It glared menacingly at Ning Fan, the wound still smoking. In reality, it was just waiting for an opening in its prey. Suddenly, Meow Q appeared behind her, opening its mouth wide to attack. Zulak, careful behind you. It spat fire at the rock, cracking it open. Zulak swung her hand, knocking the falling rocks away from her. Zhang Tiancheng looked clearly when one of them attacks. A bullet appeared from nowhere, glowing with green light, carrying a powerful force towards Zulak. The other immediately fired a backup magic bullet. Without hesitation, she spun and counterattacked. Then threw a punch. Meow Q, charging forward, was struck directly in the face by Zulak's counterattack, and its defensive magic was also shot out. The bullet pierced through its face, passing through the monster's body. She leapt onto a utility pole, standing somewhat unsteadily. The monster's face turned pale, smoke billowing from its mouth, staring intently at Zulak. Yan Yun observed from afar to pinpoint its location. Zulak was briefly shocked that Meow Q wasn't down yet. She aimed directly ahead, waiting for the right moment. Yan Yun showed an excited expression as the time to strike finally came. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. A magical phenomenon appeared at the gun's muzzle as the bullet was fired. It rushed towards Zulak, who was floating in midair, about to be swallowed by Meow Q. Immediately, the force from the bullet struck it, causing Meow Q's body to tumble backward. It had been destroyed. Meow Q's liquid form splattered everywhere, shooting onto the buildings, leaving its mark across the area. Ning Fam was stunned when he saw the monster being destroyed. The creature's slime shot directly at his face, barely dodging it. He looked down at his feet and saw the creature's slime staring at him with a confused expression. A figure appeared behind Ning Fam as he bent down to talk to it. He thought to himself, could it be carrying its heart to escape, and it runs straight to where I am? A massive force came crashing down on him. Ning Fam managed to leap to the side to avoid it. The creature was completely destroyed. He looked at his foot in shock and thought to himself, that was close, thankfully my foot is still intact. Xian Lak calmly observed him, concluding that the beast had gone mad, and even though he had lost a foot, surviving was a win. Ning Fam shot her a smug look, thinking to himself, this beast isn't enough to threaten me. Forget it, she doesn't even know if I'm a normal person. She turned to him and asked, are you a person with special abilities? He didn't deny his talent and then asked for permission to leave. Yes, I have something to do. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Ning Fam was suddenly handcuffed. Xian Lak looked at him seriously. Enough. You are officially under arrest. If you have something to say, go to the police station to explain. Ning Fam looked at his handcuffed hands and said, is it because I'm innocent? The city around us is being destroyed by monsters. 2 months ago, the city was suddenly attacked by rampaging beasts. The light around the buildings revealed the shape of the monster. Moreover, all the beasts appeared in the city without warning, causing the buildings to be destroyed. Such gigantic beasts, Xian Lak crossed her arms, worried. How did they appear before everyone without being detected? Yan Chuang trembled slightly, his eyes filled with fear. Ning Fam felt the same fear. Even after the beasts were defeated, they did not vanish. She became impatient and angry. Overall, this must be the work of someone with special abilities. What were you two doing at that time? Xian Lak recalled when they defeated the creature. She immediately asked him, why did the beast run toward you? Ning Fam looked down at his feet, thinking, it must have been afraid it couldn't find an escape route. I'm innocent, do you believe me? Xian Lak's eyes became cold, her gaze sharp, radiating an intimidating aura. You! She angrily stood up, staring at him with a chilling look. Still daring to speak defiantly? Wait until you get to the police station. She emphasized, I will make sure you confess everything you've done. 2 hours later, she knelt down and apologized. We did a hasty investigation. Both Ning Fam and Tian Chuang were shocked by her action. Ning Fam appeared at ease. I'm innocent, but couldn't help but laugh out loud. He cleared his throat and turned to her. What are you laughing at? This is so interesting. Isn't that your friend? Yun Yun turned to support Xian Lak. All right, let's get up. They forgave her. She stood up, feeling embarrassed, and silently thanked him. Ning Fam looked disappointed at Xian Lak and Yun Yun. He thought to himself, I thought it would take a long time to be interrogated. Why is everything suddenly so clear? She turned toward the window, pointing down, as the people below testified to his innocence. He looked out and saw Ning Pham widening his eyes at the crowd gathered around the police station. It seemed like they had followed the vehicle that escorted him here. The crowd angrily shouted, "If it weren't for you, we would have died. You saved our lives, how could you be a criminal?" He was stunned, speechless. Before him, Ning Pham's trust score was 15.673. Yun Yun threw the phone straight to him. "Take your phone." He caught the phone precisely and called someone to bail him out. Hearing that, Ning Pham turned to her and questioned, "Didn't you say I was innocent?" Yun Yun helped Xian Lak up and hugged her. "That's for normal people. But you have special abilities. What if you're some shapeshifter?" She went straight into the room and slammed the door shut. "The rules are the rules. In short, you deal with it. If you need us, just knock on the door." She left without listening to Ning Pham, who said, "But can I call you?" Tian Chuang walked over to him. "Does the police station lack people? Let these two students handle this." Ning Pham angrily responded, "Quiet, let me think about who I should call. If I call Liu Guangying now, it's a sure thing." "What about Teacher Liu?" He suddenly remembered something, his expression serious. "It seems like he doesn't have a phone." Ning Pham thought for a long time, frustrated. He thought about Dio Ngok Tiet but decided against it. It would be too embarrassing. He didn't have O Enhyen's number either. She shouted, "Hey Ning Pham, hey Ning Pham." Xian Lak opened the door and looked at him. "The person who bails you out is here." He was surprised. "I haven't called anyone yet. Could it be Pham Yadao?" Xian Lak ignored him and turned toward the door. "Do you want to talk to Ning Pham?" She walked out the door impatiently. "Fine, talk. Then go to the lobby to complete the procedures afterward." Ning Pham was happy to be saved when he heard someone call his name. Saved, Pham. He was surprised, thinking to himself, "Who is this? Could it be him?" Outside, the crowd was still shouting loudly, demanding the release of the person, wanting to prove his innocence. The protest continued, and suddenly everyone stopped as someone saw a child walking by. "Please inform those waiting for release to not gather in front of the door." A person wearing glasses stood outside, observing the situation. He bent down and gently asked, "Hey, little one, what are you doing at the police station? Are you lost and separated from your family?" Suddenly, a strong punch hit his face. The glasses shattered, blood splattered, and Wen Ryuan clenched her fist angrily, saying, "What, little one? I'm an adult. Don't waste your breath. Take me to the ability handler." The two people in white coats were surprised and trembled as they replied, "Ability. Are you an ability user? Then come with us to the ability handler." Feng Zhuan bowed and greeted, "Hello, the minister is not here right now. I am the deputy minister. What happened?" He smiled kindly. "A little one like you came to find the police. Are you lost and separated from your family?" "I'm not lost, it's this person who's lost," Wen Ryuan said loudly. "I'm with a male student and a person dressed as a chef." Feng Zhuan covered his face, his nose bleeding. "Sorry, the current situation in the city does not allow us to help you find anyone." He paused as he looked carefully at his phone, then shouted, "Zio Zio Yun Yun, come here." The two girls appeared quickly. "Did you call us? What do you want to pass on to us?" When Ryuan was stunned. "These two are Chief Police Ma Yun." Yun Yun spoke up to greet. "This little one is so cute. Is she the daughter of the deputy team leader?" Feng Zhuan hurriedly denied, "No, I'm not married yet." She added, "Right, how could the daughter of the deputy team leader be this cute?" Unable to wait, when Ryuan immediately threw a punch. She gently dodged it, grabbed the arm. "Got you. Ability users should not hit people freely. Moreover, you should respect those older than you," when Ryuan said with a murderous look in her eyes. She forcefully kicked Yun Yun in the stomach. "I'm older than you," Feng Zhuan said, holding his face in discomfort. "Stop causing trouble. She's here for the one in the torn shirt. Take her to him." Upon hearing this, when Ryuan stopped, then turned to ask, "Is Ning Fan here? Is this his daughter? She looks so much like him." Before Yun Yun could respond, she became angry again. "Say that again. Whose daughter?" Zio intervened from outside. "Someone just came to bail Ning Fan." Inside the room, people were chatting. "Wait, the bail process is not complete yet. He can't run." "That's right, some paperwork still needs to be done." But O En-heen pushed the door open and finally found Nin Pham, urging him to return with her. Suddenly she stopped, seeing Thien Truong lying motionless on the floor. O En-heen shouted in panic, "Thien Truong?" Van asked, "Isn't Nin Pham here? Has the man in red not been released yet? Why can't we see him?" Yu Lak hurried off. "I already sent someone to look," she replied. "I'm still here with their group." O En-heen raised her hand to signal. Bandages, checking wounds, hands quickly examined and dressed Thien Truong's injuries. She reported no injuries, just unconscious. Van asked in surprise, "Why?" O En-heen turned back angrily. "How could you let Nin Pham go missing?" She replied, "Right now, the supernatural police are insufficient and cannot send anyone someone to assist you in this situation. Furthermore, you will need to stay and cooperate with the investigation regarding aiding an escape. Oh En-heen flew into anger. Are you scheming against me just to win the competition? She wondered, so what? Oh En-heen glared back, don't you understand what's going on? At this moment, Tien Truong gradually regained consciousness and tried to speak. It wasn't Van Van or them, nor did Nin Pham escape. Nin Pham was taken. Tien Truong recalled and added, taken by a man in a black hat. That person had bad intentions. After a while, Van Van stood in front of the cell and asked, do you know anyone here? Oh En-heen and Tien Truong remained silent inside, not answering. She raised her phone and said, don't be discouraged. I brought something interesting for you to see. Tien Truong looked up, stunned. That is, Van Van continued. When Nin Pham went missing, the lounge camera captured it. On the phone, a mysterious dark figure entered. Just a second later, Tien Truong fainted to the ground like before. She added, I want to ask you if you've ever encountered this power before. Tien Truong panicked. The dark figure disappeared. Van Van was agitated. Don't know, he replied. Of course not, we didn't do this. No information could be collected. Van Van sighed, frustrated, and left. Then see you tomorrow, he clung to the bars. Release us, we really didn't do it. Oh En-heen, sitting in the corner, spoke. Stop making noise. Looking at the handcuffed hands, Tien Truong said sadly, Dung Tiat I cannot be found. Master Nin is also missing. He sighed, if it weren't for these cuffs restricting my power, I could have gone out to find Master Nin. Oh En-heen frowned, angrily saying, are you planning to escape? He shouted. Master Nin has been taken and we just sit and wait. Oh En-heen calmly replied, I never said we do nothing, just stay undetected. She proudly boasted, my destiny can hide me in darkness. Let me investigate. Tien Truong was surprised and surrendered. The handcuffs, she explained before being captured. Summon my summoned beast, hidden away, you're still inexperienced. Tien Truong still wondered, without additional power, the summoned beast would disappear quickly. Oh En-heen replied, don't worry. My rank is different. My summoned destiny is scouting everywhere. In the police office, whispers could be heard. Nearby officers could not find anything. I asked the others and they really don't know anything. They don't seem to be lying. Yulak frowned and said, the papers of the boy in the hat registering here are missing. Asking the officers who met him, none recall his appearance. I don't remember either, Van Van replied calmly. The camera was checked. When he entered, it recorded him, but didn't capture his face. Even when leaving, no camera recorded him. Bong Chin spoke sternly. He clearly wanted to take Nin Pham. There are many ways, but he chose the most conspicuous. He even left a pile of notes at the police station. This is a challenge to the police. He must be caught, he said angrily. Yulak and Van Van shouted, understood. As for Oh En-heen, hearing the situation, she sighed in disappointment. The police have no clues either, Tien Truong asked. So what should we do? She calmly replied, there's no way. As long as we find Nin Pham, everything will be revealed. He's probably still in the city, just try to locate him. Tien Truong worried, such a big city, how long will it take to find him? Oh En-heen calmly responded, it's fine, making him go silent. Her gaze turned cold and filled with meaning. Soon it would be clear as outside, the entire street had completely sunk into the night. Oh Nguyen confidently said, it's already night. Silent gazes followed them across the streets. The stars were twinkling and suddenly a voice called out, Tin and Gayet, Tin and Gayet. She turned around, curiously asking what's going on. Tiat Y pointed straight ahead. Look, haven't we arrived yet? Tin and Gayet replied, yes, that's right, this is City Black Ann is here. On the high-speed train, Tiat Y asked. It was almost noon, Tin and Gayet answered, almost. The girl looked suspiciously and asked, you sure we're not lost again? Tin and Gayet confidently replied, no mistake, I've been here before. The girl turned away, looking out the window, then said, fine, but this city is really big. The view of the high-tech city was magnificent. They seemed to have arrived, standing in front of the grand school gate. Tin and Gayet hid behind the wall. Her face was firm as she said, we've arrived just in time for curfew. Tiat Y couldn't help but exclaim, this is Lac An, it's beautiful, still as grumpy as ever. Deep Lam just silently kept quiet. The girl was confused. What should we do next? Tin and Gayet confidently answered, of course we sneak inside. The girl hesitated nervously, saying, sneak inside. But aren't they supposed to be students to get in? Tin and Gayet suddenly said, I remember, we didn't need to go through checks before. Tiat Y pointed at a notice on the door, reminding, Tin and Gayet, look at that notice, it's during the tournament preparation period. The school announced increased vigilance. All students entering or leaving must wear uniforms and show student IDs for inspection. She understood, I see now. Tiat Y anxiously asked, how are we going to get in? Tin and Gayet placed her hand on her shoulder to reassure her. We're here already, what are you afraid of? She smiled confidently. There's no running away in my dictionary. Don't worry, I'll find a way. Tin and Gayet turned to say, and you too, you want to go in, right? Then follow my lead, I'll get you in. Deep Lam seriously replied, got it, understood. Tin and Gayet turned and said, let's go, I'll lead the way. She brought them to a wall and said, if we can't go through the main door, then we'll go through another way. Tin and Gayet smirked. Now we just need to climb over this wall. After we get in, what's next? She continued. Once inside, gather some intel first. Then we'll plan the next steps. The chance of winning isn't high, but now with Deep Hong Lam here. Tin and Guyot secretly smiled, thinking that if they just made use of her a little, they still had a chance to win. Before she could finish her sentence, Deep Lam made her move, hitting the wall hard, the light reflecting directly towards Tin and Guyot. She stared in shock as the wall was shattered, revealing a large hole. Tin and Guyot angrily shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" Deep Lam innocently replied, "Aren't we trying to get in?" She frustratedly screamed, "We can't get in this way." The guards heard the noise and ran over. "Hey, what are you all doing? Came here to cause trouble, catch them." Why panicked and said, "Land Tin and Guyot, what now?" She frowned and replied, "What else can we do? Run," saying that the three of them immediately turned and ran. Not looking back, they dashed into a dark alley. Tin and Guyot panted, "We got away." Guyot softly said, "That was close, I don't think they saw our faces right." Then Tin and Guyot turned to scold, I told you to follow my leg." Deep Lam innocently replied, "I did follow." The girl ignored her and anxiously asked, "What should we do now? They won't raise their vigilance, right?" Tin and Guyot agreed, "You're right, they probably won't let us climb the wall anymore." Then she came up with an idea. "In that case, let's just take the main entrance, deal with the hassle." Guyot widened her eyes. The main entrance. She lowered her voice and explained, "To enter, we need to show our uniforms and IDs, but they won't check the photos. So if we find someone to borrow those, won't that work?" Guyot seemed to understand, her face filled with frustration. "Steal them, but all the students are probably either in the dorm or have gone home by now." Tin and Guyot's eyes lit up. "We'll split up into 3 groups, go to places like parks or internet cafes. There are definitely still students who aren't asleep and are hanging around." She grinned mischievously. "Consider it fighting small monsters before the big boss. Even if I have to act alone, I'm fine." After walking around for a while, Tin and Guyot suddenly stopped, sweat pouring down. In front of her was Dong Tiu, leisurely lying on a game console. Alex Sang appeared with a sharp, cold gaze and said, "Is the boss here?" The scene shifted, every day at school and at home repeated endlessly, Dong Tiu quietly blending into the crowd on the way to school during these brief 3 minutes. We endlessly wander, wanting to see through the dark rules of the world, gazing toward the place of brilliant light, paying attention to the tiny world that sneaks through the cracks. The room seemed like it had left this world, and Dong Tiu felt as if she was in heaven. She walked calmly, just skipping school. How could she not go out with such nice weather? Dong Tiu arrived at a zone full of warning signs, with no specific purpose other than to find something different for herself. She walked while listening to music, happily immersed in the surrounding noise, then enjoyed the evening sunlight. It felt like getting lost in a silent space without realizing when. When night fell, the streets sank into darkness and Dong Tiu looked up, her gaze sorrowful, as if worried about something. She felt bored, wondering why she was stuck in this loop. Dong Tiu returned to the familiar place, glancing around. It was still the same endless loop, just like a fool. Would tomorrow be another day like today? Wandering around familiar places, tired, yawning, and looking for a place to sleep. A little while later, Dong Tiu opened her eyes, raised her hand to form a circle in front of her, feeling like someone was watching her. The scene before her suddenly shifted to an image of Tin and Guyot through her hand. She was startled and quickly hid behind a wall. Why was she here? Feeling uneasy, she decided to find Dong Guyot immediately. Dong Tiu stood up quietly, taking steps closer. Soon, she saw Tin and Guyot right behind her. Tin and Guyot was flustered, stammering, "It's nothing, I just accidentally looked." Dong Tiu kept her cheerful demeanor. "You just need to write 'I'm so embarrassed' on your face." Tin and Guyot's face turned bright red, sweat soaking her. She said, "Actually, I didn't wear the uniform, so I couldn't enter the school. I just wanted to borrow a uniform," Tin and Guyot thought. Saying half of it isn't a lie, right? Dong Tiu listened, seemingly believing Tin and Guyot's words. She turned and said, "Then follow me, I'll take you to school. The activity room must have plenty of uniforms." Tin and Guyot looked doubtful. Isn't this a trap? But still, she couldn't miss this opportunity. She thought to investigate her, direct contact is the quickest. Tin and Guyot smirked. "If I get the chance, I can directly test her strength." Dong Tiu cheerfully said, "Come this way." She pointed and enthusiastically waved her hand forward. Tin and Guyot followed, looking around confusedly, asking, "Where are the guards?" Dong Tiu replied calmly, "They must be sleeping." She thought to herself, "I can't report to Dong Guyot and Deep Hong Lam now. It's fine, I'll ask again." Then she spoke out, "Sleeping, huh?" Tin and Guyot looked into the security room and saw someone sound asleep. Dong Tiu continued to guide, "This way." Tin and Guyot was still deep in thought. She looked around, it seemed like no one was on guard. "No one's here," she thought, then suddenly widened her eyes at the scene before her. On the cold floor, students were scattered asleep, trash everywhere. Tin and Guyot stood frozen, unable to believe it. Dong Tiu climbed the stairs, waving her hand. "This way." Tin and Guyot stared at her in confusion. Tin and Gayet asked, "What's going on? Why are all these people sleeping? Did you do something to them?" Dong Tiu kept walking straight ahead, her face calm, not in a hurry at all. The scene shifted to Tiat Y, who had arrived at the meeting point, feeling helpless and thinking, "I really can't borrow a uniform or student ID." Tiat Y comforted herself. "I can't steal from others," she thought. "Can those two really do that?" Suddenly a voice rang out, and Tiat Y turned to look. Deep Lam had put on a uniform. "I'm back." Tiat Y was stunned. "Not only did you find it, but you put it on too. This shirt's a bit tight, the sleeves are too narrow, but it's the best fit out of all the ones I tried." Tiat Y was shocked. "Other sets?" Deep Lam asked. "Where's Lan Tin and Gayet? Didn't we set a time and place to meet?" Tiat Y answered briefly, "I don't know, probably hard to find clothes." Deep Lam calmly said, "It's easy though." Tiat Y hesitated, then said, "Let's wait for her a bit longer." She scratched her head. "All right." The two waited a bit longer, then Tiat Y spoke. "She still hasn't come back. Should we just go into Lac An first? This is so embarrassing." Tiat Y realized Deep Lam was getting impatient. She can't wait any longer. She still hasn't returned. If we let her into Lac An alone, what if she causes some trouble? Tiat Y thought for a moment, then decided, "Well, I'll talk to her to kill time." She usually didn't talk much with Deep Lam. After thinking, Tiat Y loudly said, "Someone in a green shirt walks down the street. Everyone stays away from them. You know why?" Deep Lam asked, "Stay away? Do they have body odor?" Tiat Y pointed, acting knowledgeable. "No, it's because wearing a green shirt means stay away from bad luck." Deep Lam grimaced after hearing it. "Oh, really?" Then she turned and walked off. "I can't wait any longer, I'm going ahead." Tiat Y shouted, "Hey." Tiat Y, left with no choice, followed Deep Lam. "I can't leave her alone, so I'll just follow and supervise," she said. "See, no one's guarding anything." Tiat Y asked, "But why?" Deep Lam kept walking, not paying attention. "You can just go in freely." The girl was confused. The space was so quiet that Alex had to whisper and point, realizing that everyone seemed to be asleep, with only the sight of students in deep slumber before him. Stepping past the sleeping students, Snow White suddenly exclaimed, "This is—" Alex paid no attention and continued walking. "They must be asleep." The girl wondered, sleeping in the hallway. Alex replied innocently, "They're just really sleepy." The girl worried, "How can so many people be asleep like this?" Snow White speculated whether someone might have attacked the Lark Society. She said, "Let's just assume they're really sleepy." Snow White began to sweat. "Assume they're really sleepy." The girl jumped as the students slowly woke up. "Ouch, my head hurts, what's going on?" Alex quickly pulled the girl close. "Come here." The students groggily said, "Did I fall asleep? My head hurts." Alex and Snow White followed the signs up to the rooftop. Standing by the 5th floor railing, Alex reassured, "It really was just sleepiness. Hide here for now. Wait until everyone returns to their rooms before going down." Snow White still doubted. "Is this really a hallucination?" she asked helplessly. "Are you still thinking about it?" Alex looked over and said, "The less you know, the better. Some things are better left unknown. After all, you didn't come here to check if they were sleepy." Suddenly, a loud noise caught both of their attention. Before them was a scene easily misunderstood, Don Tiu lying on top of Star Moon. Alex stood, confused. Star Moon thought, "Are they your friends? This is bad." She panicked. "This is terrible, they found us, we've been discovered." Snow Eye wasn't in uniform. Red Alex didn't know how to get through the door. Star Moon worried, "What do we do?" Pale-faced, her mind spinning. Overwhelmed, she collapsed, seeing no way out. Star Moon quickly jumped up. "Running really is the best strategy." "Nothing's wrong, I just came to borrow a uniform." "Got it already, let's hurry back to the room." Snow White hesitated. "All right," Don Tiu said firmly. She urged, "So we have to go now. Hurry or the manager will scold us." Suddenly, Alex stopped, causing the two behind to crash into each other. Star Moon held her face. "Ouch, don't stop so suddenly." She opened her eyes wide to see Lam Lam stepping forward. "Isn't this Alex? Long time no see, came to visit me." "Why didn't you call first?" Snow White and Star Moon cried in shock. "Another boss, first wolves, now a tiger." She approached, pretending to gently pat Alex's head. "Long time no see, let me see if you've grown taller." Before touching the hair, the atmosphere darkened. Alex immediately pushed her hand away, eyes icy. Lam Nam said awkwardly, "Scary, is it an aura? I thought you lost your hand." She coldly replied, "I don't have a sister, stop joking." She realized Alex's intention. "Give me your weapon, this time we'll settle this." Snow White commented, "Seems like things aren't going well, Star Moon. She followed us because of this." Lam Lam teared up. "We haven't met for so long and now we're already fighting." Immediately Morning Mulu appeared, leaving her stunned. Alex threatened, "This is your second warning. No third time, don't play the victim. Hand over the weapon." Star Moon raised it defensively. "This is your sister, behave properly. We still have work, later we can talk to her." Snow White held her sleeve, "Hurry up." Alex challenged Lam Lam, "Not scared yet, today we'll settle this, I'm not leaving." She smiled too strangely, "All right." Lam Lam put her hands in her pockets and pulled out something. "If you say so, then let's see." She pretended to be pitiful. "Hello, security. Every year 3 strangers come, yes, they seem to be causing trouble. Can you check it out?" Hearing this, everyone froze. Eyes wide with fear, frozen in place. The group rushed out, conferred, and finally escaped for the second time that day. Alex calmly said, "What now? They remember our faces. Well, let's call it a failure." Star Moon sighed reproachfully. "Really? I thought it was a success. It's because of you we had to run like that. How is that success? You always think I'm clumsy, but most of the time I'm pretty smart." Alex explained, "She's competitive. After being mocked like that, she won't sit still. I bet she's nearby right now. Wait a moment." Tian Ka was singing, wondering how someone could be smart enough to fly up and then fall down. She flew high, shouting down. "Do you think you can fly?" Tian Ka wondered, realizing it might have something to do with manipulating gravity. Deep Lamb shot up into the sky, as if gravity had shifted from normal. She looked down, wondering how much longer she had to fly, as the sky seemed endless. Deep Lamb sat upside down in the sky. She wondered how much higher she would go, feeling like she had already gone quite high. She calmly observed, but upon reflection she realized that the magic barrier had a limit. She couldn't be too far from it. She began to theorize, now that she was up so high. Perhaps she was standing on top of a tall building somewhere. Lamb stood on the balcony of a tall building, quietly observing. Deep Lamb looked toward her and suddenly realized she was indeed there. Immediately, she drew her weapon and a sharp wave of air began to spread. Deep Lamb spun around, aiming straight at that position. After firing, a beam of light tore through the dark sky, a sharp blade flying swiftly, seemingly with a tracking device attached. The blade flew straight at Lamb but only grazed her hair, sending a cold breeze. Deep Lamb was quick as lightning, already behind her. Her gaze was filled with murderous intent as she unleashed two rapid slashes. Her green hair fluttered gently in the breeze. Deep Lamb hadn't expected things to be this easy. She had neutralized the gravity barrier. Was it over already? But she felt disappointed upon seeing, in hindsight, it was just a dummy. Immediately, dozens of cars began to hover above Deep Lamb. She looked up and saw them all fall. Deep Lamb closed her eyes in confusion, then suddenly spoke. "It's a trap." A huge explosion erupted, lighting up the upper floors of the building. Debris from the cars flew everywhere, creating a shower of metal falling down. The cars exploded in a chain reaction, turning into ashes in a flash. Fortunately, Deep Lamb managed to dodge in time. She gripped the sword tightly in her hand. She sighed in relief, muttering, "Lucky, I almost fell for it." Now where would she find her next? Just as she thought that, she saw Lamb laughing eerily from behind. Deep Lamb immediately sensed something unusual and quickly glanced back. A blinding streak of light shot up, cutting through the dark sky, piercing through the skyscrapers. Finally, the light streak embedded itself into the wall. Deep Lamb was stuck, still feeling a sharp pain from the recent blow. She struggled to stand up, clutching her head and whispering, "It hurts so much, no time to rest." A large saber came rushing towards Deep Lamb. Upon impact, it caused a terrifying earthquake. Dust and smoke filled the air and Deep Lamb's figure disappeared into the smoke. She slid across the glass wall, realizing she had been in this situation before, and exclaimed, "You're still like this." Lamb stood steadily on her large saber. She smiled with a sinister grin, her eyes flashing green. Deep Lamb sneered, "You only reveal yourself when you gain something, huh?" At that moment, Deep Lamb slowly flew into the sky. Tayet was surprised. "She's flying away, what now?" "We have to help her." Tian Ka looked exhausted. "She's flying away." She tilted her head back. "It's fine, I don't want to do anything, I'm so tired." Tian Ka huddled in a corner, saying, "This is something Deep Lamb brought upon herself, let her deal with it." The little girl hesitated to stop her, but Tian Ka spoke again. "We came here to investigate someone else. Instead, we were spotted and they know we're from another school." She furrowed her brow and sighed. "What if my dad finds out about our school? What if we're recognized during the competition? How do we explain why we're here? Just thinking about it is so embarrassing." Tian Ka thought for a moment. "Now, if we go back, we'll get scolded by the teacher. If we really help Deep Lamb fight Lamb, we'll definitely be disqualified, maybe even expelled. Do you still want to go?" Tayet stayed silent. Back to the battle, Deep Lamb stood firm on the glass wall just as before. She smiled faintly, gaining a little advantage and revealing yourself, "Huh?" Lamb smiled cruelly. "This is a real fight, not a competition. No one's calling for the start." Deep Lamb tightened her weapon into a combat-ready position. She crouched down, her gaze intensely focused. "Enough with the chatter, come over here." Lamb smirked, laughing contemptuously, not bothering to hide it. She tilted her head back, laughing so hard that tears streamed down her face. Lamb taunted, "What do you mean come over here?" She placed her hand on her mouth, smug. "I told you this isn't a competition, no one's calling for the start. Besides, you're already in my hands." Deep Lamb slid backward, stunned as she realized she was off balance. She quickly plunged her sword into the building to prevent herself from falling. Just as expected, Lamb pushed her large saber forward. Her eyes flashed and her sharp teeth bared in a creepy grin. Gravity increased tenfold. Immediately, Deep Lamb fell at high speed, crashing into the ground. A cloud of dust and debris rose, obscuring everything, leaving only silence. The dust slowly cleared away. Deep Lamb collapsed, motionless, her body as light as a feather falling to the ground. She stood there, her face full of smug satisfaction. Finally, you're obedient now, not bad. Lamb approached and gently extended her hand. Let me see if you've grown taller. She laughed loudly, her voice full of mockery. Did you shrink in height? Immediately, Lam mocked. Did your height decrease and your brain get affected too? With 10 times the gravity, you still dare to challenge me? Deep Lamb struggled to look at her, but Lam was unconcerned, turning around to leave. Just stay there, wait until I step out of the range and it will automatically cancel. She hummed a tune as she walked under the dim light. Lam looked very pleased. Her lips curled into a satisfied smile. Suddenly a shadow blocked her path. She was surprised. You seem happy. Lam laughed. You're strange showing up together like this. Tian Ka put her hands in her pockets and confidently said, Unfortunately, you won't be laughing much longer. She unexpectedly responded. You think you can make me stop laughing just with yourself? You're even weaker than Deep Lamb. Tian Ka replied calmly, but I'm smarter than her. I've done some research. Your ability is to manipulate gravity, right? Lam sneered derisively. And Tian Ka, the Academy of Assassins summoning system. Your fate is just that of a fat chicken, and the rest is basic summoning. She continued mocking. Her awakening rate is only 43%, a common level awakening. Don't think you're the only one who has done research. How foolish can you be? She said, turning and walking away. Tian Ka smiled, her intentions unclear. She crossed her arms and calmly responded, So, are you going to run away? Hit where it hurt. Lam immediately turned around, yelling, What did you say? Tian Ka hurriedly ran. I called you a fool, an idiot, clueless. As she ran, she muttered, I know this narrow road like the back of my hand. I should be able to buy some time. Suddenly Lam appeared right behind her, making Tian Ka gasp so fast. She quickly turned into a small alley, while Lam used 10 times gravity on an object nearby. That bucket is so unlucky, it was immediately crushed flat like paper. Tian Ka's mouth dropped open. Amazing, it was directly flattened, but she had pulled out a hairpin. Tian Ka quickly suppressed it. The test tube snapped in half and she stepped on it. A stone had been waiting as a stepping stone. Lam chased after her, and when she turned around, she saw it. Tian Ka had already jumped away. She grabbed onto the windowsill, and Lam used 10 times gravity, shooting straight towards it, crushing another black flower pot. It shattered into pieces. She smirked. You're good at running. Tian Ka struggled to run, her breath ragged. She instinctively glanced back, her eyes full of doubt. Then Tian Ka suddenly stopped, her eyes showing confusion. Aren't you going to chase me? Without hesitation, she threw herself at the window, breaking the glass and leaping outside. Tian Ka landed lightly on the ground, her movements smooth and agile. Her face was pale. Better be cautious. Run far first, then go find Dung Tiet for a meetup. A voice sounded, Got you, making Tian Ka freeze. She collapsed when Lam used 10 times gravity. Lam stood on the rooftop looking down. You didn't think I wouldn't catch up with you, did you? Lam smiled eerily. Where did that arrogant attitude go? I thought you actually had some plan, but you ended up running away. Tian Ka slowly sat up and calmly replied, Lucky you caught up, she weakly said. If you hadn't caught up, I wouldn't know what to do either. With that, Tian Ka shouted, Hong Deep Lam, save me. Lam just stood there, staring blankly, not reacting. She turned her head back, looking behind in doubt. Could it be? But unexpectedly, there was nothing behind Lam. She suddenly realized, of course. That child wouldn't trick anyone, wouldn't pretend not to climb. But then, Lam's pupils slightly constricted. She stood in shock. A hand had grabbed Tian Ka, pulling her into a dark alley. Lam was stunned, unable to hide her surprise. That hand gently pulled Tian Ka inside. Temporarily safe, she slammed down on the ground, angrily shouting, Damn! Looking towards the feet hidden in the shadows. Lam, I'm pissed, stop right there. She quickly chased after. Do you think you can still run after being hit by my barrier? But Tian Ka was too familiar with the terrain, managing to hide just in time. Damn. Lam stared ahead, her eyes a bit confused. She followed the alley but lost track. What's wrong with this path, so many turns? Placing her hand on the wall, Lam wondered, is there an alley like this nearby? She looked around suspiciously, unsure if she had lost her way. At the same time, Crystal Moon suddenly leaped up from behind and spun around, her eyes lighting up. Crystal Moon smiled mysteriously and shouted, using 10 times her normal strength. However, thanks to quick reflexes, Lam dodged to the side, barely avoiding the attack. A deep dent appeared on the floor. She trembled, clutching her hand that had been struck down. The pain left her numb. Crystal Moon pointed to the sky and spoke. Hong Deep Lam finally arrived. She raised her hand, following the direction Crystal Moon pointed. Deep Lam, where are you? Crystal Moon quickly lunged toward the outstretched hand. Good, pull me up quickly. She glanced over and said, Just kidding, how could I be hit twice? Lam used 20 times the normal gravity. Everything became heavy and hard to move. Crystal Moon felt her body paralyzed, her hands in pain. She walked forward calmly, her slow movements making others feel suffocated. Lam Lam sat down, her face full of surprise. Can the stone giant be used this way? Truly a master of basic summoning. She suddenly realized something and added, earlier it felt strange, there hasn't been an alley like this lately. All of this feels unfamiliar. Lam Lam confidently said, when lost in the stone maze, Crystal Moon will surely be afraid with no options left. Then Lam Lam gently said, then consider it my win. That's enough for today, let's go home and rest. She raised her hand, smiling maliciously. Do you think I'll say that and spare you? Don't worry, I won't be too harsh. I won't be harsh, just can't compete. Crystal Moon cried, shouting, now is the moment, Hong Deep Lam, save me. She grew impatient and sneered, do you think I'll believe you, telling lies 3 times? Suddenly Deep Lam appeared right behind, raising her sword. Lam Lam quickly looked back, eyes wide in surprise. In the darkness, a silent step was approaching swiftly. Deep Lam, bruised, asked, where exactly did I lose? Snowgarb looked surprised. Huh, the kid, she froze and softly called, Deep Lam. Lying face down on the ground, she responded, cocked eye. Deep Lam looked up, tiredly saying, you finally made it. The kid sat down, expression indifferent. Crystal Moon said she had a plan to defeat Lam Lam and asked me to help. She's already drawn Lam Lam out of the barrier. Where? Deep Lam exclaimed helplessly. I haven't even touched her and she's already defeated, so embarrassing, don't want to act anymore. Snowgarb pressed, where? She lifted her skirt, looking at Deep Lam. Here, I don't want to move. Exhausted, you don't make a fuss either. The kid objected, no. Deep Lam shed tears. Are you using the wind to bend bamboo? Snowgarb realized something, her eyes gleaming. Ah, I see. The kid raised her hand, ready to touch the yellow cloth. Indeed, Snowgarb pulled hard to take it from her. Under the flickering light, the kid dragged the item away. Deep Lam peeked, confused. What's happening? Snowgarb suddenly slipped and lost her balance. The kid fell to the ground, shouting, it hurts. The cloth flew off, followed by backpacks and the sword. From above, items covered by the cloth fell one by one. The sword fell vertically. Cocked eye panicked, quickly shielding her face with her hands. In an instant, she secured the sword in her hands. Then, Deep Lam cut all the wooden boxes and confidently returned the sword to its sheath. Snowgarb gasped for air. So it was because the items were too heavy, that's why you reacted. She turned to speak. But why help me? Helping me means you won't harm yourselves, right? The kid whispered closely. Don't worry, just like this, then like that. Deep Lam nodded. Ah, okay, Snowgarb continued. Then like that. She gave a thumbs up in approval. Not bad, maybe that works. Lam Lam said sinisterly. Don't worry, I won't be harsh, just can't compete. Crystal Moon cried loudly. Now Hong Deep Lam, save me. She replied coldly, indifferently. Do you think I'll believe you? Sensing something wrong, Lam Lam turned her head. In a flash, the hilt struck her head and she yelled, ah! She stepped forward asking. Scared? Lam Lam trembled, calling, you Deep Lam, so embarrassing. She became fierce. Hong Deep Lam, are you playing me with them again? Hearing this, the kid closed her eyes and quickly denied. No, Deep Lam gripped her sword. I've broken your barrier, fight seriously, fair. A large hand grabbed Crystal Moon. Finally, from a hidden corner came a voice. Leave it to her, Deep Lam. She spoke disdainfully. You said you wanted a fair fight with me? Lam Lam's eyes sharpened. Fine, I'll give you a chance. Deep Lam listened impassively. Your barrier power controls space. My barrier power controls gravity. Lam Nam smirked. She could easily defeat her opponent in a single strike. She lightly brushed her handgun at her side. Simply put, this was a showdown between 2 cowboys. She thought about a speed draw contest and activating her powers. Her index finger pointed forward in preparation to unleash her ability. Dai Lam was preparing for battle, gathering strength for a powerful strike. Lam Nam subtly signaled, certain that she would win, she told herself. In the blink of an eye, she appeared right behind Lam Nam. The battle between the two was fierce, the tension in the air palpable. Their swords clashed, sending small sparks flying. She raised 2 fingers, signaling that defense was still possible. Dai Lam saw this and looked surprised. The ground around her began to sink, the gravity increasing 100-fold. Dai Lam's eyes flashed. She had anticipated this. She quickly raised her sword high, using the gravity to her advantage in the attack. Lam Lam was surprised. She angrily struck the ground, and a beam of green light appeared around her. Lam Lam blocked the attack. She wondered if gravity really helped her fight effectively. I just need to destroy the barrier, she thought. Lam Lam controlled her massive sword, driving it deep into the ground. She rubbed her neck and said, can this thing really work under 100 times gravity? Unbelievable, she's using gravity to attack. Lam Lam stood tall and shouted. She couldn't have just learned that inferior strategy, could she? Only the weak would resort to such an inferior strategy. Advanced Tin and Gaiet will definitely lose but still want to mock me. Taeyi spoke. Turns out, Hong Dai Lam has been dragging her whole family everywhere for this reason. Suddenly, a soda can and a coin from a vending machine rolled past their feet. The space tilted and a scream echoed. Gravity has changed direction. The girl was trying to hold onto the corner of the building, but still looked down. She quickly grabbed Tin and Guyet's wrist, preventing her from falling. Careful, the flying car is coming down, the girl wondered. Doesn't she see us? A strange purple pill appeared in midair near her hand, and a frantic scream echoed from afar. Right, grab it. Both of them safely landed on the car below them. Taeyi breathed a sigh of relief. Lucky, no one's in the car. Tin and Guyet asked, no way. Each barrier should only have one method of movement. How can she do this? She looked up, puzzled. Could it be that she has hidden her true power? Lam Nam said, her eyes filled with doubt. You weren't always the cowardly type who runs away like this, Lam Nam said, looking around. Hey, come out here. Where is she? Lam Nam shouted. She can't be hiding. Lam Nam looked into the distance, suddenly doubting. Has she really only been listening to my calls? Dai Lam said with a tone of disdain. You definitely don't need to hide, your barrier isn't that strong. Lam Lam was angry. You want to try? Do you think I won't throw you into outer space? Dai Lam replied. Are you sure you'll do that? I've provoked you this much. She curiously asked, is it possible to admit defeat after someone challenges you? Deep Lam replied. What did Huang say? When her momentum returned, she once again went for the duel with the cowboy as promised, and Lam Lam smiled. You don't really think that I only have this much strength, do you? She raised her hand, preparing to unleash her power. Let's see then. Deep Lam gripped her sword tightly, and Lam Nam pointed at the ground, commanding, 500 times gravity. She suddenly stopped, her face turning fierce. What do you mean by that? Lam Lam shouted in anger. Why don't you draw your sword? Deep Lam lowered her head as she heard her. Are you intentionally letting me win? Are you insulting me? She looked up and said in a calm tone, seems like it's not too heavy. She gaped, shocked, as if she couldn't believe what she just heard. Deep Lam immediately tightened her grip on the sword, preparing to attack. In the blink of an eye, the sword stabbed at Lam Lam, then quickly knocked her far away, creating a large explosion. Dust rose in clouds within which a shadow could barely be seen. She lay sprawled on the pile of rubble without saying a word. Deep Lam calmly sheathed her sword. Sorry, I just wanted to see how much gravity I could withstand. Unexpectedly, a small stone hit Deep Lam's face. She didn't care much, just squinting an eye and wiping the stone away. From the thick dust, a foot appeared, standing still. A flower pot was thrown at her mercilessly, aiming to strike Deep Lam's head. With swift reflexes, she immediately cut it in half. Deep Lam widened her eyes in surprise. Seeing the flower pot still floating, she wondered, is it lifted? Lam Lam's face darkened. Do you know there is a gravitational force between everything? Deep Lam asked skeptically, what are you talking about? Lam Lam replied, I just happened to read about it in a book. Deep Lam looked at the pot, curious. You did this, right? Are you so angry that you're playing dirty tricks? She looked up as if realizing something. The wall, car, and other heavy objects were rushing towards where Deep Lam stood. She was panicking. How do I avoid this? Isn't it over already? Lam Nam raised her hand to block the moon. Without gravity, planets wouldn't exist, nor could they operate. She spoke, without gravity, humans can't stand on the ground. Lam Lam closed her eyes tightly and turned her head. The life of all things depends on gravity. She arrogantly said, how does it feel to become the center of gravity? Deep Lam, after a while, opened her eyes slightly and felt something tightening on her cheek. Tin and Guyet hugged Deep Lam tightly. You finally woke up. She turned to ask how this is. Tin and Guyet asked in confusion, don't you remember anything? Then she started explaining, everything on this street was sucked in by him. She said sadly, I summoned the stone giant, but now we are buried inside. Tin and Guyet realized we've been tricked. Her power isn't controlling gravity, it's controlling the force of attraction. Deep Lam asked again, the force of attraction? She explained, you just need to know that right now you're attracting objects. Deep Lam curiously asked, all right, I understand now. So what do we do to escape here? Looks like it's over. Lam Lam smirked, raising her hand high and shouting, it's over. The giant sword was descending, aiming at the rubble of the wall and the old car. Immediately a green light flashed, forming a pillar. She sneered, forcing me to use this move, you've improved quite a bit. Lam Lam's pupils contracted, as if not believing her eyes. Suddenly, the sword passed through empty air and no one was in sight. She was stunned. What just happened? Where are they? Did they run? Lam Lam frowned in confusion. No, the barrier is still effective. But she thought the objects should have been sucked over. Why aren't they moving? Lam Nam looked up, suddenly realizing another danger. Could it be? A sword suddenly thrust up from the ground, appearing right under her feet. In the blink of an eye, the tip of the sword was right at Lam Lam's face. She jumped high to dodge the strike. Didn't expect it to come from under the ground. Right on the ground, an explosion erupted and rocks flew everywhere. From that, a shadow in red dashed quickly towards Lam Lam. The two faced off again, the air around them suffocating. She gritted her teeth, tensing, gripping the giant sword tightly. The blades of Deep Lamb's sword emitted a cold, chilling light. Lamb opened her mouth, preparing to call out the name of her technique, while Deep Lamb, with determined eyes, stood ready to face her. Suddenly a hand covered her face, and at the same time it blocked Deep Lamb's view as well. Zhuang Ban grabbed the heads of both, preventing them from continuing their fight. He spoke, "Are you two the ones who caused the destruction on this street?" Seize them. The iron door was heavily guarded. Zhuang Ban slowly said, "Fortunately, there were no casualties this time. I advise you both to answer honestly." He continued questioning, "Why were you fighting on the street? Who started it?" Immediately, Lamb pointed at the opposite side. "She did." Deep Lamb also pointed back, refuting. "She did." Tin and Gayet also pointed at Lamb. "I also saw that it was that girl with the blue hair." Zhuang Ban slammed the table in anger. "Shut up, this isn't a vote," he shouted loudly, demanding quick answers. "Don't stay silent." The three others in the room were speechless. Didn't he just tell them to shut up? A voice came from the camera, "They're still students, don't hit them." Wang Ben frowned, "Stop the nonsense, how's the guy in the surveillance camera?" The reply came, "Almost done." She thought to herself, wait a minute, seeing it through the camera. Lamb began to piece things together. She saw herself running away, not fighting back, trapped by a labyrinth of stone giants, constantly shouting for help. In an instant, Lamb realized the problem. Is it because of this person? She smiled widely as if emphasizing every word. "Goodbye, my friend." She was dragged away while screaming, "I'm innocent." They were the ones causing trouble at school. After the two left, the iron door slammed shut. He cheered, "All right, finally done. The two-person session is over." Tina Su breathed a sigh of relief. "No, you're the lucky ones. We'll leave first then." Wang Ben's face darkened. He shouted, "Huh, who said you could leave?" Deep Lamb and her companion turned back, both saying, "Ah," and immediately the cold gate locked their hands. Elsewhere, another cold iron door was slammed shut aggressively. Tina Su spoke, "Zhu Yu, you're here too," the girl replied. "I got caught after calling the police." He peered through the door and said, "We've already informed your school. The Supervision Academy. Just wait here until your school comes to bail you out." She broke out in a sweat. It seemed she could only stop here, at least handling one person. Tina Su Tin was excited. "Good thing you encouraged me, otherwise I would have run back already." You denied, "No, I didn't do anything." Tina Su complained. "Relax, suddenly I want to go soak in a hot bath." Deep Lamb thought differently. "Hopefully we don't have to go back." The girl wondered, "I wonder how they've been training these past 2 days." On the snowy mountain peak, a strange blue light shot upward. In the thick snow, a tail covered in glowing scales appeared. Among the snowy peaks, a dragon's legs appeared proudly in midair. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and spat out a large chunk of snow. The snow the dragon spat out contained many small snowflakes. They slowly fell, covering the surrounding pine tree. The ground was already thick with snow, and a snowflake fell silently. Someone was buried beneath the snow, only a hand showing. The snowflake immediately landed on it. Ningfam's students were lying scattered on the snow-covered ground. A figure appeared behind Sufang. It was Shen Shan with a demonic face. "We meet again." Snow continued to fall. The dragon circled the sky. When Jing trembled, "I didn't intend to come to the academy for the gifted." She began recounting her life. "I have 6 siblings. By the time it was my turn, there was no money for school. Luckily, the academy for the gifted offered free tuition and a stipend." When Jing continued, "With the stipend, my siblings could go to school." She regretted, "But really, I always wanted to learn manga drawing." When Jing looked at her book, eyes shining, her face pale, "I have to win and get the prize money. With that money, I can study manga." Tian Ka asked, "Really? But why say this now?" They were suspended on the cliff. When Jing said, "So you know what I'm carrying, doesn't it make you hold tighter?" He denied, "Not at all." She shouted, "Hold tighter." Tian Ka sweated. "Got it," thinking, "Haven't eaten all day, just holding on is fine." Tian Ka recalled the scene after the 3 teachers went out to find people. Shen Shan said flatly, "A fact for you, the warehouse is empty, no food inside." The students below were confused. He added, "But 20 km north of here is Hot Spring Hotel No. 2. Your first lesson is to cross 2 snowy peaks to get there." Shen Shan continued, "On the mountain, use climbing ropes in pairs." Meanwhile, Li Qiang, Sufang, and Gong Yan were bewildered. "Groups of 3, Shen Shan sneered. "You'll have food when you get there, but during the climb, don't open the ropes. Open them and you fail, no dinner." Who knows, the rope might save your life. While climbing, when Jing carelessly fell. Her grandmother was right, he held the rope. "I'll pull her back," quickly using the rope. They were dangling on the cliff, making Tian Ka helpless. Then it became like this, relying on the rope hooked to a rock, feeling unlucky. A voice rang out, "Where did those 2 go?" A reply, "Keep looking, still not found." Hearing this, she shouted, "Ah, they're here, help, we're here." A voice approached, someone said, "Go check over there." Tian Ka's pupils shrank in fear. Not good, it's about to collapse. His face was pale, drained of all color. "Be careful, don't come over here," the boy exclaimed in shock when he actually heard a voice. He suddenly realized that it was their rope. Li Qiang looked puzzled and asked if they had slid down, to which Gong Yan replied, "Just pull them up." As the boy and Sufang got closer, they unexpectedly slipped. Tian Ka's rope also slipped from his hand and the group fell together. At that moment, only Li Qiang and he remained holding the rope tightly. Sufang, in panic, asked, "What do we do?" The boy closed his eyes tightly and shouted, "Nan Gong Yan." His desperate cry echoed upward. "Hold the rope tight," the boy gasped. Above, Gong Yan grabbed the rope confidently and said, "Leave it to me." Before he could finish, the boy also slipped. All three of them fell into the snowy forest below. The 5 people were finally gathered, their formation complete. But when they opened their eyes, they were greeted by blinding sunlight and sand swirling everywhere. Amidst the sand, something began to stir, and then a hand slowly emerged from the surface. Tian Ka struggled to get up, coughing violently as sand poured in. He stood up, looking around in disbelief. He exclaimed in shock, "Where is this? How did I end up in a desert?" He tried to recall the moment they had fallen and then realized something was wrong. Tian Ka looked around but couldn't see the others. "Didn't we fall together?" His belt rope seemed to be pulled tight. Tian Ka froze, not understanding what had happened. Suddenly his eyes widened as if he realized something. Could it be? Tian Ka pulled on the rope with all his might, silently calling, "Wen Jing." Below the deep sand, there seemed to be movement, as if something was about to be pulled up. Fortunately, half of her body was pulled out of the sand and she coughed violently. He anxiously asked, "Wen Jing, are you all right?" She whispered, "This is a desert. Why?" Tian Ka replied, "I don't know, but the urgent thing is to leave here. Do you know which way to go? I'll carry you." Wen Jing asked curiously, "Do you know which way to go?" He calmly answered, "No." Their footprints were imprinted deeply in the sand. Tian Ka pushed forward step by step, walking for an hour. She said in panic, "I still don't see the edge of the desert. Did we take the wrong path? If we go deeper into the desert, we'll die." He immediately cut her off. "Can you be quiet?" Wen Jing continued, "A normal person can only survive 2 days without water. It's the same in the desert. If we keep walking like this, we might only last 1 day." She continued, "If we don't find water, we're finished. Moreover, even if we leave the desert, we might not make it back home. We should find water first." Tian Ka asked, "Where did you learn all this?" Wen Jing replied casually, "In comics." He mocked, "You believe in comics?" Wen Jing retorted. "Believe it or not." After walking a long distance, Tian Ka was exhausted, constantly swallowing because of thirst. He turned to ask, "Does that comic say how to find water in the desert?" She was lying sideways on the ground, with the rope extending down into a hole below. Wen Jing looked down with tearful eyes, tiredly asking, "Have you found anything?" Tian Ka's voice came from above. "Is that comic really reliable?" She explained. "Plants survive on water and there is often water beneath the grass." He sighed, "Really? I used the last of my strength to dig this hole. If there's nothing, we're doomed." Suddenly the spade of Tian Ka hit something hard. He bent down to look, frowning. "What is this?" Immediately after, the object surfaced from the sand, causing Tian Ka to panic. In the blink of an eye, he was thrown high into the air. Tian Ka fell hard to the ground. Wen Jing gasped in shock. Before them, a gigantic creature slowly revealed itself. It was a giant black scorpion, its appearance menacing. Wen Jing screamed in fear. "Run!" Tian Ka shouted. "Shut up if you're free, think of a better way." She said, "What could we do?" He retorted. "Does the comic not say what to do if you dig up a monster?" Wen Jing guessed, "Maybe it's a sand demon. It's afraid of heat and during the day it hides under the sand. We dug it up, no wonder it's angry." She gently lowered her head and said, "Let's find a place to hide. When the heat comes, it will go back." But there was no place to hide in this desert. Tian Ka's gaze became firm. He pointed ahead and said, "Let's hide in that greenhouse." In the desert, a house appeared, buried in sand with only the upper floor remaining. Wen Jing asked doubtfully, "Why is there a house in the desert? Is it an illusion?" The monster was about to catch up and Tian Ka shouted, "No matter what it is, let's check it out." Unfortunately, he tripped on the rope while running, fell flat, and his face slammed into the sand. He turned around, panicked, and said, "Not good, Wen Jing." Looking over, Tian Ka saw her running quickly. He was being dragged behind and shouted, "You!" The sand demon's claw was inches away from him. The rope across his chest suddenly tightened as if it wanted to pull him away. The claw lunged, but Tian Ka dodged in time. Wen Jing, exhausted, said, "This is too heavy. I saved your life, you owe me a month's worth of meal." Tian Ka immediately agreed without hesitation. Whether it was a month or a year, it didn't matter. "So, can Hector run faster? We can't let the gap widen further." The black seed wanted to quickly catch up with them. Its head was almost touching Tian Ka's face. "This is bad, the current magical power can't even activate a defensive spell." He could only sigh in despair. "Isn't there any other way?" Tala asked, "Do you know how to increase the defense strength?" he replied. I know how when narrowing the range, the intensity will be stronger. He sighed, not bad. So do you know that waterfall defense is the best? Tian Ka was surprised, only deploying magic on the back. Tala explained, not entirely, what you need to defend is water. He patiently taught because every droplet of water that touches will form just the right shield. This way, the strongest defense can be deployed with the least consumption. It was about to strike, he thought, although he had never succeeded in the water droplet defense before. Fast as lightning, Tian Ka was struck by the black seed. He was violently thrown into the old house, and she stood there stunned. Tian Ka rubbed his head, laughing loudly. It's a success, the first success. When Jing immediately landed on the house, it worked, she said. The insect brain is so stupid. Tian Ka continued, yes, didn't you see? He realized, this place looks very much like a hot spring hotel. When Jing didn't believe it. Do you think this is a hot spring hotel? How could it be? This is a desert, Tian Ka said. It looks like a room for the fat guy. Let's see if there's a secret passage. She looked down, doubtful. How could it be? It's too dark. When Jing widened her eyes, there really is, Tian Ka instructed. Don't touch it, she gasped. She also said this is real. When Jing grabbed his hand, what if there's someone here? Let's go check. Tian Ka answered succinctly, there is. She was puzzled. Why? Although she didn't know why it was a desert outside. When Jing released his hand, her face turned pale with fear, but in her panic she exclaimed, you're bleeding from your nose. Ngok Tiat held a stack of papers and smiled. You all do this test first, so I can understand your current level. After a while she became so angry she was shaking, stammering, this. Ngok Tiat trembled as she looked at the stack of papers in front of her. No one had answered. She looked suspiciously at the papers. How did you arrange the culture lessons before? Tin and Gayat blankly answered. We basically didn't have any culture lesson. Ngok Tiat, hearing this, became helpless and sighed. Nin Pham beside her had a dumb expression. She turned to look at him, causing Nin Pham to quickly turn away. He scratched his head, frustrated. I'm the only teacher in Class D, and I'm not even a culture teacher. Ngok Tiat's face darkened, unable to speak. She turned away. Forget it. Still, she encouraged Class D. But you have to believe in yourselves. Passing this test is simple. There is a way. Ngok Tiat looked stern, emphasizing, that is unity. As long as you help each other, you can definitely succeed. Lai Kuang, covered with life preservers, draped his arm over Sufang. Got it, help each other, right? Sun has already prepared. Seeing this, both of them were immediately punished by her. His head swelled up and he said fearfully, we got it. Ngok Tiat's enthusiasm soared. Unity isn't cheating together, it's learning from each other, she lectured. Everyone helps each other, learning each other's strengths, working together, you can definitely succeed. Tian Chang quickly understood, so that's how it is. Next to him, Tian Ka smiled confidently. Teacher, I understand now. His tone was proud. When it's my turn to go on stage, I studied cultural subjects before transferring school. Then, Tian Ka was self-loving, laughing uncontrollably. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me, I'll definitely help you. Who told me I'm so smart? Tin and Gayat looked at him with disdain, thinking, no, with those grades after studying, might as well say it's a big failure. Lai Kuang was eager to learn Sufang. The skinny guy, you do better than me, give me the answers. He immediately agreed, no problem. The teacher said we should help each other. The boy happily pointed at the test paper. How did you pick this one correctly? Du Fang said casually. Look, the choices are very short, so pick C. Lai Kuang believed him, then asked, how did you pick this judgment question correctly? He said confidently, if all the answers are wrong, one of them must be correct. At this moment, the boy looked at him, smiling with gratitude. So that's how it is, feeling much smarter now. Thanks, bro, Sufang generously replied, you're welcome. On the side, Tian Ka was busy sticking notes, muttering, vase, cabinet, handle, flower, locker. Tin and Gayat looked confused. What are you doing? He stuck them on her face and replied with words for the items. Just look at them for a while so you can remember the vocabulary. Tin and Gayat was annoyed and raised her voice. Hey, don't stick them on me. The notes Tian Ka stuck on her had a highly mocking tone. Tin and Gayat's anger flared up, gritting her teeth. This guy is really here to cause trouble. It's not just about having higher grades. She pointed at the notes, condemning violence. He quickly defended, I didn't pay attention, it was a mistake. Don't be angry, didn't she say we should help each other study? I want to help everyone learn English. Seizing the opportunity, Tian Ka kept chatting nonsense. Violence isn't good. Violent is back, but violent is back. Adjective plus verb plus adjective, the grammar is wrong. I know you're lying. She immediately punched Tian Ka, not correct. Night fell, the moonlight illuminated the entire forest. In the forest, the elder bear laughed happily. The elder bear's outdoor kitchen was live streaming. Good evening, everyone. I have something very strange to share with you. Viewers actively commented, good evening. It's really late, having a late night meal? It quickly responded. Didn't it say earlier it wanted to go snow climbing? It looked up at the sky, but the snowy mountain suddenly turned into a tropical rainforest. Viewers of the live stream were curious. Is it real or fake? Why did this happen? Are we lost? The space was vast and strained. The elder bear looked helpless. No choice, today's live stream will be in the tropical rainforest. Hearing this, viewers expressed dissatisfaction. Tricking people. The bear is live streaming, afraid of orders and doesn't want to go right. It honestly replied, trick, would I trick everyone? Suddenly, the elder bear looked towards the forest and noticed something. Hey, look at this, it excitedly said on the live stream, suddenly spotting 3 people bathing in the pond. Go ask them if they know what's happening. Viewers responded, bathing in the pond, are they in trouble? It gestured toward the 3 in the pond. Hello, do you know where the snowy mountain has gone? It turned out to be Sufang's group. He looked at the elder bear and said, no idea, we're still at the snowy mountain. But before they could react, they fell into the swamp. Li Qiang nearby looked annoyed. Compared to this, they quickly helped each other out, soaked in the swamp all day, starving. It turned out the elder bear was their brother-in-law bear. It cried fearfully, you two unexpectedly followed me here. It trembled and hid in a corner. Don't take me back, I want to go out and pursue my true self. Sufang recognized it. You ran out again, he gently explained. We didn't come to catch you. Besides, it's been 2 days without eating. Now with no magic power left, even this swamp can't be escaped. The elder bear whispered, you mean? Immediately it laughed triumphantly, now you can't move. Long thought silently they had turned hostile. Seeing this, the elder bear turned and left. See you later then? Li Qiang struggled and shouted, hey, come back for me. Sufang reminded, calm down, doing that just wastes energy. As it was about to sink, the kid still called, come back for me, come back. He blocked it. You'll sink faster if you keep doing that. Suddenly it returned. Sufang was amazed. It actually came back. Is its conscience awakening? The elder bear's face was emotionless. No, bringing back the 3 increased viewership a lot. If you agree to cooperate with the live stream, I'll save you. He couldn't help but exclaim, this bear is ruthless. Later on the shore, it checked Gong Yuan, who was unconscious. Nothing serious, a short rest would suffice. Sufang breathed easily. But then Li Qiang nearby kept vomiting. The elder bear turned back to the phone. Saved those 3, tell me, did I do right? But today 4 meals needed to be made. Viewers praised continuously, you're a proper chef. The kid looked at him as if turning into a star. Is there food where? It turned to look at the 2. Of course there is, my segment is culinary arts. He asked the elder bear, on a picnic, culinary segment. The elder bear smiled mysteriously and revealed, correct, finding food outdoors called outdoor kitchen. It turned and said, let's go find culinary delights. Sufang doubted, shouldn't we clarify where we're going? Li Qiang was impatient. We'll figure that out after eating. It complimented, well said. After walking a while, the elder bear stopped, then eat this today. Viewers looked at the colorful tree and commented, looks hollow. Looks scary. Can this be eaten? Monster plant. He watched worriedly. Looks beautiful, probably poisonous. Can it really be eaten? It smiled confidently. Of course it can. Just before it could finish, Li Qiang salivated and stepped forward. Can eat it, then let's go. What are we waiting for? It signaled to stop. Wait, don't disturb it. As soon as it said that, the kid stepped on the vine. Suddenly, the tree's mouth extended and pulled toward Li Qiang. The kid was wrapped by the vine, shocked and scared. The vine is pulling Li Qiang into the mouth. The kid looked at it. Li Qiang shouted angrily. It's just food. After saying that, the kid followed and bit a few vines. Li Qiang broke free from control, angrily shouting, too hard to eat. The tree looked fearful, sweating and staring at the kid. Refusing to give up, Li Qiang roared fiercely but still had to eat. Watching the scene, the old bear widened his eyes, astonished at eating something poisonous alive, and Sufang was also shocked. Gong Yan woke from the daze. The stench made him dizzy, struggling to breathe. He wanted to call for help but couldn't speak. The old bear carried him on his back, panting but still in control. It rested on the meat-eating flower tree. The result wasn't bad. Sufang hurriedly looked for help, worried the fat one was poisoned, while the old bear remained calm. It said that within 10 steps around the poisonous plant, there was always an antidote. Right after speaking, it held a blade of grass in its hand, claiming it was the antidote. He quickly held out his hand. Then give it here, we must feed the fat one. Seeing the old bear hesitate, Sufang urged, why the reluctant act? It turned away unwillingly. This is premium cooking ingredient, wasting it by not cooking is a shame. He hugged Li Qiang tightly. He's about to die, does it matter if someone dies on the live stream? The old bear's eyes lit up with an idea. Cook it first, then feed him. Sufang shouted beside him. Waiting this long will kill him. Ignoring the warning, the old bear enthusiastically said, don't worry, I cook very fast. It used its claws to slice along the flower stem, cutting the outer layer and extracting some juice. It was premium vegetable oil, causing a stir among the livestream audience. The old bear began cooking, cutting the flowers into beautiful circles and pouring the oil into the pan, while some viewers commented critically. Viewers remarked, where's it round, clearly cut randomly. The old bear continued anyway. Viewers whispered, oh, so that's how it's used. Dirty hands. The old bear cooked the food over the fire. Finally, it sprinkled spiral grass over the flower shell, cooking with the vegetable oil, surprising everyone. Can you really see from above? It angled the camera at the pan, the spiral grass thickened into a paste, nearly done. Everyone drooled and praised the taste. Viewers commented, "Murderous, shouldn't watch this at night, so hungry." The old bear wrapped the cake in a leaf, finally finishing. Fans gasped, "So surprising, I'm starving, name it." It replied, "Green food, uncontaminated, this delicious dish is called." Spiral grass cake from the meat-eating flower. The old bear showcased it on the live stream. "Who wants some?" He panicked beside it. "Stop filming, it's cooled down now." Sufang fed a piece to the kid while speaking. "Hurry up." Li Qiang, lying motionless, quickly sat up. "What's this, so tasty?" He was instantly amazed. The kid looked eager. "More, I want more." He chewed the cake. "Delicious." Sufang flustered. "One per person, don't look at me." The scene left him bewildered. Seeing Li Qiang and him scramble for food, the old bear felt close and happy. It turned to Gong Yan, beaming and joking. The old bear was moved, never having seen this before. Food is made to be enjoyed by others, it tearfully self-reproached. "I'm foolish, why did I leave home?" The old bear teacher was silent. Sufang asked, "What's wrong, why so quiet?" It shyly wiped its eyes. "Nothing, it's fine." The old bear cheerfully ended the live stream. "That's it for today, hope everyone enjoyed it and got some food." Viewers said goodbye. "Sleep well everyone, bye." It turned off the phone, sighed, waiting for the trip to end to apologize to his wife, expecting a scolding. Thinking of this, the old bear quickly changed the subject, ate first, then noticed the empty cake package on the ground. The old bear got angry, growling, "Who ate my cake?" Everyone around was terrified, pale-faced. Seeing this, the old bear wondered, "Am I scared? Not that angry, I can still handle other things." A glowing eye and sharp teeth slowly appeared behind. Tian Ka seemed to drift in a sea of water. He couldn't move, his whole body ached, apparently brushed by a tail. They were poisonous. A hand gently offered a cup of water. Half awake, he saw Wen Jing standing in front, lips moving. Tian Ka comforted but unheard. No one answered, so she nervously grabbed a towel and approached. He was touched. "Taking care of me?" Soon, tears welled in Wen Jing's eyes. Tian Ka was frightened. "Why are you crying?" Seeing no reply, she sobbed again. He was helpless. "Why cry so miserably? Am I beyond saving?" Van Tin trembled, seeing Tian Ka cry, which made her startled. He slightly opened his eyes and said, "Don't cry anymore." She immediately clung to Tian Ka, saying, "Don't die." Van Tin bent down to carry him across the vast sand desert, while her struggling to prolong it would be very dangerous. She thought she needed to quickly find someone to treat his wounds. She couldn't let him die, because he still owed her a month's food money. Suddenly, Van Tin's eyes widened in alarm. A giant scorpion appeared in front of her. Van Tin glanced at the pillar nearby, hesitated and thought, "This is." One of the insect's claws was crushed. She exhaled in relief because it was dead. Van Tin looked up toward the stone pillar. The pillar had just made a sound. It slightly shook, causing the ground around it to wobble. Van Tin furrowed her brows, full of suspicion. She realized this was also a mystical beast. Vu was a giant turtle, carrying a small mountain on its shell. It was getting dark. Hot Spring Hotel No. 2 had turned on the lights. Samson sat watching TV, laughing with delight. "This next segment is really interesting." Kala was reading a book and suddenly curiously asked, "Wait, what about Tao? Another day has passed. Where have their two teams gone?" She calmly replied, "Team 2 has returned to Hot Spring Hotel No. 1. Team 3 left the marsh and was in the rain forest for a field trip." He wondered, "So there's no progress at all? When will they arrive?" Samson wasn't surprised and answered, "Didn't you also pass through here? The result isn't important, it's the process. Nature is the best teacher. There are always unexpected lessons." When the urgent news appeared on TV, she calmly watched. "Oh, the big bear is trembling under the tree, scared me to death," the three whispered softly. "It secretly watched Mew Cow hiding in the bushes. That guy was still there. They thought, wait to act, if we're discovered it will be troublesome." It seemed to eat whatever it saw. Looking at the flower rolling on the ground, Big Bear mumbled, "Carnivorous flower," already took a bite. Mew Cow put everything around into its mouth, thinking, but this guy wasn't poisoned, even eating rocks and scenery. Recalling the scene of Big Bear using its body earlier, if it hadn't hidden, I'd be inside its stomach. It immediately opened its phone to the search function. "What the hell is this?" it thought. "Let's Google it." Sufang, standing nearby, urged, "Right, try it." A series of hot news appeared on the screen. Big Bear curiously clicked, watching intently, sweating with worry. Breaking news: cities around the world are suddenly attacked by mysterious mystical beasts. Samsung's TV broadcasted the same news. "All citizens, please quickly move to the nearest safe location." She nodded. Indeed, the lesson has arrived. The host reminded, "Attention, this appearance is classified as a disaster-level mystical beast. If in danger, please prioritize your safety." Big Bear held the phone, anxious, suddenly appearing everywhere. "Disaster-level mystical beasts can destroy cities." He was stunned, thinking, probably the mystical beasts we encountered are the same. The news repeatedly reported a large number of mystical beasts appeared worldwide, most being rare disaster-level mystical beasts. Why are there so many? Investigation is ongoing. Reporters riskily hiding behind ruined buildings continued reporting. Disaster-level mystical beasts cannot be destroyed. They appear and disappear like natural disasters. A warning voice announced, against natural disasters we can only wait for them to disappear. If encountered, do not fight. Quickly evacuate to the nearest safe area. Tian Ka sat behind the bars curiously. What are they broadcasting outside? Tian also asked. I can't hear clearly, did something happen? She groaned, when will they come to pick us up? Waiting is so boring. The little girl worried, we've been gone so long, the teachers must be very angry. Tian Ka looked at Tian smiling. Are you afraid of being scolded? Being scolded doesn't hurt or itch. Teachers won't hit you either. The little girl thought, with her thick skin, Mrs. Nin Pham won't take action. Suddenly the police opened the door announcing, your guarantor teachers have arrived. Tian Ka exclaimed. Oh, finally here. Stepping out of the detention room, the two were overwhelmed by the crowd at the police station. Tian exclaimed, the station is so crowded today. She still replied calmly. I don't know, I've never been to a station before. Tian Ka looked at the procedure desk, saw a police officer guiding someone through the process. Finally, just sign here and it's done. The other person replied concisely, okay. She began to worry, exclaiming, huh. Tian next to her was even more panicked. Did something really happen? It turned out that Quang Vien came to handle the guarantee procedures for the three people. Tian Ka had no idea, her mind full of curiosity about who it could be, so she quietly asked Tian. She eliminated the possibility that it was Ning Fan or Master Dio, then asked who it was, and was told that it was the martial arts teacher, Master Liu. A horrifying memory from the past suddenly rushed back, making her teeth grind and hands tremble. She thought silently, wait, isn't this the person who once hit Zhang Tiancheng and sent him to the infirmary? She was still wondering if he really hit him when the police officer's voice pulled her back to reality. The procedures are all done, all done. Tian Ka began to panic, her thoughts in a mess. I haven't even figured out what to do yet. After hesitating for a moment, she decided it was better to act first than wait for him to handle it, then bowed her head and said, I was wrong, please forgive me. Tian called her back, Tian Ka. The girl paused for a moment and then said, they've left, oh. Tian Ka breathed a sigh of relief without noticing anything, but at that moment the police officer's voice rang out again. Hey, he shouted loudly in warning, hey, what are you doing? He reminded them that there were very dangerous beasts outside and it was absolutely safe inside. She stuck out her tongue teasingly, beasts, huh, our teacher is scarier than any beast. As soon as she finished speaking, Tian Ka stepped out to the door, leaving the police officer behind and said, bye-bye. The moment she left the police station, she froze in terror. The building seemed to be covered by a transparent golden membrane. Surrounding the place were only the remnants of destruction caused by the monster. Next to the police station stood a gigantic monster, towering high into the clouds, standing imposingly and making one feel powerless. Luna, with tears full of regret, asked, is it too late to turn back now? Elsewhere in a desolate area, someone was searching for something. Not finding it here, they moved on to another place. Not here either, where did Ning Pham go? When Ruan exclaimed in surprise, huh? She wondered, unable to enter. This is basement level 4, how could this happen? A door glowing yellow appeared behind, enhanced with magic. Inside the room, Ning Pham held a cup of tea and spoke slowly. So all this trouble to find a cop. You're sipping tea while talking to someone. Surely it's not just to invite me for tea. The mysterious person answered, echoing his word. This time I invited you here to. Ning Pham couldn't take it and interrupted. If you want to talk, take off the hat first. He slowly removed his hat and held a gun. All right, my bad. Actually, I invited you here because Din Min appeared and suggested playing a game with him. Hearing this, Ning Pham became cautious and asked, what game? He was confused, not understanding why there was a horse head under the hat, trying to hide his face. Suddenly, Ning Pham seemed to realize something, sweating profusely. At this moment, the image of Din Min appeared in his mind. Play a game, play a game. Ning Pham thought he was just a fool. Still, he stayed alert and used his skill. The system said, in short, just give it a try, activate the master's eye. A system warning appeared. Encountered a fire room, cannot scan. Ning Pham was stunned, this guy is like Huang Taiji. Din Min noticed his trick and said bluntly, you're spying on me. Ning Pham quickly lunged forward. He suddenly jumped onto his back, striking first. Ning Pham's hands formed seals and without hesitation pressed them directly onto Din Min. He was too surprised, only able to watch without dodging. He yanked the horse head off Din Min. Ning Pham successfully removed it, smugly saying, the game was easy. He started rambling, I want to see if you are, then noticed another layer. He smiled slightly. So you didn't want me to see your face, probably not someone I know. Din Min still wanted to explain. Who I am doesn't matter. Ning Pham showed no mercy, launched another move, burning everything. His eyes showed surprise seeing him still unharmed, saying, I advise you not to attack me again. Ning Fam grew anxious, thinking. Magic has been fully absorbed. No such magic should exist. He asked in puzzlement, so you also have a system. Din Min continued, that's right, Sun is already in my system. Its name is. The game system, please follow the rules here. He continued, the rules here are set by me. For example, if you attack me with magic, you'll receive counter-magical damage. Hearing this, Ning Fam asked, huh, you mean counter? Immediately your previous move rebounds onto you. Din Min remained calm. Exactly, directly hit yourself. Ning Fam, bruised, asked, what ability is this? No reasoning at all. Din Min helped him sit on a chair, still friendly. Isn't your system similar? However, your system level is too low, ineffective against me. Ning Fam sat down, exhausted, showing defeat. Alright, I won't touch your horsehead hat anymore. Continue talking about your game. Seeing him uninterested, he added, seems like nothing exciting. Din Min turned on the TV in front of Ning Fam. Before starting, I'll show you this. On the TV was news about disaster beasts, damage from their sudden appearances worsening. Previously, disaster beasts appeared once every 100 years. The news anchor switched to footage of a disaster beast destroying a city. This time only 10 years since the last appearance. Could the apocalypse be near? Watching this, Din Min asked, so impressed. Ning Fam finished watching, dazed. The sudden disaster beast seemed to trigger a memory. Flashback to 10 years ago. One evening at a luxurious villa. Voices echoed inside, but the young master Ning was nowhere to be seen. A wind servant searched. Today is Ning's gathering day. The young master cannot be absent. A servant saw Ning passing by and asked, sir, have you seen the young master? He slowly replied, not seen. The servant's lament echoed as he ran back and forth. Where has the young master gone? Ning's gaunt face showed only fatigue and worry for the boy, as if knowing the hiding place. He opened the window, scolding. Usually you don't listen, and now you won't even attend the family meeting. This mischievous kid. When Ning Fam was a child, he once hid under the window, and when I saw that, I could only sigh, wondering who he took after. Seeing my disappointment, he spoke up. You're just like you, didn't you sneak out too? Ning Fam was annoyed at that time. These bothersome rituals are pointless. Are you here to bring me back? Ning Fam calmly replied. I'm just here to tell you that your mother is angry and looking for you everywhere. Hearing that, he became worried and quickly stood up, realizing the situation was serious. Without hesitation, Ning Fam jumped down from the upper floor and said, I'll go first. I'll come back when mom calms down. Seeing this, I could only worry and called after him. Hey, if you don't go back, she'll be even angrier. Watching him hurriedly leave, I muttered, this mischievous kid, but I still cared and reminded him. Remember to return before curfew. As Ning Fam jumped over the wall, he waved his hand signaling okay, and happily said, successful escape. But just as Ning Fam was about to make his next plan, the villa behind him suddenly exploded, flames erupting violently. The explosion stunned him and he could only exclaim, what? From the debris, monstrous creatures started to appear. This was the first time disaster beasts had appeared. Ning Fam couldn't react in time. He could only watch as the flames consumed his family. The fire could not be extinguished. Tears flowed from his eyes, and by the time he reacted, the house that was once brightly lit had been reduced to ashes. Now only ruins remained, with a solitary necklace lying undamaged on the ground. Returning to the present, Ning Fam held the necklace and said, this necklace should have disappeared by now. He looked at the necklace and realized something related to his family. Are you the so-called master sending a letter? Do you know the mystery behind the disaster beasts? Ning Fam spoke, tell me everything you know. Ding Ming replied, looking confused. Mystery, do you think there's something special about this? Ding Ming's attitude made Ning Fam uncomfortable, so he frowned and said, stop joking. Ning Fam continued recalling the past when the disaster beasts appeared during the Ning family gathering. The ruins were still vivid in his mind after the Ning family was destroyed. The comforting voice of an acquaintance still echoed in his head. It really is a terrible incident, so tragic. Ning Fam, forget the past, looked to the present. But that only made Ning Fam more angry and he insisted, how can this be just an incident? He was serious, as always. Someone must be controlling these beasts. Fam Enhat Dao said, he has something he wants me to help with. If you tell me everything you know, I'll help you. Ding Ming responded, it's not a big deal, I just want you to play a game with me. He made an offer, play 3 rounds with me. If you win all 3 rounds, I'll talk. Ning Fam became interested, a smile appearing on his lips and said, not even 3 sentences and you're already talking about games. All right, I'll play with you. The system began to activate. Ding Ming asked, are you sure? Both of their systems started working. Ning Fam thought to himself, does the system have to agree from both sides before it can start? He didn't give him time to think and immediately said, then the first round begins. The system displayed a scene where Ning Fam's student was in danger. Ning Fam was surprised. This is my student, what's going on? Ding Ming looked and whistled. This third team is out of luck, they've encountered a disaster beast. Ding Ming looked directly at Ning Fam and explained, The rules are very simple. You just need to guide a team of students so that they can stop the disaster beast. As long as they succeed in stopping it, you win. If the beast harms someone, you lose. On the screen, the panicked expressions of everyone appeared. Ning Fam was surprised and thought he had to send them to stop the disaster beast. Ding Ming advised, "You should choose quickly. I don't know what will happen if you take too long." Ning Fam was confused, his mind full of chaotic thoughts. What benefit does this have for him, asking me to guide the students? It doesn't look like a trick. All right, I'll guide them, but which team should I choose? Ning Fam began carefully analyzing the pros and cons of each team. The Ice Crystal Moon team has very high combat power, but their magic is mainly for offense, not practical for protecting others. Comparing with another team, the Fat and Thin team can't fight against the beasts, so it's better to run. In the end, the only team left to choose was the one with the mental control barrier, Tian Ka with defensive magic. This team can protect others and control the beasts, so Ning Fam decided, "I choose the Wen Jing team and Tian Ka." After hearing this, Ding Ming raised a finger and guided him to proceed. Confirmed, now let's go see the situation. The surroundings immediately changed. Ning Fam was surprised. "A desert," Ding Ming explained. "I've transferred all the data here. The two of them must be nearby and soon. You see two figures not far away. One is trying to pull the other up. Isn't that right?" Vincent frowns, using all his strength. But Dylan says this is only a projection. She can't see us. Suddenly, sand rises as if to block the one being pulled. You shout in panic, "Wait." Nick recognizes the person. Tasha, are they already poisoned? He examines the situation and sees that defensive magic is useless. But since it's just a projection, there's nothing more he can do. He lets it go. At least there's still a mental restraint barrier. Nick looks up toward the leader. High above, giant footsteps crush the sand, sending dust flying everywhere. A massive dark tortoise appears, its shell and head covered in green moss. The two watch and Dylan turns to speak. Just one step caused a sandstorm like this. Luckily, the desert is empty. If this were a town, you'd be doomed. You throw something to get a response. Lucky that's okay. But Nick still seriously calculates how to deal with the beast. Vincent's barrier needs to affect the target's brain to work. You look for a flaw, but at this height the barrier has no effect. If you could hook something, it would help. But telling it to climb isn't practical. Mentioning this, Nick turns to ask an important question. Should we treat Tasha first? You said they can't see me, so how can I give instructions? He answers frankly, of course there's a way for you to give instructions. Dylan raises 3 fingers, showing how to send messages. You have 3 chances through my system. The content can be a sentence or an image. Nick pays attention. Anything can be sent. He strokes his chin, considering, theoretically, yes. You're not planning to send healing magic now, are you? You deny immediately. Of course not. What I want to transmit is. The scene shifts to another space, night falls, and a voice echoes. Tasha looks around, bewildered. She wonders, where is this? Then Dylan suddenly appears behind her. Tasha, right? To Tasha's surprise, he raises his hand. I'm here to deliver a message. Back in the present, Vincent is in front of her. Suddenly, Tasha opens her eyes as if waking from a nightmare. Ho is seriously injured, blood splattering everywhere, her glasses stained. Vincent trembles, flustered. Why? She panics seeing him collapse and vomit blood. Hey, are you okay? Suddenly, Vincent notices a shadow looming over them. She stays silent, anxiously looking back. When she turns, Vincent sees a giant foot ready to step down on them. All right, finally, she weakly mutters, unable to stop the giant step. A moment later, the imagined pain disappears. Vincent slowly opens her eyes, startled to find her arms empty. The one who coughed blood now stands above, supporting her. Tasha looks at Vincent, his face still covered in blood. Not bad, my timing for revival was just right. The giant dark tortoise lifts its head to the clouds. Its back carries a mountain tightly attached. Tasha watches the beast move away, muttering, it's gone. He tries to keep a normal expression despite the blood. Maybe scared enough, quickly hide, little tortoise. Seeing her kneel, Tasha tilts his head and laughs, sure she's thinking. Why did I survive the scorpion venom? Because my defensive magic evolved again. He recounts his revival. In the dream, a master guided me. Then I used a small shield to force all toxins out. Now Tasha looks extremely irritated. So don't say it's a drop of water. There's nothing in the world I can't defend against. Immediately he is punched hard by Vincent. Tasha clutches his face in pain, bones aching. What are you doing? How can I counter this? After the punch, she returns to calm. You said there's nothing you can't defend against, right? I just wanted to try. He snorts. His fragile heart is hurt. Tasha turns away, tears welling. I just wanted a bit of relief. Am I not handsome at all? Seeing him like this, Vincent grabs his sleeve. She shyly looks away. Blushing, she compliments sincerely. Actually, when you saved me just now, she spins around thrice. The words make Tasha blush shyly, being complimented for the first time. Witnessing the scene just now, Ding Ming clapped his hands and laughed loudly, very impressed, but he used defensive magic to expel the poison. How did you know he could sense the poison? It surely can't just be a simple bet, right? The earlier teaching suddenly echoed in his head. Go sense the poison and expel it. Ning Fan turned to speak to him. Of course, it's not a bet. The scorpion venom paralyses vision, hearing, taste, and the other senses become extremely sensitive. Ding Ming was concerned with another matter, equally important. So, how do you plan to deal with the next issue? Overall, this magical beast is too large, and just now, it didn't even pay attention to what was happening beneath it, even though it's a turtle. The pressing issue now is that, given its size, it will be out of the desert and into the city in just a few minutes. He pointed toward the two people over there, teasing. It seems like your students have no intention of stopping it, huh? On the other side, Tian Ka stood next to Wen Jing, scratching his head, advising, stay a bit farther from that turtle. She agreed. Indeed, he handed over a small piece of paper sandwiched between two fingers. I'm just giving them a bit of motivation. What's so hard about that? Scene change, the metal door to the cell opened. Mr. Nyan was surprised at being quickly released. Why are we being released without any bail? Still not answering that question, she's a senior teacher, right? Wants to ask her to help with something. She looked up at him. Yes, what do you need help with? Is it something related to the magical beast disaster? Things are too tight. She didn't hide it, immediately becoming honest. Yes, the situation is really bad right now. Wen was leading them while explaining. Our department's special abilities room has been severely understaffed due to the appearance of magical beasts. And this time, this phenomenon is happening worldwide. We can't get any reinforcements from other cities, Mr. Nyan continued, so that's why you need our help. She took the door handle. Yes. Wen opened the door and looked at the crowded people in the hall. Help them, they're panicking, each person speaking in disarray. I'm so hungry, when will these magical beasts disappear? How long do we have to wait? Damn, is this the world we live in? God save us! The crowded scene left her momentarily stunned. There are so many people. She led the way through the crowd. But there were still many people who couldn't make it to the police station or shelters. They had lost their families and friends. Little Wen Ruan had to raise her hand high, squeezing through to hand out gifts. Let them pass, Wen continued. But now, even the security guards have exhausted all their people. She finally revealed the purpose of this mission. We need to go out and search for civilians who couldn't escape in time. You can refuse. Before she could withdraw her words, Wen Ruan immediately agreed. I'll join. I need to confirm something outside. It will be convenient to help you save people. However, you can't be sure about the disaster. But Zhang Tiancheng quickly interrupted. I'll join too. Seeing people in danger, I can't just sit by and do nothing. Tiancheng expressed his deep concern. I can't just sit by and do nothing. Hearing that, Wen smiled softly. Then let's go. She rarely gave compliments. You really know how to speak, Zhang Tiancheng. Don't try to act up, he immediately replied. All right. A shadow approached the wardrobe in the bedroom. Inside the cabinet, the mother and daughter huddled together, trembling. The little girl softly asked, Mom, when can we go outside? Though scared, the mother reassured her. It's okay, someone will definitely come to save us. Suddenly, the light from outside shone in, casting shadows on the pale face of the mother. The mummy, wrapped in cords, opened the wardrobe door and crawled in. Its face twisted into a strange smile, one of its eyes bulging with red, rotten flesh. The mummy rushed toward them to harm the weak mother and daughter. A piercing scream rang out. At that critical moment, a fist punched through the wardrobe and struck its face. Tian Chang delivered a powerful blow, causing the mummy to be unable to avoid it. Its body was immediately thrown aside and slammed into the wall. After dealing with the mummy, he turned to check on the mother and daughter. You're all right, aren't you? The mother hadn't regained her composure yet, instinctively replying, No, I'm fine. Tian Chang took out a golden item from his pocket and introduced himself. I'm the one who helped the police come to save you. Then, he spread a golden cloth on the ground. There was a red circle drawn on it. Step into this circle. The little girl curiously peeked out. Though confused, the mother still stepped forward to follow. Stand here, Tian Chang answered. Yes. She asked again. Then what? At this point, he spoke into the earpiece. Ready? The person on the other end quickly confirmed. Got it. Elsewhere, Feng Zhan made a gesture with his fingers, then muttered, Transfer the formation open. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden cloth transported the mother and daughter right in front of him. He reported back. All right, Feng Zhan said through the communicator. It's done. Zhang Tiancheng, what's the situation now? He was hiding in a corner, observing the surrounding. For some reason, all the roads were filled with normal magical beasts. We need to speed up. Feng Zhan questioned. There's no trace of the disaster magical beasts, Tiancheng helplessly replied. None at all, which makes it very hard to understand. Strange, it must not have disappeared yet. Feng Zhan stood outside the building's porch with the two women in the light of the setting sun. But if it doesn't appear, that's also fine. In the distance, Tian Ka quickly moved through the alley. He found a way, reached an appropriate location, and with strong force pushed off the concrete, causing water to splash. Tian Ka quickly jumped up high, using the two flat surfaces of the adjacent building. When he arrived and had a clearer view, he suddenly felt confused. That's it, Feng Zhan spoke through the earpiece. Hey, have you seen anything? Tian Ka stood still, staring at the huge silhouette in the distance. Feng Zhan was worried. Is that a beast? The front legs of Xuan Wu rose with horns extending high like pillars. Tian Ka spoke up. Come here, even though we're small, we'll stop it. When Ting was slightly worried, can I go back? He then handed her a signed commitment form, saying, don't you want to? It clearly states we can stop the giant turtle from entering the city. When Ting read it a bit shaken, maybe, Ding Ming and the boy stood aside, watching. He sighed, you've really used up all your capital. But like this, there's only one last chance for instruction. Ning Fan joked, maybe you won't even be able to use it the last time. Tian Ka confidently opened the protective barrier circle and spoke, launch over here. Unexpectedly, before he could show his momentum, he was kicked away, and his upper body slammed heavily on the sand. Ding Ming turned to remind Ning Fan, how do you plan to use this last chance? O'Nien handed the yellow cloth to Hai Lion, instructing, take it and continue searching for survivors. He didn't hesitate and immediately responded, understood. Hai Lion then left, continuing the mission. O'Nien looked down at the stairs leading to the basement. A sign was about to fall. The sign clearly read, Underground Pedestrian Street, B1 Fashion Street, B2 General Merchandise Street, B3 Food Street, B4 Parking Lot. There was a beam of light shining through the gaps in the sealed iron door. Meanwhile, in the desert, Ding Ming reminded Ning Fan, how do you plan to use this last instruction? Ning Fan stood watching Tian Ka, who was struggling to get out of the sand. He still couldn't find an appropriate observation method and decided not to rush. Then, he struggled free from the sand, facing the giant body of Xuan Wu, unable to bear the humiliation from earlier. Tian Ka decided to try again. This damn turtle, when Ting asked worriedly, do you still want to go? She looked up at Tian Ka and reminded, we only regained a little strength from resting in the hotel. Seeing Tian Ka being knocked away again when Ting tried to persuade, if you go all in directly now, you won't win. Tian Ka helplessly asked, then what should we do? When Ting came up with an idea, if direct confrontation won't work, then use a strategy. He thought about Xuan Wu. Strategy? What strategy with this turtle? Tian Ka suddenly remembered the turtle's characteristics and exclaimed, ah, right, just flip it over. When Ting said, that possibility is not very feasible. You're not as strong as it. How do you plan to flip it? Ning Fan suggested, use the principle of leverage. Tian Ka was delighted. That's right, we can use the principle of leverage. Ding Ming rubbed his chin, curious. I helped you convey that. Last instruction, the principle of leverage. Can this work? You seem very calm, let's see, you'll know. After a moment, Tian Ka prepared the tool, a long stick, when Ting still wasn't fully convinced. Is this really going to work? Tian Ka confirmed. Of course. As long as there's a pivot point, the earth can still be moved. Tian Ka positioned it correctly, waiting for Xuan Wu to lift its foot, so he could use the lever to unbalance it. At that moment, Xuan Wu began to lift its foot. He pulled a pillar from the sky and jumped down. At this moment, Tian Ka clenched his fist, ready to strike. He exerted all his strength, delivering a strong punch to the head of the long stick. The pillar also slammed down, flipping the turtle over, but Xuan Wu's speed was too slow. When Tian Ka had lowered the pillar, he still hadn't stepped on the head of the stick. Xuan Wu huffed, and then its huge foot slammed down on the stick. The stick deformed, and Tian Ka was propelled by his own lever, flying high into the air. Tian Ka spun several times in the air, while Wen Ting stood below and Xuan Wu was pulled into the sky. Ding Ming clicked his tongue. It seems the principle of leverage can't make up for the gap in strength. Ning Fan remained calm. No matter how much strength you have, it's all part of my plan. And it's all part of my plan. The hand of Tian Ka tightly grasped the handle of a scythe, which had appeared unnoticed. He turned to Van Tin, standing beside him, still unable to win. She looked confused, still gathering her thoughts when she suddenly realized. Upon looking back, Van Tin was surprised to discover that they were already standing on the back of Xuan Wu. Tin and Guyet mumbled to herself, wondering how the fat guy and the skinny guy were reviewing. Maybe she should go check. She opened the door and called out loudly, Fatty, Skinny, are you there? She looked around. All she saw in the room were Sufang and Li Qiang doing something. Tin and Guyet frowned, wondering, what are they doing? I told them to study, why are they doing this? Are you playing with books? Sufang replied, it's sister duh. He explained seriously, this is a popular reading method online, quantum reading technique. Tin and Guyet was surprised. Huh, Sufang patiently explained further. Just flip through the pages quickly, it creates quantum interference between the pages. The pages emit duality wave particle effects, which stimulate the brain through the eyes. helping to read faster. Tin and Guyot sighed and asked, "Does this really work?" Sufang controlled Li Qiang to quickly flip through the book. "As long as you flip fast enough, it works." Each page was flipped rapidly. The book was wrapped in purple energy. Suddenly, the book began to glow, emitting a dazzling light. "Is this quantum interference?" Tin and Guyot was astonished, exclaiming, "Could it really work?" Suddenly, the book caught fire. "Dangerous move, don't try this." After all, they still continued studying. Thus, the study session continued into the test day. Finally, Tin and Guyot joyfully exclaimed, "Finally done, success, tomorrow is spring, time to rest." At that moment, Ning Fan walked over. "Hey, Tin and Guyot." She turned around instinctively. "Oh, Ning Fan," Ning Fan asked, "what are you doing?" She looked up and answered, "The test is over, I'm just going out for some fresh air." Speaking of which, Tin and Guyot happily teased, "It's almost New Year, don't you have anything prepared, teacher?" Ning Fan pulled out an envelope of red envelopes. "Is this what you mean?" Tin and Guyot's eyes brightened, nodding eagerly. "Yes, give it here." Ning Fan quickly pulled his hand back. "Give your head," Ning Fan snapped. "You just finished a test and you're already thinking about the new year. The new year isn't even here yet, why are you so eager to play?" Tin and Guyot lifted her chin, thinking, Right, we just finished the test. Why am I already thinking about the new year?" Ning Fan immediately grabbed her head and pulled her along. "Who knows, let's go back and check." Tin and Guyot screamed in fear, Don't my hair, I'll go back, it's fine." "I don't understand why I'm so excited for the new year." She punched Ning Fan in the back. "Isn't it the same for you? You clearly brought red envelopes even though the new year isn't here yet." Ning Fan answered awkwardly, "Who knows, when I woke up it was already in my hand." Tin and Guyot curiously asked, "Did you suddenly start wishing for the new year too?" "Why, maybe in another world it's already the new year." The red envelope flew in the wind, sending well wishes. At the same time, the battle continued. At this point, Chuan Wu had collapsed to the ground and Van Tin spoke up. "The barrier is controlling it now," Tian Ka asked. "Do we have to wait here?" She answered firmly. "Yes, if I leave the barrier it will disappear." Tian Ka sighed, "I'm exhausted, I'll rest for a while." On the other side, Ning Fan happily shouted, "It's under control." Ding Ming nodded in approval. "Not bad, even if your strength isn't enough, you still found a way." Ning Fan was excited. "I won the first round, there are 2 more rounds, I want to see what you have." Ding Ming smiled in agreement. "That's right, we should start round 2. He paused, raising an eyebrow. A flash of suspicion appeared in his eyes. Ning Fan extended his hand with reluctance. "Do we still have to fight?" Ding Ming said nothing, only coldly pierced Ning Fan's chest, the warning system blinking. Ding Ming smirked coldly. "It's fine, just preparing for round 2. Ning Fan was stunned. Did it go through the system? At that moment the wall began to crack, large bricks flying across the room. Ding Ming shouted, Someone is causing trouble." Behind the wall, when Ryuan was running towards them, panicked. Ning Fan immediately released threads, attacking Ding Ming. Ding Ming exclaimed, "It's not ready yet. No choice, we have to leave now." Before leaving, he left a reminder. "You'll have to go out for round 2 on your own. Protect this city from the demon realm, that's the condition for your victory." The game began. When Ryuan was confused, "It's gone." She looked at Ning Fan and sighed in relief. No injury to the chest. The system suddenly announced that the awakening recovery was in progress, reaching 15.8%. Ning Fan was surprised because he didn't understand what awakening recovery was. Then, this percentage increased to 36.2%, 58.2%, while his magic power was still being emitted. Ning Fan's whole body was radiating a brilliant light. If this condition continued, the system would keep announcing. By 79.7%, the recovery was completed. The power within Ning Fan was almost at its limit. The percentage reached 96.8%. However, he suddenly reacted and backed away. Horrified, his magic power began to explode violently. A column of energy exploded fiercely from the outside, shooting straight up into the sky. The whole city trembled and fire erupted everywhere. The energy from Ning Fan exploded powerfully, sending a shockwave spreading throughout the area. Chuan Wu remained motionless in his place, not reacting at all. In the deep forest, a series of red eyes appeared. The demonic beasts were strongly agitated, rushing out of the bushes in unison. Chaos erupted, and the forest was filled with the roars and screams of demonic beasts. The demonic beasts with red eyes continued to use their strength to destroy the large branches. A demonic beast was also attracted by this powerful energy. Li Qiang, hiding behind a tree, fearfully exclaimed, "Something seems to be drawing them to us." Big Bear, confused, looked around and explained, "Demonic beasts can sense very strong magic power. Magic power is our source of light. Over there, suddenly a massive amount of magic power appeared. It's truly terrifying." Big Bear looked in that direction and guessed, there must be many demonic beasts gathering there to absorb the magic power. From a distance, 2 small figures jumped from one building to another. The street scene was quiet, with no people in sight. Chen Wen still held her gun. gently landing on the rooftop of a building. Shortly after, Zio Lion arrived as well. The two looked into the distance towards the exploding magic pillar. She said seriously, the demonic beasts are gathering in that area. Zhen Wen stood beside her, puzzled. The magic power is so strong, what exactly is happening? The city was in ruins, debris scattered everywhere. Ning Fan was sitting motionless, his magic power around him burning fiercely, causing the ground and rocks to crack and attracting the demonic beasts with red eyes. A demonic beast jumped towards Ning Fan. However, before it could attack, it was wrapped by dark ribbons. Ouyang stood pointing and giving orders. The dark ribbons rushed towards the beast. She acted decisively, causing the demonic beast to fall, unmoving. Ouyang looked at the demonic beasts, thinking to herself, there are too many of them, all drawn by Ning Fan's magic power. She was a little angry, cursing under her breath. This bastard, he went into a coma because of the magic power explosion. The demonic beasts kept charging. She couldn't stop thinking, if you keep doing this. Everything seemed to have gone beyond control. Ouyang cut off her thoughts and decided, I need to protect him. She had no way of fighting off the demonic beasts. The demonic beasts charged, their bodies torn apart by the dark ribbons, blood splattering everywhere. Ouyang walked coldly, not looking back. Suddenly the ground beneath her cracked. She wondered, what's that sound? A beam of green light shone down, causing the ground to shake. Ouyang immediately realized, it's a genius-level demonic beast. She cursed helplessly, I really hoped I wouldn't have to face it, but now it's here. This bastard Ning Fan, look at what you've caused. Huang Lion did not hesitate, turned and aimed straight at the target. He leaped with such speed that no one could keep up. Huang Lion charged straight towards the unconscious Ning Fan. Ouyang immediately pointed and ordered, stop him. The dark ribbons flew like arrows, heading straight for Huang Lion. The power radiating from him was still strong, creating a thorny barrier to block the ribbons. The dark ribbons and black lotuses started to slowly dissipate in the wind. Ouyang looked at the debris in her hand, horrified, thinking, no wonder it's a genius-level demonic beast. She gritted her teeth, her eyes red with fury. Holding her weapon, Ouyang made a firm decision. Even if I have to risk my life, I won't let him get near Ning Fan. Ouyang stood in front, using her body to protect Ning Fan behind her. She decisively swung her hand, sending the spiked ball flying. The spiked ball flew straight at Huang Lion, who was facing away. He stared intently, but the ball hit him, causing him to be thrown back. Immediately after, Ouyang was also thrown backwards. Her body hit a pillar with a loud crash. Ouyang raised her hand to her mask, realizing something. She immediately realized, so that's it, the attack will be reflected in an instant. She looked at the spinning symbol above Huang Lion's head. Huang Lion immediately turned back, and Ouyang was shocked to see that he could rapidly heal the damaged parts. She mumbled, if that's the case, and launched the dark ribbons wrapped in purple energy. The ribbons tightened around Huang Lion, preventing any action from him. Huang Lion was bent over, trying to force himself free. Ouyang was a little scared but remained resolute. Don't think you can easily escape. As soon as she finished speaking, Huang Lion immediately grabbed the ribbons, pulling them towards himself. Ouyang's expression changed instantly. A bad feeling surged within Ouyang. Huang Lion used the ribbons to fiercely slam her, repeatedly smashing her into the wall. She was powerless, grinding her teeth. At least I didn't let him get close to Ning Fan. Heng Lion paid no attention and decisively yanked the ribbon, causing Wen Ryuan from a distance to be pulled forward before she could react. Heng Lion delivered a powerful blow to her stomach, and at the same time the ribbon snapped. Wen Ryuan, like a kite cut loose, was hurled into the wall with a violent crash. She collapsed to the floor, trying to push herself up with her hands, while Heng Lion coldly stepped forward, ready to finish her with a kick. At that moment, Yun Yun fired in time to stop him, and immediately Heng Lion was trapped inside a magical square. Zuluo seized the opportunity to rush forward, quickly carrying Wen Ryuan away. She anxiously asked, Han, are you okay? Wen Ryuan weakly replied, I'm fine. Zuluo explained that because they had to find Master Jai to act, the reinforcements arrived late. Sorry, Wen Ryuan gently praised, it's okay, you arrived just in time. Zuluo stared at Ning Fan, unable to hold back, thinking with such a surge of magic, it's no wonder the magical beasts are converging here. She said seriously, leave this to the police. We'll hold the demon here. You take the chance to recover your magic and then take that guy away. Hearing this, when Ryuan gradually regained composure and regulated her magic, memories from her school days suddenly flooding her mind. In her head, a familiar voice echoed. Magic overflow occurs when a psychic's magic spirals out of control, causing energy to continuously disperse outward. This phenomenon causes serious harm to humans and everything around them. It was the words of her teacher passionately lecturing. When a psychic overflows, they fall into a comatose state and are unable to defend themselves for a long period. If not awakened in time, they die from magic depletion. Magic that spills out is extremely corrosive. Never approach it carelessly. The students whispered among themselves, Teacher, this kind of feeling could very likely happen to that short guy. After all, he's just a brat. always causing trouble. Oh, just thinking about that short guy overflowing already scares me. Ryuan felt hurt, bowing her head as silent tears fell, which only made the students laugh at her even more. Ningfan calmly spoke up to defuse the situation. Who this magic overflow will actually happen to isn't certain yet. He draped an arm around a male friend and said that tomorrow, he felt their chances of causing trouble were higher than study. Hearing this, she felt a flutter in her heart, her face turning red. He suddenly turned, winked, and smiled suggestively. She hurriedly looked away, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. The teacher also interjected. All right, let's continue the lesson. Dealing with overwhelming magic has its methods, but it requires close contact with someone capable of causing chaos. This is extremely dangerous. It should only be done in emergency. At this moment, she silently stared at Ningfan. When she returned to reality, she angrily approached, thinking of Ningfan and the misdeeds he had committed. She scolded him every time he acted on his own, replacing others, and what was the result? She stepped closer. From being a top-tier teacher, he had fallen, who even remembered the good deeds he had done before. She reached out to touch the magic source, the concentration rising. She endured the pain. Gritting her teeth, her body in agony combined with the corrosive magic. She moved forward with determination, unable to leave him. She thought to herself that if she didn't, Ningfan would die from magic depletion. As she stepped in, she suddenly bled from her mouth. She reassured herself this wasn't her first exposure to overwhelming magic. She had to endure it. Images of young Ningfan, calm and carefree, flashed in her mind. Every time he worried like this, clearly no one remembered his past deeds. She had been watching over Ningfan since then. Now, he even led students into the top class. He was once an ordinary teacher. Living a stable life would have been enough. Miss Nguyen was trying to go further. She caused a lot of trouble. Eventually, she stepped forward to face Ningfan, truly a nuisance. Despite scolding him, she gently reached out. When she touched his face, she felt a subtle warmth. Her tender gaze, her pink cheeks, she thought, I like him like this again. Suddenly she shifted. Now it's my turn to meddle. The air grew silent, awkwardly tense. She decisively threw a punch at Ningfan. Wake up! Meanwhile, Hang Lian shot forward like an arrow. He struck suddenly, aiming directly at Ziola. At the same time as Hang Lian's swipe, a wave of blue energy shot out, sweeping through the room, destroying everything around. Yun Yun blocked the attack, exclaiming, compared to previous magical beasts, this disaster-level magic is on a whole different level. Ziola added, the key is it can reflect wounds, you can't just touch it. Behind the ruined wall, some civilians appeared. They screamed in horror. The two immediately turned around, panicked. Civilians? What? Didn't have time to run. Yun Yun had no choice. She raised her gun, preparing to aim and shoot. She pulled the trigger, a series of icy bullets flying forward. One struck Hang Lian's shoulder, the blue frost quickly spreading across the bone. Then he was pinned to the tree behind by multiple ice bullets. Suddenly, Yun Yun collapsed. Ziola turned in panic. She shouted Yun Yun, only to see her on the ground, burned by the cold. Ziola panicked. The injury is severe. She knew it would reflect wounds and strike back. Are you crazy? You say that, just let them get hurt. Ziola was confused. But she was still worried. So what do we do about this reflected injury? Yun Yun got up, suggesting, what if we kill it before it reflects the wounds? Ziola looked skeptical. You plan to do that. If it fails, the wounds will return and kill us instantly. Yun Yun calmly replied, did you forget our initial oath when we became police? She spoke seriously. First, serve the country and the people, lifting her gun. Hesitation will only worsen the situation. Before she could aim, Ziola continued, of course I remember. She carried the gun on her shoulder confidently. Second, never abandon your teammates. Ziola frowned. In my current state, I can't hold a gun. With determination, she shouted, then let me be the gun. Fire the cannon through me. Yun Yun stood within the magic circle, the cannon barrel raised, slamming hard into the ceiling. Flames blazed brightly. She laughed, removing her blindfold. It's an honor to fight to the end with you. Ziola looked over, smiling in agreement. Yun Yun coldly threw away the blindfold, revealing icy jade-green eyes. The cannon aimed straight at Hang Lian, still pinned to the pillar. As Yun Yun's blindfold hit the floor, the cannon immediately fired, releasing a blinding stream of blue energy. He took a direct hit, unable to dodge. This strike was life-threatening. The cannon's full power aimed at Hang Lian, pinned to the wall. The destructive energy surged towards him. Suddenly, a snap and a voice said, Hermit. Then, a golden orb appeared around Hang Lian. The cannon's explosion carried him through multiple buildings. Van still stared at the huge hole in the wall and said, I don't see it anymore. Yulak joyfully hugged her. We did it, Van, we succeeded. Before it could retaliate, they had taken it down. Van was still worried, but there's not even a piece of debris left. Isn't that a bit too much? Don't you think that's a good thing? Never mind, we've defeated a calamity-level monster and we're still alive. At that moment, Ningfan, hidden behind a wall, observed the two and sighed in relief. He was carrying on Nguyen over his shoulder with his awakened state slowly recovering. The strength he had lost earlier was also returning. Ning Pham, covered in wounds, had overexerted himself with excessive mana earlier. Teleporting so far had really drained him. In outer space, Hang Lian hovered. The hermit skill could teleport a target to any location within the user's domain of knowledge. He looked up at the sky and said, Senza, still have to thank that horse-faced guy. Looking at the monsters in front of him, Ning Pham sighed, there are still so many. Exhausted, he snapped his fingers and cast the teleportation spell, Hermit. A burst of light immediately flared up, catching the attention of the monsters in the forest. A monster stood dazed, mouth open, staring at the light. Behind it, the big bear whispered, move quietly, don't make a sound. Li Qiang and Sufang, standing beside him, whispered back, got it. The quiet space was suddenly interrupted by the sound of footsteps from Gong Nian. The monster jumped and turned its head fearfully toward the boy. Gong Nian clenched his fist, decisively shouting, perfect chance, attack it. The two men and the bear, hearing this, freaked out and yelled, what the hell are you doing? The boy ignored them and shouted loudly, go kill it. Gong Nian immediately summoned Fish Mang. He wanted to prove Fish Mang's strength to boost its confidence. In front of them, the monster remained entranced by the light, staring at it intently. The boy commanded, kill it. Han Tuan immediately charged at the monster. The commotion was too loud, causing the monster to turn around. At the same time, the big bear panicked and shouted, it's over, it's been discovered. The monster opened its mouth wide, ready to swallow Fish Mang. Seeing this, Sufang froze, his voice trembling, wait, Fish Mang had already been swallowed whole. Gong Yen beside him pouted, Fish Mang. There was a loud crash in the forest, followed by flames crackling. Gong Nian's group ran frantically. Li Qiang angrily yelled, it's chasing us. All because of that idiot who startled it, this time it's really over. Sufang glanced at the monster behind them and shouted, now is not the time to blame each other. Think about how to stay alive first. Sufang sped up, leaping over the big bear's head. The big bear, terrified, looked up at the monster. Finally, the monster leaped forward, stopping in front of the group. The kid hugged Sufang and yelled, it's over. Hey, didn't you say the commander could control minds? Control it, he explained in a loud voice. That only works on humans, I don't know if it will work on monsters. Li Qiang urged. What if it succeeds? Try it. Sufang's face turned pale with fear as he shouted. The monster immediately moved closer, its mouth nearly touching his body. Sufang had no choice but to take a chance. Forget it, try this move. He saw it standing still and sighed in relief. It worked. The two conversed, reflected in its eyes. It worked. What did you do? I tried to create an illusion to drive it away. The monster opened its mouth, drooling, staring at them hungrily. Li Qiang jumped onto Sufang, angrily saying, didn't you say it was scared away? Is this how it looks when it's scared? Sufang awkwardly replied, I told you earlier that it wouldn't work on monsters. The big bear stepped in to separate the two. Calm down, don't scare yourself. The two looked at it in unison. The big bear smiled confidently. We're both beasts, I know what it's thinking. Leave this to me, you two step back. It looked at the monster, shivering, thinking to itself, this guy probably can't wait any longer, he's about to attack. The big bear reached behind itself, fumbling, then let me satisfy you. Just 1 second later it knelt down, offering Gong Nian to the monster. Take your time. Li Qiang angrily grabbed a rock and knocked the big bear's head. Say your last words and I'll satisfy you. The big bear's eyes welled up with tears. What can I do? If it's tasty, you do it. The kid tried to look cool. I'll do it, who's afraid? Facing the monster in front of him, Li Qiang broke out in cold sweat. His face drenched, he shakily reached behind his head. Li Qiang mumbled, let me sprinkle a little seasoning on the kid, it'll taste better with more seasoning. The big bear immediately jumped onto the kid. Li Qiang whispered, sorry, I was wrong, I admit I'm a coward. Nearby, Gong Nian slowly opened his eyes, confused. What's going on? Where am I? The big bear froze, staring ahead. The monster had already swallowed the boy, chewing slowly. After a while it stopped chewing, its body motionless like a statue. Then the monster spit Gong Nian out of its mouth. Li Qiang moved forward, it threw him up. Sufang, confused, asked, what's going on? The big bear was equally puzzled. Could it be? It smiled mysteriously and whispered to the two standing next to it. I have an idea. Gong Nian lay motionless, eyes barely open, then pushed himself up with his hand. Where am I? What happened? What is this? It smells so bad. Behind Gong Yen was the monster, drooling. Gong Yen, seeing this, fell down, closed his eyes, and pretended to be dead. Li Qiang stepped forward, looked at it, and shouted, hey, kid, you're like a mooncake, then laughed. Your fat grandpa is looking for you. Sufang hid behind the tree and whispered, that monster spirit has noticed him. An hour earlier, after Old Bear spoke, Sufang asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" He paused and said, "It might eat that guy's lips. My food might have been eaten by that guy, but after it eats that little brat, it spits him out," Old Bear explained. "Surely this thing doesn't just want to fill its stomach. It wants to savor a good meal." Old Bear immediately made a plan. "We can use this. Put laxative in its food, and when it spits it out, we'll defeat it." Sufang didn't understand, "But where do we get the food? And that guy won't let us touch it easily. No ingredients, how can we cook?" Old Bear was unconcerned. Food isn't hard to make. He reached behind him and pulled out a pile of cooking tools. "Just use the baking oil from before and rub seasoning on it, and you can make a dish as good as a mooncake." Old Bear grinned wickedly. "Add my family's secret laxative, and after eating it, it'll have to go immediately. If it's not perfect, no money." He turned to the two of them. "Which one of you will be responsible for making food for the monster?" Both turned pale and thought anxiously. "One of you must make the food. If it eats it, survival isn't guaranteed, but if it's not eaten, survival is certain." Li Qiang, sweating profusely, stammered, "This should be planned carefully." Sufang placed a hand on Li Qiang's shoulder and shouted, "Fat, you can't hesitate. I've learned something after being your friend for a while. Ordinary people always have limits. People like me can only live peacefully, but you are different. You're the genius of Stellar Academy, the shining star everyone envies." Li Qiang blushed, embarrassed by the praise. Sufang persuaded, "Go, only you can complete this mission. Show it your true power. Illuminate the grand path of Stellar Academy." Li Qiang shouted, "Leave it to me, I will definitely kill it." Seeing his resolve, Sufang laughed heartily. "So easy to persuade, let's go back." Old Bear looked at Li Qiang and praised, "This fat guy can improvise, the mooncake isn't bad." Sufang hesitated, "Is this plan really reliable? What if it fails?" Old Bear reassured, "Don't worry, I've hidden the whole bottle of laxative inside the fat guy. That monster spirit will reach exhaustion." Old Bear looked at the bottle and said, "I have doubts, the laxative might be expired, will it still work?" Old Bear scoffed, "In my family, whether cooking or making medicine, we're very careful. If it's expired, of course it won't work." Sufang pointed at the bottle, "That's yours." Old Bear panicked, "Expired?" Both watched the monster swallow Li Qiang, crying fat. In the ruined city, Tala sat nearby, worried. "Things are getting worse." Shen Shan heard but said nothing. She sighed and laughed. "I thought hiding would free me from worldly concerns. Seems I was wrong." Shen Shan whispered to herself, "Old friend, did you hear that?" A voice called, "Go help the kids, old friend." As soon as it spoke, the dragon leg shot into the sky and disappeared. The monster fell unconscious, while smaller spirits trampled it and ran off. Across from them, Tian Ka and Wen Jing were inside the barrier, safe from the spirits. She looked worriedly toward the city where the spirits were advancing. Wen Jing, sweating helplessly, said, "I can't leave or the barrier will fail. Damn it." She looked at Tian Ka and called, "Ta Tian Ka." Tian Ka frowned. "So many spirits attacking, surely many people in the city are already dead. I don't want to just stand here dazed, I want to use my magic to do something." When Jing froze, "Do what?" Tian Ka smiled confidently, "Now I can control my shield at will. Make it big, make it small, whatever I want." Wen Jing thought, does he plan to use the shield to block the spirits? Suddenly a spirit rushed through the barrier, throwing Wen Jing outside. She panicked, "No, there are too many spirits. Before you can block them, you'll run out of mana and die." Wen Jing looked at the scene ahead, thinking of a solution. She couldn't wait, anxiously ran out of the barrier and shouted. "Wait," Wen Jing cried, recalling everything. "You saved me and I haven't even thanked you." She reached out toward Tian Ka, wanting to pull him back. "I haven't even said a single thank you." Tian Ka raised his hand and unleashed his power. When Jing shouted, "You must not die, Ta Tian Ka, run. The spirits have breached the city, run." She widened her eyes, panicked, looking at him. He looked at her, speechless. Immediately after, Van Ting quickly ran toward Tian Ka. Before she could get close, she tripped over a stone and fell flat on the ground, her face pressed down in embarrassment. "And I was worried you might die." He froze and asked, "Worried about what?" She quickly replied, "I didn't say anything." Behind Tian Ka at this moment, a wave of sand swept through and then settled, revealing the towering figure of Xuan Wu. Van Ting, stuck in the sand, angrily shouted, "This is all your fault, come out here." The barrier was no longer effective. "So what now?" He gritted his teeth in anger. "Blame me?" She glared in the opposite direction and muttered. Right behind Xuan Wu, a burst of blue light appeared and rushed toward them. Zhenlong saw it and immediately roared, threatening, then rushed down to strike Xuan Wu, burying him deep in the sand. Tian Ka stood by, bewildered. What's going on now? Amidst the thick dust, Xuan Wu remained standing, unharmed. Soon after, Zhenlong was knocked back and opened its mouth, delivering a powerful strike to its opponent's neck. Hit! Xuan Wu fell to the ground, motionless. Tian Ka and Van Ting nearby were stunned, mouths agape. Zhenlong emitted a pressure, its gaze fixed on the two of them. She turned to suggest, "To make it fair, let's play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever loses will deal with that thing." Tian Ka, confused, asked, "Huh?" Van Ting, ignoring him, raised her hand and shouted, "Rock." He replied, still confused, "Huh." She shouted, "Scissors." Tian Ka still didn't understand but raised his hand, "Huh." Just as she finished saying paper, Van Ting slapped him hard across the face, leaving him still confused. Van Ting quickly hid behind him, frantically saying, "It's all his fault. If you want to take it out on someone, go after him." Tian Ka was still dazed. He looked at Zhen Long in front of him and sighed. "I've saved you so many times, at least a little gratitude would be nice, but instead, you treat me like this." She hesitated. "Gratitude? It's not like I've never thought about it." Then she took out a drawing of Tian Ka. She shyly said this. He looked at the drawing and asked, "Is that me?" She replied, "I drew it when you were unconscious." Tian Ka complimented, "It's a nice drawing." Van Ting, flustered, replied, "Then let's use it as your memorial." Hearing this, he angrily tore the drawing up. She sighed in disappointment. "She didn't expect you to fall for that trap." A voice rang out, indicating that the old lady had acted in time. It turned out to be Ta La, who was holding a book and smiling. "This special training session has gotten all messed up." Both of them said in unison. "Thank you, Teacher La." Ta La replied gently. "If it weren't for Elder Shan Shan stepping in, we might not know what would happen next." Tian Ka, puzzled, asked, "Elder Shan Shan?" Van Ting beside him also wondered. Seeing this, he explained, "Didn't you see him step in earlier? Elder Shan Shan's summoned beast." Van Ting remembered, "I think I heard something about this." In reality, she had fainted then, scared to the point of nearly losing consciousness. Tian Ka glanced outside and stammered, "No wonder it looks so familiar." He then turned to ask Ta La, "By the way, teacher, what about Li Qiang, Shifeng, and Nam Gong Yuan?" He smiled and replied, "The three of them." Meanwhile, in Shifeng's group, someone was being bitten by a beast, shouting in panic, "I'm done for." He was terrified. "Why is it suddenly so hungry?" Li Qiang scolded, "It's all your fault." Lao Da, frightened, said, "Who knew that expired laxatives would turn into appetite stimulants?" After that, the group was safely rescued. Inside the building, Ning Fan looked bored at the beasts in front of him. He sighed as he walked. Compared to the first wave of attack, the beasts had recovered their viciousness and were ready to attack. Ning Fan stopped to analyze the situation. Protecting the city from the beasts sounds simple, but still unclear how many more are inside, and his magical power is nearly depleted. The person beside him said, "Thank you for saving me." He smiled and replied, "It's nothing, you should go and find shelter." The system notification showed a trust point increase of 960. Ning Fan thought to himself, "I got this many points this time." He suddenly remembered, come to think of it, it was the same last time. If it weren't for him, we would have been done for. Exactly. So if you save someone in danger, you get more trust points. On top of a building, a person silently watched him. "But Fan, maybe you've realized by now." The person softly said, "The quickest way to gain trust points." Standing high above, Ding Ming said, "So, what will you choose next?" Ning Fan stood in front of everyone, looking at the beasts surrounding them, then smirked and snapped his fingers, saying, "Hermit, help us." Everyone around them hurriedly said, thank you for saving us." The system notification announced a trust point increase of 2157. Ning Fan frowned. Sure enough, saving someone in danger gives higher points. Ding Ming stepped out from behind and said, "Quite a harvest, huh?" Ning Fan smiled and looked at him. "It's not just a little, it's truly a bountiful harvest." He continued, "You've arranged this complicated game. You probably don't just want to know how to earn trust points quickly, right?" He smiled in admiration, calling me smart, living up to the name Teacher Ning. Bin then responded calmly, guiding me on how to increase trust points faster, while also helping me restore my awareness. Then Ning Fam scornfully said, "I suppose you don't intend to discourage me out of kindness, do you?" Ding Ming suddenly spoke up, startling him. "I'm not bored, but to get past the third round you need this power. When you succeed, I'll reveal it to you." Ning Fam, with a contemplative expression, whispered, "Can't reveal it. As expected, it's all related to the system. Open the system and check." Then I accumulated a large amount of trust points. "So, did you only help me restore my magic after that?" Not staying long, Ning Fam turned and waved goodbye. "All right, tell me after the game is over." He continued, "Wait for me to finish round 2 first." The person next to him spoke up to announce, "No need anymore, Ning Fam, round 2 is over, you've passed." He turned back, surprised. But there are still many civilians and magical beasts, right?" Ding Ming replied calmly. "You don't need to worry about this part, I've arranged it." Suddenly from behind, he emitted a light beam. Both of them looked up at the giant halo in the sky. The giant halo split into rays of light shining down. The magical beasts, noticing the disturbance, stood still, staring. The light hit one of the magical beasts. The light rapidly disintegrated it. The light continued to shine into many corners of the city. Both of them stood on top of the halo, looking down. The city's residents simultaneously looked up, rejoicing. "It's Hong has saved us," Ding Ming called from below. "Right on time," Ning Fam said in surprise. "Hong," he murmured, "looks like it's time to harvest." As if realizing something, both of them turned to look behind. Around them, the city's residents knelt reverently. "Thank you, Heaven, for not abandoning us. Hong, you saved us." Before them was an image of Tai Kai smiling kindly. He He turned to look at him and began explaining the rules. Now, the rule for the third round is simple. You just need to win Hong's prize for Lak-An Academy and you'll win. At the same time, I will provide you with additional information related to the system. Ding Ming paused for a moment before continuing. 10 years ago, the Ning family was annihilated without anyone knowing. The news program reported it, under Hong's guidance. The reconstruction work after the disaster has been stable, and the places have basically restored buildings and assets. The people are working together to restore the collapsed building. The news stated that the places had basically restored buildings and assets. However, related departments still remind the public of unresolved dangers. Before the Ministry of Public Safety confirms that the magical beasts have been eradicated, people need to do a good job of protective measures to ensure safety. The government advises avoiding going out alone at night. If encountering magical beasts, report it immediately. The screen suddenly switched. The host said in a serious tone in other news. Tonight, the whole city will hold a memorial service for the National Memorial Day 530-9134. On the sickbed, her legs were carefully bandaged, and the TV continued to broadcast. At the same time, Hong will personally attend the outskirts memory park to preside over the ceremony, wishing peace for the citizens who died in the recent disaster. Oh En-Huan was badly injured, lying motionless. Her entire body was wrapped in bandages. She furrowed her brows, her eyelids flickering slightly. Oh En-Huan opened her eyes and a blurry figure called out, "Student Oh En-Huan, Student Oh En-Huan." Lam Dat stood in front of her, calling softly. "Student Oh En-Huan, you must wake up. Calm down." Oh En-Huan still doesn't understand what's happening. "What happened to me?" A male student rushed over, panicking. "Teacher, the magical beast used for the test suddenly went wild. We can barely hold it back." He cursed, "Damn it." Lam Dat could only remind her. "Student Oh En-Huan, try to stay calm, keep your awareness sharp. Control the magic power within your body. If you lose consciousness, it's over." The male student beside him said urgently, "It's likely that the magic power of the little one went berserk." She was dazed, unable to control her magic power. It had gone berserk. Suddenly, Oh En-Huan found herself back in her childhood form, surrounded by thousands of blazing flames. In an instant, she panicked, her hands were burning, her whole body was on fire. A surreal green light enveloped everything around her. He couldn't defend in time and was knocked backward by the flames. The male student, frightened, rushed to catch Lam Dat. "Teacher, what's happening?" he said worriedly. Erratic emotions led to the magic power going out of control. It's reached berserk levels. "Everyone, quickly leave the training school, hurry." She looked at the figure fading away, lost. "Teacher, it hurts so much." Oh En-Huan cried out desperately, grabbing hold. "Why run? Why does everyone want to abandon me?" Suddenly, a gentle hand appeared to comfort her. "Not everyone." Ning Fam stood in front of Oh En-Huan as a child, comforting her. "Teacher will always be by your side." She froze, doubting, one of her eyes still burning. "Ning Fam," he hugged Oh En-Huan tightly. "Don't be afraid, this pain is just an illusion." She buried her face in Ning Fan's chest and cried uncontrollably, while Master promised to stay by her side until her pain was gone. On the hospital bed, Ning Fan was unconscious, suddenly shedding tears. She gradually woke up, eyes glistening, searching and seeing Ning Fan still slumped by the hospital bed, holding her hand tightly. She slowly sat up to look at Ning Fan, and the bandage wrapped around her slipped down with the movement. He just woke up, surprised by the scene. Wen Ryuan," she panicked immediately, covering herself with her hands. In her fluster, she accidentally hit Ning Fan's face without hesitation. A loud explosion rang out, breaking the hospital atmosphere. Ning Fan fell flat in the rubble, unable to lift his head. Yan Yan stood nearby, using a walkie-talkie to call for reinforcements to the east while the two were busy directing. Someone approached, waving for the police, making Zio-La turn in surprise. "Are you all right?" he replied. "Just wanted to see if there's any way I can help." Zio-La politely said, "Everyone has already helped a lot. We are very grateful. Leave the rest to us." Tian Chang shyly scratched his head. "Not at all, just convenient. Compared to you two, what I did is insignificant. You're so full of energy. You two can defeat a disaster-level demon beast. I truly admire that. Therefore, I hope to have an official exchange with you, both in the competition organized by Lak-An Academy." Flattered, she blushed. "You saying that makes me feel embarrassed. You don't need to be too modest. We can clearly see your abilities, and we're looking forward to testing them in the arena." The three looked at each other awkwardly, the city bathed in sunset. Tian Chang-Hao said, "Then it's decided, we'll settle it in the arena when the time comes." The courthouse sped through the night. Ning Fan bowed his head, when Ryuan shyly stayed silent, recalling the previous afternoon. She thought to herself, Ning Fan had already fallen asleep. Sitting quietly, she guessed he was tired from yesterday. She realized she had lost balance, startled as Ning Fan rested his head on her shoulder to sleep. When Ryuan nearly panicked watching him breathe steadily, lips moving slightly. She was embarrassed, unsure what to do. When Ryuan decided to take a risk, slowly leaning her lips toward Ning Fan. Suddenly his phone in his pocket rang loudly, startling them both. Ning Fan, still dazed, asked, "Phone." As he picked it up, the voice on the other end was already urgent. "But Fan, are you guys all right?" He replied irritably. "It's me." Jade Snow listened quietly, looking at him. The caller hurried. "The conference is about to start. Where are you now?" Ning Fan excitedly. "When Ryuan and I are in the car, almost there," the voice replied. "Then be careful on your way." Ning Fan hung up, urging, "The conference is about to start. Let's get there quickly." She shyly turned away. When Ryuan couldn't suppress her curiosity, sneaking a glance at Ning Fan. When their eyes met, both froze. Suddenly, she was drawn to the view outside the window. "It's beautiful. What is that?" Ning Fan watched intently. "That's the test of the deceased. The lights rising into the night sky are the souls of the deceased in this trial." The secondary conference room was about to hold a tense meeting. Shen Shan stepped out, looking at everyone, and announced, "Let's start the conference." Although the training schedule faced some unexpected issues, everyone performed excellently. Sufang spoke, "Master, Nam Kung Yuan hasn't arrived yet," Tala explained while reading a book. This training session put great pressure on Nam Kung Yuan. Mr. Tu Tun said, "He's chosen to withdraw. Very regrettable, but I respect his decision." Li Qiang happily, "Withdrawn, that's sudden. Only elites like us could withstand this test. For children, it's too early to participate." Shen Shan bowed his head, shifting to the main topic, the Wen Jing group with Tian Ka. She smiled brightly, noting that after facing a deadly trap, they still relied on survival instinct to reach the end. Even encountering disaster-level demon beasts, they fought stubbornly, especially Tian Ka, using the principle of leverage to expel poison and defeat the beast. Shen Shan praised the creative use of defensive magic, leaving her extremely impressed. Tian Ka stood facing the camera, posing with style. This was just a small matter. On the other side, Ning Fan asked with concern, "Teacher Liu, I heard that you also encountered a disaster-level beast attack in the city. It must have taken quite a bit of effort." Wang Yuan, hearing this, humbly replied, "Not at all. Compared to that police officer, I only contributed a little." "Hiat you praise, Teacher Ning, you don't know. Teacher Liu is amazing." The little girl recalled the time when she saw the disaster-level beast and thought her life would end right there. But unexpectedly, she saw Liu suddenly rush up, and the figure of Guang Yuan blocking the beast flashed in her mind. He charged straight at the beast. He struck fiercely at the disaster-level beast, then Guang Yuan kicked it hard. Hiat Yi shyly giggled and said with great spirit, "Stay away from my student." Her eyes sparkled, indeed very powerful. Her boldness filled us all with fighting spirit. He awkwardly called out, "Tiat Ai, classmate Cock, stop it. It's not that dramatic." He looked at Tiat Ai in front of him and frowned in agreement. "Really amazing, Teacher Liu," the little girl said. "Come over, Tin and Gaiet, you feel the same, right?" Tin and Gaiet, sweating, replied, "Yes, yes, very impressive." She lowered her head, reflecting on everything, growing more contemplative. "Truly incredible." Ning Fan looked at her with confusion. Earlier, Deep Lam had stood in front of the beast, dialing 116 with a cold expression, saying, "Useless." Tiat Ai, hesitantly behind, called, "Lam." She turned to Deep Lam and asked, "Have you seen Tin and Gaiet? I can't find her anywhere." Tiat Yi anxiously sweated. Everywhere in the city was filled with beasts, afraid that Tin and Gaiet might be in danger. In her mind, she pictured Tin and Gaiet curled up in a corner, surrounded by countless beasts that had been knocked away. She looked up in fear and said, "This guy." Tin and Gaiet observed the beast in front of her. "Looks like a lackey, but still strong." She stepped closer and said, "Only the ultimate move will work now. Kids, support me." Dudu angrily rushed to attack the beast. The beast was unharmed, raised its hand, and threw a punch at Dudu, sending her flying far away. Finally, Dudu slammed into Tin and Gaiet, causing her to cry out in pain. Tin and Gaiet smirked. "All right, step back, kid, leave the rest to me." Light shone beneath her feet. Tin and Gaiet summoned, "Come forth, ancient divine weapon." The enormous body of the ancient divine weapon appeared from the light beneath her feet. Tin and Gaiet stood atop it and ordered, "Use my strongest finishing move, Lady Hector, to end this." The ancient divine weapon obeyed and swung its fist at the beast. The punch hit the beast, sending rocks flying everywhere. Seeing this, Tin and Gaiet proudly declared, "It's done," but she was immediately stunned to see that the beast wasn't affected by the blow. Tin and Gaiet exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Suddenly, the ancient divine weapon lost its balance and her body shook violently. Below, the beast grabbed the ancient divine weapon's arm, spun it around, and slammed it into a nearby building, sparking flames. She and Dudu lay motionless in the rubble, injured. Tin and Gaiet regained consciousness and whispered, "Despite giving it my all, still so weak." She looked heavily at the beast, which was unharmed, as it suddenly charged toward Tin and Gaiet. Dong Tiu behind her clasped her hands and raised them high. Tin and Gaiet thought to herself, one strike to end it all. Nam Yen turned around with concern. Are you okay? Tala knocked on the board. The competition meeting will begin next, but first there's something to discuss. He specifically called out the serious offenses of Tian Chang, Tayat Yi, Tin and Gayat, and 4 others for skipping school, even causing a disturbance at another school. He warned, if you break the rules again, your eligibility to compete will be cancelled. Seeing Ning Fan smile, Tala pointed directly at him. What are you laughing at? Half the responsibility is yours. He took Duong Thien Truong away. Although angry, he lowered his hand. This time, he followed Madame Shen Shan's wishes and didn't hold the students accountable, but surely they now understood. He emphasized they had witnessed Dong Tiu's strength. She was strong enough to hypnotize an entire school in an instant. Moreover, her spell activation speed was so fast that it was almost invisible, done with just a single hand gesture. The spell ended. Finally, he affirmed, she was the strongest enemy in this competition. After confirming the opponent's strength, Tala shifted to discussing countermeasures, opening a strategy meeting to discuss how to defeat her. Mr. Nguyen, hearing this, had a headache. How to defeat her. While everyone discussed, Tin and Gayat's face grew darker. Actually, there was no need to discuss further. She recalled when Dong Tiu waved goodbye. I'll go first, you go high. At that time, Tin and Gayat hurriedly called out, wait, I'm not your classmate. Inside, she silently thanked, thinking she would never see her again. Luna reminded herself that she had to seize this opportunity and at least test her own skill. She struggled to speak. Thank you for letting me into your school. She listened from behind as Luna spoke, which allowed her to subtly handle Lam Lam. Her mind was filled with impatience. She wanted to create an opening with words, but somehow the other person turned away. Watching the back in front of her, Luna blamed herself. She couldn't spot an opening and found no chance to strike. Suddenly, Dong Tiu spoke. If it's about this match, you don't need to worry. I'm not planning to join. Hearing that, she lifted the corner of her mouth in a faint smile. Afraid before even starting. Her voice carried no emotion, only a matter-of-fact tone about the match. Then Dong Tiu unexpectedly turned around. A tear rolled down her cheek, making Luna feel a despairing sense of frustration at what she had just said. Dong Tiu leaped from the building and returned to reality. Tala was still gathering opinions. Does anyone else have any ideas? Luna encouraged herself. She thought Dong Tiu wouldn't participate and Lam Lam had been taken to the police station, making it unlikely she could join. She just needed to report to the teacher. That image haunted Luna's mind, leaving her speechless. Why? She wanted to speak but remembered that expression on his face. The pitiful and sad feeling made the match seem dull. Finally, she called Ning Fan. Luna thought. Never mind, winning is enough. Summoning all her courage, she said loudly, please teach me how to defeat Dong Tiu. Luna's inner determination was firm, but this time I have to go all out to beat her. Ning Fan was surprised by her resolve. Is this your pleading attitude? He smiled, silently agreeing to her request. All right, but if you want to win, you must follow my instructions completely from now on. The scene shifted to a high-rise building where a person stood on the roof, eyes curved in a gentle smile. The whole city would hear from 1 to 2 times a day, right? The old man was referring to the figure behind him, an old friend. Ding Ming looked at his teasing expression as if with close friends. He wondered, enjoying your own achievements again? Truly self-absorbed. Tai Jai looked at his face projected on all the screens across the city. The world isn't bad, he agreed. Not bad, just a few flaws. Hearing that, he grew curious. Oh, what is it? Ding Ming said bluntly. Unfortunately, you are dominating. Tai Jai raised his hand and began using his power. You can't talk winter to a summer worm. Immediately, a distant high-rise was struck multiple times. Seeing this reckless act, he mocked. Is this how those who don't acknowledge you end up like Mr. Ning? He scorned bluntly. Just a jumping clown. Before leaving, Ding Ming coldly warned. Old Demon Huang, as long as I live, I won't let you be pleased with yourself. Heiji still held an arrogant air, speaking of principles that our world is the great dominion. Everyone belongs to us, and we belong to everyone. Looking at the calendar marked in red, he saw the world at peace. Shifeng announced that only 1 week remained until the inter-school battle competition. The teacher told us to use this week to adjust and prepare actively for the competition. Meanwhile, in the activity office, Li Qiang prepared to launch an attack, his eyes glowing red, showing determination. Truly hard to endure. Tian Ka frowned challengingly. Go ahead and come through. Li Qiang eagerly drew a card. Unexpectedly, it was a joker. When he revealed it, his cool expression vanished instantly. No Van Tin sat in a corner, irritated by the disturbance. This is annoying. Can it be a little quieter? She held a brush, frowning at the thing in front of her, annoying. Her train of thought was interrupted again. She was nearly done for. Just as she tried to regain calm, a quarrel erupted. Li Qiang turned and exclaimed, looks like special training is quite tough. Tian Ka was not too worried. ultimately choosing Dong Xiao as his opponent. No effort, no gain. Suddenly, Shifeng seriously raised a point. I'm thinking about us right now. Are we really okay? In contrast, the kid seemed more relaxed. We've all faced disaster-level beasts without harm. It's just a competition, stay relaxed. While talking, the door suddenly opened. Zuyi guided someone from outside in. Right here, seeing the girl, he was slightly surprised. How Zuyi, weren't you challenging Zhang Tiancha? Already over? Actually, Zuyi had no choice but to appear. It's Shifeng, the teacher told me to bring you to train with them. And go, the words left all three astonished. Shifeng trained together. This time Shifeng appeared tougher, more masculine, dressed entirely in black from head to toe. Morning, human, the girl explained the situation, listening to the teacher. It seemed Shifeng had been training alone. The speed was so fast, his awareness drifted elsewhere. The flowers in his hands fell, Yuan B. Bok. A completely different aura made Shifeng exclaim. Not just glowing, indeed. This was a completely new transformation inside and out. Before anyone could adjust, Shifeng suddenly drew a pistol, shocking everyone. The scene immediately became chaotic, screams ringing out. Stop, what kind of training is this? We don't need it. A while later, in front of Zuyi, everything was a mess, unrecognizable. At this moment, she noticed someone else present. Wu's Jingyue Zuyi, though enthusiastic, could not lag behind. Keep going, do your best. Seeing the girl about to leave, Shifeng hurried to stop her. Wait, don't leave us. The calendar got more red marks, he spoke with tears. Everyone prepared for the competition in their own way, and each day passed, bringing the official competition closer. Elsewhere, a group gathered. Is the information reliable? Ding Ming returned to human form, confirming. Rest assured, I've verified it. He's on our side. A person in a black round shirt spoke. My side found someone, giving the reward will increase his awakening. Immediately, the brown shirt side objected. What are you joking about? The reward should be for our people. Thus, the two sides immediately argued. We've been prepared earlier. On what basis would you take it? Finally, one stood to settle things. All right, everyone, decide how to use the reward after claiming it. This is just the plan for this action. Any objections? Everyone answered in unison. Agreed. Quickly, the next competition day arrived. Two beautiful MCs opened to hype the crowd. Hello everyone, I am the announcer Zenjama. I am Quan Lak. This time we will narrate the competition for everyone. Zenjama gestured to the side to introduce. Before officially starting the narration, let me introduce a special guest invited this time, also one of the organizers. Heiji appeared friendly, shouting, Sir Hong Lao. The MC and fans' voices merged to create an energetic atmosphere. Able to narrate with a world-saving hero. Truly fortunate, Lakan, keep going, Supreme Scout, keep going, strongest shadow. Everyone eagerly awaited Sir Hong Lao. Before addressing the main topic, she seized a moment for a few questions. I thought after the beast disaster, this competition would be cancelled. That today could happen is truly a miracle, thanks to Sir Hong Lao. So Hong Lao, do you have anything to say about this competition? For example, any contestants worth watching? The elder smiled kindly. I don't particularly care about any contestant as they are all hardworking kids. No matter the final result, they are all talented. As for what I want to say. Here, Teiji paused slightly, but the smile remained. The big screen broadcasted his interview response live. I'm not a hero who saves the world, but if I can stand here today, it's all thanks to the brave, unknown heroes who sacrificed themselves in the accident. I hope everyone can remember the heroes who gave their lives, and at the same time enjoy this competition. His words had a profound impact, leaving the entire audience in silence. You are also a hero, Hong. We will always support you. Quan Lak was moved, eyes teary. The quick interview ended. All right, it's time for the players to enter the arena. Let's switch the camera to the scene. The first team to enter is from Moonlight Academy, led by Lan Bang, and this is their third time competing in the high school tournament. In previous 2 attempts, they were defeated by Lac An Academy and only secured second place. Will they be able to break the runner-up curse this time? Next is the team from Mac Van Police Academy. Their steps are even, exuding courage and confidence, represented by Tiu Hiu Lac and Tiu Van Van. They've even defeated a disaster-level demon beast. How will they perform in this competition? Hearing these achievements, the host was somewhat surprised. They actually defeated a disaster-level demon beast. Quan Lak added that the two fought fiercely against the disaster-level demon beast to save people. In the end, they successfully defeated the disaster-level demon beast, making them strong contenders for the championship. She continued professionally, speaking into the microphone. Next is the team from Tin Sat Academy. But at that moment, Quan Lak's face suddenly stiffened. From the gate where the players enter, a group of people quietly appeared. The entire team wore cold, dark glasses, making everyone uneasy. Even the two hosts were a bit surprised. They wondered if they had accidentally walked onto a film set. Then Quan Lak hurriedly regained her professionalism. She continued introducing Tin Sat Academy's team, all of whom were first-time competitors. Despite limited experience, they were determined not to fall behind other teams. Clearly, they were very motivated to win the championship. Zenjama also coordinated in time. Yes, but due to some special circumstances, this team was missing a member, making the situation difficult from the start. How will this affect their performance? Finally, the team organizing this competition is also a strong contender for the championship. That is the team from Lac An Academy. Seeing the number of participants, she felt a bit surprised. The team only has 8 members, one fewer than Tin Sat Academy. The expected champion is player Dong Tiu, but she was not present. At that moment, an audience member stood up and reacted. "What's going on? Without Dong Tiu, what are we watching?" Hong Lian silently criticized in her heart. "They're all foolish, but the number of people doesn't always determine victory. As long as they have skill, no matter how many opponents there are, it's not a problem." Though a bit awkward, Quan Lac continued her work. Additionally, Lam Lam, the Lac An Academy player expected to shine after Dong Tiu, was shown on the big screen. Due to a previous sabotage event, she caused negative influence and is currently detained, unable to compete. She was specially mentioned. Deep Lam lay in the shark bear suit, appearing indifferent. "If she's not competing, I'm not either." Teammates quickly tried to persuade her. "Don't, Deep Lam, we're already short-handed. We can't afford to lose anyone else." "Exactly, classmate Deep Lam, don't give up." Only Tin and Gayet reacted differently from everyone else. She hesitated slightly. Dong Tiu hasn't arrived yet. Dong Tiu was weaving through the sea of students in uniform, then suddenly stopped, surprised to see the person in front of her. Tin and Gayet pulled her hood over her head and appeared at the school gate. Seeing this, Dong Tiu approached teasingly. "Forgot your student ID and uniform again. Do you need me to lend them to you?" Unexpectedly, Tin and Gayet immediately retorted, "Who's your friend?" Tin and Gayet pointed directly at Dong Tiu's face, stating her purpose clearly. "Dong Tiu, you must compete this time." Dong Tiu smiled, intending to refuse. "Haven't I already said, I don't plan to participate?" Tin Gayet cut her off, boring right. She spoke seriously, assuring her. "I don't know about previous competitions, but this time I can guarantee it won't be boring." Dong Tiu yawned, tears falling, covering her mouth, and asked, "Why say that?" Tin and Gayet confidently pointed at herself and declared, "This time you'll face a formidable opponent." The action made Dong Tiu pause and think. Suddenly, her whole body trembled, the shaking gradually increasing. She tried to suppress her laughter. Tin and Gayet couldn't help but wonder, "What's so funny?" Dong Tiu laughed until tears streamed, looking at her with disdain. "You formidable opponent can't even beat low-level demon beasts." Dong Tiu, touched on a sore spot, immediately blushed. "Embarrassing, I just slipped up. Right, I haven't used my full strength yet." Despite trying many times, she still couldn't convince Dong Tiu. Tin and Gayet decided to ignore it and confirmed she would participate. She stared straight and repeated, "I'm waiting for you. I don't regret all my victories in the arena to become the strongest awakened, understand." Golden maple leaves fell with the wind as Dung Gun watched silently. Dong Tiu felt shaken by her determination. Did she really want to become the strongest? Tin and Gayet hummed softly, her face serious, telling herself that once she became the strongest, she could protect the people who mattered most. Unexpectedly, after hearing her, she walked past and waved. "Is that so? Good luck." The audience started to buzz again. Without Dong Tiu, things seemed normal and Lan Bang was expected to take first place. "Go for it." The announcer tried to manage the situation. Without Dong Tiu, the expected contestant would make the competition more intense. "Disperse, what's left to watch without Dong Tiu?" Zanjama whispered to the support team, urging them to confirm quickly. "Hurry up and confirm, what are you doing? No champion candidate, so why compete?" Although Tin and Gayet hid her smile, inside she still hoped Dong Tiu would appear unexpectedly. Suddenly, the audience spotted a figure emerging from the wings. "Hey, look over there." Zanjama was also surprised and quickly adjusted the camera. The camera swiftly switched angle. Everyone waited in suspense. Calmly stepping out was Dong Tiu. She even waved. "Hello, sorry I'm late." The hall erupted as Dong Tiu appeared. Contestants were astonished at the arrival of a strong rival. Amid enthusiastic cheers, Dong Tiu stood still, while the other competitors approached to get acquainted and eagerly awaited a match with her. No one knew who was stronger compared to the cataclysmic beast, but Dong Tiu walked past coldly, ignoring everyone. Dong Tiu's speed was so fast that the others couldn't react. Lan Bang remained silent, only Wang Yao complained, thought she wouldn't show up. Seeing Dong Tiu walk straight, Wang Dim asked loudly, "Why didn't she get taken out when the beast attacked the city?" Suddenly Hung Lian blocked Dong Tiu's path, taunting, "So arrogant." Hung Lian continued, "Dong Tiu, you show up last, don't tell me you're playing the hero's grand entrance trick." Hung Lian held a fan over her face disdainfully, "But no matter how clever you are, it's useless. First place in this competition is mine. You might as well enjoy this moment." She emphasized, "No more chances later. Turn around and oh, I'm gone already." Dong Tiu calmly stepped in front of Tin and Gayet. "Here I am, classmate. You look scared, sweating cold." The announcer quickly reported, "This contestant seems to be Tin Ka. Why is Dong Tiu seeking her?" Everyone watched the screen in excitement. Those who had never heard of her were puzzled, suspecting Dong Tiu was a hidden expert. Hong frowned, doubtful, Dong Tiu talking to someone else. "Investigate that keen girl immediately." Hong Lian ordered, "Check her background." The female student nearby was startled. "Understood." Aloy was confused. "Avim, didn't you previously scout the Keen Academy?" Aloy asked further, "What's that girl's background? Why is Dong Tiu looking for her?" Avim stammered, "I'm not sure. All they knew was that the Keen students were tough. My brother was targeted." Tin and Gayat was drawn in, feeling shy. "What do you want?" Dong Tiu emphasized, "Go all the way, don't disappoint me. I'm looking forward to you becoming the strongest." After speaking, Dong Tiu turned away coldly. Zinjama was curious what she said to Tin and Gayat, but the distance was too close to hear clearly. The announcer reminded playfully, "Wait to discuss this after the match. If you've reached your position, prepare to compete." She explained the competition rules. This contest has 3 rounds, the first 2 are qualifiers and the last is the final. The first round eliminates 20 participants, the second round eliminates another 12. Finally, only 6 contestants reach the final. The winner receives a commemorative cup and a special prize from Mr. Home. Zinjama launched the contest, and the third high school battle officially began. Round 1 would cover which category. Suddenly, a loud noise startled the audience, and the stands split to open a new path. All contestants on the arena floor were bewildered. A racetrack appeared and the competition name was announced. The contest was an obstacle course. The arena was enclosed by glass on all sides. The screen displayed a city map. The announcer explained the gameplay. This round would take place in a junkyard city, a labyrinth beneath the sea. The 3 zones of the celestial cliff were combined into a unified whole. The contestants had to enter the scrap city to find the way down to the underwater maze inside. Next, they would step into the ocean floor maze, overcome the challenges there to reach the celestial cliff, and complete the training segment on the cliff. Finally, they had to reach the designated endpoint on the cliff. The first 18 to arrive would move on to the next round. Zinjama immediately became excited. "All right, contestants are in position. The race officially begins." The referee gets ready, raises the gun, and focuses on the participants standing on the platform. She quickly guides each person to stand correctly, everyone concentrating fully. Zinjama was tense as well. Ready, the first shot rings out, signaling the start of the match. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was distracted, Ice Commander threw a timed bomb. A violent explosion shook the space, the arena floor immediately filled with thick purple smoke. She on the stands panicked and asked, "What just happened?" Guardian Lu immediately panicked. "There seems to have been an explosion. All the contestants are covered in smoke." Suddenly, a few dark figures shot straight into the air. She hurriedly narrated, "Someone is charging out." Guardian Lu excitedly. All members of the Moon Shadow Academy wore gas masks and charged forward. Zinjama was astonished. Gas masks. As the contestants remained in the haze, the host excitedly said, "It's poisonous smoke. Looks like this is the first surprise Ice Commander had for everyone." A chubby hand suddenly reached out, grabbing the head of the male student next to her. Scarlet Lotus held a leaf in her mouth, her face pale, hands covered in blood. The female student nearby couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of Scarlet, a genius strategist, she predicted Ice Commander's trick. "Luckily, we were prepared." While restraining the few Wood Cloud students, she looked around and laughed proudly. "There's also a smart one over there who didn't fall for it." Without hesitation, Scarlet Lotus immediately led her juniors away. "Let's go, time to depart." Wind Academy and Li Qiang hugged Tian Ka tightly, moved and choked up. "Well done, Tian. Good thing your protective ring activated in time, otherwise Ice Commander would have gotten you." Snow Y breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the shield opened instantly or we'd be done for. When Jing admired, "So cool, it really feels safe." He blushed awkwardly, "Keep praising me." Tian Ka recalled Ning Fan's instructions before the match. When the shot rings, activate the shield. He once asked, "Why? Don't ask why. Just follow instructions." Tian Ka silently smiled. "I won't tell anyone. Actually, before the match, Master Ning gave me special instructions." Thinking of that, he couldn't help but laugh. Bright Moon reminded, "Don't stand still, this is just the beginning. If not for earlier, we'd have been hit." Suddenly Dong Tio appeared, passing through the shield, startling her. "What's up?" He winked and said softly, "Secret mission. Be careful, chase quickly, or you'll be eliminated at the end." Zinjama observed the match intensifying and continued commentating. The poisonous smoke had cleared more than half. Some contestants had returned to the race. However, the Moon Shadow Academy team had gained a significant lead. Can the other schools turn this disadvantage around? 2 figures shot forward from the smoke. Zio Luo covered his nose and angrily said, "Moon Shadow dogs with Luo Ying, I will make you regret this." Seeing the 2 rush out of the smoke, Zinjama was thrilled. Contestants Tiro Zio Luo and Tiro Yun Yun from Wood Cloud Police School have surged ahead. Nearby, Guardian Lu prays. As expected of the team that defeated a disaster-class beast, even poisonous smoke can't stop them. Shortly after, another person stepped out of the smoke, leaving her astonished. Who's next? Dong Tio stepped out coolly, raising a hand to cover a yawn nonchalantly. Seeing him clearly, Zenjama shouted, "It's contestant Dong Tio." Dong Tio is completely unaffected by the poisonous smoke. Guardian Lu worried, is Dong Tio just strolling? Will he be okay without rushing? After sitting down, Zenjama turned to her to discuss. But speaking of Dong Tio, currently Moon Shadow, Luo Ying and Wood Cloud have all started, while Star Guard Academy seems still absent. Hearing this, Guardian Lu continued. Contestant Ice Star, who caught the attention of the unbeatable queen. Everyone is eagerly awaiting her performance. Just then, another person leapt out of the smoke, flying straight into the air. The crowd below immediately buzzed. What was that? A bird? No, it's a plane. The camera zoomed in on Sufang's face. Seeing this, Zenjama excitedly announced, "It's contestant Sufang." Star Guard contestant Sufang has broken through the poisonous smoke, chasing the group ahead. He suddenly accelerated, dashing ahead to everyone's admiration. She quickly added, according to records, Sufang's specialty is speed. In terms of speed alone, almost no contestant can match him. As the smoke cleared, Tian Ka's group became visible, being protected by him. Following Sufang, the other Star Guard members also escaped the smoke, seemingly using protective rings to block it. Then a familiar figure appeared. Ice Star was among them, truly worthy of being valued by the unbeatable queen. This small amount of poisonous smoke clearly couldn't trouble her. She quietly watched Dong Tio gradually moving away. Unexpectedly, she turned back and looked at her with a challenging gaze. After counting again and again, Zenjama suddenly muttered, "Wait a minute, it seems like someone's missing." Guan La just realized, it seems like the Mac Van Police Academy still has some contestants who haven't shown up. Are they definitely stuck in the poisonous smoke? As the smoke slowly dissipated, the contestants who were no longer conscious began to appear. The smoke has completely cleared. The crowd, who had been focused on the match, suddenly became silent upon seeing the scene before them. The two female commentators couldn't hide their astonishment. Zenjama paused. This was a disastrous scene with contestants lying scattered across the ground. All the contestants from Mac Van Police Academy have fallen. Even the contestant Hong Deep Long is among them. What happened in the poisonous smoke? At that moment, a group of people in full protective gear entered. The academy staff had arrived. It seems these contestants are out of the next round. One person approached Deep Lam and asked, "Are you still conscious? Is anything uncomfortable?" As his hand neared, she suddenly jumped up, turning around and surprising him. She's asleep. The scene shifts to the Junk City, where the contestants are speeding up to finish the race. Min Nam proudly said, "We've reached the Junk City, just keep this up, we're sure to win." Wang Deep beside him reminded, "Don't celebrate too early." Xiao Feng from the Ting Sat is about to catch up. Hearing that, he was startled. So fast. Suddenly, the leader of the group stopped and signaled for everyone to halt. Lang Bing coldly raised his thumb and gestured across his neck. The followers immediately understood and replied in unison. "Understood, Brother Bing." The Junk City appeared beneath the light blue dome. The camera shifted to the group just now. The Moonlight Academy had split into smaller groups to carry out their action. However, one person stayed behind. What were they planning? Someone stood still in the middle of the road, dressed in full black as if waiting for something. From above, a red light shot down, causing the commentator to get excited. Contestant Xiao Feng from the Ting Sat Academy has overtaken the others. Heading towards the Junk City, Xiao Feng's eyes, visible through the glass, gleamed with a red hue. He kept moving forward without hesitation. Xiao Feng passed by the mysterious person without looking back. Suddenly, the person spoke, "You want to overtake us?" Immediately, an unexpected attack came straight at Xiao Feng, catching him off guard. Tian Dong knocked him away, slamming him into a wall with a single strike. Xiao Feng fell to the ground, taking a moment to recover. The sudden collision left Zenjama in shock. Contestant Xiao Feng has been knocked down. Guan La was also surprised. Contestant Tian Dong has shown S-level strength in the entrance exam, Zenjama said. Tian Dong began to approach, mocking as he walked. "Is this all the strength Ting Sat has?" Tian Dong's eyes showed obvious contempt. "I thought you were strong, but it turns out it's just this." Xiao Feng kept his serious expression, as if he didn't care about the mockery. He had no intention of fighting back, continuing to charge forward. Tian Dong kept using the magical threads from his hands. "Want to run?" In front of Xiao Feng, a wall of netting appeared, blocking him. Xiao Feng didn't have time to react and crashed into the net, injuring himself. Seeing this, Tian Dong smugly said, "Running too fast isn't good. If there were no rules to stop lethal moves, you'd be dead by now." Xiao Feng began to get angry, staring at Tian Dong, calculating. Without saying a word, he charged back towards Tian Dong. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Feng appeared before Tian Dong, ready to strike. Tian Dong continued using his magic, binding Xiao Feng's legs with the magical thread. Tian Dong pulled hard on the thread, slamming Xiu Feng into a nearby building without holding back. The audience in the stands were chilled by Tian Dong's brutality, unable to speak. The smoke from the collision of Xiu Feng began to fade. In the blink of an eye, he stood up and jumped away before anyone could notice. As the smoke cleared, Xiu Feng seemed to vanish, leaving Tian Dong in stunned silence. Just as Tian Dong was still puzzled, Xiu Feng appeared behind him, preparing to kick him in the head, but then he vanished again. Suddenly, Xiu Feng reappeared, charging straight for Tian Dong's back. Tian Dong sensed the danger from behind and quickly blocked the attack. "What are you trying to do?" Tian Dong yanked Xiu Feng towards him. Without hesitation, Tian Dong turned around and threw Xiu Feng down onto the ground with great force. Yang Hua, sitting in front of the screen, was sweating from the tension. The referee shouted a beautiful counterattack from Tian Dong. Contestant Xiu Feng missed his sneak attack. Tian Dong looked towards Ning Fan and Wen Jun, his face filled with concern. Ning Fan remained calm. Xiu Feng's situation isn't looking good. Could this be the sign of his elimination from the round? Huang Vin wasn't surprised when explaining that although this was a preliminary round, the previous rules did not allow disturbing other competitors during the contest. Tian Dong had shown a significant speed advantage in the first round. Yue must have wanted to eliminate Tian Dong from the start, preventing him from continuing to compete. Tian Dong was preparing to knock out Tian Dong with a powerful kick. Tian Dong raised his leg, his eyes full of determination, ready to attack Tian Dong. Tian Dong lay motionless on the ground, offering no resistance, as Tian Dong used his face as a stepping stone to leap over the building. Tian Dong had no strength to resist, allowing Tian Dong to continue tormenting him. He remained calm in his explanations but gradually sensed something unusual. Tian Dong's strength and reaction were far superior to his, and he felt as though his opponent could predict every move he made. Huang Vin nearly gave up, as no matter if Tian Dong attacked or dodged, Tian Dong could handle it easily. Duang Hoa speculated. He surely doesn't have the ability to predict, to know Tian Dong's actions in advance, right? Ta La immediately rebutted. This is impossible. Such predictive ability is not normal and could cause global shock. During the contest, contestant materials cannot contain this. There's no way he could be faking prediction. Even famous competitors cannot have such an ability. Tian Dong sneered and continued to display his strength, saying that perhaps he had another ability. Tian Dong, covered in wounds and bound, shivered under Tian Dong's power. Tian Dong looked at him, smiled, and spoke with disdain. "Weak like this, I remember this competition only allows students with S-level abilities to participate." Tian Dong's eyes darkened, a smile curling on his lips. "Do you really have S-level abilities, or is it just a selection contest?" Tian Dong stared at Tian Dong and questioned, "Why?" Tian Dong's smile became even more sinister as he raised his hand, preparing to strike. Tian Dong spoke coldly. "Do you mean why I can understand your actions? Either way, you're definitely being eliminated. I'll show you." A giant eye appeared before Tian Dong's chest, his power creating a purple light. "My eye can see every move of others. With this ability, no matter how fast you are, in my eyes, you're like a weak old woman. Just a little coordination with my power and reactions is enough to defeat you. Don't forget, even if I can see you in my eyes, if you move faster, I can easily win." A noise from behind made Tian Dong turn around, seeing others running past. Then he turned his back. "But my task is complete. Goodbye. Your teammates will probably be very disappointed when they see you like this." Tian Dong looked back at Tian Dong with contempt. "But this is the face a useless person like you deserves." The audience was shocked as the match seemed to be over, and no one expected Tian Dong to be eliminated. Nin Pham laughed and said, "You know, the match isn't over yet. It's too early to conclude." Tian Dong suddenly accelerated and rushed toward Tian Dong, delivering a powerful punch to his stomach. Before he could react, Tian Dong was knocked back. Everyone was surprised by the sudden turn in the match. Tian Dong had hit Tian Dong. "What's going on?" Tian Dong couldn't block a single strike from Tian Dong. Was it a mistake? Tai Kai explained, "Maybe Tian Dong just used space shift." "Space shift? I heard it can create high speed in a short time and surpass space." Tian Dong angrily retaliated, but just as he reacted, Tian Dong had already used space shift to appear behind him. Tian Dong had used his power and appeared behind Tian Dong, performing space shift. Tian Dong could see every movement of the enemy, but when the enemy used space shift, demonic eye became ineffective. Tian Dong struck Tian Dong without giving his demonic eye a chance. Tian Dong angrily stared at Tian Dong but couldn't see him clearly because his demonic eye was no longer effective. He continued to focus, determined not to miss his chance to strike back, but Tian Dong was still too fast. Tian Dong violently threw his strength rope at Tian Dong, but he had already disappeared. He still didn't realize it, but the figure of Tian Dong appeared right behind him, thanks to spaceship. Tian Dong roared angrily, "You said my demonic eye would slow down the speed of another object, but you can move too fast. What do you want to do?" Tian Dong was terrified, sweat dripping, looking at Tian Dong. "What do you want to do?" Tian Dong dove from above, striking the ground with great force. He screamed in fear, but Sufang continued with a malicious smile. "No, you'll die. Doing this is against the rules." Tian Ka sat in the stands, casually opening one eye. While falling at such a speed, he could clearly feel the imminent danger. The demon eye saw everything happening, sensing the near-death experience, worrying that both the spirit and body of the competitor wouldn't be able to withstand it. Zenjama suddenly stood up. Yu Lion, sitting next to him, appeared puzzled. The competitors were only allowed to perform non-life-threatening actions, so the rescue team quickly intervened. Tian Dong screamed in fear as his head was about to hit the ground. A strong force surrounded him with smoke. His face was lifeless now. He had fainted. His hand still gripped Tian Dong's leg, mocking him before landing safely. Yu Lion and she watched this scene in silence. He lay motionless on the ground, foam at his mouth, while Tian Dong had passed out. Su Feng had defeated Tian Dong. Everyone was confused, not understanding what Tian Dong was doing. It's okay, his mission was supposed to go like this. We've had enough time. The mysterious power is now revealing itself from behind. An unfortunate person was electrocuted by it. That person's skeleton was now exposed, surprising and shocking everyone. The mysterious power surrounded the area. What is that? Tian Dong, who had passed out, was carried off the field by 2 doctors for treatment. Yu Lion pointed towards Tian Dong and spoke. Zenjama and she looked on, seeming to realize that Tian Dong no longer had a chance to continue the match. Su Feng rushed forward like the wind. Wen Jun and Yang Hua stared intently at the screen, tracking his every move. Su Feng led the Moon Shadow team, quickly advancing forward. He and the others cheered for Su Feng. Teleporting to the final point is not easy. It consumes a lot of magic power, and there are barriers in the arena that hinder it. Wang Yuan, with a cold expression, watched and said, "As for the separation." The beams of light connected. He looked up at the screen and noticed something strange. It looks like Moon Shadow got trapped in an electric trap. This is a good opportunity for us to counterattack. The electric traps seem to be staring at the competitors. The Moon Shadow team stopped in front of the electric traps. These traps would activate as soon as they sensed someone approaching. Smoke rose from a competitor who had fallen to the ground. The competitors had to act carefully. Behind them, red light began to appear, rushing directly towards them. Su Feng rushed forward, his face serious. Surrounding him were rays of light covering his entire body, making everyone gaze at him. Su Feng, using speed like lightning, avoided all attacks. People turned around, seeing that Su Feng was ready to use his power to fight back. "So fast, stop him." Su Feng skillfully avoided every attack. Too fast, too fast." He landed lightly. Behind the competitors, Su Feng continued using his space-shifting ability to dodge the attacks. Su Feng perfectly avoided all attacks from the other competitors. Everyone was confused, unable to find his figure. Is this allowed? Is he cheating? Su Feng charged towards the electric trap, hoping to seize the lead if he successfully passed through. Wen Jun and Yang Hua waved their hands in encouragement, shouting loudly. Ning Fan, sitting behind, had no reaction. "Well done, Su Feng, keep leading like this." He smiled, recalling his conversation with Su Feng. "The Moon Shadow team will surely target you. When they make their move, use space shifting." "Yes, well done, Su Feng, you're doing great." Ning Fan bit his fingernail, his eyes full of confidence. "Next, just use space shifting wisely to avoid all obstacles, and you can level up." Without fear, he charged straight at the electric trap. Suddenly, Su Feng was counterattacked, electrocuted directly. Wen Jun, Yang Hua, and Ning Fan all stared at the screen when they saw Su Feng get electrocuted. He fell like a piece of coal straight to the ground, with no resistance. Zenjama and she stood up simultaneously, looking at Su Feng with a horrified expression. Su Feng had been electrocuted, and his injuries looked serious but strangely. Why didn't he use space shifting to avoid it? Isn't it clear that he could easily dodge? He lay on the ground, smoke rising from his body. Teacher Ning said only use space shifting when Moon Shadow attacks. With no strength left, Su Feng laid his face on the ground. He's passed out. The rescue team was coming, and it seemed he could no longer continue the match. Ning Fan was also frightened and passed out along with him. What a pity, no hope of taking first place, eliminated in the blink of an eye. On the screen, the figure of Lan Bing suddenly appeared. She used her ice power to create a safe tunnel. Lan Bing had stopped the attacks from the electric traps. The Moon Shadow team continued to maintain their lead. Zio Lion and her teammates continued to pass the challenges easily. The other competitors also passed and entered the ruins of Steel City. Everyone continues rushing forward, facing electric shock traps and wondering who will be eliminated next. We continue to focus on the next competition, with the audience in the stands cheering enthusiastically for Vu, while Quan Lak covers his mouth and continues his mission. In the first round, overcoming obstacles, the contestants have reached the Scrap City. Lang Bang and Vuong Dim are unbothered and appear on the screen. Before the start, a commotion occurred. She intentionally hindered other contestants in Scrap City, but Lang Bang and Vuong Dim from Ngayat An still maintain their lead. A barrier surrounds the competition area, but other contestants are also close behind. Whether they can maintain the lead is a big challenge. The chaotic scene caused by the electric traps, Tayat Ai gathers her strength around her, and a green light appears. Tayat Ai releases power from her hands, her gaze determined, as her strength flies straight toward the electric traps, destroying them. Smoke rises from the electric orb with a few remaining sparks. Tai Kai and she stand frozen, stunned by Tayat Ai's action. Contestant Kok Tayat Ai uses lightning energy to disrupt the electric traps, and the machines lose effectiveness due to the disruption of the power. Using electricity to break electricity is truly a creative idea. The old man approaches, looking at the girl appearing on the screen, pondering this. Tai Kai opens one eye, thinking about Ding Min's form. It's somewhat similar. Tayat Ai turns around, her face anxious, urging everyone. Random actions only work for a short time. Hurry up, the traps haven't recovered yet, let's go. Everyone runs while praising her. Great, if only I had lightning abilities, but enough talk, let's go. Smoke rises from all directions, electric orbs continue to fall. Tayat Ai is really amazing. Tin Ngayat feels a bit jealous inside and silently promises not to lose. Not paying attention, she suddenly steps on a bomb. The bomb is triggered and explodes like a strong wind, throwing Tin Ngayat far away, crashing straight to the ground. Tayat Ai stops in panic and shouts, Tin Ngayat. In the dark corner, three black-clad figures have been watching for a while. It's a success. Fortunately, the bomb hit her. Otherwise, it would have been embarrassing. The figure of Tu Bing appears, holding the bomb up. Stop joking. My spider lightning ability only works on those who have been marked beforehand. A misfire is impossible. Smoke rises around him. He proudly says, if it were the same person, they would definitely be hit. Tu Bing claps his hands on the wall, speaking reassuringly. Don't worry, everything will be fine. I've adjusted the power of these traps. Tin Ngayat, with her face covered in wounds, gets up in pain, though she's not dead. Behind her are electric traps heading straight for her. Tin Ngayat senses the danger, but for her, dealing with them is not difficult. Lightning bolts rush toward Tin Ngayat, who is kneeling on the ground. Her gaze is fearful as she sees the electric traps approaching. A small figure quickly runs up the stairs. This is bad, she exclaims, her face full of worry. It's too late. She frowns, feeling regret for spending too much time picking clothes. Which outfit should I wear? As a result, the competition was delayed. She changes her expression, happily thinking about him. But if I can sit with Ning Pham and if Ngok Tayat isn't there, maybe this is my chance to increase my favor with him. Everything suddenly becomes more important. She feels a big opportunity opening up before her. Someone's voice suddenly cut through her joy, making her glance toward the sound. No way, don't even think about it. She turned toward where the young prodigy was standing, realizing the girl had lied. What are you thinking, believing that? Come on, move. I'm not lying, it's true. She stepped forward, taking down the nameplate to check. She realized it was the nameplate of a talent academy teacher. So embarrassing, the young prodigy sighed, realizing she had remembered information about the academy. She suddenly shouted toward the arena, startling her. Sister, are you a talent academy teacher? Do you even know your abilities? Oh, Engia looked at the young prodigy with an awkward expression. Student Lan Tin Ngayat, under the control of the black suits, the electric trap charges straight toward her. Thick smoke filled the air, obstructing Tayat Ai's view. She shouted Tin Ngayat's name. Tin Ngayat, three black suits standing behind, smiled wickedly. Tin Ngayat stared at the charging electric trap with fear. A blast erupted, smoke engulfed the area, electricity arcing outward. The audience on the stands was shocked, speechless. Tin Ngayat lay on the ground, protected, unharmed. Quan Lak stood up, sweating, shouting. Competitor Lan Tin Ngayat evaded the electric shock. Truly the undefeated queen. Look, even a small trap can't touch her. Her body was enveloped in electricity, lying still on the ground. Though she had barely blocked it, her body was paralyzed by the current. Can't move anymore, the three nearby black suits remarked. Blocked, unfortunate, once is fine but not sure about twice. A large foot swirled in the air, flying straight at them. What? Dean Truong smashed through the door, lunging at N.A. Chai-Luk, kicking him in the face. N.A. Chai-Luk widened his eyes in shock. We've been spotted. Lai Kwang looked at the kicker, and Ngayat An and Sufang pushed their glasses up, fortunately sensing the nearby weak psychic energy. He stood upright, tongue out, glaring at him as a warning. Our target is only Lan Tin Ngayat, no interest in you. Before we shift focus, move now. He tilted his eyes at him. What did you say? Nhi Luke glanced at the electric trap, threatening silently. The trap you set earlier is about to reactivate. The electric orb hovered in midair. We're fine. My ability can block electric shocks and control the trap's intensity. If a fight happens, we're not afraid. Dean Truong's eyes blazed with anger, teeth clenched, staring at them. But this concerns the honor of Talon Academy. Really risk the whole team for one person? Think carefully. Lan Bang and Vuong Dim successfully passed through the ice tunnel, avoiding the electric trap. Competitors Lan Tin and Guyot and Vuong Deep used the ice tunnel to bypass the trap. For now, they remain in first place. Electric arcs shot toward Hiu Lok and her team. Other academy teams were closely following. Hong Lian and her teammates stood on a giant flower, vines pulling up those who had fallen, though Ngayat An Academy initially dominated. But the following competitors used visible speed to close the gap. Dong Tiu stood guard, sleepy, covering his mouth while singing. Alex looked around, the electric orbs were down, falling to the ground. Hayat Y and the others quickly continued running forward. The screen displayed the young girl. Talent Academy's situation wasn't optimistic. The three observers looked worried. They've fallen behind other teams, not good. He leaned back, eyes on the screen, analyzing seriously. If this continues, the whole team could be eliminated in the first round. Experience still insufficient. Unlike Quang Vin's calm, he panicked. No advantage, so Fang overtaking other teams is nearly impossible. He suddenly laughed loudly, startling everyone. Ning Fam's gaze met Duong Hoa. It's too early to give up, he smirked, eyes determined. Lan Tin and Guyot I'm unsure of, but Sufang is my student. He's definitely not mediocre. Duong Hoa's expression darkened, eyes on Quang Vin. Just handle the Ngayat An one. With So Fang's ability, he can surpass the others. He replied calmly as if anticipating this. I completely agree with you. Surprised to see Su Fang on the screen, looking panicked. Tian Ka shouted angrily, can't beat them. Duong Hoa stiffened, mouth agape, frozen on the spot. Tu Bin laughed while using his hands to channel power through the conduits. The airborne electric trap charged at Tian Ka's group but was blocked. Su Fang pressed close, face distressed, shouting, don't you know how to control their mind? Control them. Tian Ka, covered in wounds, yelled in anger. No, he looked at Tin and Guyot, powerless to act. Just controlling that sister is the limit. We simply can't control others. Tian Ka looked proudly at him. Tian Truong's expression was fierce. He's right. No need to risk all of us for Lan Tin and Guyot, he and Su Fang said in unison. So you guys go ahead, I'll stay here to fight them. Tian Ka became furious, his eyes blazing with fire as he turned to Su Feng and scolded. So why are you staying? How are we supposed to fight now? He covered his mouth with his hand and leaned close to Tian Ka, whispering, I thought everyone would stay, so I wanted to take this opportunity to show off a bit. He glared at Su Feng angrily, then shouted, are you crazy? Suddenly, a mysterious power appeared above Tian Ka and him, descending rapidly. Zhai Liu excitedly rushed down with a fist enveloped in lightning, his punch striking the ground with such force that it caused violent tremors around them. The shockwave violently tossed everything in all directions. So what about you? Do you have a plan? No, so why are you staying? Looking for death? Tian Ka anxiously darted forward. I thought everyone would stay, so I wanted to look cool. Su Feng was sweating profusely, yelling, crazy. Tian Ka stretched his arm straight toward the bomb activation button, and both he and Su Feng panicked as they saw his hand on the detonator. The bomb was triggered, the explosion rang out, and smoke immediately engulfed the area, followed by a flash of energy. The thick smoke from the violent explosion gradually cleared. Sanzai smiled triumphantly. This is my confidence, the explosion power is several times stronger than before. Zhai Liu, who was observing, nodded approvingly. Well done. He looked at the collapsed buildings and thought to himself, this time nothing can threaten us anymore. Watching on the screen, Zinjama looked worried. The 3 contestants from the Dark Academy have been buried. Does this mean their competition ends here? Wan La added. In a moment, the rescue team will arrive. If they confirm they can't continue, the Dark Academy will lose 3 contestants. Witnessing this, Wenjun clutched his head and shouted, eliminated again, this match can't continue. Wang Yuan frowned. It looks like this time, Yue Ying came prepared, swearing to avenge the previous humiliation. Ning Fan was puzzled. Avenge the previous humiliation. He looked up at the screen and explained softly. Lion Bing from Yue Ying is considered the strongest supernatural power user of Yue Ying. Wang Yuan continued. I heard that when he was young, he single-handedly wiped out a pack of demon beasts, and Yue Ying made an exception to take him in. He went on, later in a battle tournament without breaking a sweat, he defeated several masters, making a name for himself. From that point on, Yue Ying became the place all supernatural power users aspired to. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. It wasn't just an aspiration. Back then, Yue Ying was called Heaven. Ta La read his book intently, and the principal of Yue Ying was extremely pleased with himself. He even said that anyone who could defeat Lion Bing would have to put their head in a toilet bowl. Therefore, the inter-school competition was organized. Mr. Zia Quan commented in a deep voice. To put it bluntly, the competition was actually organized by the principal of Yue Ying for the glory of his school. He just wanted to create a platform to step over the other schools. Ta La sneered. Unfortunately, the first season of the competition didn't go as he planned. He looked at the screen and lowered his voice. He was defeated by the monster from La Ying. Ta La reminisced about the match from that year. Lion Bing, the undefeated legend, was defeated by Dong Tio in less than 3 rounds. He laughed as he recalled. In the second season, he could only last 2 rounds. Consistently defeated by Dong Tio, the repeated losses made Yue Ying's reputation plummet. Lion Bing's pride was also severely damaged. Ta La put the book on his face and sighed in frustration. They are willing to use any means to take revenge. It's understandable that they targeted Lion Bing. After all, he was someone Dong Tio valued. Ning Fan curiously asked, "What about the principal of Yue Ying?" He froze when he heard this. Ta La shivered as he remembered, too cold. Of course, he put his head in the toilet bowl in front of everyone. I heard that recently they even installed air conditioning in the toilet bowl. It seems like he's gotten used to that life. A figure hurriedly ran in, apologizing for being late. Ning Fan immediately recognized her as Wen Ryuan. She awkwardly replied that she was late due to some business. Ning Fan walked up and nodded in approval. "This outfit is nice." She blushed and replied, "Of course I prepared it on purpose." Yang Hua loudly mocked. "I guess not. Was it intentionally worn for Ning Fan?" Upon hearing this, Wen Ryuan immediately gave him a hard slap. She glared at him annoyed and said, "There was a huge mosquito earlier, luckily I killed it." Suddenly, Jing Dong cut in. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Ning Fan?" He answered flustered, "Yes." Jing Dong quickly introduced herself. "I'm Lion Jing Dong, Lion Bing's younger sister." She spoke seriously. "Mr. Ning, could you break up with my sister?" Hearing this, Ning Fan froze, his face stiffened. "What?" he awkwardly explained. "I think you may have misunderstood something." Jing Dong angrily shouted, "There's no misunderstanding." Suddenly, the little girl's eyes welled up with tears. "You must have given my sister some kind of love potion. During the special training, she always mentioned you, saying you were a great teacher and treated her well." Jing Dong plopped down and started complaining. "What exactly did you do to my sister?" Ning Fan stood motionless, silently thinking, "I didn't expect Lion Bing to have a sister like this." The crowd murmured, whispering that this man was definitely not a good person. How could he hurt such a small child? 3 years is the minimum. It could even be the death penalty if it's serious. He placed his hand on the girl's shoulder and gently comforted her. Ning Fan pointed toward the big screen. "You should worry about your sister first." When the girl looked up, the screen was showing a scene of devastation. Ning Fan crossed his arms, silently hoping that Tian Ka would be able to react in time. Elsewhere, Zuyu watched the smoke anxiously and asked, "Are they all right, do you think?" Tian Chang quietly reassured her, "Probably nothing's wrong." Li Qiang firmly suggested, "Let's go back and check." From the rooftop, San Zio, Liu, and Si Ping grinned with satisfaction. Mission completed, no hesitation. All 3 jumped at the same time, continuing the competition. At this moment, Zuyu's team had also arrived at the scene. Li Qiang anxiously asked, "Where are the others? What happened?" Wen Jing carefully examined the area, then suddenly froze as she stumbled upon the wreckage. She spoke heavily, "There's no sign of life here." Zenjama remarked, "It seems like the strength of the Moon Shadow Academy is truly formidable. Jula has taken care of the Star Assassin Academy." And Guan La beside her couldn't hide his surprise. "What? The first student to reach the underwater maze is already here." She excitedly commented, "It's Lion Bing from Moon Shadow Academy." It seems Lion Bing is fully prepared this year, determined to win the championship. Lion Bing sneered, "I didn't expect the opponent this year to be so weak." Wang Yan cautioned, "We shouldn't underestimate our rivals. She'll probably catch up soon." He chuckled, "We're already this fast if anyone can catch up. I'll be like the principal, stick my head in." Before Lion Bing could finish, a streak of light zoomed past him. The sudden event left both Lion Bing and Wang Yan wide-eyed. "What?" In the golden beam speeding by, a voice came out, "Hey, could you slow down? It's too fast, I'm getting carsick." Tian Ka replied nonchalantly, "Just laugh. Now we're the fastest." In that moment, just before the explosion, he had managed to activate the protective shield in time. Immediately after, the group shot off, narrowly escaping the explosion. Tian Ka felt proud. To come up with an idea like this, I'm truly a genius. Sufang, who was beside him, expressed concern, but then again, "Do you think Li Qiang and the others will believe we're really dead?" Hearing this, he frowned, "It's possible." Sufang happily replied, "They'll definitely cry loudly when they realize we're fine." Below the green waters, schools of fish swimming, 2 glowing red jellyfish. The scene of the seabed was truly vibrant. The entire space was filled with a gentle, dreamy atmosphere. Lion Bing and Wang Yan swam, gritting their teeth in frustration. Damn it, who passed us? We must catch up to them. Suddenly stopping Lion Bing, he was confused. What's wrong? Wang Yan looked at the giant coral ahead and softly spoke. The maze is here. Suddenly, a small fish darted towards them in a ball. Seeing this, Lion Bing squinted. Looks like it's not just the maze. No sooner had she finished speaking than two monstrous beasts appeared in front of them. Wanla excitedly commented, it's here, it's here. The competitors Lion Bing and Wang Yan are in danger. Sanjama continued, let me explain the dangers in the underwater maze to everyone. She went on for a while. In the underwater maze, competitors will face 3 obstacles. The first is the rocks and coral growing at the seabed. They create countless paths, but only 4 paths lead to the checkpoint. Zenjama analyzed, the second obstacle is the many types of magical beasts in the maze. Of course, the strength of these beasts varies. She thought briefly, revealing a bit. The magical beasts that are stronger than natural disasters are located on one of the 4 paths. I wonder which lucky competitor will encounter them. But the danger doesn't end there. The third obstacle is the strong currents and whirlpool. The Mekong River seems peaceful on the surface, but in reality, it's full of undertows and strong currents. If you want to take a shortcut, you might want to test its power. A group of people gathered in a corner, whispering. Ting Yue, how do you feel? She calmly replied, it's fine. Li Qiang and the others, have they reached the front? Sufang replied, they probably haven't reached yet. We used the shockwave from the explosion, now we're the fastest. Upon hearing this, she closed her eyes and nodded, reluctantly agreeing. All right, Tian Ka said from behind. I've thought of a way to take a shortcut. He then stretched his arms, activating the protective shield. Hold on tight. With that, Tian Ka gathered energy and soared up. The driver started. At the same time, Dong Tio also just arrived at the underwater maze. Standing before the coral formation, she grumbled, why is the path so long? With that, Dong Tio focused her energy into her feet and shot upwards. A voice echoed, competitor Dong Tio chose to enter the strong currents. Despite the raging water, she remained unharmed. The strong current seemed powerless against her, proving she had reached incredible strength. On closer observation, they noticed students from the academy within the current. Clearly, this group of competitors had exceptional ability. Feng cried inside, too fast, thank you, Grand Elder. Tian Ka felt uneasy, sensing something unusual in the water. At that moment, the protective barrier around him began to crumble. The commentator was shocked. Wait, there's someone in the water. A voice rang out. I have a fairy staff, it can shrink or grow. When the screen zoomed in, they realized the person in front of them was her. Scene change, Li Qiang exhaled and stepped forward. The young man muttered, finally here, I'm exhausted. He looked at the sign ahead. The undersea labyrinth began here. Li Qiang felt puzzled, wondering if this was real or fake, and if it could be any simpler. Following the sign, the group spotted 2 figures not far away. Zhu Yi stepped forward to speak. Sorry, we heard a strange sound and both of you turned back at the same time, alert. Yue Yi smiled politely. Who's there? May I ask if this really leads to the undersea labyrinth? Wang Hao was captivated by the girl, so cute. Li Tian lightly tapped his head. Calm down, nothing is cuter than Goddess Leku. Wang Hao realized, indeed, nothing is cuter. Meanwhile, when Jing asked, who is Goddess Leku? He replied eagerly, of course, she's the top flower of our police squad. Wang Hao continued, the goddess, to save me, faced no difficulty and resolutely led us away from the starting point. No one gave way. The two began pushing each other, clearly to save me. You just tagged along. It's to save me, remember. Zhu Yi sighed, we should just go down first. When Jing glanced back, noting how strange the two were. When the group jumped into the undersea labyrinth entrance, the two finally stopped. Wang Hao quickly took a stance. I must take the shortcut to find the goddess. He gathered all his strength and ran forward. Reaching the cliff, Guang Hao leaped, making the path quake. He soared high, shouting, Goddess, I'm coming. A powerful beam of energy shot down. Ding Guang's binding fire enveloped him, freezing his body as he plummeted into the ocean. Li Tian was stunned, truly a pitiful child. At the same time, Tian Ka worried as the barrier was about to break. Su Feng gasped, what now? Don't scare me, he replied. This current is stronger than I expected. The pressure rose until the energy could not hold and shattered. Su Feng's scream echoed, alarming everyone. She was swept away, trying to grab hold, but Qing Yue was pulled down by the whirlpool. Losing control, she slowly hit the bottom as the sea monsters below looked pleased. Zenjama shouted, Brothers, dinner S here. She raised her hand to greet and prepare to explain. The administrator cheerfully said, let me show everyone the current positions of the competitors. She pointed to the map, showing all competitors who had reached the second checkpoint of the obstacle round. Zenjama continued, many competitors have entered the labyrinth. They alternated commentary. Lac An's competitor caught up with Mok Van's Leku in the rushing current. Did they engage? The camera switched to other contestants. The remaining Lac An competitors had just reached the labyrinth entrance. They also encountered enemies. The administrator shouted, Lan Bang and Wang Mayan of Yue Ying broke through the enemies and are chasing the scouts. But they seem to hit a dead end. Lan Bang drew a dagger from his side, ready to act. His eyes blazed as he charged forward. Zinjama gasped, "Wow, Lan Bang just cut through a massive obstacle, truly powerful." She laughed quietly, covering her mouth. "Is this storm leading to a dead end?" The camera angle changed, she said. "Let's see which scouting team." Even being swept to the ocean floor, they were still leading. "Wait, where is competitor Lan Qingyue?" The administrator searched and found Lan Qingyue had been swept elsewhere in the labyrinth, separated from her team. Disaster struck, it was the protected sea passage area. Qingdong Kyo in Ning Fan's outfit cried bitterly. "Sis, hurry and save her," he frowned, explaining. "Auntie, she's competing. But don't worry, there's rescue in the arena. But you must trust your sister." Ning Fan placed her hand over it. "Compared to her danger, I worry more about her confidence." Before the match, she confidently told her target she would defeat her. Hearing this, the girl cried even harder. "So what now? You must take responsibility for my sister." Ning Fan shouted, "I'm not her boyfriend." Then he softened his tone, gently comforting. "Trust me, follow her." Beneath the deep water, bubbles burst around the stretches of purple coral. A hand suddenly punched the snake hard. Jing Yue gritted her teeth. She steeled herself silently, determined not to fall here. The sea snakes in the tunnels were too many. Flocks appeared one by one behind the coral, rushing forward together. "Brothers, charge!" Jing Yue shouted. "If you want to defeat me with speed, I suggest you give up." Saying that, she pulled out 3 vials of medicine, too busy to play with them. The sea snake paused in surprise, startled. From pills, she summoned a large stone, smashing it into the snakes, making the leader realize the situation. She controlled the stone, got it. Immediately, the snake quickly slithered away at incredible speed. Jing Yue noticed one missing. She wondered, where did that one go? Behind Jing Yue, the snake suddenly surfaced. Without a sound, the sea snake rose with sharp teeth. Jing Yue looked back, startled. Was it what she thought? What? But before it could touch her, a streak of light shot past. Pierced through its head, the sea snake stopped, blood gushing and burst, leaving Jing Yue stunned for a moment. She quickly scanned around, wondering who saved her. Tong Zio teased, "You're really strong, much faster than me." Jing Yue asked suspiciously, "Why did you save me?" "Ah," she replied calmly, "I was just carried by the current, don't worry. I didn't actively save you." Tong Zio added, "I'm afraid of snakes. I'm not comfortable unless I kill it. I'll go first, you just slowly deal with the dead snake." Jing Yue pointed and shouted, "Don't think I'll thank you. I'll get stronger and defeat you." "Ah," Tong Zio replied casually, "I'll be waiting." Zinjama cheered excitedly. Later, Tong Zio voluntarily entered the maze to rescue Jing Yue. Guan Luo smiled admiringly, "Truly a great friendship, right?" Jing Tong declared, "My sister doesn't need her help. My sister can handle it herself." Ning Fan frowned, wondering why Tong Zio paid attention to Jing Yue. Could she also see Jing Yue's potential? Oh, Ryuan turned anxiously. "Ning Fan, what do you think of Tong Zio?" Hearing the question, he commented, "He's a talented student, but the most valuable thing is his demeanor that many geniuses lack." At this moment, Zinjama turned to another screen. All right, on the screen are the remaining students of the Star Academy, not looking too lucky. Just arriving at the maze and encountering enemies. Tian Chang firmly ordered, "Leave it to me." "Everyone go ahead," Zuyi immediately objected. "I'm not going, I'll go with you." Without hesitation, the enemies raised their claws and rushed forward. Brothers, charge. At lunge, Tian Chang punched it hard. Zuyi turned, urging Wen Jing Li Qiang. "Everyone go ahead, fighting in water is my specialty." The kid followed orders immediately. "Don't worry," Wen Jing reminded again. "Be careful, both of you," no sooner said than they turned and ran frantically. A hidden enemy attacked. "Taste my power." Tian Chang slid past. Worried, shouted Zuyi, "Be careful." The girl coldly extended her glowing hand. Zuyi's pupils turned icy blue as she shouted, freezing. The enemies gaped in shock. Tian Chang no exception. "Girl, what?" The previous enemy was frozen solid. No choice but to endure. The ice stretched several meters, chilling the sea floor. They were stunned, couldn't believe the scene. This is in the sea. Ignoring that, Zuya stepped forward coldly. The enemies scattered in fear. "Big brother, you go first." "No, you go first." The girl raised her hand, smirking. "Now are we still fighting?" They were scared, no longer fighting. "We admit defeat." "Big brother, big ancestor, please spare us." Tian Chang urged, "Let's go, Zuyi, let's chase Li Qiang and the others." The girl nodded. Not far away, 2 people were hiding, observing. Luckily, they didn't intervene. That Zuyi had some skill, but only in water. Wang Hao smirked in disdain. "These ghost beasts are pathetic, scared by her." Suddenly, 2 giant figures appeared, making him scream in pain. The enemies grew angry. Muscles bulging, stepped forward, growling, "Lucky to speak for dad." Wang Hao and Li Tian immediately trembled, shouting in unison, "Sorry." Elsewhere, the shrimp was grabbed by the neck and pulled onto the fields. "Help, help." Jing Yue looked around with frustration. Isn't this too easy? The beast sweated, shouting in fear. Weren't these people supposed to pass the challenge? Why does it feel like they came to find us instead? So scary. Why didn't the 5 of them join anymore? The crab glanced in one direction, shocked to see, over there, our brothers charging through. She hadn't even done anything before falling. On the stone platform, Tong Zio sat silently. Ah, praise, not bad, so fast already handled 8 ghost beasts. Looking at the heap of fallen beasts, Jing Yue was shocked. She rarely saw such a sight. Alex observed the remaining beast carcasses and said, "Hey, your friends over there are all asleep. Aren't you guys leaving?" They hurriedly ran off. No need. I suddenly remembered there was something I had to do. Right, my wife is giving birth, my wife is giving birth. Seeing this, Dong Tiu sighed. I told you. This competition is so boring. Suddenly the ground beneath them shook violently. Tin and Guyot and Guang A looked down. She couldn't hold back her curiosity, and on the side of Feng and Tian Ka, the ground also shook. Could this be an earthquake under the sea? At Wang Dian's place it was the same. Ah, he whispered, Lin Bang, can you feel it? After a moment of thought, he concluded that an extremely powerful magical beast had appeared. Dong Tiu said calmly, a magical beast is swimming by here. Its strength is almost at the disaster level. Aren't you running? Tin and Guyot was terrified. Disaster level. Seeing her reaction, a laugh. What scared? Tin and Guyot turned slowly and said, this time don't interfere. She said firmly with a confident tone, let me handle this. At that moment the ground cracked open and a gigantic creature rose up. Tin and Guyot was startled and stepped back, standing still, observing. The giant octopus squinted and roared, who is it? It looked around, irritated. You're disturbing my rest. Its tentacles wriggled like a massive school of sea snakes. Kid, the octopus growled, did you disturb me to rest? Tin and Guyot froze, beads of sweat on her face. The magical beast behind the disaster level observed her without response. It concluded, you're as good as dead. Dong Tiu sat nearby, quietly cheering her on. Go, Lin, Tin and Guyot, without saying more. The octopus lashed its tentacles towards her, and just as it was about to strike, Tin and Guyot quickly dodged to the side, thinking to herself, standing behind the disaster level, that's not disaster level, while pulling out a hair too. Without hesitation, Tin and Guyot threw a surge of energy into the ground. From the earth, a massive stone rose, and she gripped the giant sword tightly. The octopus muttered, didn't expect a kid like you to be a summoner, then launched its tentacles at the giant stone. Let's see if your steel can withstand mine. Tin Guyot remained calm, her eyes cold as ice, giving the order, slash. Following the command, the giant stone swung the sword and struck the octopus. It observed the falling tentacles, blood dripping into the sea. The octopus laughed proudly, didn't expect it, huh, my tentacles can grow infinitely. Tin and Guyot remained unfazed, replying flatly, then let's see if I cut faster or you recover faster. Immediately the giant stone raised the sword high, each slash sharp as a storm, striking the octopus. After a series of blows, the giant stone prepared to land the final strike, aiming for the octopus's 3 eyes. However, as soon as the sword moved, the octopus quickly dodged. It moved skillfully, always hiding behind the coral. The giant stone stood still in the sea, gripping the sword tightly. From beneath the stone-cut layer, long, winding tentacles crawled, inching closer from behind the giant stone. Tin and Guyot had not realized yet, and the tentacles were very close. Just then, the octopus squeezed both her and the giant stone. You didn't think I was that weak, did you? Tin and Guyot couldn't move, struggling to call Dong Tiu's name. Hearing his name, Dong Tiu smiled, his hand instantly releasing magical power. However, Tin and Guyot declined help. Don't shout, she tried to calm herself, confidently saying, I can handle this. The octopus tightened its grip on Tin and Guyot, growling threateningly. She gritted her teeth, her body trembling from the unbreakable chains. Tin and Guyot tilted her head, biting a lock of her hair, and a powerful shockwave erupted, shattering the chains. Dudu, the golden-furred creature, appeared, glaring at the octopus. It shot forward with terrifying speed. It zoomed past the giant stone, biting a tentacle and tearing it apart. Before it could enjoy itself, Dudu suddenly froze in panic. It had gone too fast, unable to dodge, and slammed straight into the coral ahead, rolling helplessly on the ground. Unconscious, the octopus roared again, I told you my tentacles can grow infinitely. What's the point of what you did? Tin and Guyot smugly said, didn't you realize you've run out of escape options? Behind the octopus was a towering coral blocking the escape. So what? Tin and Guyot pointed, giving the order, and the giant stone raised the sword high. It's time for me to strike back. Immediately it slashed with sharp sword strikes. The octopus's tentacles were chopped into pieces. Dudu quickly added another strike from the left. The powerful collision sent the octopus flying, leaving a blurred streak of light behind. It lay flat, its massive body completely still. Dudu flaunted a victorious, arrogant face, not stopping, using its sharp beak to peck continuously for a few seconds. The octopus was completely exhausted. Dudu ran behind Tin and Guyot. She took a deep breath, looked around, and realized the situation was clear. she exclaimed with joy. The octopus had been defeated by the sandwich hunting group. Dong Tiu stepped forward slowly, smiling encouragingly. Tin and Gayet blushed and shyly replied, "Of course." Tin and Gayet opened her eyes in shock as she saw the octopus motionless, its skin bristling. A tentacle coiled like a rope suddenly shot out, aiming straight at Dao Dao, who was frozen in place. The octopus was not completely dead, furious, punishing with its eyes closed. It screamed with hatred, "If I die, I'll drag you with me." A bloody scene, the surrounding water turning red. Tin and Gayet held Dao Dao tightly, weakly warning, "Be careful. Tin and Gayet is hurt, don't even think about touching me." When the tentacle withdrew, she fell. Dudu hurriedly supported Tin and Gayet, tears streaming down. The octopus rose, proudly declaring, "It's over," then flung its tentacle toward Dao Dao, who was ready to protect his companion. Dong Tiu immediately grabbed it, gritting his teeth. "If you lose, admit it. Target is the sneaky type." He silently used Bao Lam, eyes cold. Pieces of flesh floated in the water, yet Dong Tiu remained calm. Quan Lak witnessed this and couldn't help cheering. Dong Tiu and Zenjama praised, "That's a finishing move, the strongest sea beast in the bottom labyrinth." The entire audience erupted, exclaiming, "Dong Tiu is so strong. Exactly amazing." O Engia softly advised, "Stop crying, she's fine now." Tin Dong cried, "It's not fair." The youngest girl complained, "Only when I'm hurt like that could I defeat that octopus, but everyone says Dong Tiu did." Ning Fan spoke, "She's grown a lot in this competition. She'll only get stronger." Dong Tiu also trusted Tin and Gayet, not intervening before she lost her combat ability. He crossed his arms proudly. "Tin and Gayet has a goal to strive for, that's good." O Nuyen worried, "Tin and Gayet is injured, will it affect the next round?" He calmly replied, "No." Ning Fan smiled and assured, "Dong Tiu will help treat her injury." O Nuyen reminded, "But Dong Tiu belongs to Lak An. Logically, they are opponents." He explained, "Even as opponents, they are friends." The screen now confirmed Ning Fan's words. He stretched. Tired, he said, "I should still check on that Sufang." Ning Fan jumped up from her seat, unsure if Sufang was in the medical room. On Enheim shouted, "I'll go with you." She humorously jumped up, smiling brightly and following. Ning Fan paused, looking in a direction. On a distant row of seats, Andung stood out with a wizard hat, sitting alone. He stared, puzzled. That outfit made Ning Fan touch his hand, thinking, "Is she the mother of that little dark-haired girl?" Ning Fan went straight from the stands to the medical room, opened the door, and heard Su Fang screaming. Su Fang shouted, "Let me go, I can compete now." Despite injuries all over, he stubbornly argued while the doctor continuously advised, "Sorry, we need a professional evaluation of your injuries first." Before the doctor finished, Su Fang's bandages sprayed blood onto his face. Suddenly Su Fang appeared, calling, "Teacher Ning." Ning Fan was startled by Su Fang's unusual appearance. He worried, "So, can you continue competing?" Su Fang confidently, "I just finished assessing my injuries, I can continue." Ning Fan agreed, "Then continue competing." He reminded, "The athlete is heavily injured, avoid flying from the shore to the sea labyrinth." He obediently replied, "Understood." He also instructed, "Take Hong Deep with you." Su Fang ran off, "Then I'll go first." Seeing him, the female commentator was surprised. A classmate of Tin Sat has returned to the competition, seems recovered. Su Fang only focused downward, then directly lifted Hong Deep onto his shoulder, showing care for his classmate. The three of them, Ning Fan and his teammates, watched the TV screen intently. On Enheim said nervously, "Isn't Hong Deep not interested because Lak An's athlete gave up? Even if brought along, she wouldn't care." He confidently replied, "She will meet someone who can ignite her competitive spirit." Lecoq swiftly dove into the water, eyes gleaming with pride, muttering, "Finally arrived." In front of Lecoq, the mysterious door stood tall, emitting a faint glow. She exclaimed with interest, "Impressive." Lan Bang tried to sneak, but Lecoq quickly noticed. She poked her head out, saying, "Do people from Ngayat An all like sneaking?" She continued observing, eyes cautious but curious. The mysterious door before them glowed faintly, stimulating Lecoq's excitement. He responded coldly like ice, "I am an assassin and ambushing is instinct." Seeing the shamelessness of Lang Bing, Lecoq angrily questioned him. "But I have to say, how did you all get here so quickly? I just crossed from the red water zone." Wang Yan proudly said, "Don't underestimate the speed of our assassin." Lang Bing added, "If we can use the same speed to move on land, why waste energy going to the swift water zone?" Before he could finish, Lecoq teased by sticking out her tongue. "I'm leaving now," seeing her about to leave. He mocked, "Aren't the people from the Mac Van Police Academy brave enough to fight?" Infuriated by their persistence, Lecoq said, "Hey, I'm a woman. Aren't you two men a bit too thick-skinned?" Without hesitation, Lang Bing charged forward. To him, there was no distinction between male or female when it came to enemies. After the sudden stab, blood began to spill from her. He withdrew his weapon and prepared to continue his attack. Lecoq angrily clutched her bleeding wrist, saying, "If you want to fight, then I'll oblige." With that, she exerted all her strength to cast the ice language spell. The water around her began to freeze, and she angrily shouted, "Frosty mist rise." As soon as the words left her mouth, the magic circle behind Lecoq continuously shot out ice blades, aimed directly at Lang Bing and his team. The huge ice blades poured down on them. Lang Bing skillfully dodged, but Wang Yan behind him struggled greatly. Suddenly Lang Bing's eyes glowed red and he confidently said, "I am an assassin." As soon as he finished speaking, he moved like lightning, dodging all of Lecoq's attacks and closing in for a counterattack. In the blink of an eye, Lang Bing had a dagger ready, aiming straight for her throat. She furrowed her brows in anger, raised her staff ready to strike, and scolded, "Two of you bullying one person, what kind of men are you?" Lecoq created a line of ice to widen the gap between them. That ice strike didn't cause any harm to Lang Bing. He showed a look of contempt. Wang Yan still hadn't made a move. She gripped her weapon tightly, coldly warning, "Lang Bing, right? Then I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Dong Zio." Vuong Dim yelled loudly from a distance to warn, but before Lan Bang could react, he was startled and shouted. Looking down at his feet, Lan Bang realized he was standing in a bright red circle, and Lecoq's scream summoned a massive fire. The Liat Dim fire pillar struck unexpectedly, sending him flying far away and crashing hard into the stone floor. Lan Bang looked at his burning hand and thought, "Too fast, I aimed too low at her." Before he could escape, Lecoq continued shooting ice arrows straight at his eyes. Lan Bang tilted his head to dodge, and the attack hit the rock behind him and exploded. Lecoq, seeing his reaction, continued to mock him with amusement. The seed player of Ngayat An was nothing special. Ko Duong kept firing dozens of ice arrows at Lan Bang. Vuong Dim, hiding at a distance, was stunned, admiring the illusionary weapons. In Vuong Dim's eyes, Lecoq appeared to be full of power. He thought she must be the strongest on Mok Van's side. No wonder she's Lecoq, the famous magic master. Vuong Dia leaped out from his hiding spot and transformed, saying, "If that's the case, I won't hold back anymore, dark power." Vuong Dia unleashed multiple clones toward Lecoq and shouted, "Dark shadow clones." 4 dark shadows of Vuong Dia immediately rushed toward her. Lecoq chuckled softly, "Dark magic." As soon as she spoke, the clones' bodies were distorted by an invisible force. Her eyes glowed purple as she stared directly at him and said, "Let me teach you this." Lecoq stood her ground and created a black hole that sucked everything around her in. Dark, void realm. Lan Bang and Vuong Dim were both extremely shocked and shouted in unison, "Void realm." The shadow clones disintegrated simultaneously and Lecoq opened the black hole, sucking all the clones inside. Lan Bang gritted his teeth and asked, "Why?" He was seething with rage. Lecoq, standing across from him, appeared surprised, muttering, "Is it really talent?" Remembering the past, Lan Bang stood before the tower and shouted, "Master." He was cloning and running. Lan Bang continued calling, "Master." From afar, Chu Mak heard the call, turned around, and Lan Bang excitedly showed off, "Master, I've learned it." Before his master, he cloned into 2 people, getting into a ready stance. Lan Bang said, "Swap." As soon as he spoke, the shadow clones swapped positions. Chu Mak smiled, "Not bad, you're learning faster than I thought." Lan Bang, overjoyed, rushed to hug him. "Master," he shyly asked, "can you teach me that shadow trick you used last time?" He looked at Lan Bang kindly. "You mean the void realm? All right, I'll teach you, but you must focus completely." Chu Mak explained, "Magic is different from body techniques, it requires a sincere heart." Right after, he began to teach. Under the tree, Lan Bang meditated peacefully in the golden sunlight. As autumn passed, leaves fell, yet he remained seated. Lan Bang persistently practiced from autumn to winter. Eventually, a small dark shadow appeared on his hand. His master reminded him, "Relax, focus all your will on the void realm, imagine it as part of your body." As soon as he heard that, the small shadow vanished into the air. He trembled in disappointment. "Master, I'm sorry." Chu Mak placed his hand on his shoulder, advising, "With dark magic, you're not focused enough." He walked into the snow. "You should focus more on body techniques." Lan Bang's tears flowed as he gritted his teeth in frustration. Why is it so easy for those with magic talent to learn? Lan Bang muttered, looking at Lecoq. The void realm slows down the opponent, absorbs the special effects of their magic. It's a skill of assassins. But in the end, he roared, "People like me, without magic talent, can never learn it." He remembered his first match. Lan Bang collapsed. He had fallen in the final of the first campus competition. The referee marveled, not even 5 seconds, how could a regular player pull it off? Dong Tiu yawned, bored. Sure enough, it was dull. Finally, the referee said, "Congratulations to Dong Tiu for winning the second campus championship." Lan Bang summoned his weapon, enraged, "I hate you, I hate you, I hate all of you." Immediately after, strange patterns appeared on his body. Vuong Dim saw the oddity and called out, "Lan Bang." Lecoq looked in surprise at Lan Bang. He held his weapon and unleashed dark magic, approaching. Lan Bang, furious, asked, "What exactly is this based on?" After speaking, he jumped high, the earth and rocks under his feet shattered. Lan Bang approached Lecoq at the speed of an illusion. He gripped his weapon tightly and Vuong Dim reached out to stop him. Lan Bang calmed down. Her face was full of fear. If you do this, Dung will die. Lan Bang did not respond, holding his weapon and attacking Vuong Dim. He was struck and sent flying, crashing into a stone pillar. Vuong Dim lay unconscious in the rubble. He didn't care, turning to glare at Lecoq. She looked disheartened, thinking, why did I provoke him like this? Suddenly Lan Bang swung his weapon. Lecoq immediately raised a stone wall to defend, but her wall cracked. She exclaimed in shock, what? From behind the wall he charged forward, saying, no one can stop me. A powerful strike surged directly toward Lecoq. Outside, Wang Yan feared. Lan Bang, has he really killed someone? Dust and smoke rose, obscuring the battlefield. In the smoke, Lan Bang gritted his teeth, standing still. His hand holding the weapon trembled, gripped tightly by someone else. Nearby, Lecoq grimaced, enduring. It was Dong Zio, she asked coldly. Have you caused enough chaos? Seeing this, Lecoq called out, Dong Zio, but he ignored her, still addressing him. I ask again. Dong Zio repeated sternly, have you caused enough chaos? As soon as he finished, a flash of light appeared before Lan Bang. He was flung back, his body smashing into a stone pillar before stopping. Dong Zio stood still, staring at Lan Bang trapped in the stone. Witnessing this, Lecoq's eyes shone, impressed. Lecoq stepped forward, saying, so strong, so cool. Dong Zio spoke, this is a competition, not killing like a monster without regard for consequences. Dong Zio continued, if your talent isn't enough, don't blame others for their innate gifts. Then she turned away, if talent is lacking, train harder. She looked at him coldly, but you wanted to kill her just because someone else is more talented. Ignoring Lan Bang lying there, Dong Zio turned her back and left. I overestimated you. Underwater, Lan Bang lay motionless. After a while, his hoarse voice sounded, wait. Lan Bang called out, Dong Zio, you won't win the championship this time. He gritted his teeth, determined, this time I will definitely win. Dong Zio stood still in front, silent. Minutes passed. Her voice calm, what does that have to do with me? Then Dong Zio called aside, Tin and Guyet, let's go. Still dazed, she hadn't followed yet. Lan Bang stepped forward, asking, who taught you the Void Realm? Lecoq frowned. Why does this guy talk so rudely? Seeing her silent, he got annoyed. Lecoq, tell me. Lecoq forced a smile. My mother taught me. Is this really important? She explained she couldn't yet advance this skill. Hearing this, Lan Bang decisively turned away. All right, he walked while calling back, Wang Yan, let's go. Lan Bang silently pondered. The Void Realm is the master's skill, not taught by her. So where is the master? Behind, Lecoq sighed in exhaustion, suddenly had to fight such a battle. Suddenly she froze. Wait, I think I was the first one right. Lecoq shouted, now it's the 5th round, wait for me. In the large audience, everyone sat packed, all eyes on the stage. Ning Fan and Wen Ryuan stood at the entrance observing. After a moment, he glanced toward the side entrance. Behind Ning Fan was the silhouette of a long-haired woman. Sensing something off, he stared at her intently. Ning Fan said to Wen Ryuan, you go first, I'll handle something. She replied, all right. The woman, concealing herself, slowly walked down the hallway. He followed, observing, convinced she was suspicious. Suddenly she stopped and entered a room. The office inside was lit, and the woman immediately disappeared from view. Lan Zai saw her arrive and said, here. The woman was Andung. She removed her hood and said, let's start. The elder responded, I'm targeting Lan Bang of Moon Shadow and Tian Ka of Star Tracker. If they join the alliance, they will be strong core members. Su Chu continued, I'm targeting Sufang of Star Tracker and Dong Zio of Lac An. Beside him, Guzai commented, forget about Dong Zio, didn't we send someone to scout her? She has no interest in joining the alliance. He added, no, she's not interested in anything. Then he glanced, I'm targeting Lang Tin and Guyet, a decent seed. Across from him, Andung lowered her eyes. All right, I'll ask Kuk Nhai to try to build connections with them during the competition. Outside, Ning Fan eavesdropped and thought, good, the Superpower Alliance has plans. He angrily thought, they don't just want to recruit me but also my students. Huan Lak grinned. Huan Lak cheered, here it comes, finally the last stage of the speed challenge. The announcement sounded, perfect sky passage. The announcement introduced the challenge. A height of 15,000 m, an image of a giant pillar rising from the sea appeared. The announcement continued, the sea depth is 3,000 m, anyone who reaches it qualifies for the next round. Hearing this, everyone underwater immediately perked up. Tin and Guyet looked at Dong Zio, puzzled. Not going. She leaned against a stone pillar, lazy. No need to rush. After that, Dong Tiu closed her eyes and sat down. I felt sleepy. Jing Yue, you go ahead first. Hearing this, she froze, unable to say a word. Lecoq beside her was suspicious, not knowing why Jing Yue hadn't gone. She replied, I'll go right now. Below, Jing Yue held a stone emitting purple flames, then shouted, come out here. She summoned the rock stone to fly up, then stepped onto its head and flew along. Jing Yue and the girl climbed along the stone pillar. Lecoq thought happily. The mission his mother assigned had a chance, and Jing Yue was his first target. In front of the giant door, a notification sounded, informing that Tiu Hiu Lok and Tiu Van Van had reached the end of the undersea maze. As someone aiming for first place, Hiu Lak and Van Van were watching the door, while the commentator continued. Meanwhile, the Moon Shadow Academy and Lak An Academy were still challenging each other. This was a speed competition, fast wins. Elsewhere, two figures slowly entered the choral. They were Tian Ka and Sufang, tall and strong. Wrong way again, Sufang said wearily. I can't continue. Above, Quan Lak spoke into the microphone. Finally, the last-place team consisted of Tin Sat's classmate and two students from the Mac Van Police Academy. With Yama assisting, everyone cheered. Below the stands, spectators excitedly watched the monitor. Ning Fan asked On Nguyen. How's the situation? She glanced and replied, not very optimistic. On Nguyen looked worried. Our students. Except for Jing Yue, the rest are left behind, she continued. Especially Su Fong and Hong Deep who just joined. They were still at the entrance under the sea. He thought, the Alliance of Abnormal Users is using this move to strengthen their power. On Nguyen called out loudly. Ning Fan, he continued thinking, if Lecoq Kim invited Jing Yue to Tian Ka, she would definitely refuse. But she spoke louder. What are you thinking about? Ning Fan startled, replying nothing. His face was solemn, silent. The worst outcome is the Alliance's plan being exposed. Then all students could be investigated. Ning Fan looked up at the screen. By then On Nguyen might have to help. Otherwise, if Kuk Tiat I is fully investigated, it'll be troublesome. He frowned, thinking, as for that old man. Meanwhile, above the stands, Tai Ku Kam glared down. He smiled, while Ning Fan below was deep in thought. Cannot let him investigate the students. He gritted his teeth, frustrated. Otherwise, everything will be lost. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Are you teacher Ning Fan? Nice to meet you. Unexpectedly, An Dung appeared smiling. Can you step outside for a moment to talk? On the quiet basketball court, the afternoon breeze swept by. Two people, a man and a woman, faced each other. The woman turned her back to the setting sun. She asked, is it An Dung? How did he respond? Ning Fan's face darkened, hands gathering power. A golden aura enveloped his hands. An Dung smirked. No need to be angry. I mean no harm. I just want to ask if teacher Ning Fan wants to join us. Ning Fan frowned, expression firm. Sorry, I don't want to join. You won't use coercion, right? From her palm, an energy sphere slowly formed. What if I said yes, without hesitation? He replied, then let's see. Instantly, countless purple arrows shot toward him. Whirling like an energy storm, the master guessed he would easily leap to avoid the attack, but Fan began to act. Fool, suddenly all the energy reflected back. Even the Alliance officer La An Dung could do nothing. Skill introduction. Fool, during the startup phase, can copy the opponent's skill. Fang smiled. She wasn't angry at Ning Fan's provocation, quietly forming another sphere. An Dung silently raised her hands, forming a larger, stronger energy sphere, swirling like a black hole, creating a void field. The surrounding air was sucked into the center of the sphere. She said calmly in a deep voice, teacher Ning Fan's power is indeed different from what outsiders say. Ning Fan's foot lightly touched the ground, cracking. Finished probing? An Dung shrugged. Not really, just wanted to spar a bit with you. Her gaze was direct. Why not join us? We have the same enemy and Tiat I is your student anyway. You're not excluding your alliance, right? He smiled, turning away. Having the same enemy doesn't make us friends. Then waved to advise. So not excluding doesn't mean I want to join. An Dung smiled faintly, slightly helpless. Wait, if we invite your students, would you oppose? Ning Fan replied, that's their business, but I believe you won't succeed. He turned to remind, by the way, I warn you, abducting people under Huang Tai Jai's watch, once exposed, causes trouble for both sides. Then he added, especially Tiat I, if Huang learns her identity, you know what he'll do. An Dung bowed after hearing this. Thanks for the reminder, the Alliance always welcomes Master Nin Fan. Nin Fan turned and walked away, waving goodbye. Scene change, Tai Jai's kind face smiled with amusement. He sat on the throne and thought when a maid brought tea, holding it respectfully for the emperor. Are you tired? Do you want to rest? Tai Jai lifted the teacup, shook his head, saying no, I'm not tired. His face flushed, but his eyes twinkled mischievously, noticing something interesting. Before a giant pillar, a group gathered at its base, all eyes looking up at the towering top. So tall, Thien Truong, Van Tin exclaimed in amazement. The girl pointed at Dong Tiu sitting in a corner, wondering why she was there. From what I see, she's very cunning and can climb herself, Lai Kwang guessed. She's very strong, Tin and Guyot witnessed it herself. Thien Truong itched to ask the girl again, repeating his question. Fatty, why are you here? You can still swim under the sea, why continue on land? I don't know either, Lai Kwang flopped down. Suddenly a scream stopped, the girl's face froze, sweat streaming. Lai Kwang grabbed his butt and jumped up screaming, oh mom, it hurts. It seems Tiu is starting to feel vague. He felt helpless, surely it's not poison. Lai Kwang's face was gaunt, wishing the skinny guy was here. So I can go up. Suddenly a trembling foot approached with a cane. Fatty was Sufang, his face pale, saying it had been a long time. Dean Truong and Tiat Ai looked at Sufang's small face, both surprised. Sufang, you guys haven't been eliminated, why like this? Tin and Gayat and Tian Ka were puzzled. I'm here, Tian Ka lay on the ground, reaching out to grab the corner of Tian Truong's pants. Help someone, Tian Ka struggled to sit up, pointing at Sufang. Tian Ka shouted angrily, the sleeper, we ran all through the maze. Sufang refused to lose and shouted back. Clearly it was you, we were ahead, you said you'd lead. Soon both fell heavily from exhaustion. The three on this side stood stunned. Scene change and Gok Tiat happily entered the classroom, the school issue finally resolved. Where is Nin Pham sitting? She felt thrilled, probably among a bunch of dull men, very boring. Gok Tiat glanced around the lecture hall, then at Nin Pham, seeing him handing water to An Hyen. Just outside, convenient to buy, she smiled brightly and took it. You didn't see, your two students are hilarious. Tin Dong held the bottle, opening it. Nin Pham silently scolded, such a little ant. She witnessed everything, her body trembling, not believing her eyes. In Ngok Tiat's mind was the scene of him being intimate with An Huen. Well, you just bought it, you're naughty, but I like it. Then Tin Dong's tearful face sought help, Big Brother could open it, of course. Beloved sister, her face darkened, the atmosphere around changed. A red aura spread, and Ngok Tiat's eyes flashed fiery red, intense as if burning everything. At the calm sea bottom, a few streaks of light pierced the water, reflecting on the cut and hunting signals. Is everyone okay? Sufang gave a thumbs up, I'm fine. Lai Kwang beside him also felt a bit sore. Tian Ka suddenly spoke, nothing serious happened. Dean Truong pondered, the hardest part of this stage is still ahead. He added, the sea bottom is swimmable, everyone must think about what to do next. Lai Kwang smiled confidently, Day, you can't control me. Alright, Sufang hesitated slightly but agreed. Tiat Wai turned to ask Dean Truong, did you walk directly without the maze? Or should I use ice magic to help you? He replied, no need. Previously the teacher taught me a similar course. Meanwhile, Van Tin's gaze wandered aimlessly, she sighed and thought. What should I do? While Van Tin was helpless, suddenly someone approached. Tian Ka glanced, hey, girl, wanna sit in the ocean shadow? As he spoke, a spiral of light swirled around the pillar in the blue ocean, rising suddenly. Dean Truong nearby felt the water pressure, the whirlpool rising like a fast bolt. Everything underwater became more chaotic than ever. Tin and Gayat gritted her teeth as she heard Zinjama speak. Looks like classmate Lan Tin and Gayat also struggles in the whirlpool. Quan Lak spoke, even the top black horse has difficulty here. She didn't hesitate, releasing her power. Soon, Tin and Gayat shouted loudly, this time going straight through. She kept yelling, that's right, sister, go forward. Nin Pham was completely helpless, what karma have I created? Ngok Tiat held back, An Huen was also here, and the other responded. You're late, unfortunately. Just then, he suddenly snapped, fully awake. Dung opened his eyes gently and asked if something was wrong. Dong Kwok removed his glasses and greeted Leanne Dung, the one from Mac Van Police Academy, right? I'm Man Dong Kwok. Hong invited you for tea. At the same time, Dung sensed a familiar power nearby. She looked displeased and asked if this was how they invited guests. Dong Kwok did not hesitate to reply, yes, it is. Stop asking so many questions. Go over there or lie down there, your choice. Dung had no option but to obey Dong Kwok. Nin Pham silently observed the situation. The people of Hong Tai Kuk, the task of the Esper Alliance, seemed to have been exposed. Before he could think further, someone called out loudly, Master Nin Pham. He saw Dong Kwok appear right in front of him. Hong invites you for tea. His words blended into the background noise of the stands. Nin Pham stood up. If this was an invitation from Elder Hong, I cannot refuse. Dong Kwok heard this, the corner of his mouth lifted into a fake smile. Clever person. He stepped forward and said, let's go. Ngok Tiat suddenly grabbed his hand, worried, Nin Pham, don't go. At the same time, he received a stone from O Nyan, who quietly instructed him to crush it if anything happened. He reassured the two girls, it's fine, Elder Hong is just inviting someone for tea. No need to worry. As soon as he finished, Nin Pham asked, you're telling the truth, right? Dong Kwok replied, yes. He thought to himself, Hong Tai Kuk probably captured some members of the alliance. As for me, it might just be to ask a few normal questions. Nin Pham thought, the current issue is how he handles Le Kuk and the alliance's reaction. A moment later, he entered the briefing room. Elder Hua Chu, Thatch Sun, Leanne Dung, 3 teachers from the police academy had arrived. One person named Ko Tich had not been found and people were searching around the school. Tai Kuk said, it's fine. 1 or 2 people are enough, take them downstairs. He guessed Hua Chu is probably a mental system teacher. Being corrected like that is certainly due to confronting a strong mental system user. Dong Kwok stepped forward and said, Master Nin Pham, Elder Hong invites you. He thought, is he the strong mental system user? As soon as Nin Pham stepped in, Tai Kuk quickly said, Master Nin, please sit. He didn't hesitate and asked, does Elder Hong want to talk to me about something? The old man did not answer but only pushed a cup of tea toward Nin Pham. Tai Kuk slightly opened his eyes, implying drink tea. Nin Pham bluntly replied, not thirsty. Elder Hong, is there something? Otherwise, I still need to monitor the student's exam. As soon as Nin Pham finished, the elder turned to look at the nearby TV screen. He said, then you can watch it. Tai Kuk smiled, Nin Pham, I want to ask you. He squinted and asked, what do you think of the Esper Alliance? Nin Pham was slightly surprised but quickly regained composure and replied, a bizarre organization with no purpose. A bunch of Espers who think they're right. He lowered his voice, no purpose, their purpose is me. Tai Kuk added, then let me rephrase the question. Nin Pham, at this moment, you felt the pressure from him. Tai Kuk directly asked, you are a member of the Esper Alliance, aren't you? He said seriously, if so, I hope you withdraw immediately. I will kill all members of the Esper Alliance. Their goal is to kill me and I, Tai Kuk suddenly threw the teapot near the pot, must kill the entire Esper Alliance. Faced with his attitude, Nin Pham remained calm. I don't care what you do to the Esper Alliance. I will answer your question first. He looked steadily at Tai Kuk, asserting, I am not one of them. After hearing this, the elder's mind started spinning. Nin Pham stood up from his chair. He added, your tea isn't very good. Without hesitation, he turned away, I'm leaving. Only then did the elder speak, Nin Pham. Before doing anything, Tai Kuk warned, think about your father's consequences. Nin Pham stepped out and thought, that old man captured some Alliance officers, meaning he controls the front line against the Alliance. What will the Alliance do? Surely they will directly confront him, he thought with disdain. Using my father to threaten me, one day he will regret it. Nin Pham took a few steps and suddenly stopped. In front of him, an owl hovered on a lamp post. Nin Pham wondered, what is this? Why is there an owl in broad daylight? He was stunned. Wait, this owl seems to be a summoned beast. Just then, a security team passed by. Have you found it yet? They were all reporting in turn, but I had no information at all. Pham asked about Hong Tai Ku's person. Are they still looking for someone? Keep that thought and keep going. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed Pham, startling him. Who is it? Pham shouted, it's me, Gu Jia, your Pham, right? Sister La told me to eavesdrop on your meeting. Do you remember? You're the one who summoned the cat system. Weren't you the one who summoned the cat system? Why summon this instead? Yu Zhai was confused. Isn't an owl a cat? Pham laughed helplessly. Right, an owl is also a cat. I used the owl to see you all being caught by Hong Tai Ku. I ran away and reported it to the master. They should make a decision soon. You furrowed your brows and asked, why bring me into this? Yu Zhai replied, I want you to help rescue Sister La. Pham shrugged, what makes you think I can save them? Yu Zhai answered honestly, you can freely come and go from Hong Tai Ku's place, saving them shouldn't be a problem. Pham sighed, humans really are simple. What's complicated is this society. Yu Zhai added, if you help me, I'll give you a huge benefit. Pham said, go ahead, let's hear it. He laughed. Once the task is done, not only will you join the alliance, but you'll also level up to become an official, equal to me. Pham did not respond, turned away, goodbye, bye-bye, sayonara, see you later. Yu Zhai was now completely flustered. He said, go, what do you want? Pham answered indifferently, I want the strongest powerhouse in your alliance, I'll save my student. Meanwhile, Zinjama was commenting, now the competition has entered its most crucial phase. Lang Bing and Wang Yan are close to the finish line. They will definitely win the championship this round. Zinjama continued, as for the reserve player, after a long rest, they're starting to move now. She immediately announced, she's starting to climb now. Keep in mind, the person at the top of this speed round will have the advantage in the qualifiers. Pham calmly walked forward, then stopped for a moment. Then Pham entered the bushes. Soon after, he dealt with the people there, leaving them behind with breathless, wordless gasps. At this moment, two guards approached. Hey, time to change shifts. Seeing no one, they were puzzled. Where are they? At that moment, the bushes nearby rustled. A white tiger immediately appeared and roared. This terrified the two and they ran away. Help, don't chase me anymore. Bai Lin heard the scream and quickly opened the door. What's all this noise? The two ran while gasping, tiger, tiger. Bai Lin quickly froze the white tiger. Bai Lin smiled in satisfaction. How about it? They sighed in relief. Big brother is amazing. A moment later, the ice on the tiger started to crack. It's coming out. As soon as he saw the situation was off, Bai Lin immediately shouted, the tiger is breaking the ice. They began calling for others. Can't control it, everyone come help. When no one was paying attention, Pham had already snuck inside. Andung was stunned upon seeing the person in front of him. Mr. Pham, he smiled and lowered his voice, keep it quiet. Pham muttered, fortunately, I have summoned Master Gu Zhai's familiar. The rescue mission is much easier now. At that moment, Dong Gu appeared out of nowhere and spoke. Easier, huh? He added, it's true that it's easier, but doesn't Mr. Pham think that this lax guarding is actually waiting for reinforcements? Pham turned around, of course I thought of that. Besides, the old man Hong Tai-ku, to protect his image, will never take action in front of a large crowd. So the person who comes to stop me must be a subordinate like you. As soon as Pham finished speaking, he immediately shouted, Gu Zhai, you brought the owl, now appear, come here. He said, Gu Zhai, take them away. I'll handle this one. You go, I'll stay on the 5th floor. Dong Guo began attacking arrogantly. Pham cleverly used his full strength, the hermit. As soon as he touched Dong Guo, his whole body involuntarily recoiled. What? Pham stared at him. The hermit didn't work. Dong Guo quickly seized the opportunity and attacked. He threw his sword straight at Pham. And Dung saw the situation and couldn't help but worry. Mr. Pham, quickly stand up. Ladies, go with Gu Zhai, I'll handle this. Just as Pham finished speaking, Dong Guo was already right in front of him. Let me. He prepared to regain his strength and sneered. How arrogant. The lightning strikes from Dong Guo quickly attached themselves to them, and Dung couldn't escape and froze in place. The hidden weapons spread across the area. Nin Pham stood still, unable to regain his composure. He began activating the system, trying to use the hidden Master Eyes feature, but it was ineffective against him. The system quickly provided a range of information. Full name Mangdong Kwok abilities. Lightning magic martial arts caution target shows no signs of life. Nin Pham was slightly surprised upon hearing the phrase no signs of life. Seeing his expression, he chuckled. Did you figure it out? Nin Pham did not answer immediately, continuing to think of a plan. He did not hesitate and continued with his previous attack. Dong Kwok then exclaimed, oh, so you've gone for the teleportation move. He squinted saying, very clever, Nin Pham. Nin Pham calmly smiled, not as clever as you. Immediately, Nin Pham pointed at the name Hong Tai-ku. Old Tai-ku, though exposed, remained calm, observing the situation. Tai-ku said, I told you not to follow your father's example. Nin Pham furrowed his brow. You even know soul-binding magic, killing powerful people then taking over their bodies. How disgusting. He added, if people knew you used this dark magic, who would still believe in your way? Nin Pham finished his words and immediately used his skill. Fool, the old man laughed. There's no dark magic, only malicious hearts. He counterattacked, replying, fair enough. The lightning strikes Nin Pham created quickly shot towards the old man. Tai-ku didn't have time to react and was struck. He kept the smile on his face, saying, I just praised your cleverness and now you're using lightning to strike me. Nin Pham's gaze deepened. Still not enough. Then try 100,000 V. The system notified that a skill was in use. The Pope received full system magic ability for 3 minutes. He frowned and said, same lightning, you're just weak. Nin Pham said with a heavy voice, I officially declare war on you. He then directed the lightning strikes of hundreds of thousands of volts towards Tai-ku. Nin Pham stood firm, shouting, explosive lightning. The lightning bolts he created quickly shot directly towards the old man. Tai-ku did not counterattack and his body stiffened. Hundreds of thousands of lightning bolts pierced through his body. Nin Pham's voice became slow. You think you're immune? Well, that's just what you think. As soon as he finished speaking, Tai-ku's body collapsed. He said nothing further and turned to walk away, but his finger, which should have been still, suddenly moved. Nin Pham noticed the abnormality, looked around, and saw Tai-ku rising up to attack. Tai-ku's voice echoed, Nin Pham, do you really think you can defeat me? You've only defeated a dead man. Tai-ku became serious. Nin Pham, I repeat my words, I hope you're a smart person. Nin Pham interrupted immediately. I know what I need to do. Tai-ku extended his hand. Then you'll regret your actions. The old man's staff suddenly began to glow. Nin Pham didn't avoid it and faced the intense light head-on. Bright rays appeared continuously, piercing through the air, manifesting in space. The beams created by Tai-ku had not stopped. The old man sat leisurely on the chair, extending his hand to hold a cup of tea and sip it. However, less than half a second later, Tai-ku lost his composure and crushed the teacup. Those below heard the noise and began to gather. What's going on? They began to gossip. The noise is too loud, step back a bit. Inside, only silence remained and Nin Pham jumped up. This time I've completely challenged him, he thought. Blocking one of his attacks with force still seems a bit too much. He guessed that given the situation outside, someone would come in soon. How should I explain this? Suddenly Nin Pham heard a scream. When he looked around, he saw a familiar figure darting by. On Nyan landed right behind Nin Pham, forcing a smile. Nin Pham. Half a second later, she cheerfully said, as expected, you're here. Ngok Tiat urgently said, hurry and take Nin Pham out of here. The school officials are already here. This will be hard to explain. Panicked, Lord Nin Pham saved the person, and all the officials are on their way. Din Min looked out the window, not joining us and still wants us to owe him. Nin Pham was confused. What exactly are you trying to do? Din Min asked. Lord, why did Hong Tai-ku suddenly attack the lake? Din Min turned around. I predicted this early on. His desire to dominate the world is growing stronger. Din Min continued. Not only that, he wants to control everything around him. no one can escape. The sea still cannot explain it, yet the Grandmaster highly values Nin Pham and has repeatedly invited him to join. In fact, he even let Tiat Ai become his disciple. She kept thinking about it and felt embarrassed. Moreover, he also seemed to be quite a flirt. Din Min laughed when he heard that he wouldn't make things difficult for her. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows when asked why he valued Nin Pham. He replied, "Perhaps because I feel he is the one who can save this world." Din Min held the mask in his hand, fiddled with it for a while, and then decided, "It's time, let's counterattack." Huan Lak was excited. The champion of the speed race has been decided. He is the ice leader of the Moonlight Academy, with the second place being Wang Yi. The host spoke up and the camera panned to the two of them. Under the sunlight, they were calm as ever. The next list still had 18 people left. Huan Lak and Zinjama were excited. Moreover, some severely injured competitors have returned to the field. They must be very careful. The pressure of the competition is still immense, she said. Please, Ice Leader and Wang Yi, take a rest and prepare for tomorrow's qualifiers. Huan Lak didn't forget to cheer for the other competitors. Other competitors, keep it up. The higher your ranking in the speed race, the more advantageous you'll be in the qualifiers. Ngok Tiat leaned against the window, thinking that the results of the promotion match were finally out. Nin Pham thought that as long as the kids didn't encounter any unforeseen problems during the competition, it would be fine. He suddenly remembered something. There was still an important matter ahead. I have. Before he could finish, An Hyun spoke up. We understand. Both girls now shared the same mindset. We will stand by you. I've long realized that the old man is no good. Ngok Tiat asked, what should we do next? Nin Pham thought for a moment. Before the competition ends, perhaps Huang won't make a move. During this time, I need to meet with your father. Ngok Tiat was suddenly worried. Why do you need to meet my father? In such a hurry, Nin Pham bluntly replied, I want to meet your father to ask for his permission. An Hyun and Ngok Tiat couldn't believe their ears. What did you say? Nin Pham stammered in the face of their threatening looks. Just kidding, I need to find your father for some help. Though their goals were different, they shared the same mindset. I'll go with you. He looked at her. Ngok Tiat, come with me. Mainly it's to find her father. After saying this, Nin Pham turned to say something else. As for An Hyun, could you be my student at the academy? The Mutant Alliance had agreed that after the competition ended, they would find the strongest among the special training systems for them. His gaze was full of worry. As for me, I may not be able to be their teacher anymore. A tall pole stretches straight into the scorching sun, with each step gently treading and following it forward. That person didn't slow down but instead sped up, moving for a while before pausing to catch his breath. Tian Ka gasped, having barely been able to stop since leaving the water, his stamina drained to the point of nearly collapsing. He suddenly saw something glimmer above and looked up. What was that? To his surprise, a number of electric bombs were set up there, making him frown in tension as images of the three bastards flashed in his mind. It was them. He was angry but had no choice but to retreat. Damn it, he was so close. Tian Kao's head spun and it was impossible to stop now. Suddenly old lessons flooded back. Tian Kao asked, Master Liu, is it possible to fly with body art? Wang Yuan turned and replied, then tell me, how do you understand body art? Tian Kao thought for a moment and answered, body art focuses on close combat. It's much more flexible and nimble compared to other systems with strong explosive power. That is body art. Wang Yuan shook his head. You're correct, but that's not what I wanted to hear. He then said, please let me explain. Wang Yuan began to explain. Body art is divided into Qi Dao and Li Dao, which are actually quite similar. He demonstrated, saying, Qi Dao focuses on using one's own weapon. With a light swing, the tree fell. He continued, the weapon is the lifeblood of a Qi Dao practitioner. Only when you protect it well can it protect you. His hand movements were smooth, then he added, Li Dao uses the entire body's parts flexibly, like piano keys. Different combinations create different effects. Wang Yuan patiently explained, but Tian Kao still couldn't understand and asked, but how does this relate to flying? Wang Yuan sighed, you're such a fool. The key to body art is purity. He advised, use your pure heart to guide each part of your body, and nothing will be impossible. Back in the present, Tian Kao leaped into the air, his feet pressing against the void, applying everything he had learned and finally succeeded. He exclaimed in joy, I did it. In a flash, the obstacles were nothing to Tian Kao, and Yang Hua watched in shock, mouth agape. Lang Yun step, when did this kid learn it? He turned to ask. Hey, Master Liu, there aren't many people in the body art world who know Lang Yun step. Did you teach him? Wang Yuan shook his head. No, he comprehended it himself. Despite that, he was extremely happy inside. This kid had great potential. Ning Fan really trained a good group of students. From a distance, a quiet conversation could be heard. It's true, I secretly watched. It's the teacher from Xing Sat. Master Meng, I understand. Hearing this, Guang Yuan guessed that Ning Fan had intervened. He couldn't help but worry about where these kids would end up. A slender figure appeared at the door of the break room. The door slowly opened, and Leku stepped in, seeing two people already sitting inside. Wang Yan turned and wasn't surprised to see her. He said, "Finally, someone has passed the test." Leku recalled the words of An Deng, who had said that Ling Bang was a rare talent. If there was a chance, she should definitely invite him to join the alliance. Ling Bang sat still, her eyes scanning him from head to toe. She silently thought that his personality was just as his name suggested. Her mother had truly given her a tough challenge, then they both spoke. "I have something to say. I also have something to say." Wang Yan saw this and quickly withdrew. "What's going on with you two? I'm heading out going to grab something to eat." Leku spoke up, "With your cold personality, let me speak first. Have you heard of the Supernatural Practitioner Alliance?" Ling Bang seemed to recognize something when Chu Mo was mentioned. Her gaze suddenly shifted and she stopped her. "Chu Mo," he said, "I hope you can take me to see Chu Mo." Leku was startled. "How could I know Chu Mo? What's your relationship with him?" Ling Bang replied, "He is my master." He decisively stood up. "He taught me for less than 2 years and then disappeared." Ling Bang continued, "I haven't seen him again, but that time was incredibly important in my life. Someone came to find my master that day, and it was the last time I saw him." He shared that he never expected Ding Ning to appear in the story. His master had never told him his true name before. Even after many years, he still clearly remembered that it was that guest who told him his master's name and introduced the existence of the Supernatural Practitioner Alliance. Leku smiled, "I see. I can take you to meet him, but the condition is that you must join the Supernatural Practitioner Alliance." Ling Bang immediately agreed. "I can join, but," he asked, "what's your relationship with him?" Her gaze briefly saddened. "He's my father, he may never wake up." Hearing this, despite the mask covering his face, Ling Bang's deep concern was obvious. In an unknown place, only a dark corridor with no light was visible, and before him stood a rusty door locked tightly. A familiar voice spoke up, "Old friend." It was Ding Ming who continued, "The moment of life and death for the Alliance is coming soon." He glanced at the person lying in a vegetative state on the bed, silently hoping he could witness Huang Taiji die right before his eyes. Zio entered to report, "Leader, everyone else has arrived, only Liu Guangjia." Before she finished, Ding Ming understood, refusing to come. "I'll go invite him myself." Zio worriedly said, "Sir, there are so many strong officers. You really have to risk teaching those students." He cut her off before she could finish, then hurried off, leaving only, "I'll take responsibility for their safety. Know this, outside everyone is Huang Taiji's eyes and ears." Before leaving, Ding Ming promised that even if Ning Fan risked himself to help, he would fulfill his word, making Zenjama extremely excited. Now more people were passing the challenge, and the contestants were entering the final acceleration stage. Only a few promotion points remained when a familiar figure approached the Tin Sat Academy resting room. Tin and Gayet pushed the door open dejectedly. She froze seeing the person in front of her. "Wen Ryuan, why are you here?" Wen Ryuan anxiously replied, "Ning Fan had to leave. I'll take care of you in his place." "How does that feel?" Tin and Gayet sprawled on the sofa. "Don't mention it." Controlling the flight device with stones was exhausting, ended up only 6. Half an hour later, Li Qiang also lost and was carried back by teammates. No one knew what had happened to leave him completely drained. Van Tin couldn't help asking, "What happened, fatty?" Sufang stammered, "It's a long story." He recounted the events. "After leaving the water, I used mental power to control a seagull flying forward. Li Qiang below was crying, 'Skinny, save me.' Sufang looked around and replied, 'Okay, but I might get distracted.' So he controlled Fatty, initially going smoothly but eventually losing control as mental power drained, despite Su Feng's best efforts. Li Qiang went wild, biting and screaming, 'Stealing my food, see if I'll bite you to death.' He smashed things while laughing like a madman, listening now, right? Li Qiang didn't stop and attacked even more fiercely. 'Still not listening, I'll bite you to death.' The aftermath replayed right before their eyes. Tian Cheng didn't know how to handle it, only saying, 'Quick, take him back.' It took a while for the group to return to the resting room. Li Qiang lay flat on the chair, forehead swollen. Getting him here exhausted the others. Su Feng was so worried he didn't notice a sound behind him. A voice rang out, 'Looks like Su Feng has no chance of promotion.' Su Feng pushed the door open. He was startled by someone complimenting his looks. 'Ghost!' Behind him, Su Feng dragged in a drunk shark. He pointed at it. 'Hong Dai Lam and I are 18th and 19th, promoted already.' Su Feng was astonished. 'She's been asleep until now,' he glanced and guessed. 'Probably won't wake up.' Suddenly Dai Lam sat up and asked, 'Is it over?' Both stood frozen, unsure how to reply. When Ryuan finally said, 'Ning Fan isn't here, I'll manage everyone.' She announced the contest was over today and the qualifiers would start tomorrow, advising everyone to rest. The group cheered. Finally, a break. Everyone rushed out, groaning, so tired, leaving only Wen Ryuan and Dai Lam in the room. She was dazed, not understanding what was happening, and asked, 'It's over, who am I, where is this, who brought me here?' The next day, clear skies, white clouds drifting above building. A thin hand calmly lifted a teacup. It was Yu. He spoke suddenly. Arrive, then leave, stop hiding. The person behind no longer hid. Principal has sharp ears. Ning Fan sat on a nearby tree branch. He began, Ning Fan indeed has something, but Yu interrupted. Where's my daughter? Ning Fan replied, resting at home. He explained he wanted to meet tomorrow to discuss this privately. Yu set down his cup. Speak. Ning Fan's face tense. I have declared war on Huang Taiji, he continued, so I hope you can tell me. Yu showed no reaction, so Ning Fan continued explaining. Also, I want to resign from the academy. I don't want to involve the school or the kids. Yu finally said, I've never agreed to this before. Ning Fan asked confused, why? As long as I'm here, the whole school is a thorn in Huang's side. Yu shouted directly at him. So you want my daughter to be like you, hiding in alleys like a rat? Ning Fan was stunned. What? Yu's tone was deep and frustrated. Knowing his daughter well, his gaze became intense, warning that if Ning Fan left the school, she'll follow you. Ning Fan quickly stood. Don't worry, I'll leave happily. Tonight we leave, causing no trouble for the academy or Ngok Tai. Yu took a deep breath, saying no more. You figure out how to escape. I'll remove you from the teacher list and publicly announce that you've left the academy. The old man placed his hand on Ning Fan's shoulder and told him that after Hong Tai Ku's people finished their investigation, he could leave. Yu leaned close to Ning Fan's ear and whispered, during this time, you should think about how to take revenge. I will secretly help you. Ning Fan's face sank after hearing this. Yu sighed and continued talking about his father. The old man sounded tired and said he had originally planned for Ning Fan to forget about it. But if you can't forget, it's fine. However, if you don't let go, I'll find it hard to give my daughter to you. Yu's gaze was full of worry as he spoke of Ning Fan's father, who had previously worked with Hong Tai Ku and had 3 assistants. One of them was Gu Dingming, who is now the leader of the Mutant Alliance. Wang Du and Xia Qingha, however, later disappeared without a trace. They are the ones who know the details. If we find them, we might understand the whole truth. Ning Fan listened closely but said nothing. Yu turned and walked away. Yu asked whether he would go to the Mutant Alliance or seek revenge first. It was up to Ning Fan to decide. Ning Fan lowered his head, thanked him, and remembered the advice. Yu thought about Ning Fan's son and silently mused. Old Ning, your son is becoming more and more like you. A new day began, welcoming the viewers and audience. After a night's rest, the much-anticipated qualifiers had arrived. Zenjama spoke first. We are bringing the contestants to La Mountain, where the qualifiers will take place. 20 contestants will compete, and a large audience is watching through the screen. We will definitely broadcast the entire round live. Next, Guanla will introduce the competition rules to you. Guanla explained the qualifiers, where a point system would be used, divided into 3 types of spirit stones with 3 colors. The green, blue, and purple spirit stones are worth 10, 20, and 30 points, respectively. She held a bundle of spirit stones in her hands. However, to earn points, the contestants must insert the spirit stones into the point entry machine. Only then will the points be counted. Guanla raised the clock and explained that everyone would have their own scoring clock. This clock could detect the location of spirit stones within a 300-meter radius. The clock also displayed the ranking of the contestants. After half the match, the locations of 3 yellow spirit stones would appear on the clock, each worth 200 points. Zenjama continued, the rules have been explained. We've arrived at the competition site. I now declare the official start of the qualifiers. The scene shifted to a barren mountain. The spaceship door slowly opened. The contestants were fully equipped for skydiving. When reaching a sufficient height, the parachutes deployed one by one. Li Qiang was excited, but Shifeng seemed afraid. We're flying this high, how are we supposed to do this? Tian Chang and Zhu Wei had safely landed. He looked around and said, this mountain is bigger than I thought. Zhu Wei worried, is it okay for us to split up like this? Tian Chang felt that gathering together would be too slow, and they might not be able to level up as a group. 2-person teams are best. She looked at the clock and noticed there were no spirit stones nearby. It's fine. Tian Chang grabbed Zhu Wei's hand and said, follow me, we need to find the first point entry machine at least. In forest filled with cute creatures, Li Qiang missed the right spot and got stuck in a tree. Wait, we're about to have a murder case here. Shifeng trembled but still tried to save his friend. You're really special, you always manage to land in the trees. But before they could do anything, a familiar crack sound rang out and both fell to the ground. Li Qiang's nose was bleeding as he yelled, I just came to compete. Why are you treating me like this? Shifeng was angry and said, you want to test your parachuting skills by jumping down like this. Looks like you forgot the lesson from last time. Before they could react, a spirit stone flew at Li Qiang's head. Why are you hitting me? Li Qiang shouted. Who hit you? Sufang was confused. It's probably because you slowed down the search for the spirit stones. Neither of them gave in and they started fighting. If it's not you, then who? How would I know? Wait a minute. They saw a spirit stone on the ground and stopped. Li Qiang excitedly said, This is a spirit stone. Our discovery speed is amazing. Sufang stopped him. Wait, there's clearly another one nearby. Behind them, a cute little squirrel was holding the remaining spirit stone. Both of them moved closer to the squirrel. Stop right there, they yelled, but the loud noise scared the squirrel and it ran away. Stop, their shouts echoed through the forest. At this point, they realized someone had arrived earlier. Wang Yan and Leng Bing are exactly those people. I anticipated this. Isn't this my stuff? There's a beautiful waterfall deep in the forest. Little squirrel was lying down earlier with a bump on its head. Turns out Li Qiang and Sufang managed to catch up. Hey Skinny, we must be the fastest. Even if it takes a few kilometers, it's fine. He was excited and didn't notice the squirrel. This time it already had 30 points. Li Qiang handed it a pine cone. Here kid, trade this for you. The squirrel received the item it wanted, happily took it and left. The two watched the squirrel intently, unaware that Sufang had targeted them, startling him before he could react. A bag was pinned right in front of the squirrel, startling it. Wang Yan looked inside. Only 2 stones, but still, small nose, still meat. Li Qiang was angry. Hey, we found these, give them back. Sufang quickly stopped him. Fatty. Don't, that's Leng Bing and Wang Yan, I'll leave it alone. Come closer, so you want to take me? He quickly restrained the creature inside Li Qiang. Fatty, over here, they're the promotion round champions. Forgot 2-on-2, we don't stand a chance, hold back. The kid struggled, exhausting Sufang. Wait until we regroup with everyone. Then plan long-term, maybe we all will have a chance to defeat them. You two talk slowly, go ahead. Wang Yan and Leng Bing looked bored and leisurely left. All right, no need to act. Leng Bing scoffed. The elite academy is really cowardly. Tin Ka had asked him, Sufang, how many stones did you get? He turned to her. 3 stones, 2 green, 1 red. Hearing this, Tin Ka could only sigh. I only found 1 blue stone. Let's search a bit more then input our points. He thought they could split up and search a bit more, but I suggest the middle path. Once you see the point input device go. Sufang thought it was necessary to return to Hong Dai Lam. Tin Ka didn't understand why he recounted the recent events. I just saw a point input device. Sufang realized something was wrong. Someone could be ambushing to steal the spirit stone. Tin Ka agreed to split up. Understood, let's search another half hour then regroup, okay. Both immediately split in different directions as planned. Deep Lam was lazy and sleepy at this moment. Though tired, she stayed alert, sensing something unusual. Deep Lam quickly drew her weapon. Come out. A single light sword strike cut off the oxygen supply from a dozen nearby trees. The figure moved quickly behind. Deep Lam swung decisively without hesitation. The nearby trees couldn't escape either. She said harshly, come out, get out of the way. This is mine. No matter what Deep Lam did, the shadow hadn't appeared. Deep Lam missed nothing in her vigilance. Suddenly, something huge appeared behind, startling her. The opponent used a sleight-of-hand rock throw, though the rock was large. Deep Lam charged at it. She struck it repeatedly. No matter how sturdy the rock, it was nothing against Deep Lam's sword. She landed lightly, unharmed. The shadow turned out to be Hong Lion. Hong Lion launched a deadly strike at Deep Lam's face, but only hit a clone. Ah, unbelievable what? Deep Lam appeared immediately behind. Her eyes sharp, she drew her weapon. Deep Lam struck hard, hitting Hong Lion's neck. Her body flew back, breaking the trees. Hong Lion felled numerous trees in the forest. Deep Lam surveyed her work. In this life, I hate sneak attacks the most. Despite severe injuries, Hong Lion stood firm. Lam's sister, if too weak, it wouldn't be fun anymore. She frowned at those words. Elsewhere in the forest, a laugh echoed. Tian Ka happily held the spirit stones. Unexpectedly, in less than an hour, we've collected 70 points. He turned to ask Van Tin, how's the leaderboard now? Are we leading? She looked at the clock. Currently, only 3 people had points. Tiu Hiu lacked 60 points, Leng Bing 50 points, Lekuk 30 points, Leng Tin and Gaiet 0 points. Highest is Tiu Hiu lacks 60 points. Hearing this, Tian Ka became even more excited. Am I not supposed to be first? Forget it, first place goes to her, who told me to be generous. A white object suddenly stuck to his face before he could say anything. It turned out that a bird nearby was annoyed by his arrogance, so it gifted him something hot. Tian Ka hurried to the nearest stream to wash his face. Li Tian was hiding behind a bush at this time, wondering why those 2 idiots hadn't left yet. He had already given them all the essence stones. He frowned, not expecting to take the last place in the qualifiers. Okuda was eliminated, and this time he had to seize the opportunity. Li Tian remembered. After getting the essence stones to find the score entry device, a duck spread its wings, roasting with a fragrant aroma. Suddenly, the watch on his wrist displayed, and he saw someone holding 3 essence stones walking closer. Tian panicked, fearing he would be robbed, so he hid. He accidentally stepped on a snake. Tian held his breath, watching the 2 figures leave. They had taken his essence stone. He turned back to look at the snake he had stepped on and discovered something horrifying. Tian happily picked it up. The essence stone hadn't officially appeared yet, worth 200 points. On the lush green grass, hurried footsteps could be heard. Yilin didn't understand why she was running headfirst. Right behind her were green tentacles. They rushed towards her as if they wanted to devour her whole. Hong Lion was lying lazily. "Run, let's see how far you can get." The vines quickly got close to her ankle. Yilin quickly reacted and drew her sword, cutting them off, but their growth speed was still astonishing. Yilin did not give up. She chopped the vines into pieces. Hong Lion enjoyed watching her struggle. "Humans would tire, but my plants wouldn't." A man-eating plant appeared behind Yilin. She stood in front of the monster without fear. White sword, wind marquee. The speed of movement was so fast that she couldn't see the attack. Hong Lion's face darkened when she saw this. Impressive, much better than Lam, who only knows how to rush and strike. Unfortunately, this is a dense forest and all the energy is abundant. It's my home court. "Ah," she ordered the surrounding minions, "let the plants become my eyes." After Yilin dealt with the man-eating plant, she continued running headfirst. She noticed something strange. The vines would regenerate infinitely. She couldn't tangle for long. She needed to take advantage of her close combat advantage. Yilin told herself to find an opportunity to strike a decisive blow. The plants that followed Hong Lion's command seemed to think, "Excited, under my supervision, no matter where you run or attack from, I can see everything." But at this moment, Yilin appeared above Hong Lion, causing her to be shocked, sweat dripping down. What? Wasn't she heading forward? Why is she suddenly above me? Akita regained composure, vine thorns, but upon contact, her entire body turned into petals. Hong Lion did not expect to be tricked. Who misjudged the situation behind, she quickly sent a punch toward that direction. The result was unbelievable. It was still a fake. It turned out Yilin had used the shadow shield, a clone, and Hong Lion was desperate. Everything was a fake. Everything is fake. Ah, she began to go crazy. The vines followed the command and quickly sprang out. "Don't even think about hitting us." Hong Lion thought everything was fine and sighed in relief, but when she opened her eyes, Yilin was still right in front of her. She placed her sword at Hong Lion's neck. The corners of Yilin's lips curled up. So now Hong Lion was too scared to move. Don't, but she still spoke boldly. "It's just a little scratch, don't take it seriously." Now Yilin spoke. "From the beginning, I considered this just a little friction. I haven't even drawn the sword yet." She looked at her with a sneer, but the expression just now was far from friction. Hong Lion's body trembled with fear. I just wasn't careful. I'll kneel at your feet. I was wrong, please spare me, I won't appear before you again." Yilin saw her attitude and withdrew her weapon. She sighed and walked away. Yilin turned and left, thinking about herself. She wanted to end it, but Hong Lion didn't. She crawled up. She was excited as if she had achieved her goal. Yilin looked at the thing on her shoulder. "What is this?" Hong Lion excitedly pointed at it. "This time it's you who's begging me." The small sprout grew rapidly in a moment. "What?" It quickly tightened around Yilin's hands. Her body was suspended, unable to resist. Hong Lion stood on a leaf and approached. "What are you thinking, my hunting beast?" Hong Lion lifted Yilin's chin, wanting to run. Yilin withdrew a sharp, thorn-covered whip. "Do you think I'll let you run?" She laughed while lashing it towards her. Yilin gritted her teeth in pain. Hong Lion became even more excited when she saw this. "Are you scared?" Yilin suddenly spoke. You mentioned Lam. Have you fought with her? Win or lose?" Hong Lian felt very uncomfortable when she heard that. She was already in this state, and they were still asking if Senza had endured enough torment. Deep Lam, upon hearing this, understood the situation. "Senza has lost. I thought she would win. It seems like we still have to keep defeating her." I poked the right spot to make Hong Lian angry. "Even I couldn't beat her. What more do you want to do?" But immediately after, Hong Lian's expression changed quickly. Flower branches began to appear around her body, a sign that the duplication battle had begun. Hong Lian noticed a shadow below. "Again, do you think I'll let her clone save her?" Deep Lam's voice turned cold. "I spared you once, this is your choice." What? Hong Lian didn't understand. She started to show this reaction. Ada was so scared that she quickly controlled the leaf to flee. She felt immense pressure from Deep Lam. Deep Lam had now escaped the restraint and immediately chased after her. "Sorry, I'm not just capable of creating clones. You only used one move, and the opponent died immediately. Deep Lam looked at the corpse with an emotionless face, and could even switch places with a clone. The match had been going on for 3 hours. The female hosts began to create an exciting atmosphere, and the first eliminated contestant was revealed. Contestant Fu Dung had completely initiated the challenge herself. Huan Lak smiled bitterly. What a shame my skills aren't as good as others. She looked at the screen. Only 2 contestants were left, Lang Bang and Vuong Dim. Even her family had stopped paying attention. Tam Hiu was frightened. Brother Lang were on the same team. He didn't care, just relying on your little strength. You still want to make it to the finals. You might as well go back to school early. Vuong Dim thought that Lang Bang not injuring you all was already a great thing. Tu Bin begged, then let us go. We will help you collect spirit stones. Lang Bang seemed satisfied upon hearing this. Good, finally, you've shown some intelligence. Let them go. The 3 of them bowed their heads to thank him. Thank you, Brother Lang, we'll leave now. After they had gone far, Vuong Dim asked, why didn't you even spare your schoolmates? Lang Bang replied indifferently, because we have to make it to the finals. Lang Bang turned and walked away. Next, I'll give you everything, okay? The school side was still waiting for news. Huaken Gu smiled warmly. Hong, why did you come here? I didn't expect the opponent to be Tai Kai, so rude. I didn't welcome you from afar. He turned to Signal and Gok Tiat, go make tea for Mr. Hong. Yes, Tai Kai said, I specifically came to visit you. Long time no see. Huaken Gu smiled bitterly. Not at all, I know you're busy. I wonder why you came this time. The old man's gaze seemed to share some joy. The Jingzat Academy has done excellently this time, so I came to visit you to discuss teaching experiences. Anyway, I care very much about these young talents. But soon after, Tai Kai's gaze became sharp. But the leader of their team, Ning Pham, suddenly left. Did he return to school? Huaken Gu seemed hesitant upon hearing this. Teacher Ning Pham, he submitted his resignation form 3 months ago. The team leader this time is teacher on En Huan. Such lies won't fool Tai Kai. Teacher Diu, did Ning Pham appear at the competition school? Huaken Gu could only scratch his head and smile bitterly. The teacher who teaches them is Ning Pham, so it's normal for him to go there to support them. Tai Kai raised his cup of tea. Principal Diu, the ability to distinguish right from wrong is very important. Don't stand on the wrong side. Huaken Gu didn't know what to do. He could only run over and respectfully offer tea. You're right, Mr. Hong cares for the people. The old man also spoke. If you need anything, I'll do my best to help. Tai Kai leaned close to Huaken Gu's ear. Do you really not know Ning Pham's whereabouts? He could only cooperate. Don't worry, I'll send people to search right away. I'll notify you when I find him. Tai Kai knew he couldn't extract more information, so he stood up. I hope so, he said, sounding like a threat. But recently there has been a rebellious alliance. I don't know if Principal Diu is aware. Huaken Gu showed surprise. Is this really happening? I haven't heard about it. Before leaving, Tai Kai reminded, all right, I hope Principal will remember today's words. He turned, appearing to be giving advice but actually threatening. I will also do my best to investigate these 2 matters. I hope it's not related to you. Huaken Gu tried to smile. Please rest assured, I'll definitely do my best to help you find Ning Pham. The old man ordered Ngok Tiat nearby. Will Tiat send Mr. Hong off? Yes, but deep inside, Huaken Gu was tense. What should come had finally come. The waterfall's flow grew stronger. Tian Truong stood there and started the competition machine. His face was full of tension, as if something was wrong. Tian Truong gently and carefully placed the spirit stone on the machine. He nervously looked at the screen. Chuang Tian Truong. Tiat, you looked at the clock. It's in. We're in 5th and 6th place. His clock also received it. I see. Lang Bang 140 points, Lekuk 70 points, Van Tin 70 points, Tiu Hiu lack 60 points. Truong Tian Cheng and Kot Tiat, you both have 30 points, which confuses Tian Cheng and makes him feel something unusual. After the gap was widened, Ling Bing directly doubled her lead over 2nd place. Tiat, you wondered whether they were collecting fast or just lucky. He answered, I don't know. Tian Cheng's brow furrowed slightly, hoping things weren't as he thought. If not, our team split will harm everyone. Xu Feng and Xing Yue were flying in the sky, with the score entry machine ahead of them. Hong Yi Lion is probably still waiting for us. But these crystal stones, should we divide them evenly or give them all to one person first? Xing Yue asked. Xing Yue was too focused on talking and didn't notice the hidden weapon flying towards them. Xu Feng quickly saved her. A bomb flew towards them and exploded right where they stood, sending them both crashing to the ground. This time they caught a big fish, which Wang Yan and Ling Bing share. I'll take care of it this time, hurry up. Ah, I'm enjoying this, no problem. Xu Feng blocked for Xing Yue. I didn't expect someone to be preparing foot crystal stones. She didn't dare slack off. In addition, both of them were the leaders of the promotion round. Xing Yue whispered, you go quickly, find Hong Yi Lion. We can't let them snatch it, so you. Don't worry, go quickly. Xu Feng immediately followed Xing Yue's instruction. Just as he was about to leave, Wang Yan noticed Lao Lao charging straight towards Xu Feng. It was unclear what Wang Yan had seen. His face was horrified. Yiju quickly grabbed her. It turned out Xing Yue had managed to stop her. Want to chase? Dream on. She threw Wang Yan away like a toy, crashing into the rock in front of them. But that was only her projection. Fortunately, she had swapped places with the marked rock. Ling Bing observed everything. Wang Yan's ability was indeed monstrous, but for him to try to escape in front of me was too underestimating. Before he could boast, something appeared. What is that so fast? Yi Lian threw a knee strike to Ling Bing's face. She coldly watched him fall. Ling Bing, enraged, drew her weapon. Come here, let's have a good fight. Wang Yan shook his head and walked away. I'll give you another chance, hand over the crystal stones and I'll let you go. Xing Yue struggled to stand up. Defeat me first, then you can command Yijiu, old god Ding. She swung her sword at Wang Yan. 10 strike slash, the little girl laughed. Seeing that it's too simple. Wang Yan in front of her suddenly turned into stone. Xing Yue looked around in confusion. What's going on? Where are they? Quickly, they appeared behind her and launched a steel. What are you standing around for? Xing Yue was kicked towards Yijiu. Yijiu quickly caught her and protected her. Xing Yue wiped the blood off her cheek, shifting her space and moving to behind. Wang Yan advanced. Seems you understand my skill now. Let me, she smiled. Then let me show you a bit more. A white bird flew near them. Xing Yue quickly realized something was off. Wang Yan truly had that ability to change. Xing Yue was attacked unexpectedly, only managing to defend. Even living things couldn't escape. Yiqiu noticed her master was threatened, throwing a punch. This time Wang Yan again turned into a tree, changing. She disappeared like a ghost. Xing Yue looked at the slash on her hand. Fortunately, it wasn't deep. She was weakest at close combat. Before, there had been a summoning item to help her block the enemy. Xing Yue was worried but knew the opponent wouldn't give up. She concentrated all her mind. He definitely has a weakness, there has to be one. Xing Yue realized he had swapped places twice just now. She also thought he might continuously release it, observing around, not daring to slack off. She tested the distance changes. Xing Yue drew her weapon. I need to confirm this. She threw everything up. Come out, stone army. The jar shattered, the liquid spilled out. The stone army rose from the ground in response to the command. The phenomenon caused the birds to panic and fly erratically. Yi Lian realized that Xing Yue's side was also difficult to deal with. Ling Bing charged forward. Hey, don't get distracted. He sent rocks flying everywhere. Yi Lian quickly escaped his position. Ling Bing used her weapon to block the attack. He closed in on her. Is this the strongest strategy of the elite assassin? Ling Bing closed in and continued attacking. Yi Lian blocked all but was exhausted. He kept striking, not giving his opponent a break. Yi Lian retreated, just finishing with the small academy girl from Lacan. Her face was soaked with sweat meeting this guy. Ling Bing couldn't wait, wanting to finish quickly. Let's see how you handle this. Deep raised her hands to shield herself from the hidden weapons, but they still scratched her face. Ling Bang covered one eye, surrounded by grotesque images, blood, ghosts, and perilous scenes. At the same time, Tin and Gaiet was no better. Vuong Dim punched her in the stomach. Next came a slash. The assault was relentless. Tin and Gaiet held her wound, thinking that she had understood his ability. She quickly realized he could switch positions with anything he had touched. However, the maximum distance he could switch was 300 meters, and the cooldown only lasted 2 seconds. But he couldn't switch positions with her summoned object. Vuong Dim seemed slightly hesitant. She didn't defend or react. Was she testing her skill? The Stone Legion had surrounded her. Vuong Dim didn't give up, continuing to throw hidden weapons at Tin and Gaiet. Enhat Ku raised his hand, quickly blocking the attack. Tin and Gaiet held her wound and smiled. It was my turn. Vuong Dim was now completely surrounded. She panicked, looking around, and first tried to switch positions to stay safe. Unexpectedly, the Stone Legion destroyed nearby trees instead of attacking Vuong Dim. It surprised her. What are you doing? Tin and Gaiet frowned as she continued attacking. I controlled my Stone Legion, destroy or move everything around, yet you teleport inside. In moments, everything around was clear. Vuong Dim was worried. Damn, all the markers have disappeared from range. Tin and Gaiet looked down from above. There's nowhere left to go, my mistake. A large shadow enveloped Vuong Dim. Tin and Gaiet commanded Enhat Ku eliminate them and threw a powerful punch toward Vuong Dim. But unexpectedly, a hand blocked it. In the nick of time, Leng Bang appeared. Vuong Dim, you really disappointed me. Vuong Dim stammered, she's so fake. Tin and Gaiet looked at Leng Bang in disbelief. They've both been surrounded. Leng Bang charged forward. Leave it to me. He struck decisively. Deal with this bunch of eyes. Enhat Ku rushed to grab Leng Bang. His eyes suddenly flashed. He still wants to resist. Enhat Ku's hand was shattered by Leng Bang. He raised his weapon toward Tin and Gaiet. Leng Bang threatened, you can hand over the spirit stone now, right? But before he could act, a golden light appeared. Did you ask us first? He was thrown back. What? The team arrived just in time to save Celestial Moon, helping us when we were defeated. Spirit stone is yours, and Feng called everyone immediately. We stayed behind, Damon worriedly hiding behind him. Bing, what do we do? Bing couldn't fight them all alone, so the only option was to retreat quickly. The two rushed deeper into the forest and Snow rushed to support her. Celestial Moon, are you okay? I'm fine, Dylan pointed into the distance. A helicopter is coming to rescue us. Liam had been taken by the medical team for treatment, meaning he was out. Celestial Moon, are you okay? I'm fine, Dylan pointed into the distance where a helicopter was coming to rescue us. Liam had been taken by the medical team for treatment, which meant he was out. Liam had fallen unconscious. We lost a teammate. Liam had fallen unconscious. We lost a teammate. Tian was angry. Why didn't we chase them? Chang was awkward. Bing now had the highest score. Trading blows with them would only obscure the others. I think we should change tactics and face them in the final. At this moment, Ning was elsewhere. So when will Mr. Chu return? At Superhuman Alliance headquarters. Sorry, Shimmer replied. The leader is handling important matters at the branch. I guess it'll be a few more days before he returns. Ning looked at the cup of tea in his hand. It's okay, I'll wait. This is very important to me. I'm also waiting for you. A shadow appeared outside, startling Shimmer. Commander Liu Guang stands by the wall. Master Ning, do you know your words have caused quite a bit of trouble for others? Shimmer leaned close to Ning's ear and whispered, she's the branch commander of our alliance, Liu Guang. She's also Guang Yuan's sister. He stepped forward to greet her. Hello, Commander Liu, have I caused you any trouble? I didn't expect Guang Yuan to have a sister like you. She ignored him and walked past. Because Mr. Chu agreed to your request, I was forced to teach your student. Guang turned to ask, do you think that's fair? Ning quietly replied, this is Mr. Chu's matter. He decides who is assigned, not me. She leaned close. Dare to bet with me? Speak. Guang drew her weapon. If I lose, I will willingly teach your student. The two quickly moved to the Superhuman Alliance training arena. Ning looked around in surprise, not expecting it to be so spacious. Guang's gaze was sharp. I hope Master Ning can give his all, otherwise it'll be embarrassing. He looked at her without hesitation. Please, Commander, guide me. Guang seized the opportunity to strike first. She didn't hold back, using her ultimate move, heart-piercing sword form. Guang's eyes never left Ning. He was surprised, not expecting her speed to be so fast. Guang's strikes looked like dancing under the moonlight with the crescent moon sword form. Ning's expression quickly changed. Seems the commander is serious. He moved closer with his weapon. Ning can't wait, so I must get serious too, showcasing my father's skill. Guang mocked, your skill is terrible. Clean and bright is the foundation of skill. Ning was awkward. Oh really? But I think it's cool. Besides, shouldn't basic skill be about defeating the opponent? She quickly displayed her ability. Then I'll use the most dazzling move to defeat you. Show skill. Crescent slash of the third mystery. Ning used a crescent blade to block. Guang's attack was too fast to see the movement. In an instant, she had struck and appeared in front of him, drawing a blade to strike. The sword seemed like it could touch Ning's eye. Suddenly, the surrounding space darkened, and he disappeared. Guang couldn't believe her eyes, only able to look around. Is this an illusion? This was unexpected for her. Ning also knew mental magic. He had somehow appeared behind Guang. Just like me, show skill. The Pope received all-system magical power, but only for 3 minutes. Ning grabbed Guang's shoulder. Proud as you are, it's a disguise for your weak heart. Images from the past appeared before her. A girl shouldn't learn martial arts, she'll never become strong. In contrast, her brother was always praised. Guang Yuan is improving too fast. What do you want? Even though grown, those memories were unforgettable. In the past, Guang, lacking family love, chose to give up. Even now, it caused her heartache. I'm a girl, I'm weak. My brother's future is higher than mine, give up. Guang's spirit completely collapsed. Ning placed a hand on her head, lover's skill, stabilizing her. He felt pain watching her. Forgive yourself too. At this moment, Ding opened the door. I heard Ning and Xiao Liu are fighting. In front of him was a sight that made it hard for him to believe his eyes. Nin Pham seemed hesitant, unsure of what to say. I said I won, do you believe it? He led Kwang Jiao into a room to rest. Both of them stood still, watching her for a moment in silence. Din Min suggested, let her rest, let's step outside and talk. He asked bluntly, you didn't come to join the alliance, right? Nin Pham asked, what's the prize for this competition? Din Min seemed to have anticipated this question. He knew Nin Pham would be curious. I thought I'd give it a try. As we walk, I'll explain it's a system. Nin Pham looked confused. A system? Yes. He opened the door. Technically, the system your father made back then had 3 sets, perhaps none are left now. Nin Pham guessed, so maybe he made another set, but Din Min didn't know either. I don't know. His brow furrowed. If that's the case, that's not good news. Nin Pham thought, if he really can make something like this and mass produce it. Din Min's head also hurt. Then the consequences would be unimaginable. He had an idea of the outcome. Countless people would be inclined to join him. He would create a massive army of superhumans. Thinking of this, Din Min's anger flared up again. He would create an enormous army of superhumans. Nin Pham took the initiative. I will figure this out. Boss, I want to know the whereabouts of my father's assistant back then. He no longer hid it and shared honestly. It was me. There were two others, one I don't know well. I've searched for a long time but couldn't find them. Din Min looked down. The other one, I don't know the exact location either. But there's one person who definitely knows. The scene shifted to the forest where the competition was taking place. Her daughter, the silhouette of a girl lying on a tree. Dong Tiu suddenly woke up, slowly opening her eye. The MC announced, "Half the time has passed and the golden crystal is showing." Tam Hiu anxiously said, "It's supposed to be in this spot, why can't we find it?" They gathered near where Dong Tiu was sleeping. "This is the golden crystal. There are too many people waiting to snatch it. Where exactly is it?" Dong Tiu was yawning from exhaustion. But just above the bird's nest, a crystal appeared. Dong Tiu widened her eyes as she saw it. "Ah," called down from above. Here Dong Tiu held the crystal they were looking for in her hand. "Oh," she swayed it, saying, "Is this what you're looking for?" Tam Hiu saw Dong Tiu and panicked. "Dong Tiu!" The three of them were frightened and quickly hugged each other. "No, we're just here for a walk." In just a moment the three of them ran off. "Goodbye." Dong Tiu looked at the clock sadly. "It seems I slept a bit too long, so tired. I need to catch up on the points quickly." All of Nin Fam's students had gathered in one spot. Dean Truong began giving instructions, assigning tasks to everyone. "If we keep splitting up to collect, we'll definitely lose. I suggest, if everyone votes for me and Tin and Guyet to make it to the finals, I will give my all." Sufang agreed and immediately gave his share to him. "Then leave it to those two next." The bag was filled with crystal. Tian Ka couldn't stand it anymore, so he spoke up. "Hey, is no one voting for me? I want to participate too." Lai Kwang retorted, "You useless guy, forget it." Dean Truong turned to ask the others, "Does anyone else have an opinion?" Tin and Guyet quickly sensed something was off about Tiet Why. The little girl's face showed signs of sadness. Tiet Why remembered what Nin Fam had told her. "Your father really wants to win this championship prize." He turned away and spoke, "If you want to prove it to him, then take the prize, I'll give it my all." In her heart she felt guilty. "Sorry Dad, I can't prove it to you. Although I really want to go, I can't sabotage everyone's vote. This is the decision." Tin and Guyet hurriedly stopped Dean Truong. "Wait." She took the initiative to withdraw. "This time I've been injured badly, let Tiet Why go, I trust her." Tiet Why panicked. "Tin and Guyet, no, you're better than me, you go." Tin and Guyet patted her sore back. "I'm injured, can't you bear to see me suffer?" "Still, you go, I'll go find somewhere to rest." "Collecting crystals, I'm not participating anymore." Before the little girl could react, she hurried off. Tiet Why was moved when she saw Tin and Guyet willing to give up for her. Tin and Guyet. After leaving, she sat by a tree nearby. Tin and Guyet tried hard to hold back tears, but they eventually spilled out. She gritted her teeth and tried to endure. "I want to go too, I want to prove myself too." Suddenly, an image appeared before her. Although she kept looking up, Tin and Guyet still recognized it was Dong Tiu. "Why are you here?" "Ah," she sat down beside her. "Can I sit here?" Tin and Guyet lazily shrugged. "It's up to you." Dong Tiu took out a pair of headphones. Ignoring Tin and Guyet's crying, she stuffed them into her hands. This was how Dong Tiu wanted to comfort Tin and Guyet. Looking at them, the three of them walked in to check on the situation. Sufang didn't understand. "Dean Truong, you gave the crystals to Tiet Why, what about you?" He thought the accumulation of points might not be enough, so he made sure Tiet Why was taken care of first. A sudden explosion nearby startled everyone, accompanied by a plume of white smoke rising into the air. Even battered, Li Tiandu clutched the crystal tightly. Li laughed and said, still trying to run. The others forced Li Tian into an ambulance, while the three watched their opponents leave. Si Bing wondered, "Boss, should we hand it to the ice leader or keep it?" San Hiu replied, "Of course we give it to the ice leader. Do you want to get beaten?" But he didn't realize they were being followed due to his carelessness. Wenjing asked his teammates, "So what do we do now?" Tian Chang observed and deduced, "If they are under the ice leader, they might steal it. We can steal it too." San Hiu realized the situation was unstable. Boss, Tian Chang is charging at them full force. "Give it here." Luckily, he reacted quickly, or his body would have been crushed like cracked ground. He quickly drew his prepared weapon, trying to steal the crystal. The smoke cleared, revealing Tian Chang. "Exactly, if it's a fight, I can steal from you too." San Hiu threw a bomb at him. "Go ahead." "Let's see then." As the bomb flew, he activated it. Tian Chang was not easy to defeat. "Take my punch." He showcased his skills, moving with precision. He threw a straight punch at San Hiu. Tian Chang sensed something off. "What's happening? Why am I slowing down?" It turned out Si Bing was sabotaging from afar. He showcased his skill, controlling the target's power. An arm appeared, slapping a talisman onto his head. When Jing said, "Zhang Tian Chang, let me handle this part. You deal with the spatial guy." The large figure felt his body recover. Li seized the opportunity, rushing at the unsuspecting opponent. And me. 5 punches flew at Tian Chang. But before reaching a hair on him, something shot in. Sufang countered early in time. Falling in pain, shouting, broken, almost broken, Tian Chang didn't let his teammates' effort go to waste. This time he threw a straight punch at San Hiu's cheek. The other watched, enjoying the music with Xing Yue. She removed her headphones. How can I be as capable as you? I want to be like you. Xing Yue waited, but the other didn't answer. She looked up at the blue sky, a hint of sadness. If you went through what I did, you wouldn't want to be like me. Hearing that, Xing Yue felt guilty. Sorry, I misspoke. He reassured her. You've tried hard to be strong, fight stronger people. Xing Yue bowed her head. I understand that, but the other patted her head. It's okay. If you want, I can get you into the finals. Xing Yue looked up, puzzled. What do you mean? He replied softly. I know you want the finals. There must be a reason. I won't ask much, but if you want in, I can help. Xing Yue jumped up, suspicious. How can you help? Do you have many crystals? He didn't say much, just gestured sideways. Calmly, gather. Instantly, the surrounding space seemed to freeze. Xing Yue was surprised. For me, her eyes confused. What are you doing, then? Golden streaks shot up into the sky and down to the ocean floor. A blue crystal glowed. The streaks circled around, then the crystals shot out of the water. Elsewhere, crystals also moved in the same direction. Li Qiang looked up. Everyone look, what is that? Zhu Yu was also amazed. Crystals, why are they flying? Crystals are crystals. Elsewhere, Wang Yan looked up. Wow, the ice leader is still silent. Crystals flew overhead. Look observed curiously. Finally, the crystals reached their destination. Dong Tiu smiled calmly. They formed spirals around Xing Yue. She was startled. Wow, crystals are crystals. She picked one up. Curiously, she asked, why are there so many? The air balloon announced. All crystals in this round have been collected by players. The competition will end in 3 minutes. Players who haven't dropped crystals should do so immediately. Dong Tiu pulled her hand, urging, go, let's drop the crystals, otherwise the match ends. She tried to hold back. Wait. Sounds behind the door. Tian Chang 390 points, ranked 6th. Zhu Yi 460 points, ranked 5th. Wen Ran smiled softly. Ice Xing Yue 760, ranked 1st. Congratulations everyone, we secured half the spots. Zhu Yi rushed to hug Xing Yue. This is great. She quietly wondered why Dong Tiu was helping her so much. Weren't they supposed to be rivals, and shouldn't she feel happy when seeing the opponent fail to reach the final? Ding Truong spoke softly. On Nguyen read aloud the list of other contestants and the competition rules in a calm voice. The remaining participants were Dong Tiu in 2nd place, Lan Bang in 3rd, and Le Cuc in 4th. For the format, 3 pairs would be drawn to compete one-on-one. On Nguyen continued to announce that contestants from the same academy would not face each other in the first round. After eliminating 3 people in round 1, these contestants would enter a revival melee to select one to advance to the top 4. Then she gently reminded them of something else. She emphasized that the 3 upcoming competitors were all formidable and urged everyone to stay alert. She also added another note. I think the 3 finalists from previous rounds still haven't revealed even half of their true strength. She exclaimed anxiously. And Dong Tiu from Lac An Academy hasn't even used 1/10 of her power. On Nguyen stressed that everyone had already seen the unique aspect of her ability. Then her voice softened. Finally, she stated the most important point. The final match would be broadcast live for the entire audience. On Nguyen quietly said, I believe your teacher, Ning, will also see this. On the 2nd day at the arena, John Zama raised his hand and announced, hello nationwide audience, we will now conduct the draw. She excitedly announced, due to the first round rule of not facing classmates, the 3 tin sack contestants will draw lots. In front of them were 2 draw boxes, one for selecting opponents and one for determining the order of play. Quan Lac interjected, now let me explain the rules and arena. She announced that each match would begin with a randomly changing terrain. She further explained that the terrain could become forest, snowfield, or water surface, and continued to explain the competition rules. Contestants had 30 seconds to familiarize themselves with the terrain. During this time, the opponent could not attack but could set up skills, and leaving the arena, surrendering, or losing combat ability would result in defeat. When it was Tin Sat's turn to draw, Thien Truong said, I'll enter round 3, opponent is Lan Bang. Tayat Wai quietly replied, I'll go first, opponent is Le Cuc. Tin and Guyat stared blankly at the slip with a bad feeling. A name appeared clearly. Dong Tiu, after a moment, the voices of Zinjama and Quan Lac rang out excitedly. Alright, the first match arena has been set. The screen showed an icy lake scene, all eyes on Tayat Wai, the opening contestant from Tin Sat Academy. Her opponent was Black Horse Le Cuc, staring straight ahead with full confidence. Zinjama shouted, contestants, the match begins now. Anyone leaving the arena will lose. Le Cuc smiled smugly. I've been waiting for this day for so long, Miss Tayat I've been anticipating this day for ages. The girl replied firmly, "Same here, I hope you fight with full strength." Sufang asked anxiously, "Ms. On Nguyen, what are Taietwai's chances?" Lai Kwang added, "The opponent seems very strong." She replied coldly, "I don't know, but this is already the best opponent." On the other side, Quan Lak excitedly shouted. After 30 seconds, the official match begins. The clock started counting down, time ran out gradually. Taietwai charged amid cheers. Taietwai takes the initiative. Is this a side attack preparation? Lecoq silently analyzed. An attack from the farthest outer circle? Wait, she froze, looking at the ice accumulation skill with bewilderment. Why is this skill completely ineffective? Taietwai had already concentrated energy in her palms. Don't underestimate me. The girl immediately shouted, unleashing a blue light. Thunder flash bullet. Lecoq activated shadow-type skills. Void Realm was activated to absorb everything around, demonstrating the importance of multi-type magic. Immediately after, she froze, mouth agape in confusion. Lecoq helplessly shouted, "Why did she run?" Seeing this, On Nguyen smiled and murmured, "So that's how it is." Observing the overall match, she said softly. She quickly circled the arena using ice mark to create a circular anchor. On Nguyen explained that even the simplest ice mark, without offensive power, could still drain the opponent's energy when casting spell. Seeing Taietwai immersed in water, she shouted that the girl had poured all her energy into releasing her self-created skill. The girl erupted with a massive ice energy called Extreme Cold Feast. The violent ice energy swept everything around. Witnessing this, Quan Lak couldn't help exclaiming, "What's happening? How can a student release such energy?" As the dust cleared, Lecoq's silhouette and the magical barrier appeared. She had not fallen, astonishing Quan Lak. Contestant Lecoq was not knocked out by that massive power. Taietwai slowly stood up, slightly dizzy from the recent strike. The girl said softly, "Not much left. That was quite draining, right?" Lecoq replied, "Same for you." Internally, she wondered how such terrifying energy could be unleashed in an instant. Even Void Realm couldn't absorb it. Lecoq was shocked to realize even her strongest defensive skill, Holy Light Wings, lasted only 10 seconds. The energy consumption is too high. Zenjama spoke up to explain. Why did player Snowy come up with the idea of using lightning energy accumulated inside the ice mountain? I thought Snowy would use the ice mountain to force the opponent out of the competition area. Guan Lak raised her hand and pointed to the screen to explain. The ice mountain is mainly used to store lightning energy. When it explodes in an instant, the mist that forms can release even more powerful lightning. That's why we see a new contestant able to unleash an effect that even a teacher might struggle to achieve. Snowy is truly too smart. Leku and Snowy stood facing each other. The girl suggested, "The remaining energy isn't much, let's use one move to determine the winner." Hearing that, Leku immediately responded, "Okay, I wouldn't be able to, but fire still believes." She launched a firebird. The firebird tore through the air and charged forward, dazzling. Snowy clenched her fists, gathered energy, and launched a destructive bolt of lightning, Thunder Wolf. Immediately, two illusionary beast figures collided, creating a massive shockwave. The terrifying force exploded. Snowy lost control and was thrown far away, landing straight into the bottom of the lake. Leku wasn't in a better state, sinking deep into the cold water. From above, Guan Lak anxiously said, "Both contestants have disappeared from the surface of the water. Will this match end in a tie?" She gasped in surprise. "Someone is rising up. Who will win this match?" Guan Lak loudly declared, "Contestant Snowy wins." The girl smiled softly, silently rejoicing. "Dad, I won." The audience around her exploded, cheering excitedly. "So beautiful." Tin Gayat widened her eyes, her body stiffened, standing still staring ahead, then looked at the gate, murmuring, "Next, it's probably me and Dong Tiu." Lang Bing suddenly spoke up to advise, "I'm here just to remind you. You better practice how to concede, find a reason to save face." Tin and Gayat looked directly at him. "I assure you I will not concede. I will beat her." Lang Bing chuckled with amusement, mocking her naivety, and turned to leave. He said every time he met her, he would lose his combat ability in the blink of an eye. She was like an unshakable mountain. Tin and Gayat firmly replied, "Whether it's a mountain or the vast sea." She confidently stepped towards the big gate. "I have my own way." Tin and Gayat looked straight ahead where a figure was also waiting. She clenched her fists, murmuring, "Dong Tiu, just wait." Just then, Zenjama announced the battlefield was ready, and introduced the terrain. This time was a sandy volcanic area. Guan Lak continued. She raised her voice, "The first contestant to enter the field is..." The camera focused on Dong Tiu, contestant Dong Tiu from Lak An Academy. She continued, "The hottest contestant likely to win the championship this time, Dong Tiu." Zenjama interrupted and continued commenting. "And over there is," she shouted loudly, "Lang Tin and Gayat from Tin Sat Academy." Tin Sat Academy is the dark horse of this competition. The two faced each other. Dong Tiu spoke up, "I will not give in, I hope you can give it your all." Tin and Gayat coldly responded, You won't be able to. Wan Lak excitedly declared the match would begin after the 30-second preparation ended. As soon as she heard that, Tin and Gayet immediately turned and ran at full speed. Zinjama curiously exclaimed, "Ah, Lang Tin and Gayet wants to follow Snowy's strategy. That's an attack magic, but this is a summoning magic." Looking at the live screen, she said, "Maybe that strategy can't be used." Dong Tiu sneered, "You're not trying to run, are you? Are you that foolish?" Wan Lak added, "As long as no real attack is launched, the preparation time can be used for anything, so running or setting traps is fine." Dong Tiu didn't stand still and gave a mysterious smile. Wan Lak nervously shouted, "1 second left the match," she continued. "Look, Dong Tiu is about to make a move." At the moment the countdown hit 0. Dong Tiu immediately controlled the volcanic rocks to rise into the air. Zinjama gasped, "What?" Contestant Dong Tiu lifted all the volcanic rocks in the arena. What kind of terrifying power is that? Then he clenched his fist as if crushing something. Immediately, all the volcanic rocks in the air exploded at once. The debris from the explosion fell, scattered all over the ground. Sensing something, Dong Tiu quickly turned to look at the shadow behind him, slowly raising his hand, secretly pleased. "Got it." But in front of Dong Tiu was just a stone statue. Wan Lak eagerly commented, "Contestant Dong Tiu miscalculated, that's Lang Tin and Gayet's illusion spell." She wondered, where is Lang Tin and Gayet hiding? Suddenly the ground trembled violently. Dong Tiu was puzzled. Is the floor being changed to summon a beast? He guessed it was below. At that moment, a giant stone shot up and was immediately smashed into pieces, falling down. Dong Tiu focused on the scattered debris. Nothing, he saw a few strands of hair slowly fall. Hair. Then, from above, a giant stone holding a sword plunged down. Tin and Gayet stood above, coldly saying, "Catch this!" Giant stone blocking the sword. She poured her strength into a powerful thrust toward Dong Tiu, the sharp sword tip flying toward him. The sword tip was just an inch away from him. Dong Tiu calmly glanced at it, his eyes undisturbed. A few days ago in the old pavilion under the crescent moon, Ning Fan sat leisurely sipping tea, looking relaxed and calm. Suddenly, Tin and Gayet rushed in and shouted, "Ning Fan!" He startled and replied, "Tin and Gayet, what's wrong?" Tin and Gayet lowered her head and softly said, "I've been practicing for so long, when will you tell me how to defeat Dong Tiu?" You curiously asked again if the girl was an unbeatable opponent. Tin and Gayet immediately responded, "Yes. If not, why would he go to such extremes?" You smirked, your voice dragging. "Actually, everyone is overestimating her. It's just because she has a high level of awareness. Just because she can use basic magic, she's already causing you trouble." Tin and Gayet could only shake her head helplessly. "Is there anything more frightening?" Ning Fan suggested. "Anyone can defeat her, but that also exposes her weakness. She is still at the basic level in using magic." You confidently said, "Especially in defense. She's never had to use it because in her previous fights, they always ended quickly with no need for defense." Ning Fan continued, "After the match starts, I'll sneak off and try to attract her attention. Even Lam Lam was deceived by me before. With your summoning technique, it shouldn't be hard to do that." You imagine the scene of the girl facing the stone statue, waiting for her to be distracted by your bait. Ning Fan concluded and would attack her at the fastest speed. Tin and Gayet stood on the stone statue, murmuring, "Attack at the fastest speed, right?" The stone statue gripped its weapon tightly, rushing toward the girl. Without hesitation, it charged forward, its speed increasing with each moment. While the stone statue spun, carrying with it a terrifying force. It shot down at incredible speed, creating a brilliant light streak, increasing gravity and impact force with each second. The sword's tip aimed straight at the shadow in the middle of the arena, and the girl stood motionless as if she sensed something. She quickly glanced back, but the sword was too close and she couldn't avoid it in time. A powerful explosion occurred, shaking the entire arena. That night, Ning Fan smiled and added, "Such a fast strike, she'll definitely have to use defense magic to protect herself." Tin and Gayet quietly asked, "But will she be defeated?" You immediately answered, "No, she can't be. Even if she uses defense magic she's unfamiliar with, I still can't break through." Ning Fan was confident in her reaction ability, as you had said. When the sword tip was about to strike, she had already set up a protective layer. Tin and Gayet, confused, asked, "Then why teach me to use this method?" You quickly replied, "No, she used defense magic, that's enough." Ning Fan explained, "The defense magic she used is the most basic technique, a protective circle. You said her defense is very weak. She is using that basic technique." Tin and Gayet recalled Ning Fan's advice. With a wide protection range, if this weakness is exploited, it would be easy to overcome. She coldly prepared to summon. Hearing this, the girl froze, her eyes wide in shock. Immediately, the army was summoned and broke through her defense. After the shield exploded, the girl was covered in wounds and fell to the ground, her body limp and motionless. Tin and Gayet sat on her shoulder, smugly laughing. as expected. She frowned, shouting, "You didn't even know that my summoning medium is my hair. To deceive you, I prepared thoroughly." The audience immediately went silent, not a sound. The crowd whispered, "Impossible, is she really surrendering? It's hard to believe." Yujia Ma and Quan Lak were also stunned, not believing their eyes. The girl remained motionless, but suddenly, she smiled faintly, a mysterious, suggestive smile. The girl trembled, raised her hand, and began to use healing magic. Immediately, healing energy enveloped her body. Tian Ka, panicked, thought to herself, healing magic. She hurriedly ordered the stone statue to attack, but the girl calmly raised her finger, stopping the strike. The stone statue shattered into pieces. Ah muttered, "I haven't used this healing magic in a long time." The girl laughed wildly. "Using defense magic in a match is probably a first for me. Never thought you'd use it against me." Then her expression changed and she sincerely exclaimed, "This is really interesting." The girl frowned, asking, "Could it be that my actions are now also part of your plan?" Ah looked around, cautious. "Is there a trap around here?" She then turned to investigate. Tian Ka coldly asked, "What other plans do you have?" Tian Ka broke into a cold sweat, unsure how to respond to this question. Ah looked at her face, immediately guessing, and said, "Is that all?" When she realized there was nothing else interesting, the girl struck mercilessly. With one blow, Tian Ka was sent flying toward the audience. She fell to the ground, eyes wide, staring up in shock. Quan Lak observed from above, exclaiming, "That was a beautiful counterattack by the girl. The match is over." Tian Ka stood still as she heard the announcement. Contestant Tian Ka exits the field. Contestant Dong Tiu wins. After the match, she lay silently in the hospital bed, her face downcast, saying nothing. Tian Ka lay still, not saying a word. Tin Dong stood by, eyes welling with tears, calling out, "Sister." An Enhuan also came over to comfort Tian Ka. "You did very well," Sufang softly spoke. The boss lady looked extremely irritated, yet she nearly defeated the fellow target. Li Kuang, appearing unconcerned, said it wasn't serious, just need to have one light meal. On the other side, Kuang Hao shouted, "The revival counterattack against our Lekuk is the best move." Kuang Hao yelled loudly. She growled in frustration. Kuang Hao tried to encourage her. "Good, don't get discouraged, we still have the revival round, still a chance." Tian Ka reminded herself, "Right, there's still the revival round. But if it's the second chance, can I really defeat her?"